Zhang Yang traveled to a parallel world and became a people's policeman, but awakened because of being too righteous, hate evil police system. From then on, Zhang Yang's style of handling cases became terrifying. Criminal 1, please let me go. I know I was wrong. Zhang Yang, you just know you're going to be caught. Criminal 2, do criminals deserve to die? Zhang Yang, isn't that nonsense? If you don't die, then should I die? Colleague 1, I've seen many living bodhisattvas, but I only have one living king of hell, Zhang Yang. Colleague 2, in Zhang Yang's hands, there's not a single criminal who doesn't cry and beg to go to jail. Director, the most confusing moment in Zhang Yang's life was when he was driving a police car all over the streets and couldn't find the criminal. Chapter 1, A Vigilante System, Brain Storage, Master/Princess, please save it. 7 o'clock in the morning, Rongqing City. On the busy streets of Xiqing District, Zhang Yang, carrying a black shoulder bag, had just bought some hot buns and soy milk. 4 years in police academy and 2 years of internship. As a time traveler, he finally fulfilled his wish in his previous life and became a people's policeman. And today is his first day reporting to the Dongjie police station. On the busy way to work. People come and go and there is a lot of traffic. Various breakfast stalls are steaming hot, creating a peaceful atmosphere of life. It makes people feel happy both physically and mentally, and this is also the simplest beauty that Zhang Yang most wants to protect. Just at this moment, Zhang Yang suddenly heard 2 alarms from his electric bike parked on the side of the road. Then I turned around and saw a shifty-looking guy riding away on his electric bike. There is always some filthy rat droppings everywhere, and this time, this rotten apple actually stole onto my head. This is intolerable. What else can a gentleman endure? Zhang Yang cursed. It was almost like a conditioned reflex that I chased after him. After 4 years of life in the police academy, Zhang Yang's physical fitness has far surpassed that of ordinary people. His sprint results are among the best in the school. Therefore, not long, Zhang Yang caught up with the other person. Stop. Zhang Yang walked side by side with the car thief and gave him a stern warning. However, the other party not only did not listen, instead, he threatened roll. Otherwise I'll hit you to death. Seeing this, Zhang Yang also knew that this kind of person would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. Therefore, I am too lazy to talk to him anymore. He bit the bun in his hand and suddenly grabbed the other person's arm with his other hand, then he flipped it up suddenly. He actually grabbed the other person out of the car and threw him heavily to the ground. The fall was quite forceful. The car thief was knocked unconscious and screamed in pain. Zhang Yang did not let him go. The next second, he came behind him, skillfully held his hands, and pressed his knee against his back, pressing him hard to the ground. Passers-by immediately gathered around. Seeing this, the car thief's eyes rolled. The howling became louder. Ouch. It hurts so much. Someone's being beaten. Someone's being beaten. There's no law against beating people in broad daylight. Call the police. I want to call the police. Zhang Yang said in a serious tone, no need to call the police, I am the police. You are suspected of stealing other people's property. I will arrest you according to the law now. I advise you not to struggle anymore. Although I just had to report to the police station today, I haven't received my ID yet. However, Zhang Yang's identity is already legal and compliant. After hearing that Zhang Yang was a policeman, the car thief was startled, and then he cursed in a low voice in extreme annoyance. Fuck. Running into the cops so early in the morning is such bad luck. Pooh. But the car thief was not panicked at all. Instead, he smiled coldly and said, boy, I'm blind to have stolen from you. Let me go, and let's just pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Don't think he's just a car thief. After hanging around in this area for so many years, he has accumulated some power of his own. If the young policeman in front of him refused to accept his toast, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Only after listening to what he said, Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. He said with a smile instead of anger, of course. Originally, if you were caught stealing my electric bike, you would only be sentenced to less than 3 years in prison. Now there's another threat against public officials. This is stable for 3 years, brother. Car thief, oh shit. No matter what, you can talk about it. I thought it would be a small matter. I didn't expect that this young policeman was determined to catch me. If he really goes to jail, it will probably be just as he said, at least 3 years. It seemed that he couldn't struggle free at all. Then evil began to arise in his heart. He yelled, come out the fucking way. If you don't come out, I'm going to go in and use the sewing machine. Finished, more than a dozen accomplices suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and surrounded Jiang Yang. Everyone stared at Jiang Yang fiercely, and sometimes someone showed off their tattoos and the controlled knives on their waist. It's full of threats. See this scene, the crowds watching around were frightened and dispersed. The car thief on the ground showed a smug look. Boy, it's not too late to let me go now. Otherwise I will destroy you today. Think carefully about it. Is it worth it for a salary of 2 to 3,000 yuan a month? However, what the car thieves didn't expect was, facing the threat of so many of them, Jiang Yang did not show any trace of fear. Instead, I became excited. Looking at your posture, are you planning to attack the police? If you attack a police officer, then these guys' crimes are serious, whether in his past life or this life. Jiang Yang's favorite thing is to bring these criminals to justice. These guys dared to appear in front of me in broad daylight. I guess they have done a lot of bad things in their daily lives. If they could all be arrested and brought to justice, it would be like eliminating a great threat to the people. Think of this. Jiang Yang also stood up straight. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, he took the initiative to rush forward. Jiang Yang first came to a bald man with a controlled knife hidden on his waist. Without waiting for the other party to react, he elbowed him directly on the chin. Ugh, Iowa. The bald man, who was nearly 2 meters tall, was bumped by Jiang Yang. The impact dislocated his jaw and he lay on the ground wailing and screaming. Seeing Jiang Yang suddenly take action, the car thieves were startled for a moment, and then their faces turned ferocious. The leader pulled out a knife and said, "Damn it, brothers, this matter today is definitely not going to end peacefully. Come on, let's kill him and then run away." Right. At worst, I'll just leave this place, superior. Fuck it. One person shouts, and 100 people respond. For a moment, more than a dozen people in the car theft gang took out their weapons. They rushed towards Jiang Yang. The people around were immediately frightened, dispersed in a hurry. Faced with being surrounded by more than a dozen people, Jiang Yang remained calm, even a little excited. It's not just because of the body's physiological excitement when facing criminals. Moreover, at this moment, a mechanical prompt sound suddenly sounded in Jiang Yang's mind. Ding. Host conditions detected to be met. System activated. First binding, congratulations to the host for receiving Sin Radar X1, Constitution Double Card X1, and Healing Potion X3. Note, after the host captures the criminal, he or she will receive varying points based on the criminal's crime value. Points can be used to increase the range of the crime radar and participate in a lottery. Ding. Multiple criminal members detected. Host, please arrest them all. Successful arrests will earn you an additional 2,000 points. Chapter 2, One-Sided Crushing. At this moment, there was a gleam of brilliance in Jiang Yang's eyes. 20 years ago, he traveled to this world. I once imagined whether I could have my own system like other time travelers, but for 20 years, no matter what method I tried, the system is silent. I thought I was destined to live an ordinary life in this life just like my previous one, but I didn't expect the system to be activated at this time. A system that hates evil and is a tough police officer? This system, it seems pretty good. At this moment, he saw that the dozen or so car thieves were attacking him. Jiang Yang didn't have extra time to study the system. Let's deal with these bastards first. The first person to come to Jiang Yang was a yellow-haired man holding a steel pipe. Die for me. There was a vicious look in his eyes, and he swung the steel pipe towards Jiang Yang's forehead without mercy. Seeing this, Jiang Yang dodged first and avoided the attack. He took advantage of the situation and grabbed the yellow-haired man's hand, swinging it behind him. It happened to hit the face of the fat man who was rushing forward. What the hell? This blow made the fat man's already bloated face even more swollen. He fell to the ground on the spot, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. System, use the physical fitness double card for me. Ding. The Constitution double card was used successfully. As Jiang Yang thought about it, the physical fitness doubling card he had just obtained was immediately used successfully. This second, Jiang Yang only felt that his whole body became extremely light. As he clenched his fist, explosive force almost burst out of his body. The magical effect was achieved in just a moment. Jiang Yang did not feel any discomfort. Everything seemed to be natural and innate. Originally, to deal with this car theft gang of more than 10 people, Jiang Yang was full of confidence, and now he became more adept at it, so Jiang Yang took the initiative to attack. Suddenly it was like a wolf among a flock of sheep. It was a completely one-sided crushing. Bang. Bang, ah. After a period of confusion, the car-stealing gang of more than a dozen people fell to the ground, then they fell to the ground one after another, wailing and screaming in pain. Passers-by around witnessed the whole process. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Yang's brutal methods, but after coming to my senses, the applause continued to ring out like thunder, and passers-by cheered, "Holy crap! That's awesome! Young man, with your skills, you must be a retired soldier, right? It's too fierce. It's really too fierce. The key is to feel relieved. These bastards actually dared to openly attack police officers with weapons in broad daylight. Now they've hit a wall. Good job, young man. Little brother, do you have a partner?" Facing the compliments from passers-by, Jiang Yang just nodded and smiled, and the next second, they discovered that one member of the car theft gang was missing. Out of habit as a policeman, Jiang Yang had already identified a total of 14 people as soon as this gang appeared, but now, there were only 13 people who were subdued by him. In other words, someone took the opportunity to escape during the chaos just now. Fortunately, it was at this time in front of Jiang Yang's eyes, a green light screen appeared that only he could see. A series of coordinate locations are listed on the light screen, as well as a triangular arrow and a red light spot. Jiang Yang realized it immediately. This is the crime radar you just acquired. The triangular arrow represents your location, and the red light spot is the location of the criminal. Jiang Yang was delighted. Then he chased directly in the direction indicated by the red light. The gang had changed their attire at this moment and wanted to pretend to be passers-by to deceive Jiang Yang. Little do they know that with the crime radar, no criminal can escape from Jiang Yang. Coming to his side, Jiang Yang slapped him in the face without warning. Bang! Jiang Yang used almost 70% of his strength in this slap. When it hit the opponent's face, a thunderous roar erupted. The opponent was stunned directly. "Run? I told you to run." Without waiting for the other party to react, Jiang Yang slapped him again. Bang! This slap was even more powerful. The slap directly broke several of his teeth, and blood spurted out. "Keep running?" Bang! Another slap, another mouthful of blood spurted out. "Surrender now." Right now, the gang member who wanted to escape had blood in his mouth and nose. My head feels dizzy and I am in great pain, but fortunately, after falling to the ground, he finally had a chance to speak, crying and begging for mercy from Jiang Yang. "Stop hitting me. Hit me again and I'll die. I'm not running anymore, I surrender." Seeing this, Jiang Yang then stopped the kick he was about to make. He smiled and said, "If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer this pain?" The gang was in tears. Who knew Jiang Yang was so fierce? "If I had known this earlier, I should have just left instead of hiding here." At this time, a police car came roaring and stopped in front of Jiang Yang. Two policemen got out of the car and looked at everything in front of them with vigilance. Be on high alert. "Hello, we are from the East Street Police Station. We received a call about an armed fight happening here." Jiang Yang smiled, took out a registration document from his bag and handed it to the other party, saying, "Hello, I'm also from the East Street Police Station. My name is Jiang Yang, and today happens to be my first day on the job." Just on the way here, next to Jiang Yang recounted everything that had just happened truthfully. As soon as I heard it was one of us, the vigilance in the eyes of the two policemen suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a friendly smile, and when Jiang Yang narrated how he single-handedly fought against 14 armed criminals and finally subdued them all without a scratch, he was shocked. The two were extremely surprised. "Sure thing, boy. You're really good at this. You've caught so many thieves on your first day. You're the only one in the station who's done that in all these years. Amazing." The two policemen were not stingy in praising Jiang Yang. After all, in this situation, neither of them would be able to escape unscathed, but Jiang Yang did it. There is no doubt about Jiang Yang's methods. Chapter 3, really good at judging people. Next. We brought these 14 car thieves back to the station. Because there were so many people, the two police officers had to call their colleagues for help. Jiang Yang pointed at the car thief in front of him and said to the police, "Well, this guy needs some good looking after." Hearing this point, one of the police officers asked, "What's wrong? Is it because he's injured?" Jiang Yang shook his head and said, "No, it's because this guy seems to be a Class A wanted criminal." "What?" As soon as Jiang Yang said this, the police officers present were all shocked. Everyone looked at Jiang Yang and the car thief at his feet in astonishment. A level wanted criminal, real? Jiang Yang nodded without comment. Right now, on the crime radar in front of Jiang Yang, the information of this guy was clearly displayed. Frowny face name, Zhan Maosheng, male, 32 years old, Class A wanted criminal, codenamed the Thief Saint. He has committed 332 thefts totaling 270 million new Taiwan dollars, and has a particular penchant for stealing electric scooters. Jiang Yang didn't expect this. Among the car theft gang that he had easily subdued, there was actually a Class A wanted criminal. The police officers who arrived naturally had no idea of this. Soon, they confirmed Zhang Maoxing's identity as a Class A wanted criminal. Everyone was stunned. It was incredible that a newcomer who had just reported to the job busted a gang of more than a dozen thieves on the first day. There is actually a Class A wanted criminal in this gang. This kind of thing is simply unprecedented. Oh my god. This is truly a Class A wanted criminal. You boy, awesome. You haven't even reported for duty yet, and you've already busted a gang of thieves and captured a Class A wanted criminal. Are you taking off? I guess you can't get away with a second-class merit. Envious. At the same time, in the East Street Police Station, Director Zhang Jianjun looked at the two new people who had just reported to the office. He roared angrily, "What's going on? Just two? Shouldn't it be three? What about the other person?" The instructor Chen Sheng on the side looked unhappy. "Maybe something happened on the way and I was a little late." "Are you a little late?" Zhang Jianjun laughed angrily and said, "Look at the time now. You call this being a little late? What on earth did he learn in the police academy? He was late on his first day. Does he still consider himself a police officer? No organization, no discipline. You're late on the first day. What if you have to go on a mission? Doesn't he know that in an emergency, even a second late can lead to an irreversible situation? Old Chen, you were the one who picked the person, and you picked this thing for me? Our institute has been ranked last in the annual evaluations for the past few years. You picked someone like this to work here because you think I haven't been scolded enough by the higher-ups, right?" Chen Sheng frowned and explained, "Jiang Yang's performance in the police academy was actually quite outstanding. His grades in all areas are among the best in the grade." Listen to what Chen Sheng said. Zhang Jianjun was furious. "So what? Can you be so proud of your achievements? He's the only one who dares to be late on the first day of registration in all these years. When he comes, if I don't let him go on patrol for a few months, Zhang Jianjun, will take his last name." Patrolling is undoubtedly the most tiring job. It can be said that no matter what happens, even some trivial matters can be encountered. If you encounter some stubborn and single-minded people, even the police will be scolded. Chen Sheng also knew Zhang Jianjun's temper, and he had always been at the bottom of the institute's evaluations in the past 2 years. Yesterday, when I went to the city for a meeting, I was teased by colleagues from other police stations and criticized by my leader in naturally hot temper. So he didn't respond, but then he comforted, "Okay, calm down. I've met that guy before. He's quite reliable and doesn't seem like the type to be late. Let's ask him when he arrives. He might have been delayed by something." Zhang Jianjun also knew that he was angry with himself, so he breathed a sigh of relief and endured it. He glanced at Chen Sheng and said, "Old Chen, you're just too nice to these bastards. Just leave it alone this time. When this kid named Jiang Yang arrives, I'm going to teach him a lesson." To this, Chen Sheng could only sigh. "I felt sorry for Jiang Yang in my heart. It seems that Jiang Yang's life will not be very comfortable in the next few months." And just at this moment, the entrance of the police station, several police cars drove in slowly. After stopping, 14 car thieves were taken down one after another and sent inside. Zhang Jianjun and Chen Sheng were confused by this. A police officer immediately reported to Captain, "There's a new guy who just reported in today and caught a group of car thieves. He caught these. There is another A-level wanted criminal." Hear what the policeman said. Zhang Jianjun and Chen Sheng were both stunned. After reacting, shock suddenly appeared on their faces. A-level wanted criminal? Are you kidding me? You know, Class A wanted criminals are so rare that it may take several years to catch one in the entire Rongqing, but now they tell themselves, Jiang Yang, a newcomer who just reported in today, caught a group of thieves and a Class A wanted criminal. To them, this was as unbelievable as a dream, but soon they saw the figure of Zhang Maoxing. The superiors have long issued an A-level wanted order for this king of thieves who has stolen all over Rongqing, has superb disguise skills, and has a mind far beyond that of ordinary people. They were naturally impressed when they recognized Zhang Maoxing. The surprise on their faces turned into joy. "Oh my god. It really is this guy Zhang Maoxing." A smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Jianjun's face. "Ah, old Chen, I knew your vision was right. You're really good at judging people. Quick, quick, lock up these car thieves. Where is the new comrade? Take me to see him. See how quickly Zhang Jianjun's expression changes. Everyone was speechless. I don't know who was cursing in there just now. Now you are calling him a new comrade with a joking smile. I used to complain that the people Qin Sheng picked were not good enough, and now you are praising someone for having good taste. With this face, it would be a shame not to perform acrobatics. At the same time, Jiang Yang also got out of the police car. After arriving in front of Zhang Jianjun, Jiang Yang immediately gave a standard military salute. Hello, Chief Zhang, newcomer Jiang Yang is here to greet you. Jiang Yang had seen Zhang Jianjun's photo before, so he recognized him at a glance. A smile immediately appeared on Zhang Jianjun's face. You are Jiang Yang. Well, not bad, not bad. You look very energetic. You gave me such a big surprise on my first day. Well done. Are you thirsty? Are you tired? I happen to have some excellent Longjing tea. Come on, let me make you a pot of tea. Chapter 4 Whoever dares to teach him a lesson, I will teach him a lesson. After arriving at the office, Zhang Jianjun actually brewed a pot of his treasured Longjing tea for Jiang Yang. That he poured it for Jiang Yang with a smile on his face. Instructor Qin Shang, who was watching from the side, sighed in admiration. Pulling Zhang Jianjun's arm, he jokingly said, Lao Zhang, this is not you. You usually wouldn't even give this Longjing tea to people from the municipal bureau, and yet you're using it on this newcomer today? Didn't you just scold him and say you were going to teach him a lesson? Why aren't you going? Zhang Jianjun rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Go away. Don't talk nonsense. This kid is a treasure of our East Street police station. I'll teach anyone who dares to teach me a lesson. What a joke. On the first day of reporting to the station, he brought back a group of thieves and a class A wanted criminal. Such a person, Zhang Jianjun wanted to pamper Jiang Yang like a baby. What do you mean by showing him your true colors? That's not happening at all. Anyway, at this moment, Zhang Jianjun seemed to have forgotten everything he had said before. Just now, their Dongjie police station is really going to make a fortune this time. After catching the class A wanted criminal Zhan Maosheng, he could stand up straight when facing his colleagues from other police stations. When facing your superiors, you can speak with confidence. And the most important thing is that it has to be this kid Jiang Yang. Zhang Jianjun had a premonition at this moment. The surprises this kid brought to me may be far more than this. At this time, Zhang Jianjun had already prepared paper and pen. Jiang Yang, tell us in detail the entire process of this arrest. Then write a report and turn it in. Forget it. I'll write one for you myself. The work of a police officer is not easy, and you must strive for the rewards when you have the chance, especially when it comes to such a great achievement as catching a class A wanted criminal. The report must be written in a more attractive manner. If Zhang Jianjun asked other people to write the report, he was really worried that they didn't have the writing skills. Jiang Yang nodded, and then truthfully told Zhang Jianjun what had just happened. The whole process is actually very simple. The IT was nothing more than that he encountered the group of car thieves on the way to report to the police station, and then caught them all in one fell swoop. It can be explained clearly in a few words, but whether it is Zhang Jianjun or Qin Shang, you can find Jiang Yang's extraordinary qualities from this. First, we faced a group of more than a dozen ferocious criminals with weapons in their hands. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be scared. However, Jiang Yang, a rookie who just graduated from the police academy, was not only fearless in the face of danger, but even faced 14 people alone, and he could defeat them all without any harm. It can be seen that Jiang Yang is far superior to other ordinary policemen in terms of courage and skills, not even to mention other ordinary police officers. Even if it was Zhang Jianjun who took action, he might not be able to do it better than Jiang Yang. Secondly, this time it's the class A wanted criminal Zhan Maosheng. Since his debut, Zhan Maosheng has committed hundreds of crimes, stealing amounts totaling hundreds of millions. As early as 2 years ago, he was listed on the list of Class A wanted criminals by his superiors, and an Class A wanted warrant was issued. But this guy has superb disguise skills and extremely high IQ. After each theft, he could escape with his almost perverted disguise skills. For 2 years, the police were unable to do anything about this guy, and this time, as usual, Zhan Maosheng used disguise to hide among the crowd when he escaped, but Jiang Yang recognized him at a glance, subdued and arrested him. Zhang Jianjun and Qin Sheng didn't know how Jiang Yang recognized Zhan Maosheng after he had disguised himself, but there is no doubt that Jiang Yang has done what no other police officer in Rongqing can do. Even Zhang Jianjun had to praise this newcomer and say he was awesome. At this time, Zhang Jianjun had already written a long report in a very eloquent manner. After writing, Zhang Jianjun also glanced at Jiang Yang. Zhang Yang, take a look and see if there is anything wrong. Zhang Yang took a quick look, his eyes couldn't help but widen a little. Well, I have to say that Zhang Suo's writing style is really amazing. The process that I could describe in a few words was written by him in a way that is more exciting than a novel, but the content does not contain any exaggeration. The entire article is supported by excellent writing skills. No wonder Zhang took the initiative to write the report for me. Once this report is submitted, the medal and bonus will be increased by at least 30%. Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction. Captain Zhang, there's no problem. After Zhang Jianjun got the report back, he smiled with satisfaction and said, okay, you can go out now. Coach Chen will take you through the onboarding process. There's also an anti-prostitution operation tonight, so you can participate as well. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's face lit up with joy. It can be said that the initial dream of every police officer is to eliminate violence and protect the people, but generally speaking, the first thing a new employee should do is to read various learning materials in the institute. After learning for 2 or 3 months, you will be given some not-so-complicated work to do, and once he arrives, he can participate in the anti-pornography campaign. It is several levels higher than other newcomers. How could Zhang Yang not be happy? Zhang Yang followed Chen Shang out of Zhang Jianjun's office. Chen Jianjun immediately reported the news of Zhang Yang's arrest of a Class A wanted criminal to the Municipal Bureau, Rongqing Municipal Public Security Bureau building. What? A police car? Lu Sanjiao, you really dare to ask that? How many incidents have occurred in the area under the jurisdiction of your Nanmen police station in the past 2 months? With your crime clearance rate, you still have the nerve to ask me about getting a police car? Difficult? Who wouldn't have it? There's only so much funding, and if you want it, others won't want it? You can ask for a police car, but you have to show your achievements. There's no point in complaining to me about being poor. Look for yourself. Among the police cars that arrived this month, which police station hasn't made any achievements? All right, Lu Sandy, stop giving me those empty words. As long as you can solve a few major cases for me, you don't even have to call me. I, Zhou Hongming, will personally send a police car to your police station. Don't give me any more fucking calls until you show me the results. Zhou Hongming hung up the phone angrily. He glanced at Xiao Jiwei, the square-faced captain of the City Bureau's criminal investigation team. In front of him, a look of helplessness. This is the 8th person who has asked me for a police car this month. As the director of the Rongqing Public Security Bureau, I often receive calls like this from people complaining about their poverty. I'm so annoyed. Xiao Jiwei smiled and said, Director Zhou, those police officers work tirelessly on a daily basis. It's not easy. Zhou Hongming sighed. I know it's not easy. But you have to know that in Rongqing, including villages and towns, there are more than 300 police stations. There are so many police stations, and the funding is so limited. How can I take care of them all? Even if I wanted to give them police cars, I wouldn't be able to do that. Chapter 5, The Municipal Bureau Criminal Investigation Team Kidnaps People. While speaking, Zhou Hongming's phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID above, Zhou Hongming immediately smiled. Looking at Xiao Jiwei, he said to that kid Zhang Jianjun called. Do you believe he's also here to complain to me about his poverty? But his East Street police station has been even worse than the South Gate police station lately. We just criticized him at the meeting yesterday. I didn't expect him to have the nerve to come here and complain about being poor today. This kid is really thick-skinned. But having said that, Zhou Hongming still answered the phone and asked knowingly, Zhang Jianjun, what's the matter with the call? Zhang Jianjun on the other end of the phone laughed at Director Zhou. I heard a few new police cars arrived in the past 2 days. My East Street police station needs one. Hearing what Zhang Jianjun said, Zhou Hongming was also amused. Zhang Jianjun, you're so arrogant. If you want a police car, you should consider your own weight first, right? There are over 300 police stations in Rongqing City. What makes you think I would assign a police car to your Dongjie police station? Zhang Jianjun is full of confidence. Why? Just because we caught the A-level wanted criminal Zhan Maoshang. Hearing this, Zhou Hongming was stunned. What? What did you say? A-level wanted criminal Zhan Maoshang? Zhou Hongming looked at Xiao Jiwei in front of him. Xiao Jiwei had already walked over. With surprise in his eyes, the name Zhan Maoshang was too well known to both of them. Their city bureau's criminal investigation team tried to capture him more than once, but he managed to escape every time, and now Zhang Jianjun, the director of a small police station, actually said that they had captured Zhang Maosheng. This is really amazing. Zhou Hongming said in disbelief, Zhang Jianjun, are you kidding me? The Municipal Bureau's criminal investigation team has been unable to catch Zhang Maosheng for 2 years. Caught by your police station? Zhang Jianjun on the other end of the phone sounded a little arrogant. Who's kidding you? Let me tell you, this time Zhang Maosheng was not only arrested by our East Street police station, and he was caught by a newcomer who just reported to our East Street police station. I have sent the electronic version of the report to your email. Zhang Maosheng is currently detained in our police station. You can come and pick him up at any time. But don't forget to bring my new police car along. Zhou Hongming still refused to believe it. He quickly opened his email. On it was an electronic report that Zhang Jianjun had just sent. The report described in detail how a new police officer named Jiang Yang from the Dongjie police station arrested a car theft gang and Zhang Maosheng on his way to report to the police station. After reading it, Zhou Hongming and Xiao Jiwei looked at each other in surprise. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. Xiao Jiwei couldn't help but ask Director Zhou, is this reliable? A new recruit who just graduated from the police academy fought against 14 people alone and came out unscathed. Not only did they bust a car theft gang, but they also captured Zhang Maosheng, whom their city bureau's criminal investigation team had been unable to catch for 2 years. This is really surprising. Zhou Hongming still couldn't believe it, but if this is not true, how could Zhang Jianjun take the trouble to write such a long report? And you're calling to take credit? All these signs are proving it to them. Zhang Jianjun did not lie. Zhou Hongming immediately stood up. Let's go to the East Street police station. After all, he is a class A wanted criminal. It's quite important. It was worth his trip. East Street police station. A police car came speeding, stopped in front of the police station. After Zhou Hongming and Zhou Jiwei got off the car, Zhang Jianjun came forward immediately. It was as if they had known they would come. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, Director Zhou, you're here. Captain Xiao, you're here too. Hurry up, please come in. Zhang Maosheng is imprisoned inside. When speaking, Zhang Jianjun's eyes were always looking behind the two of them, looking eagerly. Zhou Hongming couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, said unhappily, okay, stop looking. I'll go see Zhang Maosheng first. If your police station really arrested him, what's wrong with giving you 2 of these new cars? Hearing this, Zhang Jianjun suddenly smiled like a flower. He had heard that there were only 5 new police cars in this batch. Director Zhou was actually willing to give their police station 2. This is much better than he expected. So Zhang Jianjun's face became even more enthusiastic. Hey! That's not what I meant. Director Zhou, please come in quickly. Zhang Maosheng has confessed everything now. Half an hour later, Zhou Hongming and Xiao Jiwei have confirmed the identity of Zhang Maosheng. I also read Zhang Maosheng's confession. I even saw the roadside surveillance footage of Jiang Yang arresting a car theft gang and Zhang Maosheng this morning. I can't help but sigh. The young are really formidable. Jiang Yang's skills in dealing with those people. Even Xiao Jiwei, the captain of the city bureau's criminal investigation team, was deeply surprised. At this time, Jiang Yang had already received instructions, came to the meeting room, just arrived. Zhang Jianjun pulled Jiang Yang in front of the two of them, like a child showing off his toys. Director Zhou, this is Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang is 1.85 meters tall, handsome and imposing. She has a well-proportioned figure and a sunny temperament. Zhou Hongming couldn't help but nodded and praised. Not bad, not bad, Jiang Yang, you did a great job this time, you've made a great contribution. Zhou Hongming doesn't often praise others. The fact that he was praised by him was enough to prove Jiang Yang's excellence. Zhang Jianjun was proud of it and showed the same proud expression as Wang Yuxing in Bright Sword when he seized the spoils. Xiao Jiwei on the side also nodded and said, it's a good seedling. Jiang Yang, are you interested in joining our criminal investigation team? Hearing this, Jiang Yang didn't react yet. Zhang Jianjun's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Jiwei, what do you mean? You've dug up all the people and brought them to me? I'm telling you, Jiang Yang is from our East Street police station. There's no way you're going to get him to join your criminal investigation brigade. To this, Xiao Jiwei didn't care at all. He smiled and said, your words don't count. It still depends on Jiang Yang's opinion. Jiang Yang, the pool at the police station is too shallow to hold you. Come with me to the criminal investigation team. Only in the criminal investigation team can a talent like you shine. and heard Xiao Zhiwei's recruitment, Zhang Yang had to admit that he was a little moved. After all, compared to staying in the police station and doing trivial things, the detective who fights wits and courage with criminals is more exciting. Only, am I really suitable to go now? Zhang Yang is not a person who is too ambitious. After a brief thought, he shook his head and said, Captain Xiao, thank you for your appreciation. It's just that I just came to the East Street police station and am still feeling my way around the grassroots work. It's a bit too early to go to the criminal investigation team now. Chapter 6 King of Melee. Hearing Zhang Yang's words. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun's solemn face suddenly smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. Zhang Yang is a talented person. Zhang Jianjun has already decided in his heart that he will take care of himself in the future. What if this was snatched away by the criminal investigation? I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep for a long time. Fortunately, Zhang Yang refused. Zhang Jianjun liked Zhang Yang even more, after being rejected by Zhang Yang. Zhiwei didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, whether it is Zhou Hongming or Xiao Zhiwei. At this moment, their impression of Zhang Yang was elevated. As a police officer, the most taboo thing is to be complacent and arrogant, and from Zhang Yang's words, they could already see Zhang Yang's character. Be neither arrogant nor impatient, be humble and low-key. Zhang Yang's skills and courage were already admired by the two men. Now it seems that Zhang Yang's character is much better than they thought. It's really a waste of talent like this to keep him in the police station, but since Zhang Yang doesn't want to leave for the time being, Xiao Zhiwei naturally won't force him. It is not without benefits to gain more experience at the bottom level for a period of time. Xiao Zhiwei nodded. That's fine. Since you said so, I won't force you. Whenever you have an idea, you can contact me at any time. The door to criminal investigation is always open to you. Then Zhou Hongming and Xiao Zhiwei took Zhan Masheng back to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. As for the rewards, the process has to be completed before it can be issued to Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Yang were not in a hurry. What belonged to them was theirs anyway, you can't escape. When Zhang Yang returned to his workstation, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Frowny face. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing a thief, reward, 20 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing a thief, reward, 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing a Class A wanted criminal. Reward, 5,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully arresting the thief gang. An additional 2,000 points have been issued. Obviously, the interrogation of the thieves is complete. He has now been taken into custody. Your own system rewards will also be credited to your account. Zhang Yang opened the system panel. Frowny face. Host, Zhang Yang. Age, 23. Strength, 21. Average for ordinary people is 10. Speed, 22. Average is 10. Skill, crime radar /10. Item, healing potion x 3 points. 7,450. Can be used for lottery and radar range upgrade. Look at your system points. Zhang Yang began to think system points are hard earned. Don't underestimate the fact that this time we arrested the criminal gang and obtained a total of 7,450 system points. 7,000 of those points all came from the A-level wanted criminal Zhan Maoxing and the system's extra rewards. The other dozen or so thieves only provided themselves with 450 points. Moreover, if you don't have the Sin Radar and Physical Fitness doubling card rewarded by the system, this time the arrest will not be that easy. Therefore, you must use your money carefully and maximize the use of the points you have worked hard to earn. Zhang Yang took a look at the system's lottery rules. It takes 2,000 points to enter the lottery once. The rewards in the system prize pool are all-encompassing. There are all kinds of skills, props, and equipment. Of course, there are also many useless rewards, such as napkins, matches, rice, etc. full of uncertainty. Think again and again. Zhang Yang still couldn't bear to use all of his 7,000 points for the lottery. Yet if you draw all garbage, it will not be worth it. So in the end, Zhang Yang decided to upgrade his crime radar first. Currently, the scanning range of my radar is 10 meters, and 2,000 points can be used to upgrade the range to 10 meters. Zhang Yang spent 4,000 points in one go and directly upgraded by 20 meters. From now on, any criminal within 30 meters of him will have nowhere to hide. The remaining 2,000 points will be used for the lottery. As Zhang Yang thought about it, the lottery began. A virtual turntable appeared in front of his eyes and began to spin rapidly. After a moment, the turntable stopped, and the system prompt sounded in my mind again. Frowny face. Ding. The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning, King of Melee Combat. Melee King, you will master various melee combat skills and techniques and become the true Melee King. As the system's introduction was completed, a large amount of memories instantly flooded into Jiang Yang's mind, leaving deep impressions in his mind. As if it was born with me. At this moment, Jiang Yang could clearly feel that his whole body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Those fighting skills and techniques seemed to have formed his own muscle memory, and he could use any offensive means with ease. When he was still in school, Jiang Yang's fighting performance was among the best in the grade, but now that he has obtained various combat skills and techniques rewarded by the system, Jiang Yang feels that he is just a newbie. My current self is enough to beat 20 of my previous selves, combined with the physical fitness doubling card I got before. I am now afraid that even if those world-class fighting champions come to me, they may not be able to get any benefits from me. Time flies. 9 p.m. In front of Dongjie Police Station, dozens of police officers gathered, with 4 police cars and 2 17-seater vans with their lights flashing. Zhang Jianjun stood at the front of the team, announced tonight's mission with great authority. Our Dongjie Police Station received a report from the public that there was a prostitution den on the 6th floor of the Qijia Hotel. Our mission tonight is to destroy this den and catch all the criminals in one fell swoop. Criminals involved in prostitution and trafficking aren't very dangerous, but they are incredibly cunning. Everyone, keep your eyes open and don't let any criminal go. Do you understand? Clear. The police officers present responded in unison. Then, following Zhang Jianjun's greeting, everyone got on the bus at once. Because Jiang Yang was valued by Zhang Jianjun, he would follow Zhang Jianjun to carry out tasks in the future, and the two became master and apprentice. Therefore, Jiang Yang was able to follow Zhang Jianjun and get into one of the few police cars in the police station. Driving at the front of the team and the car, Zhang Jianjun looked at Jiang Yang in the back seat with interest. He smiled and said, Jiang Yang, tonight is your first mission since joining the company. Are you nervous? Jiang Yang shook his head and said, Master, I'm fine. I'm not nervous. However, although that's what I said, but Zhang Jianjun saw that Jiang Yang looked a little disappointed, unavoidably surprised. Then why do you look so expressionless? It's not nervousness. Could it be that something happened? Tell the master about it? Chapter 7 Anti-Pornography Operation. Jiang Yang sighed. I didn't want to say it, but I also feel suffocated and need to vent. So I told Zhang Jianjun the reason. Today is Jiang Yang's first day at work. After completing the onboarding procedures in the morning, there was nothing to do in the afternoon. Therefore, Jiang Yang decided to go to her house to meet his future mother-in-law. According to the agreement with his girlfriend, the two have been together for 2 years. I can't say how long this time is, but their relationship has always been good. I thought that this time when I went to her house, I would be liked by her parents. Unexpectedly, he was kicked out. The reason was that she looked down on the police and thought Jiang Yang earned too little a month and could not afford the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. No matter how Jiang Yang tries, he will definitely work hard. But my girlfriend's mother didn't care, and what she said became more and more unpleasant. Actually, not being liked by my girlfriend's parents, this was also what Jiang Yang had expected before meeting his parents. So I was able to keep a relatively stable mentality at that time. What really broke Jiang Yang's defense was that his girlfriend actually stood next to her parents this time. The vows we once made to each other and the joys and sorrows we once shared. It collapsed in an instant with just a few words from her parents. Jiang Yang felt deeply ironic after listening to Jiang Yang's story. Zhang Jianjun asked curiously, do you regret becoming a police officer now? Jiang Yang glanced at him, shook his head and said, no regrets. Oh? Zhang Jianjun continued to ask, why? Your girlfriend broke up with you because you're a police officer and your salary is too low. Don't you regret it? Jiang Yang said solemnly, I don't think there's anything wrong with being a people's police officer. Being separated from me is her problem. The reason I'm sad is simply because we were together for 2 years, and I'm a little reluctant to let go. It will be fine after a while. After listening to Jiang Yang's answer, Zhang Jianjun suddenly laughed out loud. Patting Jiang Yang's shoulder, he said admiringly, you are worthy of being my disciple, Zhang Jianjun. Jiang Yang, you are great. You don't have to be too sad, because you're right. There's nothing wrong with being a police officer. We have a clear conscience. If you lose your girlfriend, find another one. I, your master, went through what you are going through now. Look, am I not living a good life now? Your current wife is beautiful and virtuous. I'm glad my girlfriend broke up with me. After listening to Zhang Jianjun's comfort, Jiang Yang's mood was indeed much better. This time, the police car had arrived at the entrance of Qijia Hotel. Okay, we're here now. Let's get ourselves together and start moving. Finished. Zhang Jianjun opened the car door first and rushed into the Qijiao Hotel. Zhang Yang followed closely behind. Just entered Qijiao Hotel. I saw the two receptionists in the lobby, looked panicked and subconsciously wanted to pick up the intercom. It's obvious that he wants to tip off the news. Fortunately, Zhang Jianjun already has rich experience in this area. Police are investigating a case, no one should move. Put down the walkie-talkie immediately, lay down. Zhang Jianjun was following the procedure verbally, but his body moved almost the moment the two receptionists took action, rushed over at the same time. The two people were controlled immediately. A man who had just walked out of the elevator saw this scene. With a look of fear on his face, he subconsciously wanted to turn around and run. Zhang Yang was quick-witted and quick-handed. He took a step forward and kicked the man to the ground, then he smoothly pushed him to the ground and handcuffed him. "You, what are you doing? Let me go. The police are beating people. The police are beating people." However, looking at the information displayed on the crime radar, Zhang Yang smiled coldly. Zheng Hongwen, male, 34 years old, has been working as a pimp for 2 years and has completed over 4,000 orders. Listening to Zhang Yang report all his information, Zheng Hongwen thought he had been thoroughly investigated, and he showed despair on the spot and gave up struggling. "Officer, if I confess everything later, will that count as surrendering myself?" Zhang Yang didn't answer. After all, the trial work is not his responsibility. After Zhang Hongwen was taken over by his colleagues, Zhang Yang followed Zhang Jianjun and others into the elevator, heading towards the 6th floor of the hotel. In the elevator, Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but praise Zhang Yang. "You did a great job just now. Be careful when you go upstairs later. After all, even a rabbit will bite when it's anxious. There's no guarantee these clients and prostitutes won't put up a fierce resistance when they're caught." "I know, master." Zhang Yang nodded. "Let me take the lead later." Looking at the crime radar in front of me, there were dozens of red dots flashing. The mood has begun to get excited. These are all points. Zhang Jianjun and other colleagues had no objection to this fight. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 6th floor of the hotel. Just out of the elevator door, the few of them met a man and a woman. The man was tall and strong, dressed in a suit, and the woman was charming and seductive, wearing revealing clothes. After seeing the police uniforms on Zhang Yang and others, their faces suddenly changed. There was no time to speak. The man turned and ran. Judging from this reaction, there must be something fishy. "Stop. The police are investigating. Stop and cooperate immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." While speaking, Zhang Yang has caught up with the other party. Never thought. Just at the moment Zhang Yang came in front of him, a cold light flickered in the dim corridor. "Careful." Zhang Jianjun and others immediately saw that the cold light was a dagger flashing with cold light. They were terrified. No one expected that they would encounter such a ruthless character. Just as the anti-pornography operation began, several people subconsciously reminded him that I was afraid that Zhang Yang would get injured. However, Zhang Yang's reaction speed exceeded all of their expectations. Just at the moment when the other party took out the dagger, he took the initiative to grab the other person's wrist and twisted it. With a strength twice that of an ordinary person, he instantly broke his arm, without waiting for him to scream. Then came another hug and throw. A bang sound was heard, and just listening to it made people feel a tearing pain in their back. The gangster lost the ability to resist after being thrown to the ground by Zhang Yang. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. "Fuck. Awesome. Well done, Zhang Yang. So handsome." Everyone has heard that Zhang Yang fought against a gang of 14 car thieves on his first day of duty today. At the time, many people thought that there might be some exaggeration in it. It was not until I saw it with my own eyes that I realized that Zhang Yang's skills were truly extraordinary. Nothing else to say. This guy is as strong as a bull and weighs at least 180 pounds. Zhang Yang could break his arm with one hand and throw him to the ground. The power Zhang Yang possesses exceeds that of most of them. Even Zhang Jianjun was stunned at this moment. With Zhang Yang's skills, even as his master, he might not be able to gain any advantage. "Master, brothers and sisters, please stop standing there and come and help." Being reminded by Zhang Yang, Zhang Jianjun was the first to react. Hurry forward, cooperated with Zhang Yang to torture the man. "Zhang Yang, well done." Zhang Jianjun praised generously. Zhang Yang scratched his head shyly. The successful arrest this time was thanks to the timely alert issued by Crime Radar. Frownyface name, Lu Hai, male, 29 years old, wanted by police as a fugitive. If I hadn't seen the Crime Radar indicating that this guy was a fugitive wanted by the police, I won't keep a single eye on it. If I hadn't been careful, I might have been stabbed just now. Chapter 8, Kicking Mother-in-Law. After finishing the bangs, Zhang Jianjun said in a deep voice, "This time, we must have alerted the enemy. We must speed up and arrest them all before they put on their clothes and destroy the evidence. Everyone heard this, they all nodded intently. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wang, you two take a team to check the room in front. A's, Xiaomei, go to the back. As Zhang Jianjun gave the order, everyone got wind of the news. They all went to different rooms. Unfortunately, there are so many rooms in the entire Qijia Hotel that no one knows which room is carrying out illegal activities. Therefore, we can only search one by one. On the other hand, Zhang Yang walked directly to the door of one of the rooms. With the help of the crime radar, Zhang Yang was able to determine that someone was doing something shameful in this room at this moment, and not two people, but four. I have to say, it was quite fun. If there are 4 people, it not only involves prostitution, but also group fornication. Group fornication is a criminal offense, which is much more serious than prostitution. Now, Zhang Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense. Bang! He kicked the door open and rushed in. As Zhang Yang rushed in, terrifying explosions were immediately heard in the room. Don't move! The police are investigating. Your actions are suspected of being illegal and criminal. I advise you to stop, huh? Looking at the 2 men and 2 women in the room, they were frightened and panicking, searching for clothes everywhere. Zhang Yang originally wanted to go through the normal process, but unexpectedly, I saw a familiar figure in the room. So much so that Zhang Yang stopped talking abruptly. And Liang? I have to say, this world is really small. I just met my girlfriend's mother in the afternoon, and I met her here again. Liang Huiqin put on her clothes in a hurry, but suddenly I heard a familiar voice. The moment I looked back, I was stunned. Zhang Yan? Why are you here? What do you want? After recognizing Zhang Yang, Liang Huiqin immediately revealed her sarcastic face from the daytime, staring at Zhang Yang fiercely and questioning him. Zhang Yang glanced at his police uniform and replied, "And Liang, it's not what I want to do. I'm just participating in the anti-pornography operation at the station tonight. And you are suspected of soliciting prostitution and engaging in group fornication. I will arrest you according to the law." Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Liang Huiqin finally realized that Zhang Yang was no longer the pretty boy whom she could ridicule at will during the day, but he is a police officer from the police station. If I don't handle it well, I will really have to go to jail. Going in is secondary. The key is that I went in because of this kind of thing. The consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Liang Huiqin began to panic. His tone softened as he pleaded, Xiaoyan, what Aunt Liang said today was a bit too much. Don't take it to heart. Actually, your Aunt Liang has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She's doing this for Xiaoshua's own good. You should know that. Zhang Yang nodded without comment. After driving away this useless guy, he turned around and said that he would introduce a tall, rich and handsome man to Lin Shuer, who can say that she is not a good mother to her daughter. Liang Huiqin immediately smiled and continued, "It would be best if you could understand my good intentions, and can you let me go now?" Zhang Yang shook his head and "Oh. You are suspected of soliciting prostitution and engaging in group fornication. I have to arrest you." While speaking, Zhang Yang also took out the handcuffs from his waist. Seeing this, Liang Huiqin was anxious. She gnashed her teeth and looked resentful. "Zhang Yang, you're clearly here to seek revenge. Because I won't let Xiaoshua be with you. So you're going to take me away?" Zhang Yang smiled, then he answered with a resolute look, "Aunt Liang, you think too much. If you haven't broken the law, there's no way I could catch you. But you broke the law. Not to mention that you are now a criminal suspect. Even if you were my mother-in-law, I would still arrest you. I hope you won't say anything more, and won't resist. Just come back with me obediently." Zhang Yang stepped forward with handcuffs. Liang Huiqin was about to be handcuffed, but Liang Huiqin exploded at this moment, her fangs and claws bared. Like a madman, I don't. Zhang Yang, you're just taking revenge on me for not agreeing with you and Xiaoshua being together. So you want to ruin my reputation. You hypocrite. You villain. I'm going to fight you. Roaring and shouting, Liang Huiqin also scratched Zhang Yang's face with her sharp nails. Seeing this, Zhang Yang frowned and warned, "Aunt Liang, I advise you not to do anything rash. This is my first warning. You are now suspected of assaulting a police officer. If you don't stop, I can take coercive measures. Second warning. Third warning." The 3 warnings were ineffective, so Jiang Yang stopped talking nonsense. The next second, Liang Huiqin was speechless. Then Jiang Yang turned Liang Huiqin's body over, grabbed her hands and handcuffed her. The whole set of actions was smooth and there was no hesitation at all. After doing all this, Liang Huiqin looked as pale as death. She knew she was finished. The thought that once I go in, I will be ruined and even my family will be broken up. She was extremely desperate. She looked at her companions in the room and yelled frantically, "What are you doing? What are you all standing there for? Do you all want to get caught? We're all doomed if we go in. Let's fight him." Liang Huiqin also wanted to instigate her companions to fight to the death. However, they were caught doing this by the police. They were already feeling guilty, and after seeing the power of Jiang Yang's kick just now, they became even more frightened. How could he possibly have the courage to fight Jiang Yang to the death? The final result, naturally, everyone in the room was arrested. That's not all. Relying on the crime radar, Jiang Yang acted decisively and caught every criminal, whether they are men and women who are committing crimes, men and women who are about to start, or men and women who have already finished. Without exception, all of them were arrested by Jiang Yang. Just as Jiang Yang followed the crime radar and reached the end of the corridor, my eyelids twitched. Suddenly, red spots appeared on his crime radar, crowded. A quick glance revealed that there were no fewer than 100 of them. Chapter 9 Silver Party. Jiang Yang was confused. I'm really confused. I even suspected that my sin radar was broken. Why does the crime radar still show that there are criminals ahead even though I have already reached the end of the corridor, and there are at least hundreds of them? But soon Jiang Yang realized it. Maybe it's not that the crime radar is broken, but that there is something hidden behind the wall in front of me. As expected, the next second, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Frowny face. Ding. Multiple criminal members detected. Host, please arrest them all. Successful arrests will earn you an additional 2,000 points. The system's prompt sound immediately made Jiang Yang confirm, behind this wall, there are still unknown secrets hidden. Master. Senior brothers and sisters. At this time, the entire 6th floor of the Qijia Hotel had been cleared. All those suspected of prostitution were arrested. Zhang Jianjun and others, who were supposed to go home, suddenly heard Jiang Yang's call. So he hurried over and came to Jiang Yang's side, looking at Jiang Yang, who was constantly tapping on the wall. Zhang Jianjun and others looked puzzled at Jiang Yang. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this wall? Jiang Yang glanced at Zhang Jianjun and the others, and replied solemnly, there's something behind this wall. Hearing this, Zhang Jianjun and others looked at each other in surprise. Then everyone's eyes turned to the wall in front of them. Some people began knocking on the wall, some felt around the wall, and some listened intently, but no matter what they did, they found nothing unusual. He looked at Jiang Yang in surprise. Jiang Yang, no problem. Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with that. Why do you think there's something behind this wall? Do you have any basis for that? Naturally, Jiang Yang couldn't admit that he discovered the problem by relying on the crime radar, but I didn't have any evidence. I'm too lazy to explain. Take a step back. Then he kicked out suddenly. Bang! Jiang Yang used almost all his strength in this kick. The force, which was twice that of an ordinary person, caused the entire wall to tremble. This startled Zhang Jianjun and the others, but Jiang Yang did not stop there. Seeing that the wall didn't move at all, he kicked it again, then the second leg, the third leg. Jiang Yang kicked the wall one after another, and the amazing force caused the wall to break into pieces visibly with the naked eye. After counting the steps again, the entire wall collapsed after being kicked by Jiang Yang. Suddenly, the sound of crumbling walls came along with the noise and deafening DJ music. Zhang Jianjun and others looked ahead in astonishment. Suddenly they all froze in place. Behind the wall was a huge club hall. There was smoke inside, colorful lights were shaking, and the blaring music was deafening. In the middle of the dance floor, scantily clad men and women were twisting their bodies wildly. In the dark corner, on the sofa, and on the table, someone was doing something shameful. This is like a huge silver party scene. This second, whether it was Zhang Jianjun or everyone else, they were all stunned. They never imagined that behind this wall, there was such a corrupt and disgusting place hidden. Damn it! Catch him! Catch them all! Zhang Jianjun gave an order. Jiang Yang and others rushed in immediately. At the beginning, the men and women in the dance floor didn't understand what was going on. It was not until Jiang Yang and others introduced themselves and knocked down one of the drunk men who came forward to provoke them. Everyone reacted. Police! It's the police! Damn it! How did the police find this place? Run! For a moment, everyone in the club was terrified and fled in panic, shouting. It seemed that someone was about to escape through the secret door of the club. Jiang Yang was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and caught up. Stop! Stop right there. Don't obey? You're looking for death. Almost in an instant, Zhang Yang grabbed the shoulder of the person who was trying to escape in front. He swung his hand violently and pinned the man to the ground. After intimidating these people, Zhang Yang directly blocked the exit to prevent them from escaping. Some people knew that if they were caught today, the consequences would be terrible, so they gritted their teeth and wanted to fight Zhang Yang to the death in order to carve out a bloody path. However, he possesses twice the physical strength and various combat skills that make him the king of melee combat. In Zhang Yang's eyes, these people's so-called desperate efforts were just like children playing house. His fists were weak and his movements were as slow as a snail. In a matter of seconds, those guys who tried to fight Zhang Yang to the death were all completely subdued by Zhang Yang. This time, the police downstairs also received the order and rushed over. With the concerted cooperation of everyone, not long after, all the people involved in the case, totaling more than 200 people in the entire club hall, were arrested. Because there are so many people. So we had to borrow police officers and police cars from other nearby police stations. 11:30 p.m. The entrance of Chijiao Hotel was as bright as day. Hundreds of people involved in the case were taken one after another into police cars with flashing lights. The three directors of Sungqian Police Station, Hongshan Police Station and Xi'an Police Station came to Zhang Jianjun one after another. The three of them looked strange and couldn't help asking, Lao Zhang, what on earth is going on? That's right. They just called us and asked us to bring all the police cars over without even telling us what the situation was. What on earth did all these people do wrong? Zhang Jianjun said cheerfully, we received a tip-off from the public that there was a prostitution ring on the 6th floor of the Chijiao Hotel, so we organized an anti-prostitution operation. Guess what happened? After the crackdown on prostitution, a new police officer from our station discovered a hidden club that was running a brothel. These are all criminals suspected of prostitution and group fornication. After listening to Zhang Jianjun's answer, all three directors were envious. If it is just a simple crackdown on pornography, then there is really nothing wrong with it. After all, their police station would conduct anti-pornography operations from time to time, and they would always gain something every time. But things like Silver Party are different. And it was a party involving hundreds of people. If this kind of thing were reported, it could even become a hot topic. On the other hand, Zhang Jianjun's police officers from the Dongjie police station played an indispensable role in destroying such a large and hidden place suspected of being a gathering for fornication. Zhang Jianjun is awesome. Yesterday at the city meeting, you were singled out for criticism. I didn't expect you to achieve such a great result today. I heard everything. This morning, your police station arrested a gang of thieves and a Class A wanted criminal, Zhang Maosheng. Last night, they arrested so many more people. Wait, you just said that it was a newcomer from your police station who discovered this hidden club? I remember that the person who arrested Zhang Maosheng this morning was also a newcomer, right? Could these two be the same person? Chapter 10, Vicious Reward. Zhang Jianjun nodded without comment. That's right. It's him. Jian Yang. The three directors were immediately envious. Wow. A new guy caught a whole gang of thieves and a Class A wanted criminal in one day, and even busted a huge crime scene at night. Zhang Jianjun, you old man have found a treasure. Where is this guy named Jiang Yang? Let's see it. The three directors couldn't wait to see this newcomer named Jiang Yang. Is he supernatural or what? On his first day at work, he's already accomplished such a great feat. However, Zhang Jianjun obviously had the experience of being robbed by Xiao Jiwei. So no matter what they say, Zhang Jianjun just refused to introduce Jiang Yang to them. This made the three directors hate Zhang Jianjun so much, but Zhang Jianjun didn't care at all. Instead, he once again showed the same signature smile as Wang Yuxing and Bright Sword, watching one person involved in the case after another being sent into the police car and taken away. I also started thinking about how to find Zhou Hongming to take credit tomorrow. Action tonight. I was busy until after 2 a.m. considering everyone's hard work. Zhang Jianjun even paid for a midnight snack for his colleagues at the police station out of his own pocket, although it was just the simplest noodles and wontons. Everyone enjoyed it very much. It's not just because I'm hungry. It's also because the harvest tonight is so huge, a large silver party with more than 200 people. If we report this, we might even be awarded a third-class collective merit. The police station usually deals with a lot of trivial matters, and it is rare to see a major case. How many of you here have worked diligently in the police station for several years or even more than 10 years, but may not have received any reward, and now, we have the opportunity to win a third-class collective merit? Who wouldn't be excited? Certainly everyone knows that this time we can achieve such results thanks to Jiang Yang. If it weren't for Jiang Yang, they would never have discovered the secret behind the wall. So everyone drank soup instead of wine, and I don't know how many cups they toasted to Jiang Yang. As a result, Jiang Yang didn't eat much that night, but instead drank soup until his intestines were full. After the show, Jiang Yang went straight back home, just closed the door. A series of system prompts sounded in my mind. Frowny face. Ding. Congratulations to the host for arresting 15 prostitutes, and you will be rewarded with 300 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for arresting 13 prostitutes. 260 points reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for arresting 265 criminals, and reward, 11,666 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully arresting multiple criminals. An additional 2,000 points have been issued. A series of system prompt sounds rang out. Jiang Yang couldn't help but tremble, and a light of joy appeared in his eyes. This anti-pornography operation earned tens of thousands of system points, adding the remaining 450 points. My points have now reached 14,226 points. With so many points, I can draw the lottery 7 times. But Jiang Yang was not arrogant. Again, the uncertainty of the lottery is still too great. Just to be on the safe side, Jiang Yang decided to spend 6,000 points to upgrade the detection range of the crime radar. As Jiang Yang thought about it, the detection range of the evil radar was upgraded from the original 30 meters to 60 meters. The crime radar played an indispensable role in my ability to arrest so many criminals today. After the upgrade, my efficiency in catching criminals will be improved again. After the upgrade is completed, there are more than 8,000 system points left. Jiang Yang invested all his energy in the lottery. Suddenly, the familiar lottery wheel appeared before his eyes again. Ding. The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Strength +1. Ding. The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Speed +2. Ding. The lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. A bottle of Laogan Ma. Ding. The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Fist of Sin. Sinful Fist increases the pain and deterrent effect of the blows to criminals by 300%, and also has a refreshing effect, preventing criminals from fainting during the beating. The moment the system prompt sound fell, Jiang Yang only felt that there were some slight changes in his body. That is the subtle change. After adding 1 point of strength and 2 points of speed to the body, Jiang Yang was quite satisfied with the prizes he won from this lottery, except for the bottle of Laogan Ma, not to mention strength and speed. My own strength is gradually improved by relying on these 2 attributes. And this time the lottery. I drew a new skill, Fist of Sin. After reading the introduction of Fist of Sin, Jiang Yang couldn't help but sigh. What a vicious and evil fist. It is well known that when a person suffers more pain than he or she can bear, the brain will force him or her into a coma. This is to relieve the pain in the body. This evil fist not only increases the pain of the blow by 300%, but also has the effect of refreshing the mind, making the more you fight, the more energetic you become. One can imagine how miserable the criminals would be under the punch of the Fist of Sin. You can't beat them, and you can't run away either, and now even fainting has become a dream. This is indeed the skill that a tough police officer should have, but since they are criminals, no matter what, they deserve it, hence the reward of this Fist of Sin. Jiang Yang was still very satisfied. After the lottery was over and he took a shower, Jiang Yang happily lay down on the bed. I slept until dawn. Early the next morning, Jiang Yang woke up before the alarm clock rang. All the fatigue from yesterday had disappeared, and he felt refreshed and energetic. It seems that the benefits of the doubled physical fitness card brought to me are not only the increase in strength and speed, but also the doubling of my body's recovery ability. Jiang Yang came to this conclusion. Then he got up, washed, and rode out on his donkey. When Jiang Yang arrived at the stall where he bought breakfast yesterday, he suddenly saw a group of people gathered not far ahead. I walked over curiously and found that 2 people were arguing. Passers-by said that the 2 had an argument because one of them spilled the soy milk he had just bought on the other. This made Jiang Yang feel quite helpless. This was just a small matter. He had made a mistake accidentally and it was okay to just apologize, but some people make a big deal out of such a small matter. Seeing the 2 people arguing more and more fiercely, Jiang Yang knew that he couldn't just stand by and watch. So he took the initiative to stop it. All right, stop arguing. You're already a grown-up, don't make a mistake over such a small matter. Let's all go However, N01 listened to Jiang Yang's words. One of them was a man wearing glasses and looked like a programmer. Seeing that Jiang Yang was so young, he looked at him with disdain. Chapter 11. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. Who the hell are you? What do you want here? And you, kid, if you don't give me an explanation today, this matter will not end. The fat man on the other side taunted. It's never over. Who's afraid of you? If you don't agree, let's fight. For a moment, both of them were furious and started pushing each other across Jiang Yang. You bastard, I think you haven't experienced the beatings of society. I think you're about to get a good beating. Okay. Then let's practice. Just practice, practice. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, you won't know the value of winning the 7th Rongqing Children's Taekwondo Championship. The two of them were getting more and more angry as they talked, and were about to fight. Passers-by around quickly stepped aside. Some were ready to call 110 to report the incident, but some were gloating and some took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Seeing that he could no longer persuade her, Jiang Yang simply reached into his pocket. The next second, he took out a black notebook and placed it in front of the two of them. But he shouted angrily, I told you to stop arguing, are you all deaf? The programmer wearing glasses saw that Jiang Yang, who looked like a recent college graduate, actually dared to yell at them. He became more and more angry, so he decided to teach Jiang Yang a lesson first. However, when he looked at Jiang Yang, seeing that black police ID under the sunlight was so dazzling, the programmer who was so aggressive just a second ago suddenly lost his composure as if a bucket of water had been poured on him. Police, Uncle Police. After learning about Jiang Yang's identity as a policeman, not only the programmer, but the fat man on the other side also shrank his neck and backed down. After all, fighting is fighting, and it's okay to leave after the fight, but if you fight in front of the police, the nature of the fight is hard to say, you might even end up in jail. Jiang Yang glared and said, keep arguing. Keep arguing. Why don't you stop? The programmer said with a smile, no way. Uncle Policeman, you are joking. The fat man also echoed, yes, yes. We were just joking. Look at what a fuss this has caused. We even bothered you to take action. It's really true. Jiang Yang continued to ask, didn't you guys still need to practice just now? The programmer quickly defended himself, no, no. The fat man also said, when we say practice, we mean to exercise together, not to fight at all. Right now, the two of them smiled apologetically. Their attitudes completely changed 180 degrees from before. It made the crowd around laugh. I'm dying of laughter. Those two people who were so aggressive just now are now so cowardly. Don't tell me, if it were you, you wouldn't dare to be violent in front of the police. Yeah. If you fight in front of the police, you'll really go to jail. Is this probably the fastest police response in history? Yeah. Ha ha ha. I thought a fight was really going to break out. I didn't expect it to end like this. That's good too. This policeman saved two families. Police officer, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be alienated. To be honest, the policeman looked really handsome when he took out his ID. After Jiang Yang revealed his identity as a police officer, the smell of gunpowder in the air dissipated instantly, and the scene even had a sense of déjà vu of a comedy. Looking at the two people who had completely lost their previous momentum, Jiang Yang was helpless, and scolded with a cold face, disperse. Just 2 words, no extra nonsense, but neither of them dared to disobey. Even after they left, they still had friendly smiles on their faces, and this farce was settled with the appearance of Jiang Yang. TSK. I thought we were going to fight. How boring. Passers-by dispersed and Jiang Yang returned to the breakfast stall to buy breakfast. Suddenly, a discordant voice came to my ears. Jiang Yang turned his head and looked at the tall and thin man who was speaking for a second. The next second, Jiang Yang shot out like a spring. Suddenly he gave him an over-the-shoulder throw. Name, Yang Wei, male, 28 years old, 48 thefts, 3 criminal records, 103,300 yuan involved, just completed 12 thefts, Wei and Ma. After being thrown to the ground by Jiang Yang, the tall and thin man named Yang Wei subconsciously started cursing. The police are beating people. The police are beating people. Help! But Jiang Yang slapped her in the face, making her face red and swollen. This scene naturally, it was also seen by passers-by around. Everyone was shocked. How could the policeman who had just been upholding justice become so violent now? but the next second a girl saw the phone falling from Yang Wei and screamed a cell phone. "That's my phone. Why is my phone with him?" Zhang Yang pressed Yang Wei to the ground and handcuffed him. "We just caught a dozen thieves here yesterday, and you dare to steal in front of me today? I'm afraid you don't know the value of the championship in the 7th Rongqing Children's Taekwondo competition." It wasn't just the girl's cell phone. As Zhang Yang opened Yang Wei's shoulder bag, cell phones of various models fell to the ground. Many passers-by found their mobile phones inside. For a moment, everyone was shocked. At the same time, they also realized that the tall and thin man was actually a thief who took advantage of the chaos to steal from them all. If it weren't for Zhang Yang, they might have lost their phones. Oh shit. He's a thief. Damn it. He almost stole my new phone. Luckily, a police officer intervened in time. Damn it. I just thought the policeman was beating someone up just because he said something unpleasant. Turns out he was catching a thief. This damn thief deserves to die. He was trying to turn the tables and accuse the police officer of beating people up. People like this deserve to be beaten to death. Everyone was indignant. Yang Wei regretted it and wanted to slap himself. I had just stolen the phone and walked away. Why did you have to say that? If I hadn't said anything, the policeman wouldn't have noticed me, and if he hadn't noticed me, I wouldn't have been arrested. At this moment, Yang Wei regretted it deeply. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world, and only legal sanctions await him. Not far away, the programmer and the fat man who had just had a conflict witnessed the entire process of Zhang Yang catching the thief. The two of them shrank their necks at the same time. I'm so thankful that they didn't actually fight just now, otherwise, even if Zhang Yang was not a policeman, his skills would be enough to give them a hard time. Chapter 12. It's really amazing. When Zhang Yang returned to Dongjie Police Station, Zhang Jianjun is on the phone. "Hey, Chief Zhou. Our East Street Police Station needs another police car, making 3 in total." Zhou Hongming, the director of the Municipal Bureau, heard this on the other end of the phone. I was immediately amused. "Zhang Jianjun, you are really thick-skinned. There are only 5 new police cars in total. I've already given you 2. Don't push your luck. If you want more, talk to me with your grades." Zhang Jianjun looked very proud, crossed his legs and said, "Achievements? Our East Street Police Station arrested over 40 people suspected of prostitution last night, and also busted a large-scale brothel in progress involving over 200 people. And among these more than 200 people, 12 were suspected of drug abuse. Let me ask you, is this score good enough for me to ask you for another police car?" Hear what Zhang Jianjun said. Zhou Hongming was obviously stunned for a moment. What? A party with over 200 people? And some people are taking drugs? How did you catch him? Tell me what happened last night. He knew that the Dongjie police station organized an anti-pornography operation yesterday, but he just thought it was a simple anti-prostitution operation, and at most they would arrest a few prostitutes, but I didn't expect that there would be extra gains. A large silver party with more than 200 people, this is outrageous. You should know that although prostitution is illegal, it is not a criminal act. Generally, even if you are caught, you will only be punished according to the Public Security Administrative Penalty Law, but group fornication is different. It is a criminal offense and you will go to jail. Moreover, this time, there are more than 200 people involved in the case, including 12 suspected drug users. Zhou Hongming didn't even dare to imagine that scene, and then Zhang Jianjun also recounted to Zhou Hongming the entire course of events last night, detail by detail, after listening to Zhang Jianjun's story. Zhou Hongming on the other end of the phone couldn't help but smack his lips. Good guy, Zhang Yang. It's Zhang Yang again. This kid is amazing. He can clear up such a big commotion just by clearing out pornography. Zhang Jianjun, you're so lucky that you got a talent like Zhang Yang. The other police stations must be envious these past few days. What Zhang Jianjun didn't expect was Xiao Jiwei, captain of the City Bureau's criminal investigation team, was also beside Zhou Hongming at this time. After listening to Zhang Jianjun's entire narration, I couldn't help but speak. Damn, Zhang Jianjun, Zhang Yang is a talent. Don't bother me, you bastard. Hurry and send Zhang Yang to my criminal police team. I'm going to starve him to death. Zhang Jianjun cursed as soon as he heard it. Get out, get out, get out. Don't even think about it. Until Zhang Yang voluntarily leaves our police station, I will never send him away even if I die. Director Zhou, is it okay with what I just said about needing another police car? Zhou Hongming is not a stingy person. As long as his subordinates achieve results, he will give them what they deserve. He immediately replied, okay. 3 is 3. I'll have someone take them back to your station later. Also, write a nicer report. You did a great job. I'll try to get your institute a third-class collective merit. Vocal. Hearing Zhou Hongming's words, Zhang Jianjun was so excited that he almost jumped up. Thank you, Director Zhou. Director Zhou is awesome. I promise to write you a report today that will shock the world and make ghosts cry. Ha 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 ha. Third-class collective merit. I vaguely remember that the last time the Institute received this award was 7 or 8 years ago. They didn't expect that Zhang Yang would bring them such a big surprise as soon as he arrived. Just like Director Zhou said, I am really lucky. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hongming and Xiao Jiwei looked at each other for a long time, both feeling incredible. Isn't Zhang Yang's business ability too strong? Yesterday was just his first day at work, right? He'd already apprehended over a dozen thieves and a Class A wanted criminal before he even started. That night, during a simple anti-prostitution operation, he discovered a large-scale brothel with 200 people. It was truly amazing. Jiwei, you know I rarely acknowledge others' excellence. But this Zhang Yang, I really have to admit that he is amazing. Xiao Jiwei nodded without comment. Indeed, Zhang Yang's excellence is unquestionable, but Director Zhou, a place like the police station is still too small after all. It's really a waste of talent to let Zhang Yang stay there and always deal with trivial matters. Xiao Jiwei said in consultation with Director Zhou, can you find an opportunity to transfer him to our criminal police team? Zhou Hongming laughed and said, Xiao Jiwei, I knew you were holding back. If Zhang Jianjun hears you saying this, he will definitely fight you to the death. Now Zhang Yang is held in his hands like a treasure, and you still want to snatch her from him? Xiao Jiwei said, but I'm telling the truth. A talented person like him isn't suitable for working in a grassroots unit like that. The criminal investigation team is the only place where he can shine. Especially recently, our criminal police team has been under so much pressure. 1023 kidnapping case, 1101 falling case, 1107 homicide case. If Zhang Yang could be transferred to our criminal police team, it would relieve a lot of our pressure. Zhou Hongming shook his head, feeling both amused and helpless. It can be seen that Xiao Jiwei has been under a lot of pressure recently, and he has even placed his hopes of solving the case on a newcomer. Okay, let's talk about this later. It would be good to let Zhang Yang gain more experience at the bottom level for a while, not to mention, I always have a hunch. This kid Zhang Yang can bring us unexpected surprises even in the police station. As soon as Zhou Hongming finished speaking, the phone on his desk rang again. When he picked it up and took a look, surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. Xiao Jiwei was puzzled and couldn't help asking, what's wrong, Director Zhou? Who's calling? Zhou Hongming said with a helpless smile, it's that old guy Zhang Jianjun again. I wonder why he called again. In doubt, Zhou Hongming answered the phone directly. At the next second, Zhou Hongming's face suddenly froze, then he stood up from his seat with a whoosh, asked in horror, what? Are you telling the truth? Zhang Jianjun, this is no joke, and you shouldn't joke with me either. Okay, I got it. I'll take someone there right now. Chapter 13. Another achievement. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hongming immediately called Xiao Jiwei and said, let's go, get a team together and go to the East Street police station. Seeing this, Xiao Jiwei also decisively took out his mobile phone and notified everyone. On the way to Dongjie police station, Xiao Jiwei finally got the chance and couldn't help asking, Director Zhou, what exactly happened? What did Zhang Jianjun say on the phone that made you rush to the East Street police station? Zhou Hongming smiled and said, what did I just say? Even if Zhang Yang is in the police station, he can still bring us unexpected surprises. And this time, it's a big surprise. Looking at Zhou Jiwei's puzzled expression, Zhou Hongming continued, that guy caught another thief on his way to work this morning. Guess what happened? Xiao Jiwei shook his head in confusion. Just a thief. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't think of any surprise. Zhou Hongming did not keep the secret too long and said frankly, hasn't your criminal police team been dealing with the kidnapping case 1023, the falling case 1101, and the homicide case 1107 recently? The thief Zhang Yang caught provided important clues. What? Xiao Jiwei was shocked when he heard this. How is this possible? What clues can a thief provide? And it's a major clue? And this matter. Let's go back 10 minutes ago. At the East Street Police Station 10 minutes ago, Zhang Jianjun just hung up the phone with Zhou Hongming. The whole person was excited. After all, with this one phone call, he secured an extra police car for his police station and also won a third-class collective merit. This is a great honor for their small police station. Just when Zhang Jianjun was overjoyed, he learned that Zhang Yang had caught another thief who stole a mobile phone in the morning. So Zhang Jianjun suddenly had an idea and decided to let Zhang Yang interrogate the case personally, which could also be considered as training Zhang Yang's abilities. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. Inside the interrogation room, Yang Wei was terrified when he learned that the amount of money he had stolen this time was huge and that he had committed the crime multiple times, so he might face a 10-year sentence. So he quickly asked Zhang Yang, "Oh officer, if I can report someone for committing a crime, can I get a reduced sentence?" Zhang Yang didn't think much and said, "If your report is true and has great case value, your sentence will definitely be reduced." After receiving the affirmation, Yang Wei no longer concealed his shortcomings and said frankly, "Then I want to report it. I want to report someone who has killed someone. And he has killed many people. And I have evidence." At Yang Wei's request, Zhang Yang took back the latest model of Apple phone that was confiscated from him. After skillfully entering the password and opening it, he found an extremely bloody murder video inside. After comparison, the police from Dongjie police station quickly discovered it. The video footage in the mobile phone is exactly the murder scene of the 1023 kidnapping case, 1101 falling case, and 1107 homicide case that have caused a lot of controversy recently. In other words, this phone most likely belongs to the murderer or his accomplice. These videos were filmed by them when they were killing people out of some kind of perverted psychology. Upon learning the news, Zhang Jianjun immediately called Zhou Hongming to inform him. Not long after, Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, and a group of criminal police officers from the criminal police team came to the Dongjie police station under the leadership of Zhang Jianjun. They went directly to the monitoring room next to the interrogation room. First, I checked the murder video on my iPhone. He immediately confirmed that the videos in the mobile phone were the murder scene videos of the 1023 kidnapping case, the 1101 falling case, and the 1107 homicide case. For a moment, a group of criminal police officers, including Xiao Jiwei, all looked delighted because these three cases occurred within a very short period of time. The city police criminal police team took over the case in an extremely hasty manner. In addition, there are many doubts, so solving the case is extremely difficult. Through these videos, they can at least judge that these three cases can be classified as homicides, and the murderer is the same person or the same group of people. In this way, the three cases can be investigated together. It undoubtedly relieved a lot of pressure on them. Then, they began to check the surveillance footage in the interrogation room. This time, Zhang Yang also sat back in the interrogation room and continued the interrogation. Under the attention of Xiao Jiwei and others, Yang Wei, first tell me about the origin of this phone. Yang Wei smiled shyly. "Well, officer, I also stole this phone." Zhang Yang nodded. "Where was it stolen? When was it stolen? Do you remember the person's appearance?" Yang Wei answered truthfully, "I stole this phone from the Haha stall on West 5th Road around 9 p.m. last night. The person who stole it was wearing a black jacket and a black mask. He was about the same height as me." Logically speaking, with so many mobile phones, it is unlikely that Yang Wei can remember the information of a single one, but that's how interrogation works. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, you still have to ask. What surprised Zhang Yang and everyone else was, Yang Wei actually told all the information in great detail. Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised. "You remember it so clearly?" Yang Wei Dao, because this phone was the last one I stole yesterday, and after cracking the password, I found the video inside the phone and was shocked, so it left a particularly deep impression on me. "Officer, I had a terrible time last night. I wanted to take my phone to your police station as soon as I woke up today, but I didn't expect you to catch me halfway." Hearing this, Zhang Yang was amused. "That's because you stole the phone so early in the morning. Otherwise, how could I catch you?" After hearing this, Yang Wei felt extremely regretful. After all, as Zhang Yang said, if he hadn't been naughty this morning, he wouldn't have been caught by Zhang Yang. "Hand your phone over to the police station, and you might even get a hefty reward." As a result, now that things have turned out like this, I can only use this crucial information in my phone to reduce my sentence. Then, Zhang Yang asked some more details. The interrogation was over. Arriving at the monitoring room nearby, Zhang Yang handed the phone and transcript to Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and said, "Well done. Zhou Hongming and Xiao Jiwei on the side were even more delighted. Zhang Yang, you've done a great job this time. They never imagined that these three sensational cases during this period would allow them to obtain so much important information just because Zhang Yan caught a thief, the appearance of the phone owner, as well as the time and place of his appearance. All this information plays a crucial role in helping them solve the case, and at this time Zhang Yang told everyone another good news. Chapter 14 Arrest. Captain Zhang, Director Zhou, Captain Xiao, there's one more thing. Seeing Zhang Yang suddenly so serious, Zhang Jianjun, Zhou Hongming, and Xiao Jiwei looked at each other. Zhou Hongming said, "Just tell me what you have to say." Zhang Yang said, "Just after the interrogation, I received a call from this phone. Because I was worried that it was related to the case, I didn't dare miss it, so I took the initiative to answer the call." Oh? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhou Hongming's eyes became solemn. "Then what? Who's calling?" Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, "I recorded it, you guys should just listen to it." Finished. Zhang Yang directly turned on the recording function on his mobile phone, opened the phone recording from 2 minutes ago. When the recording is played, there is no sound in the audio at the beginning, but just a few seconds later, Zhang Yang's voice appeared in the audio. "Hello, who are you? Are you the owner of this phone?" When Zhang Yang asked this, there was finally a response from the other side, although it was just a hum with no emotion in it, but Zhang Yang seemed to have seized the opportunity and quickly continued, "Oh, I see. That's great. I found this phone and I'm looking for the owner now. Where are you? Should I return your phone to you? Or should I take it to the nearest police station? And then you can pick it up?" The voice on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds, then said in a low voice, "Give it back to me, where are you?" Zhang Yang said, "I'm at work now. How about you come to Lijia Coffee Shop at the East Street intersection to pick it up at 2 p.m. The person on the other end of the phone, "Okay, thank you." The phone recording is short and ends here. After listening to the entire conversation between Zhang Yang and that man.be at Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, or Zhang Jianjun, they all stood there in a daze, but after all, they are all people who have seen many storms. After just 2 seconds, all three of them realized that Zhang Yang had made an appointment with the murderer through a phone call. For a moment, Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, and Zhang Jianjun were all ecstatic. "Zhang Yang, you are so awesome. You've done a great deed again. Zhang Yang, you are truly the darling of our East Street police station. I love you so much." Indeed, the murderer made the call on his own initiative, but if Zhang Yang didn't have that powerful ability to react immediately, he wouldn't have thought of pretending to be a kind-hearted person who found the phone and asked the murderer to come out. And if they can solve the case this time, Zhang Yang will be the main contributor. Zhang Jianjun hugged Zhang Yang excitedly and wanted to kiss him on the face. Fortunately, Zhang Yang would rather die than surrender, and Zhou Hongming stopped him. So Zhang Jianjun did not succeed. Zhou Hongming scolded, "Zhang Jianjun, pay attention to your image." Zhang Jianjun put Zhang Yang down and said, Okay, I get it, Director Zhou. I was just too excited." Originally, by getting this phone from Yang Wei, they had already grasped the key clues. Next, all we have to do is use professional techniques to identify the murderer and bring him to justice. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang made a phone call and actually made an appointment with the murderer. The time, the place, everything is there, and now all they have to do is deploy their forces and wait for the murderer to be caught. This will undoubtedly save them a lot of trouble. Zhou Hongming patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and praised him generously. "Zhang Yang, well done." Xiao Jiwei nodded in agreement. "Zhang Yang, it's such a shame that you didn't come to our criminal police team." Zhang Jianjun originally wanted to add a few more words of praise, but when he heard what Xiao Jiwei said, his expression changed immediately. Go! 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 Xiao Jiwei, can you please stop coveting my apprentice? If you do this again next time, you will not be welcome at the East Street police station. After some jokes, the next step is to deploy the action.at this time. Zhang Yang stood straight and said in a serious voice, "Report. I apply to participate in this arrest operation. Requesting approval." Logically speaking, these three cases are under the jurisdiction of the criminal police team, and the subsequent arrest operations should also be carried out by the criminal police team. But Zhang Yang had watched the video on the phone with his own eyes, and saw how the cruel murderer brutally killed a family of 5 and dismembered and discarded the body of a teenage girl. If I can't personally arrest these bastards and bring them to justice, I will never be able to relieve the anger in my heart. and heard Jiang Yang's application. Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, and Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but look at each other. Jiang Yang has made an indelible contribution to the significant progress in this case, plus intentional cultivation. So after pondering for a few seconds, Zhou Hongming made a decision in his heart that he immediately straightened his body and said seriously approved. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Yang, dressed in casual clothes, has arrived at Lejia coffee shop at the intersection of East Street. He ordered a cup of coffee as usual and sat down in the cafe, just like any other person. What no one knew was that in addition to Jiang Yang, a criminal police team consisting of 24 people led by Xiao Jiwei also came to the surrounding area for deployment. They are dressed in plain clothes, lurking in every corner around, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Jiang Yang. We are all set up in ambush. Follow my instructions. Also, Director Zhou has specifically instructed that this operation is extremely dangerous. If anything unexpected happens, remember to protect your own safety. Jiang Yang replied, clear. And then, everything returned to normal. Time passed minute by minute, and everyone waited silently, waiting for the murderer to come. During this period, Jiang Yang also used the crime radar to observe the passers-by around him to prevent the murderer from arriving early. It has to be said that in this society ruled by law, the vast majority of people are good citizens who abide by the law. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Yang rarely found any criminals. Even if there were any, they had only committed some minor crimes, insignificant. Before I knew it, it was 1:50. At this moment, Jiang Yang's brows suddenly tightened. I saw a light spot that was red to black suddenly appear on the crime radar. Jiang Yang silently clenched his fists. In the setting of the crime radar, criminals are uniformly represented by red light spots, and the darker the color, the more and more serious the crimes committed by the criminal. The red light spot that appeared at this time was already red to black, which meant that the person who appeared had committed a very serious crime. It was so serious that even Zhang Maosheng, who was previously listed as a class A wanted criminal, was worse than him. Jiang Yang looked in the direction where the black and red light spots were moving. Suddenly, I saw a man wearing a black windbreaker, black sunglasses, and a baseball cap walking towards me. Zhao Quan, male, 43 years old, class A wanted criminal, responsible for 3 murders, killing 8 people, and in his earphones, Xiao Jiwei's solemn reminder came, attention, all teams. The location is at 4 o'clock. A suspected target appears. Chapter 15 Accomplices. As Xiao Jiwei's voice came, everyone, including Jiang Yang, subconsciously became extremely alert at this moment. Everyone's eyes looked in the direction Xiao Jiwei pointed. Everyone is on high alert. In the headset, Xiao Jiwei's voice continued to come. Jiang Yang, the target is heading towards the coffee shop. Stay calm, be careful, and wait for the opportunity to strike. Zhao Quan, wearing a windbreaker and wrapped himself tightly, walked into the coffee shop. The plainclothes detectives who were lying in ambush around the cafe also began to approach. Soon Zhao Quan came in front of Jiang Yang, but he didn't seem to realize that Jiang Yang was the person who asked him out on the phone. So my eyes were still searching around the cafe, and just as he passed by Jiang Yang suddenly moved. He is as still as a mountain and as powerful as a thunderstorm, rushed directly towards Zhao Quan. Obviously, Zhao Quan didn't realize that things would happen so quickly. A moment later, Zhao Quan fell to the ground and was perfectly subdued by Jiang Yang. The whole process happened so fast. In just a fraction of a second, Zhao Quan collapsed to the ground and finally reacted. He reached into his arms, pulled out a dagger with a cold glow, and wanted to stab Jiang Yang. However, Jiang Yang didn't give him this opportunity at all. The physical fitness doubling card not only improves Jiang Yang's strength, but also his speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yang grabbed his stabbing arm with one hand and twisted it hard. Soon, Xiao Jiwei and other criminal police rushed into the coffee shop looking at Zhao Quan, who now looks like a nobody. Xiao Jiwei and the other police officers were all shocked. Jiang Yang looks quite sunny and cheerful, so why did he hit so hard? Fortunately, Jiang Yang is a policeman. If he were a criminal, he would definitely be the most cruel one. Next, everyone was responsible for the aftermath. Someone took Zhao Quan back to the criminal police team, someone was responsible for cleaning up the scene, and someone was responsible for communicating with the surrounding people and asking them to delete mobile phone videos. Jiang Yang followed Xiao Jiwei out of the coffee shop. Prepare to follow back to the police force. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yang's eyelids twitched as soon as he walked out of the coffee shop. Suddenly, a black and red dot of light appeared on the crime radar. Look in the direction of the light. Immediately, he met eyes with a tall and thin man in the crowd, wearing a baseball cap and a mask. Zhang Yi, male, 44 years old, class A wanted criminal, responsible for 3 murders, killing 8 people. Jiang Yang's heart skipped a beat. Exactly the same information as Zhao Quan. In other words, There is a 99% chance that he is Zhao Quan's accomplice. I should have thought of this a long time ago. I should have thought of this a long time ago. The video footage shot on the mobile phone previously showed that the murder was clearly carried out by one person and filmed by another accomplice. In other words, there were at least two accomplices involved in these three cases, but before this, only Zhao Quan had appeared, so he and everyone else in the criminal police team thought that only Zhao Quan had come. Only now did Zhang Yang realize that both murderers had arrived. It's just that Zhao Quan appeared in everyone's sight, while the other person, Zhang Yi, was hiding in the crowd in the distance from beginning to end, avoiding the police's sight and the detection of the crime radar. If I hadn't walked out of the cafe and moved out of the detection range of the crime radar, I'm afraid even I can't find this Zhang Yi. And at this time Zhang Yi obviously realized that he had been discovered by Zhang Yang, so he adjusted the brim of his hat and turned away. Could Zhang Yang let him escape? Obviously not. Stop! With a loud shout, he chased out in the confused gazes of Xiao Jiwei and others. Zhang Yang's speed was more than twice that of an ordinary person, but Zhang Yi was well prepared. He got on the motorcycle parked on the side of the road and sped away after just a few steps. No matter how fast Zhang Yang ran, his strength gradually ran out, and he could only watch the distance between him and Zhang Yi grow farther and farther. This made Zhang Yang anxious. This time, the arrest of Zhao Quan has alarmed Zhang Yi. If he is allowed to escape like this, it will be extremely difficult to catch him again. Hold, car. I want a car. Is there a car? Zhang Yang looked around anxiously, looking for a suitable vehicle. At this moment, a modified electric car came speeding from a distance and drifted in front of Zhang Yang. The yellow-haired man in the car cursed at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, you fucking bastard. Did you arrest my mother yesterday? You want to die, don't you? Chapter 16. I just want to beat him to death. Zhang Yang looked forward. Suddenly his eyes lit up with joy. He immediately recognized the person coming. It was his former brother-in-law, Lin Tian. Obviously, he came to settle the score with me because I arrested his mother last night. But for Zhang Yang, this is clearly timely relief. I asked for a car, and he delivered it to me. At this time, Lin Tian had already gotten out of the car and came to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, you're a bear. What did my mother do to you? She just scolded you a few times during the day, and you actually arrested her? You are bending the law for personal gain. You are using public power to settle personal grudges. However, Zhang Yang now had no intention of paying attention to him at all. After Lin Tian got off the car, he stepped forward and rode on the will-o-wisp. Seeing this, Lin Tian glared at Zhang Yang and grabbed him. Zhang Yang, what the hell are you doing? I advise you to let my mother out right now. Otherwise I will be rude to you. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a police officer. However, Zhang Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The tires of the Ghostfire rubbed against the ground and sped away with a roar. Lin Tian was left with a mouthful of frustration and yelled anxiously at Zhang Yang. You fucking bastard. My car. My car. Let's talk about the other side. Zhang Yang rode Lin Tian's Ghostfire and chased Zhang Yi all the way down the street. I have to say that this modified Ghostfire looks a bit non-mainstream, but its speed is not slow at all, especially because of its small size. It can smoothly weave through all kinds of traffic. Soon he gradually caught up with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi also saw Zhang Yang chasing him through the rearview mirror, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Hold! He cursed in his heart, then suddenly stepped on the accelerator and sped away. The two chased each other through the streets and alleys. It was as if a real-life version of Fast and Furious was being staged in the city. Get out of here! Get out of here! Damn it, do you believe I'll kill you? Get out! Along the way, Zhang Yi threatened and intimidated passers-by who stood in his way. Passers-by who witnessed the scene were all amazed. Someone happened to take a video and uploaded it to the internet, which suddenly caused an uproar on the internet. Wisp chasing a motorcycle? What kind of show is this? Isn't this too showy? No. Am I the only one who thinks racing in the city is too dangerous? I think so too. The traffic is too heavy. The two of them are racing on the street like this, and the traffic police don't care? At Rongqing Traffic Police. And the things that have caused discussion online because of me. Zhang Yang was not aware of this. At this moment, there was only one thing in his mind, and that was to arrest Zhang Yi and bring him to justice. If we can't catch him this time, no one knows if there will be another chance to catch him. What Zhang Yang couldn't accept was that if he was allowed to escape like this, more people would surely fall victim to his murderous hands. So no matter what, Zhang Yang will not let him go today. At this moment, the two of them rushed all the way to a traffic light intersection. The red light happened to come on at this time. Several vehicles waiting for the green light suddenly started. Although those drivers noticed Zhang Yi's arrival in time and hurriedly stopped their vehicles, Zhang Yi also dodged the vehicles again and again and was not hit, but it also gave Zhang Yang the opportunity to catch up with him. At this time, the two of them were riding side by side. Zhang Yang's eyes focused and he suddenly pounced towards Zhang Yi. The huge impact force caused both of them to fall off the car and roll on the ground several times before stopping, slowly getting up from the ground. Both Zhang Yang and Zhang Yi were injured to varying degrees. Zhang Yang said with a smile, "Your companions have been captured. Are you planning to escape alone?" Seeing that he couldn't escape, Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and was furious. "Damn black skin! Chasing your mother! Since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude to you." While speaking, Zhang Yi swung his hand, and suddenly a long sword more than 30 centimeters long came out from his sleeve. Under the sunshine, it shines brightly. Next second, Zhang Yi rushed directly towards Zhang Yang. It has to be said that Zhang Yi's skills are better than anyone Zhang Yang has ever met before. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Zhang Yang in almost the blink of an eye, and then chopped Zhang Yang's head with a knife. Although Zhang Yang dodged it, just 0.5 seconds later, Zhang Yi changed the direction of the knife in his hand and pulled it back towards the back of Zhang Yang's head. Squeak. Caught off guard, Zhang Yang received a shallow cut on his neck, with a trace of blood oozing out of the wound. This made Zhang Yang retreat hurriedly, putting 2 body lengths between him and Zhang Yi. At this moment, a cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yang's forehead. It can be said that this was definitely the closest he had ever been to death in his life. If his reaction had been a beat slower, or if the blade had been a centimeter deeper, he might have died on the spot. Zhang Yi raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a ferocious expression. "I wanted to let you go, but you chose to seek your own death. In that case, I don't mind having another police officer's life on my hands." While speaking, Zhang Yi rushed towards Zhang Yang again. Zhang Yang was also on high alert at this moment, ready for battle. Seeing Zhang Yi approaching again, with the knife in his hand, Zhang Yang quickly raised his hand and grabbed Zhang Yi's knife-wielding hand. Zhang Yang, who has twice the physique of an ordinary person, has a strength far beyond what Zhang Yi can compare to. After his hand was grabbed, it felt like it was clamped, and no matter how hard Zhang Yi tried, he couldn't move. However, only 0.3 seconds had passed before Zhang Yi released his right hand holding the knife. The long sword fell and landed on his left hand, then slashed towards Zhang Yang. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang was prepared. He raised his left hand and trapped his left hand again. Having both of his hands tied made Zhang Yi even more angry, and he suddenly rushed towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang raised the corner of his mouth and rushed forward as well. Bang! There was a muffled sound. No surprise as Zhang Yi was hit on the head by Zhang Yang, who had twice the physique, and fell to the ground with a bloody mess. Zhang Yi was stunned, his face full of shock and disbelief. The first thing that shocked him was that Zhang Yang actually saw through his moves, and the second thing was, is this kid's brain too damn stupid? Impossible. Impossible. I'd been learning martial arts for 20 years, how could I possibly be defeated by a brat like you? To this, Zhang Yang just smiled lightly. So what if I've studied martial arts for 20 years? The combat skills I possess are rated by the system as the king of close combat, plus twice the physique, not to mention learning martial arts for 20 years. Even if I have learned martial arts for 40 years, I will still be able to fight. I underestimated my enemy and got hurt by him just now, but now that I'm in good shape, it's naturally impossible for me to suffer the same loss again. But Zhang Yang didn't waste any time talking to him. Walking towards Zhang Yi step by step, Zhang Yang just wanted to beat this bastard who killed people without blinking an eye to death. Chapter 17 Awards Ceremony. At this time, the surrounding vehicles stopped one after another. There were also pedestrians standing on the roadside watching, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. As Zhang Yang approached, Zhang Yi let out a roar, the long knife in his hand chopped towards Zhang Yang again. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang is now becoming more and more proficient in the combat skills he knows, and Zhang Yi is no longer Zhang Yang's opponent. Zhang Yang dodged several consecutive attacks. Even Zhang Yang could find an opportunity to throw a punch and hit him hard on the chin. Suddenly, double the power plus triple the power of the fist of sin erupted. There was a sound of bones breaking, and Zhang Yi was knocked flying by Zhang Yang. The broken teeth, along with blood and saliva, sprayed into the air and finally fell to the ground. He lost the ability to resist on the spot. Soon a burst of sirens came from far away, and finally several police cars stopped in front of Zhang Yang. Xiao Jiwei and a group of criminal police officers hurriedly got out of the car. After taking a look at the situation at the scene, he couldn't help but ask Zhang Yang, "What are you doing? Did you beat this guy too?" What on earth is going on? Jiang Yang naturally did not hide anything about this, Zhang Yi, Zhao Quan's accomplice. After getting Jiang Yang's answer, Xiao Jiwei was shocked. How did you know that? Jiang Yang naturally couldn't reveal that he had the evil radar, so he made up a lie. He admitted it himself when I caught up with him. Xiao Jiwei hesitated to speak, and finally asked his men to take Zhang Yi, who had been beaten crippled by Jiang Yang, back home. After returning to the Municipal Bureau's criminal police team after simply treating the injuries of Zhao Quan and Zhang Yi, the criminal police team went straight into the interrogation stage. Now both Zhao Quan and Zhang Yi have been arrested and confessed to their crimes. Therefore, the entire interrogation process lasted less than an hour, and in the following period of time, Xiao Jiwei in the office kept receiving calls from his subordinates. Captain, 2 bodies were found at the foot of Gushan Mountain. Preliminary assessment, they are indeed victims of the 1023 kidnapping case. Captain, according to the information provided by the murderer, 3 bodies were found in Riverside Park. Preliminary assessment is that they are indeed the victims of the 1107 homicide case. Report to the captain, the tools used in the crime were found in Zhao Quan's rental house. Report to the captain, as the phone calls came one after another, Xiao Jiwei's eyes were filled with joy with the acquisition of these evidences, the 1023 kidnapping case, the 1101 falling case and the 1107 homicide case can now be solved. At night, Xiao Jiwei took Jiang Yang to the auditorium of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. At this moment, the auditorium of the Municipal Bureau was already full. Zhang Jianjunwei and hundreds of police officers in uniform sat upright, and in the front row, there are 4 big men in white, including Zhou Hongming, which is quite a grand occasion. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yang was shocked that he quickly asked Xiao Jiwei beside him, Captain Xiao, what's going on? Why such a grand ceremony? Xiao Jiwei said frankly, you're such an awesome guy. You solved all 3 murders this time. At a grassroots unit like the police station, you might not quite realize the impact of these 3 cases, but all you need to know is that you've struck gold. This is a commendation meeting for you. At this time, Zhou Hongming had already walked up to the podium and picked up the microphone. He began with an opening statement, followed by a brief explanation of the case. Then he shouted, now, please invite the greatest contributor to this case, Jiang Yang, to come to the stage and report. Xiao Jiwei smiled and said, don't be nervous, just speak as usual. Jiang Yang nodded, then they stood up, and after hearing the instructions, they walked up to the podium in unison amid deafening applause. This was also Jiang Yang's first time experiencing such a scene. Looking at the huge crowd below the stage, it was impossible for him not to be nervous, but he also knew that this would definitely not be the last time he stood here. So soon, he relaxed and began to report the course of the case. Although the 2 murderers, Zhao Quan and Zhang Yi, were captured this time, he should be credited with the main credit. However, Jiang Yang did not take credit for himself. Instead, he focused on reporting the efforts of his colleagues in the city criminal police team during the process of solving the case. The law is strict and there is no loophole. As long as we stick to our posts, I believe all criminals will be brought to justice one day. The report is over. Suddenly, thunderous applause broke out again from the audience. Zhang Jianjun was extremely excited. Look at Lao He, Jiang Yang, my apprentice. This time, thanks to Jiang Yang, we were able to solve the case. Old Wu, is my apprentice awesome? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yang. Well done. Your teacher is proud of you. Jiang Yang played a great role in solving this case. Rewards for merit cannot be given out in a short period of time. So after Jiang Yang reported the case, Zhou Hongming only praised him for the time being. After the conference, Jiang Yang was also sent back to Dongjie police station by a criminal police officer. Chapter 18 Arresting the former brother-in-law. Returned to Dongjie police station. Just got off the bus, Jiang Yang saw Director Zhang Jianjun and Instructor Chen Shang, leading all the police officers of Dongjie police station, lining up to welcome them. This time, there was thunderous applause at the entrance of the police station, which was warm and sincere. Looking at the familiar faces, Jiang Yang smiled shyly. Thanks. Thank you everyone. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Yang looked at Director Zhang Jianjun again. He immediately stood up straight and saluted him. Jiang Yang, a police officer from the East Street Police Station. Request to return to the team. Zhang Jianjun immediately returned the greeting with a solemn expression. Thank you for your hard work, I'm allowed to return to the team. After Jiang Yang returned to the team, all the police officers gathered around and surrounded Jiang Yang. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yang is awesome. It's only your second day on the job, and you've already achieved such great results. You really bring honor to our police station. Brother Yang, please take care of us from now on. However, at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came, John Yang. Fuck your mother. Suddenly everyone turned their heads to look, glaring. Not at this time, Zhang Yang had become the treasure of their East Street police station and the object of everyone's admiration. That if someone still dares to come out and curse at others at this time, isn't that courting death? A thin, yellow-haired man rushed in angrily. It was Zhang Yang's former brother-in-law, Lin Tian. When Lin Tian saw the ferocious eyes of the policeman, he trembled with fear, but he still pretended to be calm and came to Zhang Yang. Fuck you. Where's my car? I asked you, where is my car? I originally wanted to settle the score with Zhang Yang during the day. Today, unexpectedly, Zhang Yang snatched away his beloved car. Lin Tian was so angry that he spent the whole day looking for Zhang Yang. Now he finally found Zhang Yang. If there weren't so many policemen here, he would have wanted to fight with Zhang Yang. Compared to Lin Tian's anger, Zhang Yang seemed extremely calm and replied with a smile, your car. If I'm not mistaken, it should have been towed away by the traffic police. After Zhang Yi was captured today, Zhang Yang and Zhang Yi were taken away by Xiao Jiwei. Their car was left on the road and was naturally taken away by the traffic police. After hearing Zhang Yang's answer, Lin Tian immediately roared to the sky. Ah! The traffic police took him away? Ah! Zhang Yang, I'm going to fight you. You know, that car is Lin Tian's favorite. In order to buy this car, he spent half a month negotiating with his mother, and he also spent 2 months pocket money on modification. That he treats his car more carefully than his girlfriend. Normally when I ride it myself, I don't even want to turn the accelerator. As a result, today, Zhang Yang not only rode his car, which was comparable to his girlfriend's, but also raced all the way, and finally his car was towed away by the traffic police. Lin Tian's eyes turned red and bloodshot at Zhang Yang. You arrested my mother and stole my car. This feud is irreconcilable. Today I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. As he spoke, Lin Tian rushed directly towards Zhang Yang, but the next second, Lin Tian screamed in pain. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong. I was wrong. Let go, let go. Name, Lin Tian, male, 19 years old, street thug, suspected of fighting, prostitution, robbery. Looking at the information displayed on the crime radar, Zhang Yang smiled slightly. I'm sorry, I was so busy catching murderers today that I forgot to catch you. Lin Tian, you organized a fight, robbed and solicited prostitution, and now you are suspected of assaulting a police officer. I now formally arrest you. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Lin Tian's face suddenly turned as pale as paper. No. Zhang Yang, brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Let me go, please let me go. However, Zhang Yang ignored it and directly handed Lin Tian over to his colleague. What he did could be discovered by simply checking the roadside surveillance, so he didn't need to worry about it. Lin Tian's matter was just a small episode. After locking him up, 3 more people came from Dongjie police station, including a couple and a woman. They were holding banners, and when they saw Zhang Yang, they immediately knelt down in front of him. The 3 of them were in tears and sobbing. Oh, officer Zhang, thank you. If it weren't for you, my daughter's murderer wouldn't have been caught so quickly. You avenged our daughter, thank you. Zhang Yang and the police officers from Dongjie police station quickly helped the 3 people up. After investigation, it turned out that these 3 people were family members of the victim of this homicide case. The couple lost their daughter, and the mother and her daughter depended on each other for survival, but now she is alone. Another family of 5 was massacred, and now that the murderer has been caught, there is no one who feels happy for them. After understanding everything, Zhang Yang felt heavy-hearted. Did I feel even more hatred and disgust towards those heartless criminals? After getting home from get-off work, Zhang Yang couldn't wait to open his system panel. Frowny face. Host, Zhang Yang. Age, 23. Strength, 22. Average for ordinary people is 10. Speed, 24. Average is 10. Skills, Sin Radar /60M, King of Melee. Sin Fist item, Healing Potion X 3 points, 14,570, can be used for lottery and radar range upgrade. Zhang Yang arrested for people today. Yang Wei and Lin Tian were not a big deal, but the key were the 2 murderers, Zhao Quan and Zhang Yi. I saw that my system points had reached more than 14,000 points. It's impossible not to be happy. Zhang Yang also spent another 6,000 points to increase the detection range of the evil radar, directly expanded the detection range to 90 meters. After 2 days of practice, Zhang Yang felt more and more that the crime radar was useful. If it weren't for the crime radar, he would never have been able to catch so many criminals. The wider the range of the crime radar, the greater the chance of catching the criminal. Therefore, improving the detection range of the crime radar is 100 benefits with no harm. After the upgrade is completed, Zhang Yang used all the remaining 8,000 system points for the lottery. Chapter 19 Landlord's Sister, Ding. The lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning a can of toothpicks. Ding. The lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning a box of apples. Ding. The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning strength +2. Ding. The lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning enhanced sense of smell. Improved sense of smell. Your sense of smell will be greatly enhanced. Please refer to the police dog for details. 8,000 points can only be used for 4 draws. The lottery was over in just 2 seconds of this time. Zhang Yang got 2 rubbish rewards in a row at the beginning of the lottery, which made his eyelids twitch. Fortunately, I got a useful reward later. First of all, there is no need to talk about the 2-point strength attribute. As for physical attributes, the more the better. Then comes the heightened sense of smell. The moment the reward arrived, Zhang Yang felt that his nose had undergone a huge change. The smells in the air were complex and varied, and he could easily distinguish all kinds of smells. This made Zhang Yang happy. As we all know, a dog's sense of smell is more than 1,200 times stronger than that of a human. In the public security system, a dog's sense of smell can play a huge role, so the public security system has trained a large number of police dogs. And now, my sense of smell is comparable to that of a police dog. From now on, my efficiency in catching murderers and solving cases will be greatly improved. After closing the system panel with satisfaction, Zhang Yang took his change of clothes and walked into the bathroom to wash away his fatigue. However, what he didn't know was on the internet, topics about him have become hot. Searches frowny face hashtag a man in Rongqing beat and injured someone in the street. Netizens found out that he is actually a police officer from a certain police station. Hashtag what's the grudge? Committing violence in broad daylight has caused public outrage. Hashtag can the police do whatever they want? Where is the law? Hashtag the condition of the man who was beaten is currently unknown, awaiting official reports. Today, Zhang Yang chased Zhang Yi on the street and beat and subdued him in the middle of the road. This scene was seen by many passers-by. The spectators who were unaware of the truth posted the video they had taken at the time online. At first, it was just a discussion among the citizens of Rongqing City, but the discussion became more and more intense. In addition, various marketing accounts and media outlets have been forwarding and editing the videos. At this moment, the popularity of this incident has skyrocketed, surpassing a certain male celebrity who has always wanted to be on the hot search list but has failed, and has topped the hot search homepage. After watching the video, netizens were all outraged. I'm so angry. I can't believe this kind of thing still happens in today's society. He beat someone up in the street, and the person who beat him up was actually a police officer. My 3 views and my cognition have been completely overturned. Yeah. Can anyone be a policeman now? With people like this as police officers, we ordinary people will suffer. At Rongqing Public Security Bureau, at Fuzhou Public Security Bureau, please speak out. How can such a person be qualified to work in the public security organs? I feel sad for being a Rongqing person. Seriously, these are police officers. After doing something like this, how can we ordinary people still trust their credibility? At this moment I'm so angry that I'm shaking in my bed. That night, the official account of Rongqing Public Security Bureau was flooded with private messages from netizens. Netizens were angry and annoyed, and some even cursed openly. Upon seeing this, the backstage staff quickly reported the matter to their superiors, and it eventually reached Zhou Hongming's ears. Director Zhou, how should we handle this matter? The reporting police officer asked. How to deal with it? Of course, immediately dispel the rumor. Do I need to teach you this kind of thing? Zhang Yang is a police officer, and even more so, a hero. He has made great contributions and must not be allowed to be questioned or wronged. After learning the whole story, Zhou Hongming became furious on the spot. The policeman also shrank his neck, quickly agreed and left. 10 minutes later, the Rongqing Public Security Bureau issued an official announcement to refute the rumors and explain the truth of the matter. In order to verify the authenticity of the rumor refuting content, the announcement was followed by information about Zhao Quan and Zhang Yi, as well as the entire process of the case, a video of Zhang Yang being commended, and a video of the victim's family expressing their gratitude, all kinds of videos, all kinds of evidence. For a while, those who still wanted to find loopholes and lead the trend were left helpless. The online reputation of Zhang Yang and Rongqing Public Security Bureau also took a 180-degree turn. Oh my god. So that's what's going on? I told you. How could the police officer do such a bad thing? Let me correct the person above. It's not Uncle Police, it's Brother Police. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the profession of police became majestic again in my heart. I apologize for my previous poor manners and my previous remarks. I was being led astray before I even knew the truth. I apologize too. I apologize too. +1. For a moment, the online public opinion reversed, and everyone rushed to the official account of Rongqing Public Security Bureau to apologize. However, there are still some people who are still indignant and accuse Zhang Yang of not beating the murderer to death directly. To this, Zhou Hongming, who was watching from the backstage, shook his head helplessly. It was really hard to satisfy this group of netizens, as the person involved, Zhang Yang, was unaware of these things happening on the internet. He had just finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom in his pajamas. Just as he was about to go to bed, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock knock knock. When you open the door, you are greeted by a unique woman's fragrance that is refreshing and invigorating. When I looked over, I immediately saw a beautiful woman standing at the door. She was wearing cool ice silk pajamas, had a delicate face and a proud figure. The person who came was Zhang Yang's landlord, Pan Xianwan, who was beautiful and kind. From time to time, she would feed Zhang Yang some delicious food she cooked herself. Therefore, the relationship between the two goes far beyond that of an ordinary landlord and tenant, and they are like brother and sister. Pan Xianwan frowned and said, "Brother, the sewer in my house suddenly got blocked tonight. Can you help me take a look?" Zhang Yang nodded without thinking. Okay. As a people's policeman, is it to serve the people? Moreover, it was Pan Xianwan who asked for his help. After agreeing, Zhang Yang also followed Pan Xianwan directly to her room. Chapter 20. Isn't this too detailed? After closing the door, Pan Xianwan first handed Zhang Yang a glass of water. He smiled and said, "Brother, you were very brave on the street today." Zhang Yang tilted his head. On the street? Pan Xianwan nodded, then took out her cell phone and handed it to Zhang Yang. On it was a video of himself beating Zhang Yi on the street. I have to say that the scene is a bit bloody. The author who uploaded the video even deliberately mosaicked some of the scenes, but it is still not difficult to see that Zhang Yi was beaten half to death by himself. Pan Xianwan smiled and said, "You've become a viral sensation online. Many people are criticizing your cruel behavior and are tagged the police to bring you to justice." Zhang Yang immediately realized that he was misunderstood by the public, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I'm the police. I'm catching a murderer." Pan Xianwan tucked her hair beside her ear and said, "Yeah, so after the police debunked the rumor, your online reputation changed again. Everyone compliments you on what you do. And you said you were a righteous people's policeman." As expected of my stinky little brother, Zhang Yang felt helpless about this. People on the internet are like this. They believe everything they hear. Fortunately, the rumor was debunked, otherwise I would have been exposed online now. After drinking the water, Zhang Yang handed the cup over, said thank you, and then asked, "Sister, your house is so big, which sewer is blocked?" Pan Xianwan said, "In the kitchen." Zhang Yang nodded, then he walked straight into the kitchen, turned on the flashlight on his phone, and looked towards the drain. However, the flash of the mobile phone is not bright enough and the distance it can see is limited. But soon, Zhang Yang discovered that something was wrong. Although he couldn't see clearly what was happening below, he could smell something unusual. Zhang Yang sniffed, then moved closer to the sewer entrance and sniffed again. After his sense of smell improved, Zhang Yang was able to distinguish various pungent smells in the sewer, and there was one smell among them that made Zhang Yang's face become extremely solemn. At this time, Pan Xianwan walked in with smooth white long legs, leaned against the door and asked, "Stinky brother, what's wrong?" Zhang Yang said solemnly, "It's serious. I smell blood." And there was a strong smell of blood. This gave Zhang Yang a very bad feeling. After standing up, he immediately asked, "Sister, is there anyone living downstairs in your house?" "Downstairs?" Pan Xianwan thought for a moment and said, "I remember there was a female college student living alone downstairs. Her parents were abroad. A very well-behaved and cute little girl. I often see her coming downstairs to feed stray cats, but it seems she's rarely seen recently. A good-looking female college student living alone. I used to see her often, but rarely see her recently. All these signs made Jiang Yang's bad premonition even stronger. Without saying anything more, he rushed out in 2 steps. He turned around and went downstairs to room 2301 and started knocking on the door frantically. Boom, boom, boom. Hello, is anyone there? Boom, boom, boom. Is anyone home? I knocked several times in a row, but there was no response. What's more important is that Jiang Yang could clearly smell that the smell of blood was getting stronger. At that moment, Jiang Yang no longer hesitated. After taking 2 steps back, he suddenly kicked towards the door of the room. Bang! This kick directly kicked the door of the room open. In an instant, a strong and pungent smell of blood hit my face. Vomit. Pan Xianwan, who followed closely, retched on the spot. Jiang Yang glanced at her sister. Someone might be killed here. If you can't stand it, just stay away. Then Jiang Yang looked at the neighbors around him who were attracted by the sound. He took out his ID and said in a shocking voice, "Don't panic, I'm a police officer. It seems a criminal case has occurred here. Everyone, please stay away so as not to disrupt the scene." After controlling the crowd around him, Jiang Yang walked into the room. What came into view was a messy house with blood staining the floor. Pieces of clothing were everywhere, and pieces of flesh from dead bodies were scattered all over the ground. Avoid items on the ground that may serve as evidence and continue inside. Finally, Jiang Yang saw the deceased in the bathroom. It was obvious that the deceased was the female college student that Pan Xianwan had mentioned earlier. She looked about 18 or 19 years old, quiet and lovely, but at this moment, she had become half a corpse and was stuffed into the toilet. Her hair was forcibly pulled out, revealing a large area of bloody scalp. The skin on his body looked as if it was being cut off piece by piece with a knife. Her eyes and face revealed deep fear and pain. I can't imagine what kind of inhuman torture she suffered during her lifetime. The scenes before him made Jiang Yang's scalp tingle in his fists. Clenched. An unknown anger burned in my heart. Beast! Bastard! You shall not die well. You shall not die well. Jiang Yang didn't know why there were such cruel people in this world, but he knew that as a people's policeman, he would definitely bring these bad guys to justice, let them pay a heavy price and make them regret everything they have done. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Jiang Yang's mind. Frowny face. Ding. A murder scene has been detected. Host, please apprehend the murderer within 24 hours. Completing the task will earn you 2,000 points. Jiang Yang called the police before the police station and criminal investigation arrived. Jiang Yang did not leave, but observed the house carefully. Perhaps he could find some clues. The floor of the room was covered in blood and had obvious drag marks. Obviously, the bathroom was not the first murder scene, but the person was dragged into the bathroom after being killed in another room. The room was in a mess, with things scattered all over the floor, indicating that the deceased must have struggled and resisted the murderer before being killed. Moreover, the two should know each other and should have had a deep hatred in the past. Soon as sirens were heard outside, and police officers from the East Street Police Station and criminal police from the Municipal Bureau's criminal investigation team rushed over and cordoned off the scene. When Zhang Jianjun and Xiao Jiwei arrived at the scene and saw Jiang Yang, they were stunned. Jiang Yang? Why are you here? You called the police? Jiang Yang nodded without comment. Then he told the two of them how he found the crime scene and all the clues he had just discovered. It turned out that Jiang Yang had only gone to the landlord's house to clear the sewer when he discovered the murder downstairs. Everyone present was shocked. I vaguely remember that the criminals Jiang Yang had captured before seemed to have been discovered by him through meticulous observation. Zhan Maosheng, a Class A wanted criminal known as the King of Thieves, and skilled in disguise, a large unknown silver party club hidden behind a wall, the thief Yang Wei who provided clues to the murder case, and Zhang Yi hiding in the crowd. And now, Jiang Yang could discover a murder downstairs while repairing a sewer. Isn't this too thin? Chapter 21. Sister, are you scared? The scene was quickly cordoned off and criminal investigation personnel began to formally investigate the scene. The accompanying forensic doctor also began preliminary examination of the body. 20 minutes later, the criminal police department and forensic doctors have preliminary investigation results. The deceased's name is Wang Tian. She is 19 years old and a sophomore at Rongqing Normal University. Preliminary estimates indicate the deceased died approximately 48 hours ago. The cause of death was that he was knocked unconscious with a blunt object, then dismembered, and died from excessive bleeding. After listening to the preliminary report, both Zhang Yang and the others present could not help but clench their fists. He was dismembered and died of excessive bleeding. In other words, this young girl, who was only in her sophomore year and in the prime of her youth, was gouged to death with a knife. Gouge him to death. This is no different from the ancient punishment of Ling Chi. However, the punishment of Ling Chi was abolished because it was too cruel. I can't imagine that in this peaceful and happy era, there are still people who would suffer such treatment. I can't even imagine how much pain Wang Tiantian went through during her lifetime. Zhao Quan and Zhang Yi had dismembered victims before, but at least they did so after the victims had died. But this time, the murderer dismembered Wang Tiantian before she died. What kind of hatred or resentment could make the murderer do such a cruel thing? Xiao Jiwei suppressed his anger and immediately gave the order, keep checking. Find out the victim's social relationships. Check the surveillance footage. Pull out all the footage from the week before and after the incident. We'll also deploy additional personnel to conduct investigations, striving to solve the case as quickly as possible. Bring the murderer to justice. And at this time, Zhang Yang took the initiative to stand up. Captain Xiao, I'd like to apply to investigate the case with you. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Xiao Jiwei couldn't help but look at him. Without thinking too much, I nodded okay. After all, he had witnessed Zhang Yang's abilities with his own eyes. Within just 2 days of joining the job, he had captured no less than a dozen criminals. During the day-to-day, they helped them solve the 3 murders and arrested the 2 murderers, Zhao Quan and Zhang Yi. Even when helping the landlord fix a sewer at night, he discovered a murder scene. With his help and his meticulous observation skills, I believe the case will be solved even faster, after getting Xiao Jiwei's consent. Zhang Yang looked at Zhang Jianjun, who was standing aside. Master, he didn't finish his words as Zhang Jianjun patted his shoulder and said with a smile, go ahead. Do your best. Give our police station chief a good name. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up with joy. Xiao Jiwei also immediately issued a temporary order. From now on, Zhang Yang will serve as the temporary commander of the 1123 homicide case. His orders are my orders. Hearing Xiao Jiwei's instructions, both Zhang Yang and the others present could not help but widen their eyes. His face was full of surprise. After all, you have to know that no matter what, Zhang Yang is just a trainee police officer now. He unexpectedly received such great attention from Xiao Jiwei and was directly appointed as the temporary commander of the entire case. This situation has never happened before. However, everyone has more or less heard about Zhang Yang's abilities. Besides, this was the order from their captain and it could not be refuted. Now everyone stood up straight and answered yes. Next, the case began. Formal investigation procedures: survey the scene, adjust surveillance, visit, and act in groups. Zhang Yang asked his colleagues in the criminal police team to get a table of Wang Tiantian's social relations. Since it was a vendetta, the person who killed Wang Tiantian must be an acquaintance, and I have a SIN system. As long as I find these people, their information will be clear at a glance. If the murderer of Wang Tiantian appears among these people, he can be recognized and arrested on the spot. This is the simplest way Zhang Yang could think of to solve the case. Before that, Zhang Yang decided to visit the surrounding neighbors first. After all, the surrounding neighbors are the people closest to the crime scene. If we can get some useful clues from them, it will help us to get twice the result with half the effort in handling the case. If we are lucky enough to find the murderer among these people, everyone will be happy. After walking out of room 2301, Pan Xianwan, who had been waiting outside, caught up with him and asked, Zhang Yang, what's going on inside? Zhang Yang glanced at her, sighed, and did not hide anything. That female college student is dead. She was murdered. When Pan Xianwan heard Zhang Yang's answer, she was stunned. There was a flicker of fear and regret in his eyes. Who on earth would be so cruel to such a simple girl? Zhang Yang shook his head. We don't know either, so we have to investigate now. Sister, it's getting late now, why don't you go back to bed first? Regarding the sewer, I'll find someone to help you clear it later. Pan Xianwan hesitated for a moment, looking conflicted, then discussed the authentic Zhang Yang. Can I come with you? With me? Zhang Yang couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing with me? Sister, can you investigate cases? But soon Zhang Yang noticed the unnatural expression on Pan Xianwan's face. He seemed to have realized something and asked with a puzzled look, Sister, are you scared? Don't dare go back to sleep? And it was obvious that Zhang Yang saw through his little thoughts. Pan Xianwan's cheek showed a trace of embarrassment, and then she glared at Zhang Yang unhappily. Who was scared? I'm just worried that my stinky little brother is too tired at night. I want to be with you. Jiang Yang naturally wouldn't believe this, however, he did not refuse Pan Xianwan from following him, as long as she didn't get in the way. Next, Jiang Yang, along with Pan Xianwan and another police officer named Gui Jin, began knocking on doors, visiting and asking questions from house to house. What? Wang Tian? Who is that? The resident of room 2301? I don't know him. What? Someone's dead? Zundu Fakidu? Oh, that little girl you're talking about. She's quite kind-hearted. I often see her feeding stray cats downstairs. As for the rest, I don't know. Officer, this is too scary. You must catch the murderer as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to live in this neighborhood anymore. Vocal. Someone died? Doesn't that mean my house is going to fall in value? Unfortunately, Wang Tian was only renting a house in this community temporarily, and her rental period was not very long, so she did not have much contact with the neighbors around her. Therefore, after asking some questions, Jiang Yang did not get much useful information. Even many neighbors have never noticed Wang Tian, and some of them no less than Pan Xianwan. During this period, Jiang Yang also used the crime radar to monitor everyone he visited. The result is still nothing. But that's how investigating a case works, so Jiang Yang wasn't discouraged at all. Chapter 22, Hemp ropes tend to break thin ropes, and misfortune tends to find the unfortunate. I have to say that the public security system is really awesome. In less than half an hour, the form about Wang Tiantian's social relations was delivered to Jiang Yang. I just flipped through it. Wang Tiantian's social relationships are relatively simple. Since she is a student from another place, most of her relationships are with students in the school and several colleagues who work and study part-time. So Jiang Yang decided to start the investigation with Wang Tiantian's classmates. Rongqing Normal University, where Wang Tiantian studied, is not far from here, just across the street. So the three of them arrived after walking a few steps. After Jiang Yang introduced himself and learned about the death of students in the school, the security guard hurriedly contacted the school leaders. However, I waited for nearly an hour, but no one came out to greet me. Brother Yang, is it too late? Are all the school leaders on vacation? Gui Jin on the side asked impatiently. Because Jiang Yang's reputation has been so great in the past 2 days, Gui Jin, even as a senior, calls Jiang Yang Brother Yang from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Yang glanced at the time. It's only a little after 11 o'clock, it's not too late. Besides, I don't believe such a big school wouldn't even have a school leader to greet us. This clearly shows that they don't take us seriously. Gui Jin nodded. What should we do now? We can't just keep waiting and waste time, right? And just at this moment, Pan Xianwan took out her cell phone and made a call. 10 minutes later, a black SUV came speeding and finally stopped at the school gate. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with a slightly overweight figure, walked down with a flattering look on his face. However, his target was not Jiang Yang or Gui Jin, but it's Pan Xianwan. Miss Pan. Oh. Miss Pan. It's really you. Why are you coming to our school so late at night? Seeing the middle-aged man's attentive look, Jiang Yang and Gui Jin looked at each other. Pan Xianwan had a cold face. Don't you know that something happened to a student in your school? The middle-aged man looked shocked. What? Something happened? What happened? I don't know. Rongqing Normal University. In the principal's office, the middle-aged man gave Pan Xianwan, Jiang Yang, and Gui Jin a cup of tea and said with an apologetic smile, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Qi Genoa, the principal of Rongqing Normal University. I never thought something like this would happen to students in our school. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know about it. Miss Pan, is there anything I can do to help you?" The old fox knows about this matter very well, but he obviously doesn't want to get involved for fear of getting into trouble. Pan Xianwan did not expose him, but her tone remained cold. Am I a police officer? Why are you asking me this? Qi Genoa smiled awkwardly when he heard this, then he looked at Jiang Yang. Officer, is there anything I can do for you? Jiang Yang said bluntly, we need to question some of Wang Tiantian's classmates. Principal Qi should be alright, right? Qi Genoa immediately said, no problem. Of course. I'll make the call for you now, please sit down for a moment. Finished, Qi Zhenhua left the office without stopping and started to help Jiang Yang find someone. Jiang Yang and the other two were left sitting in the office. Jiang Yang couldn't help but look at Pan Xianwan and said teasingly, "Sister, your identity seems a little unusual. I won't talk about the house I have at home with just one phone call." The president of an undergraduate university was so respectful. Pan Xianwan's identity seemed to be quite impressive. Pan Xianwan snorted lightly and said with a somewhat arrogant look on her face, "So bringing me here is beneficial, right? If it weren't for me, you might still be standing outside the school in the wind." Jiang Yang nodded without comment. Indeed, most of the time, capital is more powerful than these grassroots police officers. With the presence of Pan Xianwan, his capital sister, Qi Zhenhua can do things very efficiently. In less than half an hour, all 35 students in Wang Tiantian's class, including counselors and teachers of various subjects, were gathered at the office door. Jiang Yang didn't say any more nonsense and directly turned on the crime radar. If the murderer of Wang Tiantian is among them, he can be found instantly, but unfortunately, after turning on the crime radar, Jiang Yang did not find the murderer among these students and teachers. He felt a little disappointed, but he still called them in one after another to question them. Even if the murderer is not among these teachers and students, no one can be sure whether key clues can be found from them. Solving a case is all about unraveling the details and accumulating clues and evidence. The first person to enter the office was Wang Tiantian's counselor. She was a middle-aged woman with a somewhat deformed figure and wearing glasses. After entering, the counselor spoke first. "Hello, officers. I'm Wang Tiantian's counselor, Zhang Jia. I heard something happened to Tiantian." Jiang Yang nodded. "Yes, she was murdered. Tell us about Wang Tiantian. Tell us everything you know." Hearing Jiang Yang's words, Zhang Jia was stunned, and her eyes immediately revealed fear and sadness. "How could this happen, Tiantian?" Zhang Jia hesitated to speak, then cooperated and told Jiang Yang and others about Wang Tiantian. Guojin immediately turned on the law enforcement recorder and took out a pen and paper to start recording. "Tiantian is a miserable child. From what I know, her parents divorced when she was 10 years old. Neither side wanted her, so she was raised by her grandmother. Tiantian herself is very sensible. She has been working part-time since high school to earn extra money and help support the family. Tiantian's academic performance is very good. She passed the college entrance examination with a score of 590. During her 2 years at university, she received a scholarship every semester and even represented the school in external teaching competitions. I didn't expect that, alas." Listening to Zhang Jia's narration, Jiang Yang and others also felt a little heavy-hearted. It is said that a hemp rope only breaks when it is thin, and misfortune only finds the unfortunate. This is absolutely true. It's obvious that his family conditions are not good, and he has depended on his grandmother since he was a child. He finally went to college, but this happened. I don't know how her grandmother would feel after learning about Wang Tiantian's situation, and whether she can accept this situation. What Jiang Yang and others can do is to find the murderer who killed Wang Tiantian and bring him to justice. After calming down, Jiang Yang began to ask questions. "Teacher Zhang, besides being a good student and hardworking, what's Wang Tiantian like?" Chapter 23 Interrogation Character? Zhang Jia answered truthfully, "She has a great personality. She's a very well-behaved and sensible child. Although her family is poor, she's very kind and often feeds stray cats in the school, for which she's even been praised by the school." Jiang Yang asked again, "Did she offend anyone, or have a conflict with anyone? Have you offended anyone, or have you had a conflict with anyone?" Zhang Jia thought about it and shook her head. "That's not clear. From what I know, Wang Tiantian has a good and simple personality. She's unlikely to have conflicts with others or offend anyone. But it's also possible that I just don't know. You can ask her roommates about this kind of thing. They might know more." Jiang Yang nodded and then asked some simple questions. This ended the questioning with Zhang Jia. However, Jiang Yang did not rush her to leave, but requested, "Teacher Zhang, could you please arrange for Wang Tiantian's roommates to come in one by one?" Zhang Jia said, "No problem." Finished, then he left the office. Then, a girl with glasses, bangs, and not very tall walked in, sitting in front of Jiang Yang and others. He seemed a little nervous and awkward. "Uncle policeman, hello. My name is Lin Kerson, and I'm Wang Tiantian's roommate. Tian, is she in trouble?" Jiang Yang didn't answer, but just nodded, which was considered as his agreement. Then, Zhang Yang asked her about her understanding of Wang Tiantian. Lin Kerson's impression of Wang Tiantian is almost the same as Zhang Jie's, with no difference. Zhang Yang then asked, then do you know if Wang Tiantian has offended anyone or has conflicts with anyone? Lin Kerson thought for a moment and replied, Tiantian has a very good personality and is unlikely to offend or get into conflicts with others, but Jiang Mengmeng might hold a grudge against Tiantian. Hearing this, Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows, realizing that this might be an important clue. He also hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Who is Jiang Mengmeng? Why does she hold a grudge against Wang Tiantian? Lin Kerson said truthfully, Jiang Mengmeng is the head of our dormitory. Before, there was a rich second-generation man named Zhu Junmin in the school who pursued her. But after a dormitory social, Zhu Junmin fell in love with Tiantian again. After that, he ignored the dormitory head and pursued Tiantian instead. Later, the two of them went out on a date alone, so the dormitory head must have been quite resentful of Tiantian. Everyone in our dormitory knows about this. Zhang Yang nodded, asked some more questions, and then let Lin Kerson go back first. At this time, Pan Xianwan excitedly grabbed Zhang Yang's arm and said, Zhang Yang, this Jiang Mengmeng is very suspicious. It's not impossible that the person pursuing me suddenly pursues my roommate, and because of love turning into hate, or out of jealousy, he kills his roommate. Zhang Yang nodded without comment, not denying what Pan Xianwan said, but this time the situation was obviously more complicated than she said. After all, the crime radar didn't detect anything wrong with the students outside. We still need to inquire more about the specific situation. Afterwards, Zhang Yan called Wang Tiantian's other two roommates and asked them about the situation. Their impressions of Wang Tiantian are basically the same as Zhang Jie and Lin Kerson's before. At the same time, everyone also knew about Zhu Junmin, Jiang Mengmeng, and Wang Tiantian. After letting the two of them go back, Zhang Yang called Jiang Mengmeng. Zhang Yang had a strong premonition that Jiang Mengmeng must have a great relationship with this case. Soon, Jiang Mengmeng pushed the door and walked out of the office. Jiang Mengmeng is a very tall girl, estimated to be about 1.75 meters tall, with a slim figure and average looks, but she knows how to dress up. At this moment, Jiang Mengmeng wears light makeup and perfume, and she is the kind of person who will attract people's attention wherever she goes. Jiang Mengmeng sat down in front of Zhang Yang. Like before, Zhang Yang first asked Jiang Mengmeng about her impression of Wang Tiantian, then we got to the point. Jiang Mengmeng, do you know who Wang Tiantian has had conflicts with or offended? Jiang Mengmeng said coldly, Officer Jiang, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. My roommate should have already told you about what happened between me, Wang Tiantian, and Zhu Junmin. So you suspect I killed Wang Tiantian out of jealousy, right? Zhang Yang asked knowingly, so, you really did it? Jiang Mengmeng was so angry that she laughed. Of course not. I admit, I used to like Zhu Junmin, but this guy fell in love with someone else. He's a pure scumbag. How could I possibly kill someone for a scumbag? Is he worthy? Instead, Zhu Junmin is the one who is suspected. He abandoned me and went after Wang Tiantian, but Wang Tiantian turned a blind eye to his advances and openly rejected Zhu Junmin's confessions several times. It's not impossible that he killed Wang Tiantian in his rage. It is undeniable that the situation Jiang Mengmeng described is not impossible. So Jiang Yang found Qi Zhenhuan and asked him to call Zhu Junmin over as well. Then, Jiang Yang asked a few more questions. Jiang Mengmeng, where were you around 9 p.m. on November 21st? In the dormitory, my roommates can vouch for me. How is your relationship with Wang Tiantian? I can tell you responsibly that my relationship with Tiantian is better than that with all my other roommates. So it's even more impossible for me to kill Wang Tiantian for a scumbag. Because the crime radar did not detect any problems with Jiang Mengmeng, after asking some questions, Zhang Yang let Jiang Mengmeng go back first. After Jiang Mengmeng left, Zhu Junmin was also taken to the office. Zhu Junmin is indeed a rich second generation. He wears a pair of black-framed glasses and looks somewhat gentle. Although he is not particularly good-looking, his dress and temperament make it easy to tell that he has a wealthy family. The moment he arrived, Zhang Yang immediately turned on the crime radar and detected Zhu Junmin. What disappointed Zhang Yang again was that Zhu Junmin was not the murderer of Wang Tiantian. After sitting down, Zhu Junmin asked timidly, Officer, what happened? Why did you call me here all of a sudden? I don't think I've done anything wrong. Although Zhu Junmin was not the murderer of Wang Tiantian, Zhang Yang still decided to interrogate him. Chapter 24. We know who the murderer is. The interrogation lasted until after 5 a.m. Pan Xianwan was already exhausted and listless, and said weakly to Zhang Yang, "It seems like we've been busy all night for nothing. We can't get any useful information. Even the most suspected suspects, Zhang Mengmeng and Zhu Junmin, have very strong alibis. Solving cases is so tiring." Zhang Yang yawned and said with a smile, "That's how it is to solve a case. There's no other way. But even though we're tired, who says we've worked in vain? There is still some gain." Hearing this, Pan Xianwan immediately became energetic again. Looking at Zhang Yang, he blinked and asked in surprise, "Not in vain? Could it be that you have found the murderer?" Zhang Yang shook his head in no. "If the murderer was found, I wouldn't be sitting here anymore." But in the interrogation room, Pan Xianwan frowned slightly. "So, did you find any crucial clues?" Zhang Yang shook his head again. No, there was still a glimmer of hope in Pan Xianwan's eyes. "So what do you mean by saying our work wasn't in vain?" Zhang Yang said with a smile, "Haven't we eliminated so many people as suspects?" After hearing Zhang Yang's answer, Pan Xianwan was immediately moved. Lying on the table with a look of despair on his face, "We have only ruled out some suspects, but in the end, we still haven't found any clues. If we really have to rely on the process of elimination to find the murderer, it will take forever." For Pan Xianwan, this night's efforts had almost negligible impact on the progress of the entire case. Gui Jin, who was standing by, had just tidied up the pile of transcripts on the table. Asked Xiang Zhang Yang, "Brother Yang, what should we do now?" Zhang Yang did not hesitate and said bluntly, "Let's go back and take a look. Maybe there's some progress with the others. Sister, if you are really too tired, I can take you back to sleep first." Pan Xianwan thought about it and then nodded. After all, she was just a layman and couldn't be of much help. In addition, she hadn't slept all night, so she was really sleepy and wanted to go back. So Zhang Yang sent Pan Xianwan back home first, and then went to room 2301 downstairs. It just so happened that the on-site investigation work was almost completed at this time. The criminal investigation team collected a bunch of things that might serve as evidence and prepared to send them back for testing. Just as they were passing by Zhang Yang with the evidence, one of the things caught Zhang Yang's attention. He quickly stopped his colleague who was about to leave. He reached out and picked up an evidence bag, looking at a white scale inside that was no bigger than a fingernail. Zhang Yang asked, "What's this?" A colleague from the criminal investigation team immediately responded, "Oh, this is a fish scale found in Wang Tiantian's room." What kind of fish the scale is from and why it appeared in Wang Tiantian's room still need to be tested and verified. Fish scales? Zhang Yang was stunned when he heard this, and then seemed to suddenly think of something. Suddenly, Zhang Yang had an idea. "I figured it out." Zhang Yang exclaimed. It also directly attracted the attention of everyone present. Gui Jin, who was standing by, asked in surprise, "Brother Yang, what did you think of?" Zhang Yang said excitedly, "I figured out who the murderer is. Walk." While talking, Zhang Yang took Gui Jin downstairs and got into the police car. Gui Jin asked again in surprise, "Brother Yang, where are we going?" Zhang Yang replied, "Go to the criminal investigation team first." Listening to Zhang Yang's words, Gui Jin was a little confused, but he still started the car obediently. Took Zhang Yang back to the criminal investigation team. In the criminal investigation team, Xiao Jiwei watched the surveillance footage all night and felt sleepy and tired, but on the way here, Zhang Yang learned from his brothers that Zhang Yang knew who was the murderer of Wang Tiantian. He was also standing at the door of the criminal police team, looking forward to it. After seeing Zhang Yang coming, he immediately went up to him and asked impatiently, "Zhang Yang, I heard that you already know who killed Wang Tiantian? Who is it?" Zhang Yang said, "Captain Xiao, I'm just skeptical at the moment. You also need to help me check someone's information through the criminal police team's system." Xiao Jiwei naturally would not refuse such a thing. He took Zhang Yang directly in with the help of colleagues from the technical department of the criminal police team. Soon, all the information about Zhang Mengmeng was printed out in detail and handed to Zhang Yang. Gui Jin, who was standing by, saw Zhang Mengmeng's information. A face full of surprise. "Zhang Yang, why are you printing out Zhang Mengmeng's information? Could it be that Zhang Mengmeng is the murderer? But didn't we question her before? She had a strong alibi on the day Wang Tiantian was murdered. Her roommates can vouch for her." Saying this, Gui Jin seemed to have thought of something, with a look of fear in his eyes. Could it be that her roommate is giving false testimony for her? Zhang Yang glanced at Gui Jin and had to say that this kid was quite smart. If it weren't for the crime radar that helped me rule out Jiang Mengmeng and the others as the murderers, I might have also investigated in this direction. However, it was precisely because of the existence of the crime radar that Zhang Yang was able to completely rule out the suspicion of Jiang Mengmeng and her roommates. The three of them were not even accomplices. However, the murderer has a huge relationship with Jiang Mengmeng. I flipped through Jiang Mengmeng's information page by page. Finally, Jiang Yang saw what he wanted to see. At this moment, all his previous speculations and details were connected together, allowing Jiang Yang to see the truth of the case. Walk. Two of you come with me. Jiang Yang greeted excitedly, then turned and left. Gui Jin was confused. Jiang Yang, where are you going? Jiang Yang said loudly, to catch the murderer, of course. After hearing Jiang Yang's words, all the criminal police including Gui Jin and Xiao Jiwei were stunned. What's going on? Catch the murderer. Found the murderer. Everyone was confused and had a lot of questions in their heads. Then, Xiao Jiwei couldn't suppress his curiosity, so he called another brother and followed Jiang Yang out. Wow 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 wow. Police cars sped down the street with sirens blaring. Gui Jin was driving in the front, and Xiao Jiwei in the passenger seat looked at Jiang Yang in the back seat over and over again. Finally, I couldn't help but ask, Jiang Yang, can you speak now? Who is the murderer? Jiang Yang nodded and smiled, no longer deliberately concealing it. He directly stated his reasoning. Chapter 25 Jiang Yang's reasoning. Let me tell you a story. There was a girl whose family wasn't well off. Her father made a living by running a fish stall, but business wasn't doing well, and he had also taken out large loans due to gambling. After the loans became overdue, he was repeatedly subjected to violent debt collection, and her father was at his wits' end. But at this time, her father accidentally discovered that a rich second-generation man was pursuing his daughter. If his daughter could be with this rich second-generation man, he would let the rich second-generation man help him overcome this difficult time, and even live a life of ease and comfort for the rest of his life. So he began to work hard to match his daughter with the rich second-generation man. However, what her father didn't expect was that during a social gathering between his daughter's dormitory and the dorms of wealthy second generations, the wealthy second generation fell in love with his daughter's roommate and launched a fierce pursuit of her. The daughter's father was anxious, thinking that his daughter's roommate had snatched away the rich second generation, and also snatched away his daughter's chance to marry into a wealthy family. So the girl's father, whose mind had already been twisted, became enraged and found the girl and killed her at home. After listening to Jiang Yang's story, everyone in the car easily thought of Wang Tiantian and Jiang Mengmeng. Gui Jin, who was in the driver's seat, asked Brother Yang, the girl and her father you're talking about, aren't they Jiang Mengmeng and her dad? And that roommate in the rich second generation, are they Wang Tiantian and Zhu Junmin? Jiang Yang nodded without comment. Right. Xiao Jiwei suddenly looked horrified. In other words, because this rich second-generation guy named Zhu Junmin fell in love with Wang Tiantian and ruined Jiang Mengmeng's father's dream of getting rich, her father became angry and killed Wang Tiantian? Amazing! Jiang Yang, how did you come up with all this? Jiang Yang did not hide anything and said truthfully, when people kill, there must be a motive, either a conflict or a conflict of interest. So last night, Gui Jin and I went to Wang Tiantian's school and questioned her teachers and classmates. After getting to know her, I found out that Wang Tiantian is a well-behaved and somewhat introverted person. She rarely has conflicts with others. The only two people she might have conflicts with are Jiang Mengmeng, her love rival, and Zhu Junmin, who has been rejected by Wang Tiantian many times. Unfortunately, upon cross-examination, both of them had strong alibis, so I had to exclude them both. It wasn't until this morning when I returned to the crime scene and discovered a piece of fish scale that my colleague had found in Wang Tiantian's room that I became suspicious. You've also seen Jiang Mengmeng's room. It's a one-bedroom rental apartment with no kitchen, let alone cooking utensils. So, it's impossible for her to buy or kill fish. Then why is there a fish scale in her room? There's a high possibility that the scale was accidentally left behind by the murderer during the crime. Unfortunately, when I was questioning Jiang Mengmeng last night, I smelled a fishy odor on her, and I concluded that the murderer must be related to Jiang Mengmeng. So after returning to the criminal investigation team, I directly checked Jiang Mengmeng's file. Sure enough, I discovered that her father, Jiang Dashang, ran a fish stall and owed a huge amount of loan sharking debt. This perfectly matched the characteristics and motive of the murderer. After listening to Jiang Yang's analysis, both Guo Jin and Xiao Zhiwei were shocked. It's so awesome that the murderer was identified just by a piece of fish scale. The most important thing is that Jiang Yang said that he smelled a fishy smell on Jiang Mengmeng, so he directly looked up Jiang Mengmeng's information. This is even more outrageous. Guo Jin went to school with Jiang Yang last night and met Jiang Mengmeng together. At that time, they were separated from Jiang Mengmeng by the boss's desk, and they could still smell the fishy smell on Jiang Mengmeng. Guo Jin was really impressed by Jiang Yang, and just at this moment Xiao Zhiwei suddenly realized the most crucial point and asked Jiang Yang, "But Jiang Yang, what you said is probably just your reasoning, right? Do you have any evidence? The most important thing when we're investigating a case is evidence. Without evidence, everything is in vain." Jiang Yang had a confident smile on his face. "Of course. The evidence is in Jiang Daqiang's house." Jiang Yang gave such a positive response. Guo Jin and Xiao Zhiwei's eyes lit up, and Guo Jin also quickened his pace. Soon, the police car stopped downstairs of an old residential building. While waiting for the elevator, a voice suddenly came, "Officer Jiang?" Looking back, Jiang Yang raised his eyebrows. "Jiang Mengmeng? Aren't you at school? Why are you here?" The person who came behind him was Jiang Mengmeng, who was wearing a blue dress and had a slim figure. Jiang Mengmeng's face showed a trace of worry. "I don't know why, but I felt really anxious when I woke up today. So come back and take a look." "Officer Jiang, where are you? Why are you here?" After listening to Jiang Mengmeng's words, Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhiwei looked at each other. This is probably what people call telepathy, right? As a daughter, Jiang Mengmeng should be able to sense that something might have happened to her father, and facing Jiang Mengmeng's questions, Jiang Yang thought about it and finally chose to answer ambiguously, "We're here to find out something from your dad." Although Jiang Yang didn't say it explicitly, but Jiang Mengmeng was even more panicked, so she quickened her pace and brought Jiang Yang and the others to room 506 on the 5th floor, and this is the house rented by Jiang Mengmeng and her father Jiang Daqiang. Jiang Mengmeng took the initiative to step forward, took out the key and prepared to open the door, but found that the door was locked. Dad, I'm back. Dad, are you home?" Jiang Mengmeng knocked on the door, trying to get her father to open it, but after shouting for a long time, there was no movement in the house. For a moment, a bad premonition appeared in their hearts. So after a brief thought, Jiang Yang and others immediately decided to break in. As for the technique of scoring a goal, Jiang Yang was very familiar with it. He first took a step back and then kicked out. Bang! The door broke open. Jiang Yang, Xiao Zhiwei, Guo Jin, and another criminal police officer rushed in immediately. However, at this moment, they were shocked by the scene before them. The originally small house was now in a mess. On the living room floor, two motionless men lay in a pool of blood. When Jiang Mengmeng saw this scene, she was so frightened that her face turned pale and she sat down on the ground limply. When she woke up today, she had a very bad feeling in her heart. Until this moment, she confirmed that something had indeed happened at home. Her mind went blank. Chapter 26 is solved. When Jiang Yang and the others went forward to check, they found that the two people lying on the ground were already dead. They are Su Sheng and Zhang Xiaolong? At this time, Guo Jin exclaimed, facing Xiao Zhiwei's puzzled expression. Guo Jin quickly explained, "They are frequent visitors to the police station, lending money, fighting, and violently collecting debts. I didn't expect them to." After listening to Guo Jin's introduction, Jiang Yang and others quickly thought of everything that happened here. Jiang Daqiang owed a large amount of loans, and Su Sheng and Zhang Xiaolong came to his house many times to collect the debt. During one of their visits, Jiang Daqiang could not bear the humiliation, so he killed the two men in desperation. "Run away now." Xiao Zhiwei immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately issued an order. It wasn't that long since the two of them died. Jiang Daqiang couldn't have gotten far. "Jiang Yang, Guo Jin, and I will chase them separately. Xiao He, you stay here and contact the team to come and seal off the scene." "Yes." Jiang Yang and others responded at the same time. Then he followed Xiao Zhiwei and chased out. Originally, Xiao Zhiwei's order was for the three to act separately, but after going downstairs, Jiang Yang stopped them. "Follow me, Jiang Daqiang is over here." After hearing Jiang Yang's words, Xiao Zhiwei and the others were stunned and surprised. "Real?" Jiang Yang said truthfully, "I smell the fishy smell on Jiang Daqiang." After the system enhanced his sense of smell by 1,200 times, the smell in the air could not escape Jiang Yang's nose. Jiang Daqiang had been selling fish for many years, and the smell of fish was too strong on his body, so no matter which direction he escaped, Jiang Yang could easily catch him. When I first heard Jiang Yang say that he smelled fishy smell on Jiang Daqiang, Xiao Zhiwei still felt it was outrageous, but soon, he recalled that on the way here, Jiang Yang said that he suspected Jiang Mingming's father because of the fishy smell on her body, and now, Jiang Yang mentioned again that he smelled fishy. Xiao Jiwei was deeply suspicious. Could it be that this guy had a dog nose? Look at Jiang Yang's determined eyes. Coupled with his previous outstanding performances, Xiao Jiwei immediately chose to believe Jiang Yang. Not so the two of them followed Jiang Yang and ran all the way around the community, and soon arrived at a park behind the community. After chasing for a distance, finally, a dark red dot appeared on the crime radar. Frowny face name, Zhang Dashan, male, 58 years old, suspected of gambling and murdering 3 people. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up with joy, and he immediately chased after the location shown on the crime radar. Just when Jiang Yang and others came to a big tree, Zhang Dashan, who had been hiding behind the tree, suddenly rushed out. He shouted, holding a brick he picked up from the ground, and hit Jiang Yang directly on the head. Jiang Yang was also quick-eyed and quick-handed. Before Zhang Dashan could get close, he kicked him out. Don't be fooled by Zhang Dachang's strong physique, but in front of Jiang Yang, who is twice as strong as him, it's no different from beating up a kitten. This kick directly broke 2 of Zhang Dachang's ribs. Zhang Dachang was kicked so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood along with yesterday's dinner. Jiang Yang took another step forward, but at this moment, a cry suddenly came. Don't want. Turning around, I immediately saw Jiang Mengmeng running towards me and standing in front of Zhang Dachang. Dad, are you okay? Then she cried and begged Jiang Yang for mercy. Officer Jiang, don't hit my dad. My dad can't stand it. I know my dad killed someone, but he was forced into it. Those people were loan sharks and violent debt collectors. My dad had been bullied by them for too long. This time they came to our house again. They must have used some extraordinary means to force my dad. My dad must have accidentally killed them in desperation. Officer Jiang, I beg you, please let my dad go. Jiang Yang said with a cold face, let your father go? Impossible. I won't let him go even if you beg me. Killing those 2 loan sharks might be because the situation is urgent. What about when he killed Wang Tian? What? Hearing Jiang Yang's words, Jiang Mengmeng was startled, her eyes full of disbelief. Officer Jiang, what did you say? Wang Tian? You mean, my dad killed Wang Tian? That's impossible. Obviously, Jiang Mengmeng didn't believe that her father would kill Wang Tian. Obviously, Wang Tian had been a guest at home before, and her father treated her very well, but Jiang Yang looked at Zhang Dashang and said in a cold tone, Zhang Dashang, it's already this time. There's no need for you to hide it anymore, right? Jiang Yang finished speaking. Zhang Dashang suddenly laughed out loud. His laugh was so ferocious that blood flowed out of his mouth in large gulps. He roared, she asked for it. Don't blame me. Who told her to seduce my daughter's boyfriend? If she hadn't seduced my daughter's boyfriend, none of this would have happened. Aha! And he had just finished speaking. Jiang Yang grabbed his broken arm, pulled him up, and pressed him against the tree. He said with a hideous look, Zhu Junmin is not your daughter's boyfriend, and Wang Tian has never seduced him. She has even ignored his advances from the beginning to the end. And you, so self-righteous, dismembered Wang Tian while she was still conscious just to get Zhu Junmin to be with your daughter and to help you pay off your gambling debts. You haven't thought about how painful her death was, and you haven't thought about how painful it will be for her 80-year-old grandmother after her death. People like you deserve to die. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the murderer. 2,000 points have been successfully issued. Soon the siren sounded. A police car broke through the morning mist. An array of morning sun shone on the ground of the park. Zhang Dachan was put into the police car. At this point, the 1123 homicide case was successfully solved. Chapter 27. Forever wet. The morning sun shines down and the criminal police team was busy running around. Xiao Jiwei and Jiang Yang stood at the door of the criminal police team, lit a cigarette and smoked it slowly. Jiang Yang didn't smoke originally, but he couldn't bear the discomfort in his heart. When Zhang Dashan was taken back to the team, Wang Tiantian's grandmother happened to arrive there. An 80-year-old man, taking a high-speed train that he had never ridden before, arrived in a strange city in a daze, but it was just to take a last look at the half-dead body of his granddaughter, with whom he depended on each other for survival. The old man inside was crying at the top of his lungs. The cigarette Jiang Yang smoked at the door became more and more bitter. This time, Jiang Mengmeng walked into the criminal police team. She has a slim figure, but now she looks very thin. Jiang Yang thought about it, and took the initiative to step forward and apologize. Sorry. Although people like Zhang Dashang don't deserve to die, beating her father in front of Jiang Mengmeng must have caused considerable trauma to her heart. Jiang Mengmeng shook her head and forced a smile on her pale face. Officer Jiang, you don't have to say sorry. That's what he deserved. After pondering for a while, Jiang Mengmeng spoke again. Officer Jiang, can I go in and take one last look at Tian Tian? I want to apologize to her and her grandmother, and see if I can do my best to make it up to her grandmother. Jiang Yang didn't know how to deal with this matter, so he looked at Xiao Jiwei beside him. Xiao Jiwei asked his men to receive Jiang Mengmeng. Wait until Jiang Mengmeng goes in. Xiao Jiwei sighed. I don't know what will happen to this little girl and Wang Tiantian's grandmother in the future. Jiang Yang shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. One person's mistake caused the breakup of two families. I used to see this on the news and didn't feel much about it, but now that I see it with my own eyes, I finally understand this sadness. Although the murderer has been arrested, but the dead can never come back to life. Whether it is Jiang Mengmeng or Wang Tiantian's grandmother, they are destined to live in dampness for the rest of their lives. Now Jiang Daxiang has been arrested and confessed to his crimes. What surprised Xiao Jiwei was that the process of Jiang Daxiang's crime was exactly the same as Jiang Yang's deduction. After he reported the news to Zhou Hongming and narrated the whole process of Jiang Yang solving the case to Zhou Hongming was shocked. Good fellow. Depending on a piece of fish scale and a fishy smell, you can deduce the entire process of a murder? And the murderer was caught by the smell of fish? Is this kid born in the year of the dog? Why is his nose so sharp? Xiao Jiwei smiled and shook his head. I don't think he's born in the year of the dog, but more like a cheat. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Hongming couldn't help but agree. Indeed, it has only been 3 days since Jiang Yang joined the company, and he is still just a trainee police officer, but his contributions are even greater than those of some old comrades who have been working there for more than 10 years. On his first day at work, he arrested a group of car thieves and also caught the class A-wanted criminal Zhan Maosheng. During the anti-prostitution operation at night, more than a dozen prostitutes were arrested and a huge party club with more than 200 people was discovered. The next day, he caught another thief on his way to work. As a result, he got the most crucial clues about the 1023 kidnapping case, the 1101 falling case and the 1107 homicide case, and successfully arrested the murderer. At night, I went to the landlord's house to clear the sewer and discovered another murder case, and the most important thing is that this guy solved the case in less than 10 hours. Who would believe that he is not cheating at this time? Xiao Jiwei asked with a smile. By the way, Director Zhou, have you thought about how to give Jiang Yang the credit? Hearing this, Zhou Hongming shook his head again, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You are such a jerk. You keep bringing up all the issues you don't want to talk about. I've been worrying about this for the past 2 days. After all, Jiang Yang's contributions are so many and so great that knowing how to reward him is really a science. First of all, we must not give him too little. Jiang Yang is such an outstanding talent, we cannot let him down, but you can't give too much. Taking such great credit as soon as you start working can easily affect a person's mentality. So Zhou Hongming was really annoyed about how to give it. Xiao Jiwei laughed. Then Director Zhou, please take your time to think about it. I won't bother you anymore. And the other side. At the Dongjie police station, Zhang Jianjun had just given Jiang Yang 3 days off. After all, Jiang Yang had arrested so many criminals in the past 2 days and even worked all night last night. Zhang Jianjun felt so distressed. No matter what Jiang Yang says, he is not allowed to come to work again. You kid, go back and have a good rest. I know you're eager to make a contribution, but your health is the most important thing. You've worn yourself out. I feel bad for you. Zhang Jianjun's remarks made Jiang Yang feel warm inside. Finally I agreed and went back to rest. After Jiang Yang went back immediately, Zhang Jianjun was overjoyed. Just like what Zhou Hongming said, this kid Jiang Yang is like a cheat. In less than 3 days after joining the job, he has arrested so many criminals and solved 2 major cases, although most of these are Jiang Yang's own credit, but Jiang Yang is a police officer of their Dongjie police station after all, and the entire Dongjie police station is proud of him. Hey, Director Zhou. It's okay. I called you just to ask if Jiang Yang from our institute has been awarded credit for his work. You mustn't let our comrades down. Hey, Lao Zhang. Did you also know that Jiang Yang solved the case last night? Oh. I didn't expect you to be so well informed. Hey, oldly no, your apprentice is pretty good too. Jiang Yang is just lucky, that's all. Drinking? Forget about drinking. As police officers, we must always keep a clear head, just like Jiang Yang. Hu Laosan, why are you calling? Want to see Jiang Yang? Sorry, I just gave him the day off, ha 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 ha. In today's society, online social networking is well developed. Within the public security organs in various departments, there are hundreds of chat groups of all sizes. In the past 2 days, the name Jiang Yang has been mentioned in almost every chat group of various departments in Rongqing City. There's nothing I can do. Who told Jiang Yang's performance these past 2 days was so outstanding? No one can help but talk about it, and this morning, the news about Jiang Yang spread again in the chat groups of various departments. At all members, have you heard? Jiang Yang, the newcomer from the East Street Police Station, has made another contribution. Chapter 28 Pan Xianwan's identity. Once this message is sent, it immediately caused a sensation in the small group of a dozen people. Oh my god! Another achievement? What the hell? Didn't Jiang Yang just arrest Zhao Quan and Zhang Yi, 2 Class A wanted criminals, yesterday? How did he accomplish another feat? Who knows? This Jiang Yang is like a complete idiot. It's said that after getting home from get-off work last night, he originally went to his landlord's house to help unclog the sewer, but because he smelled blood in the sewer, he suspected that a murder had occurred downstairs. So he ran downstairs to check, and guess what happened? What's going on? Could there really be a murder? That's right. Isn't that outrageous? Just because you smelled blood while cleaning the sewer, you discovered a murder case. This is outrageous. The smell of blood downstairs drifted upstairs. Can people smell it? Jiang Yang's nose belongs to a dog, right? Oh no. And I haven't finished yet. Discovering the murder scene was just the beginning. Last night, Jiang Yang volunteered to join the criminal investigation. Guess what happened? What? You're not going to tell me that Jiang Yang solved the case overnight? Fuck. How did you know? Holy crap. I was just talking nonsense. Did I really solve the case? Then the case is truly solved. And I heard it took less than 10 hours to solve it last night. Soon, news came out about Jiang Yang solving the case last night. It spread throughout all the chat groups, big and small. Within the Rongqing Public Security Bureau, all the police officers who learned about what happened were shocked and unbelievable. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? You solved a murder case by unclogging a sewer? Since when did murders become so easy to solve? So Jiang Yang is such a genius. It's said that the whole process took less than 10 hours, and he solved the case just by relying on his nose. Really? I remember Jiang Yang is still a newcomer, right? Yes. I just started working the day before yesterday. Damn. Is Jiang Yang still human? He's been on the job for less than 3 days and he's already arrested 3 Class A wanted criminals. Now he's solved a homicide case. He's about to take off. How can the gap between people be so huge? Think about it. I've been a police officer for over 20 years, and my achievements combined are not as great as Jiang Yang's catching a Class A wanted criminal. How much credit do you think Jiang Yang can get this time? Chat groups of all sizes within the police station were talking about Jiang Yang. However, Jiang Yang, who was not looking at his phone, naturally didn't know all this. This time, Jiang Yang had received a 3-day holiday and had returned to the community, ready to have a good rest. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, Jiang Yang was surprised to find that Pan Xianwan had also arrived at his door. This time, Pan Xianwan had changed out of the cool ice silk pajamas she wore last night and put on a black dress. The tight skirt brought out her curvy figure to the fullest. Her smooth and white feet were wearing a pair of black bow slippers. Coupled with her extremely high appearance, she looked like a beauty on earth. Jiang Yang exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, why are you at my door? Didn't you go back to rest?" Pan Xianwan said resentfully, "I'm worried that you won't be able to stay up all night, so I made you a pot of chicken soup to nourish you." After hearing her words, Jiang Yang saw that Pan Xianwan was holding a large bowl of steaming chicken soup in her hand. Thinking that Pan Xianwan also stayed up all night last night and made chicken soup for herself not long after sleeping, I couldn't help but feel touched. He quickly opened the door and invited Pan Xianwan in. After drinking the chicken soup cooked by Pan Xianwan herself, the coldness of the night was immediately swept away, and Jiang Yang's body became warm and comfortable. Pan Xianwan looked at Jiang Yang, who was eating chicken with great relish, and asked with a smile, "Is it delicious?" Jiang Yang nodded and praised Pan Xianwan's chicken soup. It's still as delicious as before, your cooking skills are amazing. After hearing Jiang Yang's answer, Pan Xianwan nodded with satisfaction. I also chatted with Jiang Yang. I heard that you solved the case after we came back this morning? Jiang Yang nodded, and then couldn't help but feel surprised. Sister, how did you know? The case was indeed solved in the morning, but the subsequent procedures have not been completed, so outsiders generally cannot know about it. Pan Xianwan smiled and said, this kind of thing is not a secret. As long as I want to know, someone will naturally tell me. I didn't expect you to be so good. They actually solved the case with just a piece of fish scale. Being praised by such a beauty like Pan Xianwan, Jiang Yang scratched his head shyly. At the same time, I suddenly remembered, it seems that the identity of my landlord's sister is not ordinary, not to mention that she has a house and a car, but when she called last night, even Chi Genoa, the university president, had to bow and scrape to her. This made Jiang Yang curious and asked, speaking of which, sister, what exactly are you? I feel like there's a lot of background. Pan Xianwan tucked her hair in front of her forehead and said jokingly, how about you take a guess? Jiang Yang thought about it while drinking chicken soup. Rich second generation? Pan Xianwan shook her head. Is that the female president of a listed company? Pan Xianwan still shook her head. Jiang Yang's eyes widened a little. Could it be that you belong to a certain leader's family? This time, Pan Xianwan smiled and nodded. Jiang Yang was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that his sister was actually the son of an official. Moreover, judging from Chi Genoa's attitude towards her, it is estimated that the status of her family elders is not low. I'm afraid he must be at least a city-level leader. This made Jiang Yang couldn't help but sigh. Sister, you are so lucky. The starting point of some people's birth may be the end point of others' lifelong struggle. Some people may not even reach the starting point that some people are born into even after struggling for their entire lives. People really can't be compared. Pan Xianwan did not talk much about her identity with Jiang Yang. Instead, he changed the subject. Brother, I have something I want to ask you for help. Jiang Yang said without thinking. Sure, sister, you say. Hearing this, Pan Xianwan couldn't help but tilt her head, blinked her eyes, and asked with a smile, I haven't even asked to be helped yet, and you've already agreed? Aren't you afraid that I'll sell you out? Jiang Yang drank the last mouthful of chicken soup nonchalantly and said, no. Sister, you're so kind to me, making soup for me every day. You definitely won't harm me. Sister, if you have any problem, just tell me directly. I will definitely help you if I can. Pan Xianwan was silent for a moment, and for some reason, she felt a little touched. Then he spoke directly and stated his request. Chapter 29, Brother, can you help your sister? Pan Xianwan opened her mobile phone, opened a photo in the album, and handed it to Jiang Yang. Sister wants you to help me find this person. Jiang Yang took Pan Xianwan's phone and looked at it carefully. I immediately saw a photo in the phone album. It was of a young man who looked about 17 or 18 years old, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome appearance, and somewhat similar to Pan Xianwan. Jiang Yang couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister, who is this person? Pan Xianwan introduced Jiang Yang. He is my brother, his name is Pan Yu. When he was 22, he mysteriously disappeared while investigating a case. My family and I searched for him for 8 years, but we still had no clues. So I want you to help me find him. After listening to Pan Xianwan's introduction, Jiang Yang immediately grasped the key point. You've been looking for him for 8 years without any clues? Jiang Yang was very curious. With Pan Xianwan's background, if she wanted to find someone, the resources she could mobilize would definitely be more than he imagined. But even so, she had been searching for 8 years and still couldn't find it. Why did she come to me? Pan Xianwan saw the doubt in Jiang Yang's heart and explained, yes. In the past 8 years, I have tried every possible way to find him, but to no avail. A lot of people told me my brother might be dead, but I don't believe it. My intuition tells me that my brother is still alive. So I don't want to give up just like that. So over the years, I have been living in Rongqing, where my brother used to work, hoping to find clues to my brother's disappearance. Jiang Yang, when I first met you, I simply had a good impression of you. I liked your innocence and simplicity. But since you joined the police station, in just 3 days, you have demonstrated your extraordinary talent as a police officer, as well as your special luck. So I thought, if it were you, would it be possible for you to help me find my brother? Pan Xianwan looked at Zhang Yang hopefully with her beautiful eyes. There was a hint of request in his tone. Brother, can you help your sister? After Zhang Yang understood the whole story, he nodded okay. Not to mention that his relationship with Pan Xianwan is better than that of siblings. As a policeman, if someone needs my help, I have no reason to refuse. After saying that, Zhang Yang took out his mobile phone, took a picture of Pan Yu's photo, and agreed. Sister, I promise to help you. However, I can't guarantee that I can find your brother, but I will definitely do my best to help you find him. After getting Zhang Yang's agreement, Pan Xianwan smiled happily. You're so nice, brother. Obviously Pan Xianwan was too happy and couldn't help but give Zhang Yang a big hug. At this moment, Zhang Yang finally had a clear understanding of how good Pan Xianwan's figure was. I couldn't help but blush. After Pan Xianwan left, Zhang Yang also put down his phone. I plan to wait until the holiday is over and then go to the institute's system to check if there is any relevant information about Pan Yu. Then, Zhang Yang opened his system panel. Host, Zhang Yang. Age, 23. Strength, 24. Average for ordinary people is 10, speed, 24, average is 10, skills, Sin Radar/90M, King of Melee, Sin Fist, Enhanced Smell Item, Healing Potion X 3 points, 8630, can be used for lottery and radar range upgrade. Looking at the points on the system panel, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile with joy. After capturing Jiang Dashan, he obtained more than 6,000 points, plus 2,000 points from the system task. Now my points have once again reached more than 8,000. Without much hesitation, Zhang Yang directly took out 4,000 points and increased the radar range by 20 meters. A moment later, the detection range of Zhang Yang's evil radar reached 110 meters. Zhang Yang suddenly became curious. Is there a limit to the exploration range of the evil radar? If there is no upper limit, one day the detection range of the evil radar will reach hundreds of meters or even several miles. What would be the effect then? Does it mean that no criminal around can escape your eyes? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang began to look forward to it. After spending 4,000 points, Zhang Yang used the remaining 4,000 points for the lottery. The familiar lottery wheel appeared again and began to spin wildly. After a few seconds, the lottery ended. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Strength +1. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Strength +1. Zhang Yang was somewhat disappointed that he didn't get any skills in this lottery, but there is nothing we can do. After all, it is a lottery, which is full of huge uncertainties. It is already very good if we don't draw some useless rewards. With the two attributes added to his body, Zhang Yang could clearly feel that his strength had increased a bit. Still pretty good. At least next time I encounter a criminal, it will be easier to catch him. Time flies and the 3-day holiday is gone in a flash. Day 4. Zhang Yang can finally return to the police station and go to work happily. As soon as he arrived at the Dongjie police station, Zhang Yang found that his colleagues were busy tidying up and cleaning. Zhang Yang was a little puzzled and grabbed a colleague to ask curiously, "Brotherly, is today a special day? Why are you all cleaning?" Li Mao smiled so hard that his mouth almost opened wide. "You don't know yet? You've done so much in the past few days and achieved so much. The higher-ups have already gone through the necessary procedures. Someone from the city will be coming to you shortly, and will be distributing awards. Don't just stand there, hurry up and put on your police appearance. I heard someone from the TV station is coming to interview you later." At this time, people around also gathered around him. He was full of praise for Zhang Yang's previous performance. "Zhang Yang, this time it's all thanks to you." "Yeah. Maybe this time, everyone in our institute will benefit from it. If nothing else, our institute will definitely be rated excellent in the year-end evaluation. Guess what award Zhang Yang will win? Needless to say, I estimate that second-class merit is at least, maybe even first-class merit." Hearing what his colleagues said, Zhang Yang also smiled happily. Then he tidied himself up quickly and prepared to wait for the next glorious moment. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun's voice suddenly came from the intercom. "General attention, general attention. Line up. Welcome the leader." Chapter 30, Honors. When the police officers in the station heard Zhang Jianjun's notice, they were all stunned. The next second, happy smiles appeared on everyone's face. "Here I come. It's finally here. We're really proud of ourselves this time." Soon, the police officers from the East Street Police Station had formed a formation. A moment later, 3 police cars with Fujian Provincial Police license plates slowly drove in. Finally, it stopped in front of everyone. The car door opened, and the director of the municipal bureau, Zhou Hongming, walked down with several municipal bureau cadres with smiles on their faces up behind them. There were photographers from the TV station following. After coming in front of everyone, Zhou Hongming's face suddenly became solemn and serious. Everyone from the East Street police station. The voice rang out. All the police officers of the Dongjie police station held their heads high and answered in unison. Alright, Zhou Hongming's voice was resounding. Comrades from the Dongjie police station performed an outstanding job in the 11/22 anti-pornography operation, destroying a massive prostitution den and arresting 365 suspects. Decision by the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Award all comrades from the Dongjie police station who participated in the 11/22 anti-pornography operation a collective third-class merit. The prize is 200,000 yuan, complete. As soon as the words fell, all the police officers of the East Street police station were stunned at first, and then they applauded excitedly. Third-class merit. There actually is a third-class merit. You have to know that they are just ordinary police officers in the police station, and their daily work mostly involves dealing with trivial matters most of the time. If these insignificant contributions can receive some recognition, it is already a huge reward for them, and this time, they actually won a collective third-class merit. The third-class collective merit will not only add a highlight to their resumes, but will also greatly increase their year-end bonuses and benefits. This is the reward that many grassroots police officers dream of but cannot get. If the award ceremony had not yet ended, they would even shout out with joy. They suppressed their inner joy, and everyone's eyes swept over Jiang Yang with gratitude. Everyone understood that their collective third-class merit was brought to them by Jiang Yang. If it weren't for Jiang Yang, they wouldn't have discovered the Silver Party, and naturally they wouldn't have received the collective third-class merit. At this time, Zhou Hongming's voice came again. Police officer from East Street Police Station, Jiang Yang, arrive. Step out, yes. Jiang Yang took a step forward and turned to salute Zhou Hongming. Zhou Hongming said loudly again, Comrade Jiang Yang has performed outstandingly since taking up his position as a police officer at the Dongjie police station. On my first day on the job, I captured the class A wanted criminal Zhang Maosheng and discovered and destroyed a massive pornographic venue. Later, while seconded to the Municipal Bureau's criminal investigation team, he solved the 1023 kidnapping case, the 1101 falling case, the 1107 homicide case, and the 1123 dismemberment case, successfully arresting Class A wanted criminals Zhao Quan and Zhang Yi, as well as the murderer Jiang Daxiang. Approved by the Provincial Public Security Department. Award Comrade Jiang Yang a second-class merit and a third-class merit. Cumulative personal bonus is 1.5 million. Exceptional promotion to first-class police officer, complete. Suddenly, thunderous applause rang out again, louder and more intense than the previous applause. The two municipal bureau leaders next to Zhou Hongming also applauded. At the front of the team, Zhang Jianjun's hands were clapping until they turned red. One individual second-class merit. One individual third-class merit. And one collective third-class merit. Even the bonuses are directly distributed up to 1.5 million. How long had Jiang Yang been working there? Including 3 days of vacation, it was less than a week. He actually took so much credit. If this kind of thing were told to anyone, it would be enough to shock anyone. At this moment, shock, astonishment and envy filled everyone's heart. Amidst deafening applause, Jiang Yang took a step forward. Zhou Hongming personally put the medal on him and also issued a certificate of third-class collective merit to Zhang Jianjun. Afterwards, Zhou Hongming and two municipal bureau leaders took a group photo with all the police officers of Dongjie police station. The awarding of honors ended from then on. Originally, Zhou Hongming wanted to have a good chat with Zhang Jianjun, Jiang Yang, and others and say some words of encouragement to them, but the next second, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. After the call was connected, only 2 seconds later, Zhou Hongming's face became solemn. Are you sure? Okay. Then I'll rush back now. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hongming looked at another leader beside him. The kidnapper of the kidnapping case has appeared. The leader was shocked and asked quickly, Did you catch it? Zhou Hongming shook his head, Not yet, but we have already tracked down the kidnappers. The leader immediately said, Then what are you waiting for? Make the arrest. Wait. This guy is too cunning. If we act rashly, we might alert the enemy. We still need to make careful arrangements. Zhou Hongming agreed with this statement. That's what I thought. Afterwards, Zhou Hongming gave a few brief instructions that he left in a hurry with his men. After they left, Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, what kidnapping case? Even Director Zhou is taking it so seriously?" Zhang Jianjun did not hide anything from Zhang Yang. "Besides, it wasn't a secret in the first place." He replied, "Just yesterday, a sensational kidnapping case occurred in the city. According to the investigation, the kidnapper is the same person who committed the May 16th kidnapping 2 years ago. And the identity of the person kidnapped this time is somewhat unusual. She is the daughter of the chairman of Xianxin Group." After hearing what Zhang Jianjun said, Zhang Yang was shocked. The 516 kidnapping case 2 years ago was a sensation at the time. Even Zhang Yang, who was just a police academy student at the time, had heard of it. It is said that the Menshan Road police station received a call for help and found more than a dozen frozen bodies in a cold storage of a factory in Rongqing City. After investigation, it was discovered that the bodies in the cold storage room were all girls who had disappeared during that period. The kidnappers' methods of committing crimes were extremely cruel. After kidnapping the girls, they would rape and kill them, and then hide them in cold storage. At that time, this case directly alarmed the city police criminal police team, but after several months of investigation, they still couldn't find the kidnapper. Many people believed that the kidnappers had already left Rongqing City or even fled abroad. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, the kidnapper of the 516 kidnapping case appeared again and committed the crime, and the person kidnapped this time was actually the daughter of the chairman of Xianxin Group. As a native of Rongqing, Zhang Yang is very familiar with Xianxin Group. Chapter 31 Invitation. Xianxin Group was founded 15 years ago. 15 years ago, Xianxin Group was just a small, unknown company. The company's boss, Tang Shang, relied on his extraordinary business acumen and means to develop a small company into a behemoth with a market value of over 100 billion in just 15 years. Xianxin Group is involved in hundreds of industries including real estate, beauty, pets, online games, technology, etc., and its business covers thousands of cities at home and abroad. It once became a business legend among businessmen. Unexpectedly, the person kidnapped by the kidnappers this time was Boss Tang's daughter. No wonder even Director Zhou took it so seriously and rushed back so quickly to personally take charge of the situation. After all, Boss Tang is not only great in business, his contribution to the entire Fujian province is also enormous, not to mention anything else. The amount of taxes paid by Xianxin Group alone in a year is as high as hundreds of millions. Boss Tang has also made donations of varying sizes to hundreds of primary and secondary schools and hospitals in Fujian province. It was this kind of person who had his wealth kidnapped. I guess Director Zhou wants to skin the kidnappers alive. Zhang Jianjun patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and said, "Okay, don't think too much about it. The Municipal Bureau's criminal investigation team has taken over this matter. Director Zhou just said that the kidnappers have been tracked down. I guess we'll be able to arrest him soon." Zhang Yang nodded without comment, and here, although Director Zhou and the others have left, it seems that things are not over yet. The TV reporter hurried back at this time. Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Yang were captured for interviews, especially Zhang Yang. It was learned that Zhang Yang had only been working for a week and had already made so many great contributions. The female reporter from the TV station's eyes lit up like light bulbs, and she wanted to stuff the microphone into Zhang Yang's mouth. What Zhang Yang didn't know was that the TV station was broadcasting live at that moment. After Zhang Yang's deeds after joining the company were exposed one by one, the audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Holy crap! Is this police officer named Zhang Yang really that awesome? As a Rongqing native, I actually knew everything he said, but I didn't expect that Zhang Yang caught all these criminals by himself. No wonder he was awarded the second-class merit at such a young age. This is probably because Zhang Yang is too young and has too little experience. Otherwise, for those 3A level wanted criminals, I'm afraid they would have received the first-class merit. Zhang Yang, well done. I just saw the case of Wang Tian yesterday. I heard that the murderer dismembered her alive. Damn it! Even a shot hurts me. I can't imagine how painful it must be for a little girl to be dismembered alive. After her grandmother learned her granddaughter had died, she took a high-speed train for over 1,000 kilometers just to see her granddaughter one last time. I heard that she cried until her eyes went blind. That murderer deserves the death penalty. Fortunately, Zhang Yang caught him. Yes. We the people need good police officers like this. Brothers, am I the only one who really wants to know where that silver party is? Why did I only know about this great place after I was busted? I hate it. Isn't the upstairs disgusting? I wish this place would be shut down. I will always support the police. Crying emoji. The interview ended quickly, however. The TV reporter did not leave, but spoke again. Hey, Director Zhang, our TV station recently launched a program called Protecting Rongqing. The program is shot on location, with no actors, scripts, lines, or rehearsals. It will be live-streamed, capturing the authentic daily work of grassroots police officers and showcasing the image of responsible and compassionate police officers to the public. Tomorrow is the first episode of the show. We'd like to invite Officer John to participate in this live show as the protagonist of the first episode. Is that okay with you? When Zhang Jianjun heard the reporter's words, his eyes lit up. Just listening to this program made Zhang Jianjun feel excited. For a long time, in the impression of the vast majority of ordinary people, their police are serious, rigid, and meticulous law enforcement machines, and many people are afraid of and fear the police. If the program can show the audience the daily work of the police, it will definitely allow the audience to have a deeper understanding and knowledge of their police. Officers.it can not only increase the audience's trust and support for the public security organs and promote the good development of police-civilian relations, but also play a role in promoting legal knowledge, allowing the audience to have a deeper understanding of laws and regulations and enhance legal awareness. This show is good. However, the other party invited Jiang Yang, so Zhang Jianjun naturally couldn't agree to it immediately. Instead, he looked at Jiang Yang, who was standing beside him. Jiang Yang, this show is pretty good. What do you think? Jiang Yang nodded without comment. It's really good. Zhang Jianjun patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder and said with a smile, in that case, go tomorrow. Jiang Yang was also happy to participate in such a program. There was no script and no acting required. Apart from the fact that there was one more person following him during the filming, it was no different from before. However, it can also play a variety of roles such as promoting legal knowledge and promoting the healthy development of police-civilian relations. Why not? At that moment, Jiang Yang straightened his back and replied, yes. And after the agreement, the reporters and staff of the TV station also said goodbye happily. Normal order has been restored at the Dongjie police station. Although everyone will occasionally express their joy of winning the award, they still have to work. After Jiang Yang returned to his workstation, he did not forget to use the public security system to help Pan Xianwan check his brother's information. Pan Yu, born in 1990, joined the Rongqing Criminal Police Team in 2012. In 2015, he and his colleagues participated in the investigation of a homicide case. During the investigation, he and his colleagues disappeared inexplicably and have not been heard from since. The missing case has not been solved to this day because the clues have been cut off. Jiang Yang looked at the information for a long time. He found that this information was similar to the information provided by Pan Xianwan, and even many details were not as detailed as Pan Xianwan's information. He simply closed the file in the computer and opened the information provided by Pan Xianwan. And read it carefully. The information shows that after joining the company, Pan Yu performed outstandingly and dared to take responsibility. In 3 years, he solved hundreds of cases, big and small. The murder happened 8 years ago, on April 18, 2015. Someone called the police and reported that a headless female corpse was found at Fumen Wharf. After the report was made, the City Police Criminal Police Team immediately investigated the case. After comparison, the headless female corpse was named Huang Yaya, a high school teacher. Chapter 32 Zhongshan Road. That year, the criminal police team conducted an in-depth investigation into Huang Yaya's identity and social relations. I unexpectedly discovered that Huang Yaya is not only a high school teacher, but also a female Sea King. Online, there are as many as 28 people who have ambiguous relationships with him. After learning about this, the task force led by Pan Yu immediately investigated and interviewed these 28 people, but found almost no clues. Just when they were about to go to the home of the last man named Xie Qingshan to investigate, he inexplicably disappeared. Jiang Yang subconsciously thought that there must be something wrong with Xie Qingshan. However, after continuing to look through the information, he unexpectedly found that when the other members of the subsequent task force went to Xie Qingshan's home, Xie Qingshan had already died before Huang Yaya's body was found. As a result, all clues in the case were cut off, and even Pan Yu and his colleagues disappeared without a trace. The whole case gave Jiang Yang a confusing feeling, as if an invisible hand was covering up the unknown truth. This made Jiang Yang want to break it open and find the truth, but after all, that was a case that happened 8 years ago, and it is unlikely that the truth will be found out in a short time. I also know that I can't find out anything with just this information. I still have to find a chance to ask my colleagues in the City Bureau's criminal police team, or go to the crime scene in person to investigate. Time passed slowly. and Jiang Yang spent almost the entire day at his workstation reading files. In the evening, colleagues suggested going out for dinner together. What surprised Jiang Yang was that his colleagues did not rip him off just because he received a bonus of 1.5 million. Instead, he took the initiative to invite Jiang Yang to dinner, in their words. If it weren't for Jiang Yang, many of them might not have been able to get a third-class collective merit in their entire lives. Tonight, they must treat him to a meal to thank Jiang Yang very much. Jiang Yang couldn't resist everyone's enthusiasm and had to agree. No words were spoken that night. The time came to the next morning. Jiang Yang came to the police station to work as usual. As soon as he walked into the police station gate, he saw Xinyu, the female reporter from yesterday's TV station, who was giving the opening commentary of the program in front of the camera. Apparently the show I talked about yesterday has already started live. Seeing Jiang Yang coming, Xinyu said to the camera again, "Dear audience friends, Jiang Yang, the protagonist of the first episode of Protecting Rongqing, has arrived." As he spoke, the camera followed Xinyu to Jiang Yang. "Good morning, Officer Jiang." Jiang Yang nodded politely in response. "Good morning, audience friends, good morning." With the appearance of Jiang Yang, the number of people online in the live broadcast room increased visibly. In just 2 seconds, the number of people increased from more than 200 to more than 2000. The number of comments in the live broadcast room also began to increase. "Oh yeah, Officer Jiang showed up. I got up so early today, just to see Officer Jiang. Officer Jiang is so handsome. He looks like a fresh-faced young man. Yeah. Ha ha. I thought I was the only one who was attracted to Officer Jiang's looks. Turns out there are other people who share the same aspirations. I have to say, even as a boy like me, I think Officer Jiang looks very clean, but I still want to see him catch criminals." The person above might be disappointed. "My dad is also a police officer. Grassroots police officers don't encounter any major cases, and it's hard for them to catch any criminals. Their daily tasks are mostly about the trivialities and family matters of ordinary people." Xinyu maintained her signature smile and said to the camera, "Okay, audience friends, let's follow Officer Jiang and explore the daily work of grassroots police officers." Finished, Xinyu took the initiative to move aside so that Jiang Yang, the protagonist of today's program, could be in the center of the live broadcast screen. Next, just follow Jiang Yang and start a day's work as a grassroots police officer. After returning to the unit, Jiang Yang first changed into his uniform, then held a meeting to hand over his shift, and at the same time underwent alcohol testing, took photos, and uploaded them. After it was over, it was already half an hour later. The time came to 9:30, which is the time for the police to start their work. Jiang Yang's assigned task today was to go out on patrol. It's worth mentioning that although Jiang Yang is now a first-class police officer and has also received a second-class merit and a third-class merit, he has never been out on patrol. Therefore, as Jiang Yang's master, Zhang Jianjun decided to take him on patrol personally. Jiang Yang sat in the driver's seat of the new police car that had just been delivered the day before. Yesterday, Zhang Jianjun sat in the passenger seat, and reporter Xinyu and the photographer sat in the back seat for easier filming. This time, Xinyu couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain Zhang, where are we going on patrol today?" Zhang Jianjun blurted out, "Go to Zhongshan Road." Zhongshan Road is one of the most iconic and busiest pedestrian streets in Fuzhou. Within the 1.57 square kilometer area, there are 8 large shopping malls such as IFC and Dongbai, nearly 2,300 shops of all sizes, 26 bars and clubs, and 1,000 hotels and guesthouses. Due to the huge flow of people and many unstable factors, various civil disputes, public security and criminal cases occur every day. Therefore, this is also the place where the people's police are most needed to patrol and stand guard. Not long after, the police car arrived at Zhongshan Road under the driving of Jiang Yang. After finding a parking space and parking, Zhang Jianjun took Jiang Yang, followed by Xinyu and the photographer, and walked towards Zhongshan Road. Zhongshan Road is bustling with people coming and going. Many non-Rongqing local viewers in the live broadcast room were attracted by the cultural landscape here. A group of curious babies asked questions in the live broadcast room, and the local audiences in Rongqing were also very enthusiastic to introduce them. Many foreign audiences have begun to be fascinated by it. However, Guarding Rongqing is, after all, a live broadcast program about the daily life of police officers, not a cultural and tourism program. I followed Jiang Yang and Zhang Jianjun on patrol for a full half hour, but no case happened, not even a quarrel between passers-by. It still caused some dissatisfaction among the audience to a certain extent. "What? We've been walking around for half an hour. It's a bit boring." "Yeah. If it weren't for Jiang Yang being so good-looking and pleasing to the eye, I might have slipped away. Don't be so disappointed. Didn't the guy in the live broadcast room say that grassroots police officers usually only encounter trivial matters? But the problem is, there's not even any trivial matters going on right now. I feel like this is the most boring show I've ever seen. If there's no police report yet, I'm leaving. Me too. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room began to complain and express their dissatisfaction, Jiang Yang, who was walking in front, suddenly took a step forward and rushed forward. Chapter 33 Face-changing. The sudden scene stunned Zhang Jianjun, Xinyu, and the audience in the live broadcast room. When they came to their senses, they suddenly saw Jiang Yang kicking a passerby in the butt. The explosive force kicked the passerby more than 10 meters away. He drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground, letting out a scream. Fuck! What's going on? He rushed out while talking? Did they find the bad guys? Is that even a question? Of course. Honestly, Officer John's kick was so damn cool. And the force was incredible. Judging by the kick, the man was sent flying at least 10 meters away. That's really awesome. Zhang Jianjun hurried forward and couldn't help but ask, Jiang Yang, what are you doing? Jiang Yang said frankly, Master, this guy is a habitual thief. I just saw him steal a passerby's wallet. In fact, it was as early as the moment he and Zhang Jianjun walked into the pedestrian street. Jiang Yang's crime radar has already detected this guy's information. Frowny face name, Lu Bo, male, 23 years old, professional thief, 65 thefts, 3 criminal records, involving 207,000 yuan, but Jiang Yang did not rush to take action. After all, there was no evidence, and it would be useless even if he caught him out so in the previous half hour. Jiang Yang just stared at this guy until this guy blatantly reached into a passerby's pocket in front of him and took out a wallet. Jiang Yang didn't wait any longer and took action immediately, catching him red-handed, and this guy is also a stupid thief. He and 2 policemen, Zhang Jianjun, have been following him for half an hour, but he didn't notice him and even dared to attack him. He really deserves to be caught. So that's how it is. After listening to Jiang Yang's explanation, he saw him take out a lady's wallet that did not belong to him from the stupid thief's pocket. Zhang Jianjun immediately believed Jiang Yang's words, patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder and praised, well done. In Zhang Jianjun's heart, he couldn't help but admire Jiang Yang's investigative ability again. After all, he was clearly traveling with Jiang Yang, but he didn't notice the thief taking action. It was obvious that Jiang Yang's reconnaissance ability was far better than his. After the audience in the live broadcast room learned the truth, they all sighed, oh my god. He's a thief. Amazing. Is this the police's observation ability? In such a crowded crowd, they saw the thief's move at a glance? I didn't even react. This is the kind of show I love. Well done, Officer Jiang. However, there were also some discordant voices in the live broadcast room. Oh, by the way, am I the only one who thinks Jiang Yang's behavior was too brutal? Even though he beat up a thief, thieves have human rights too. Shouldn't it be okay to just catch them? Why did he have to slap someone in public and beat him up like this? I think so too. It's too cruel. Why do people watch such a violent person's live broadcast? Are thieves not human beings? Should thieves be beaten? I think that person can sue Officer Jiang and ask him to compensate for his medical expenses. Once these shocking remarks were made, many people in the live broadcast room were shocked. No. Those who speak for thieves, are you thieves too? What? Are you heartbroken seeing your colleagues being beaten? What's cruel or not? He dared to steal, so he deserves to be beaten. That's right. I still remember it. During the college entrance exam, someone stole my pen. My pen ran out of ink during the exam, and I had no spare. In the end, I missed the school I wanted to go to because of just 1 point. If I could find the person who stole my pen, I would beat him up even harder than Officer Jiang. For a moment, the live broadcast room was divided into 2 factions. One group believed that Jiang Yang had gone too far and should apologize to the thief and compensate him for his medical expenses. The other group thinks that these people are pure idiots and saintly bitches. The 2 groups of audiences quarreled fiercely. At the same time, many passers-by around the scene were attracted by Jiang Yang's behavior just now. After many people learned that Jiang Yang had beaten a thief, they praised Jiang Yang for eliminating the evil for the people, but a discordant voice suddenly rang out, just like the one in the live broadcast room. A middle-aged woman with curly hair stepped forward in high heels and began to accuse Jiang Yang. Oh, how could you, a police officer, do this? How could you be so cruel? Jiang Yang wanted to explain that he was a thief, but the middle-aged woman didn't listen at all. Even though he's a thief, does that mean you should beat up a thief? A rude person like you is not fit to be a police officer. Now, apologize to him immediately and send him to the hospital. At this moment, someone in the crowd heard a cell phone ring. The middle-aged woman subconsciously reached into her bag, but found that it was empty. Suddenly the middle-aged woman was horrified. My phone? Where's my phone? Where's my wallet? My phone and wallet were stolen. After searching everywhere on her body but couldn't find her cell phone and wallet, the middle-aged woman immediately realized that her cell phone had been stolen. She was so angry that she jumped on the spot and yelled, "Ah! Damn thief! Damn thief! Stealing my phone and wallet!" Then, she looked at the thief on the ground who had lost his ability to move after being beaten by Jiang Yang. He rushed directly towards him. He slapped her in the face, and the force of this slap was no less than Jiang Yang's. After he finished smoking, he still pinched the thief's neck and cursed. Explain. Did you steal my phone and wallet? You son of a bitch, I'll fuck your mother. Give me back my phone and wallet. Fortunately, Jiang Yang and Zhang Jianjun took action in time, otherwise the thief might have been strangled to death by her. The people around and the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene. I was immediately amused. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I remember this woman just now speaking up for the thief, right? How come her expression changed so quickly? These stupid, sanctimonious bitches are so easygoing because the thieves didn't steal from them. But once their own interests are damaged, they become more crazy than anyone else. Ha 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 ha. The brother upstairs said it very clearly. I just want to ask, why are those people who just spoke up for the thief in the live broadcast room silent now? Chapter 34. Dogface Officer. Officer. My phone and wallet were stolen. Please, help me get it back. All my money is in my wallet. The middle-aged woman begged Jiang Yang and Zhang Jianjun. As a people's policeman, Jiang Yang and Zhang Jianjun naturally could not refuse. Don't worry, ma'am. We will do our best to help you get it back. The middle-aged woman nodded gratefully. Thank you, thank you. These damn thieves. They deserve a miserable death. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll skin them alive. The middle-aged woman had no idea how much her attitude had changed. This directly caused the audience in the live broadcast room to laugh. This woman has a dog-like face, right? Her expression changes so quickly. She was blaming Officer Jiang just now, and now she's begging him. Doesn't she sympathize with the thief? Why can't she just be generous and give the thief her phone and wallet? She even said she'd skin them if she caught them. I really want to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Especially that idiot in the live stream who asked if thieves deserve to be beaten? I actually laughed. If thieves don't deserve to be beaten, do they deserve to be worshipped? That's right. I once caught a thief on a bus, and everyone on the bus nearly beat him to death. I even thought Officer Jiang went too easy on him. Why are those saintly bitches so silent now? Come out and speak. In short, Officer Jiang did a great job. Those criminals should receive the punishment they deserve. Because no one knows when or where the middle-aged woman lost her cell phone and wallet. Therefore, Jiang Yang and Zhang Jianjun could not help her for the time being, and could only ask someone to take her back to the police station to take a statement. As for whether they can find it, I can only say that the police officers at the police station will definitely try their best to help, but whether they can find it or not depends on fate. After seeing off the middle-aged woman, Jiang Yang and Zhang Jianjun were originally planning to continue patrolling. As a result, the next second, a red light spot appeared on Jiang Yang's crime radar. Again, frowny face. Name: Han Fei, male, 46 years old, professional thief, 65 thefts, 3 criminal records, involving 207,000 yuan, just committed 2 thefts. Name: Lubin, male, 42 years old, professional thief, 44 thefts, 2 criminal records, involving 163,000 yuan, just completed 4 thefts. Looking at the prompts for thefts 2 and 3. Jiang Yang raised the corner of his mouth. With such a hint, it meant that if he caught these 2 guys, he would be caught red-handed. So without thinking, before Zhang Jianjun and others could react, Zhang Yang came to the middle-aged man in front. Han Fei, like an arrow without saying a word, he threw him to the ground. With a bang sound, the force was so great that everyone around felt the ground shook and their scalps went numb. Han Fei, the person involved, felt as if his back was about to split open, and let out a shrill scream. This fall caused Han Fei to lose the ability to move, but it saved him from being beaten by Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang did not stop there. After confirming that Han Fei had no ability to escape, he turned around again and pounced towards the crowd like a leopard. He forced a bald man in the crowd to the ground. That's right, the bald man is Lu Bin. Zhang Yang's sudden appearance frightened the bald man. He wanted to resist, but what he got was a black tiger heart rip attack from Zhang Yang. Then he turned his body over, pressed one foot against his back to push him to the ground, clasped his hands with one hand, and skillfully reached into his waist pocket with the other hand to handcuff him. After doing all this, Zhang Jianjun, Xin Yu and the photographer hurried over. Zhang Jianjun looked at the two people lying on the ground wailing in pain. Zhang Yang, are they criminals again? Zhang Jianjun just finished asking. The bald Lu Bin on the ground started yelling, I'm not. You police officers are beating people up. I want to complain to you. However, Zhang Yang just fumbled around Lu Bin's body, yet he immediately found 5 mobile phones and 2 wallets. He returned to Han Fei and found 2 mobile phones and 2 wallets on him. Lu Bin and Han Fei had nothing to say after being caught red-handed. They could only cooperate with the police, who had been notified and were put into the police car and taken to the police station. Zhang Jianjun, Xin Yu, the audience in the live broadcast room and passers-by who saw this scene were all stunned. Good fellow. He's a real thief. Officer Jiang is awesome. He was just saying this show was boring, and now he's caught 3 thieves so quickly. And Officer Zhang's skills are amazing. He doesn't look like a rookie at all, but more like a veteran who has practiced martial arts for many years. Of course not. I suggest you go to the official Rongqing Public Security Bureau website and watch the video they released a few days ago of Officer Jiang catching thieves and wanted criminals. He's 1 against 14, even Class A wanted criminals, and it's no problem at all. It's like watching a martial arts movie. What's funny is that the thief just now actually said he wanted to complain to Officer Jiang. It made me want to laugh. I declare that from this moment on, I am Officer Jiang's #1 fan. Come on, Officer Jiang. Send all these criminals inside. At this time, Xin Yu on the side could no longer hold back. Go up to the interview and say, Officer Jiang, you are truly amazing. I want to ask you, how did you discover these thieves? To this, Zhang Jianjun also looked at Zhang Yang with a sharp gaze, and was very curious. After all, whether it was Lu Bo before or Han Fei and Lu Bin just now, he didn't notice any of them. After seeing Zhang Yang take action, he even suspected that Zhang Yang had arrested the wrong people, but it turned out that he arrested no wrong people. This made him, as a master, somewhat ashamed, and facing Xin Yu's question. Zhang Yang scratched his head and said, maybe my eyesight is better. I took action as soon as I saw it. No matter what, Zhang Yang couldn't tell anyone about the system, so he could only make up an excuse. ASA reporter, Xin Yu obviously did not believe Zhang Yang's perfunctory answer. I'm preparing for an in-depth interview, but Zhang Yang suddenly turned around and rushed out again. Chapter 35. What I hate most in my life is pretending to be a woman and lying to me. Vocal. Why did you leave? Again? Have we discovered another criminal? Damn it. It's true. While the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned, Zhang Yang had already rushed to the door of a store more than 30 meters away. He suddenly grabbed a lady in her 30s who was about to leave the store. Before the lady could react, Zhang Yang followed suit and threw her over his shoulder. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The lady looked elegant and noble, and it was obvious that she was a rich person. Could it be that such a beautiful and elegant woman was also a criminal? But soon, reality told everyone the answer. After Zhang Yang threw her over the shoulder, the imagined scene of the lady falling to the ground did not appear. Instead, she turned around and successfully avoided the fall, squatting on the ground. Then people saw a hint of incongruous viciousness flash across the noble lady's originally gentle eyes, and she suddenly pounced towards Zhang Yang. As she got closer, she pulled out a sharp eyebrow trimmer from the bag on her waist and slashed it straight towards Zhang Yang's neck. Such a dangerous scene stunned the people around, and they retreated one after another, fearing that they would be affected. Zhang Yang was obviously well prepared facing the attack from the noble lady. He remained calm just as she rushed in front of him. Zhang Yang attacked with a speed nearly twice as fast as hers. Zhang Yang grabbed her hand that was holding the eyebrow trimmer and twisted it hard. Suddenly, a click sound was heard in the air. People immediately saw that Zhang Yang twisted the lady's hand into a strange angle. The lady let out a shrill scream, and her eyes showed even more resentment towards Zhang Yang. But Zhang Yang didn't care about her look at all and pushed him to the ground. As for the last hand left, I'm afraid it can't do anything. At this time, Zhang Jianjun, Xinyu, and others finally followed. Looking at this cruel scene, even Zhang Jianjun felt shocked. Zhang Yang, you're being too harsh, aren't you? Regardless of whether this lady is a criminal or not, even if she is, just punish her like you just did. You are really too cruel. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, Master, it's not heavy. He's a Class A wanted criminal, Mao Zishan. What? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhang Jianjun glared and spoke tremblingly. You said, he's a Class A wanted criminal? Zhang Yang nodded without comment. Yes, it's Mao Zishan who committed the serial murder case in Fengjiang town 5 years ago. Xinyu on the side interrupted at this time. That's not right. Officer Jiang. I've also heard about the serial murders in Fengjiang town 5 years ago. I remember the murderer, Mao Zishan, was a man. She is Mao Zishan? As soon as Xinyu said this, the audience in the live broadcast room also sent out barrages to discuss. Oh my god. I'm from Fengjiang town. I still remember that serial murder case vividly. Me too. That guy killed more than 10 people in one night, and all the dead were next door to my house. If someone hadn't discovered it and called the police in time, I might have died that night too. But now the question is this person really the murderer Mao or something? Didn't reporter Shen say that the murderer was a man? TSK. She was a boy 5 years ago, so she can't be a girl 5 years later? Indeed, with sex reassignment surgery and plastic surgery so advanced these days, changing your appearance isn't a problem at all as long as you have the money. Facing Xinyu's question, Zhang Yang also patiently answered, Indeed, in 5 years, his appearance and even his gender have changed dramatically. But the fact that he is Mao Zishan will never change. If you don't believe me, Master, we can take him back for a DNA comparison. Once the DNA is compared, everything will be clear. Zhang Yang had just finished speaking, and the noblewoman, who was lying on the ground with cold sweat, suddenly spoke. No need to compare. I admit that I am Mao Zishan. I want to know, how did you recognize me? Mao Zishan knew very well that he could not escape this time. As long as he was taken back and his DNA was compared, his identity would be exposed. Just admit it openly. It can also allow Zhang Yang to satisfy his last curiosity and know how he was exposed. When they heard Mao Zishang's admission, whether it was Zhang Jianjun, Xinyu, or the passers-by around in the audience in the live broadcast room, everyone was shocked on the spot. Oh my god. He really is the murderer? Fuck. That means he's a man. Damn it. What I hate most in my life is pretending to be a woman and deceiving me. When I saw Officer Jiang beating him just now, I felt sympathy for him. I didn't expect it was actually a man. Damn it. Why didn't Officer Jiang beat him to death? I don't think it matters whether he's a man or a woman. The key is, I really want to know how Officer Jiang recognized him. Yeah. I thought Officer Jiang had made a mistake. I was waiting to take her back for a DNA comparison, but I didn't expect her to admit it straight away. I can understand some criminals being able to disguise themselves, but this guy managed to transform himself from a man into a woman. Furthermore, the crime was committed 5 years ago. How could Officer Jiang recognize him? It's truly amazing. Zhang Jianjun and Xinyu on the side were looking at Zhang Yang in horror. It was already amazing that Zhang Yang was able to catch those 3 thieves on the spot. Now, he can even recognize a wanted criminal who committed a crime 5 years ago and has completely changed his appearance and gender. This completely overturned Zhang Jianjun and Xinyu's perception of a person. Is this still a human being? At this time, Zhang Jianjun could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Zhang Yang, how did you recognize Mao Zishan? Zhang Yang naturally couldn't tell them that he owned a system and a crime radar. He scratched his head and made up an excuse. Wasn't I looking through the files at the station yesterday? I saw this guy's information then. So when I saw him on the side of the road just now, I recognized him immediately. Chapter 36, Listening to your words is like listening to a speech. Good. Well said. I listened to your words as if they were my own. Officer Zhang's answer is the same as no answer at all. He successfully wasted 10 seconds of my time. I've seen the photos on the news and wanted posters back then, but if I saw Mao Zishang now on the street, I wouldn't recognize him. How did Officer Zhang recognize this transvestite as the murderer? I don't believe Officer Zhang could have recognized the murderer who had a sex change and plastic surgery 5 years ago. He must be hiding something from us. Yes, I think so too. And do you know what's most crucial? When Officer Zhang spotted Mao Zishang, he was clearly facing the camera, but suddenly he turned around and rushed directly towards Mao Zishang. Fuck. Now that you mentioned that, I suddenly remembered it too. It seems to be true. Even if you really recognized a murderer, you still have to observe and identify him carefully, right? Officer Jiang suddenly turned around and rushed over in the middle of an interview. This is outrageous. Not just the audience in the live broadcast room with Zhang Jianjun and reporter Xinyu at the scene looked at Zhang Yang strangely after hearing his answer, eyes full of disbelief. Xinyu saw what the audience in the live broadcast room were talking about and asked on the spot, but Officer Jiang, the audience all said that before you took action, you were clearly interviewing me in front of the camera. But suddenly he turned around and caught this wanted criminal. Isn't your behavior beyond the capabilities of ordinary people? Zhang Yang explained calmly, is this nothing? As a police officer, it's essential to keep your eyes and ears open. Isn't that basic? What a man who keeps his eyes and ears open. Zhang Jianjun, who was standing by, felt ashamed after hearing what Zhang Yang said. They were all police officers, and he was Zhang Yang's master. How come he didn't have this ability? After listening to Zhang Yang's explanation, the audience in the live broadcast room all applauded. Okay, a good basic operation, panda clapping emoji. Officer John's pretense is killing me. I absolutely have to. If this is a basic operation, then those special forces soldiers can fly into the sky and into the ground, and blow up a tank with one punch, right? If all the police officers in our country were as awesome as Officer Jiang, there wouldn't be any criminals anymore. I'm also a police officer at the police station. I can't do the basic operations that Officer Jiang mentioned. Don't even mention you're a police officer at the police station. My brother is in the criminal investigation team. Last time, I saw him sprain his ankle while going downstairs. It was so embarrassing. But this also indirectly shows that Officer Jiang is truly awesome. Yeah. Maybe what seems outrageous to us is just basic stuff to him, right? Indeed, some people's talents and abilities truly subvert the imaginations of ordinary people like us. Perhaps Officer Jiang was born to be a police officer. I'm increasingly looking forward to seeing how many criminals Officer Jiang will catch next. The audience in the live broadcast room discussed for a long time but still couldn't figure out how Zhang Yang had done what he had just done. So everyone can only think that Zhang Yang is outstanding in ability. Zhang Jianjun called back to the bureau again. Hey, Shali, take 2 people to number 33 Zhongshan Road right now. We have 3 thieves and a Class A wanted criminal we need you to take back. When Li Mao, the police officer who answered the phone, heard the A-level wanted criminal, he exclaimed, what? A Class A wanted criminal? Okay, Chief, please wait a moment. I'll ask someone to come with me. You must pay attention to safety. Li Mao's voice resounded throughout the institute and immediately attracted the attention of his colleagues. When they heard the words Class A wanted criminal, everyone shuddered and stood up subconsciously. Everyone had a solemn expression and was on high alert, ready to set out to support Zhang Jianjun at any time. Zhang Jianjun on the other end of the phone also heard Li Mao's excited scream, was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly explained, you don't need to be so excited. They have been subdued by Zhang Yang. Just bring 2 people here and take them back to the station. Hearing this, Li Mao was also stunned for a moment. He then answered twice and hung up the phone. Not at this time, other people in the institute gathered around and asked, Shaoli, what's going on? Was that the director calling just now? Didn't the director go on patrol with Zhang Yang? Did they encounter a Class A wanted criminal? Should we go over and provide support now? Or should we call for support from higher authorities? After all, he was a Class A wanted criminal. They had to treat him seriously. Li Mao said truthfully, and no need. The director just told me that the Class A wanted criminal has been subdued by Jiang Yang. Just ask me to take 2 people with me and bring the person back to the police station. So that's how it is. That's good. After hearing Li Mao's answer, his colleagues around him all breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, they realized that something was wrong. Wait, Brother Li, what did you just say? A-level wanted criminal, was he subdued by Jiang Yang? Jiang Yang again? No. How did Jiang Yang catch another Class A wanted criminal? It has only been less than a week since Jiang Yang started working, but 3 Class A wanted criminals have already fallen into his hands unexpectedly. He had just followed Zhang Jianjun out on patrol today, and in less than half an hour they caught another Class A wanted criminal. For a moment, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. I have no idea who Jiang Yang is and how come he can always catch Class A wanted criminals. Soon, Li Mao rushed to Zhongshan Road with 2 other police officers from the police station. Seeing Mao Zhishang, Han Fei, and Lu Bin lying on the ground, the 2 police officers were shocked. Li Mao couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Jiang Yang, you were such a cool guy. Don't call me Brother Li anymore. Call me Xiao Li. You are my brother. Jiang Yang nodded, then called out shyly, Xiao Li. Hearing this, Li Mao was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cried. I asked you to scream and you really screamed. Jiang Yang laughed and said, just kidding, Brother Li. Brother Li, after you send the people back, can you drive a 17-seater van over here? Hearing this, Li Mao was puzzled. What are you doing here in a 17-seater van? Jiang Yang scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. I'm afraid there won't be enough room for the criminals later. Chapter 37. I'm in trouble. As he walked into the Zhongshan Road pedestrian street, Jiang Yang discovered that there was a large flow of people here, and there were also many criminals hiding among them. In just a short while, he had already caught 3 thieves and a Class A wanted criminal. If he continued to move forward, he would probably catch more criminals. So in order to avoid trouble, we simply asked Li Mao to drive a 17-seater van over. Otherwise, every time we catch one, we have to call them to come and send it over. At the beginning, no one understood what Jiang Yang meant, but soon, they understood. It was in a room at A, B, and B. In front of a solid wooden table, 7 or 8 shirtless men were waving their arms vigorously, and the poker cards in their hands hit the table. With crisp papa sounds, after a while, a man with a crew cut and a face full of fat slapped the table. There was a loud noise, and he cursed, "Ah, fuck. I lost again. Wang Dachui, are you cheating? It's a winning night." The man with bangs, known as Wang Dachui, said with a smile, "What a ripoff. Having good luck at cards means cheating?" As Wang Dachui spoke, he collected the gambling money from the other people and put it into a black travel bag at his feet. Inside, it was filled with red banknotes. Considering it, he won at least 2 or 3 million that night. I was so happy. Are you still able to do it? If not, let's disperse. It's already daybreak. As soon as the words fell, several gamblers at the same table suddenly became furious and started cursing. Alpaca, scatter chicken feathers. Wang Dachui, you want to run away just because you won? Do you understand the rules? The losers haven't quit yet, so don't even think about running away if you win. No way, I'm telling you. Wang Dachui shrugged and said helplessly, but we've been fighting all night. Even if you're not tired, I am. Besides, after arguing all night, I'm afraid the neighbors won't be able to handle it and call the police. If they arrest us all, we'll be screwed. When the gamblers heard this, they laughed, especially the man with a crew cut who was covered in flesh. He shouted directly, "What's there to be afraid of? The police are nothing. If they really dare to come, I, Hu Sandao, will make them regret coming here." However, he had just finished speaking, then I heard a loud bang. The broken wooden door of the B&B room broke apart with a loud noise. The people in the guesthouse room were startled and stood up. The man with a crew cut who called himself Hu Sandao plucked up his courage and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Fucking messin', huh?" Jiang Yang stepped in with Zhang Jianjun and Xinyu police. "Don't move." Zhang Jianjun pointed at the leader Hu Sandao and scolded, "You were the one who said you wanted us to regret why we came here, weren't you?" When the gamblers in the room saw the police uniforms on Jiang Yang and the others, they were immediately scared out of their wits, squatting with hands clasped in hands with skillful movements. Misunderstanding. Police comrade. Things are not what you see. I confessed. I will be lenient if I confess. Comrade police, can you give us another chance? The previously arrogant Sandow's expression changed at this moment, and his originally ferocious expression was squeezed into a smile that was uglier than crying. "Comrade police officer, I was just kidding." Sandow said he was joking, but Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Yang were in no mood to joke with them. That he scolded with a cold face, "Hold your heads and squat down. You are suspected of organizing gambling. I am now arresting you according to the law." Hearing this, the expressions of several gamblers in the room changed completely. As gamblers, they naturally knew what would await them if they were caught: millions of dollars in gambling money. If they were caught, first of all, 3 years in prison would definitely be enough, no need to say anything, but the most important thing is that all their gambling money would be confiscated, and they would also be fined. This is undoubtedly fatal for these veteran gamblers who love money like their lives, so Sandow and several others began to feel some resistance in their hearts. But when they found that there were only 2 policemen coming in, they became extremely frightened. If these 7 or 8 people resisted together, they might still have a chance to escape, so at this moment, they looked at each other. As soon they reached a tacit agreement, Zhang Yang obviously saw through their thoughts and warned them with a smile while scratching his ear, "I advise you not to even think about resisting, or you'll be in big trouble." "Ha ha. I won millions, so why don't you tell me to stop resisting?" Zhang Yang's words were not taken seriously by the others. "If I were to be caught by you, I would be in great trouble. Brothers, stop waiting and get going. Fuck. They are just 2 policemen, what are they afraid of? Fight them." As their angry shouts were heard, 7 or 8 gamblers suddenly rose up in resistance. Shen and the photographer, who were standing at the back, were frightened by this scene and quickly stepped back. Zhang Jianjun took out his baton and prepared to fight. Only Zhang Yang had seen through their thoughts long ago. Seeing that they refused to listen and still tried to resist, he impatiently kicked the first gambler who rushed towards him in the chest. He kicked him out directly, and he fell on the gamblers behind him, and they all fell to the ground. Zhang Yang cursed, "I told you not to resist, don't resist. Why don't you listen? Why don't you listen?" As he spoke, Zhang Yang took the initiative to approach the group of gamblers. "Get ready for a big fight." Facing the gamblers who had just gotten up, Zhang Yang didn't give them any chance at all. In just half a minute, those gamblers who were originally clamoring to fight to the death all fell to the ground wailing. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jianjun, who was ready to fight and get injured in the last second, was completely paralyzed. Although he had also seen the surveillance footage of Zhang Yang fighting 1 against 14 people on his first day at the station, but the feeling given by the video is completely incomparable to the live scene. Chapter 38. Officer Jiang, please be harder. Zhang Yang's skills are not as good as his even when he was young. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Zhang Yang subdue all 7 or 8 big men in the room in just a short while. Everyone was deeply shocked. To fuck. Woji. Officer Jiang is awesome. Beating 8 people by himself? The key is that he completely crushed them without getting hurt at all. Brothers, what's the concept of this? Isn't it awesome? What do you think? Aren't you talking nonsense? 8 people means an 8-fold difference, and yet they can still crush us. It's impossible to say that Officer Zhang doesn't have some special skills. That's more than just a little bit of kung fu. I'm a fitness trainer, with 8-pack abs and a hunchback. Last time, on my way home from a night shift, I ran into 3 or 4 thugs robbing people on the street. I bravely tried to help them, but I ended up getting beaten up and almost ended up in the hospital. 7 or 8 people aren't that big of a deal, right? Guys, you should really check out the official Rongqing Public Security Bureau website. There's a video of Officer Zhang taking on 14 people on his own. That's pretty impressive. As time goes by, more and more people wake up, some entertain themselves at home, and some slack off at work and in class. In addition, the increasing popularity of the program Protecting Rongqing has attracted more and more people to enter the live broadcast room. If any one of them paid attention, they would have noticed. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has jumped from more than 2,000 to more than 20,000. Many people saw Zhang Yang beating up these gamblers. As soon as they came in, everyone was so shocked that they were stunned. Some people immediately sent out barrage questions. Oh my god. What's going on? Why did the police beat people? How fierce and cruel. That man's hands look like they're all broken. The audience who knew the truth in the live broadcast room immediately explained the truth to the newcomer. When the newcomers who had just entered the live broadcast room learned that those who were beaten were gamblers, they still wanted to resist and escape, so they were beaten by Jiang Yang. All sympathy disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was a round of applause. Good. Well done. These bastards, I don't think they are good people from their looks. You still dare to gamble and resist arrest. Officer Jiang, use more force. What I hate most in my life are these gamblers. If it weren't for my dad's gambling, which ruined my family, I wouldn't be working in an electronics factory at the age of 17. Catch all these gamblers. After a while, Li Mao, who received the notice, came again with the two policemen. Look at the gamblers lying on the ground groaning in this guesthouse room. That Li Mao finally understood why Jiang Yang asked him to drive a 17-seat van over. I can't help but give a thumbs up, director, you guys are amazing. In just such a short time, we've already caught so many gamblers. Zhang Jianjun coughed awkwardly twice and explained, it's not me, it's Jiang Yang. These people were all captured by Jiang Yang. After hearing Zhang Jianjun's words, Li Mao looked at Jiang Yang blankly again. The thousands of words in my heart, when they come to my lips, finally turn into a cow. Without any further ado, he sent one of his colleagues to escort Lu Sandow and the others away. As for Li Mao and the other policemen, they obviously realized that Jiang Yang's achievements today would definitely not be limited to this, so they decided to follow Jiang Yang so that they could help him bring the person back at any time. Of following Jiang Yang, they left the B&B and walked into a footbath city. Oh. Are we going home? I know this place well. Why did Officer Jiang bring us here? Could it be that you are too tired and need to wash your feet and rest? You're overthinking it. Do you think Officer Jiang is you? I think there must be something wrong with this footbath city. Yes, that's definitely the case. As Jiang Yang and the others entered the footbath city, a middle-aged man who looked like the owner of the footbath city hurried over. Hello, officer. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. What instructions do you have? Jiang Yang glanced at the middle-aged man, and his crime radar immediately reacted. Frowny face. Name, Ma Gang, male, 44 years old. He ostensibly owns the Fulunquan Foot Spa, but secretly engages in prostitution, forcing women into prostitution, assaulting employees, and withholding their wages. Jiang Yang's expression suddenly turned cold. You are the owner of this footbath city, right? Ma Gang was about to answer when Jiang Yang spoke directly. I'll give you a chance. Confess all the illegal activities you've committed, and I'll consider it a voluntary surrender. Hearing Jiang Yang's words, Ma Gang, who had been greeting with a smile, suddenly froze in expression. Then he laughed awkwardly. Officer, you're such a joke. I'm just an honest citizen, working diligently to run a legitimate business. How could you do anything illegal? Officer, you can't believe other people's rumors and wrongly accuse good people. Jiang Yang has seen many people like Ma Gang who won't cry until they see the coffin. So I didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and just took Zhang Jianjun, Xinyu, and the photographer upstairs. Going up all the way, Jiang Yang and others soon arrived at the third floor of the footbath city. The lights here are bright and the decoration is elegant. The technicians passing by all have smiles on their faces and are dressed conservatively. At first glance, they seem very normal. Ma Gang said with a smile, Look, officer, I've always said we're doing legitimate business and never do anything illegal or criminal. We have a clear conscience, and we are not afraid of any investigation you may make. Looking at the environment in the footbath city and the confident look of the boss. At this moment, even Zhang Jianjun and the audience in the live broadcast room were somewhat suspicious whether Jiang Yang had really misunderstood his boss. This footbath city is too clean. It's so clean that I have no interest in it at first sight. It seems Officer Jiang has come to the wrong place this time. That's normal. After all, Officer Jiang is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly go somewhere and have crimes happen there? Let's go to the next place, don't waste time. Yeah. We want to see Officer Jiang catch the criminal. However, only Jiang Yang couldn't help laughing when he looked at the dozens of red dots displayed on the crime radar. Staring at Ma Gang, he said, Boss, I'll give you one last chance. If you tell me now, it can be considered as surrendering yourself, otherwise you will have no chance. Ma Gang also felt a chill down his spine when Jiang Yang stared at him, but he firmly believed that Jiang Yang would not be able to discover what he had done. He must be deceiving himself. So Ma Gang also insisted on his statement, Officer, please stop messing with me. I really didn't break any law. And he had just finished speaking. Jiang Yang strode forward and walked straight into room 308. Then he kicked open the bathroom door in the room. Chapter 39, Sacrifice for the Sake of Justice. I watched Zhang Yang walk into room 308. Ma Gang's expression changed visibly. This scene was also captured directly by Zhang Jianjun, who immediately realized that there must be something wrong, so he hurriedly followed him. It was discovered that the bathroom door of room 308 had been kicked open by Zhang Yang. What was presented to everyone was not a normal bathroom, but a long dark corridor. Seeing this, Ma Gang's face suddenly turned pale, kneeling on the ground. Officer, I know I was wrong. I confess. I tell. Can this be considered as my surrender? Zhang Yang sneered. He had clearly given him 2 chances to surrender himself, but he didn't take them. Now he wants to surrender himself, but it's too late. Zhang Yang didn't say anything. He walked in with Zhang Jianjun and Li Mao and kicked the doors open one by one. One of the clients was startled and cursed subconsciously. Who is that alpaca? What he got, of course, was a pair of big handcuffs. What if you dare to resist? The outcome will only be worse. You're right, even though it's still early in the morning, there are quite a few customers here. In just 2 minutes, Zhang Yang and his team found more than a dozen people who were conducting transactions. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all sighed in amazement. My goodness, are these people staying up all night? They're starting so early? Not necessarily. This foot bath city is of good quality. Many of the ladies have great figures. If it were me, I would also be willing to go so early. I don't know what the price is. If you're not my brother, why are you still asking about the price? This store must be gone. It's too late to ask now. Indeed. I hate it. Why is it that every time a good place like this is shut down as soon as I find out about it? What good place? Please don't corrupt the atmosphere of the live broadcast room here. Officer Jiang is shutting down this obscene place for our own good. I firmly support Officer Jiang. Crying emoji. I support it too. Crying emoji. +1. Crying emoji. Did I just see Officer Jiang arrest a man in his 60s? He's still going to prostitutes at this age? He's really still going strong. The temporary anti-pornography operation is in full swing. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Zhang Yang. Are you Zhang Yang? Oh my god. It's really Zhang Yang. Ha 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 ha. I see my family. Looking back, he saw a client who had just been caught by Zhang Jianjun and had not had time to put on his clothes. Running to Zhang Yang with tears of joy, he looked as if he had just met his long-lost relatives, which surprised everyone around him. Zhang Yang, do you know him? Zhang Jianjun on the side asked with a frown. Before Zhang Yang could speak, the client said familiarly, of course I know him. Not only do we know each other, we'll even be relatives in the future. Right, Zhang Yang. My sister, Lin Shuer, is Zhang Yang's girlfriend. I, Lin Fei, am Zhang Yang's brother-in-law. We are all family, we are all family. It really was a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. Look what a mess it has caused. As he spoke, Lin Fei took out a box of cigarettes from somewhere and distributed them to Zhang Yang, Zhang Jianjun and others. Wow! The crackdown on pornography actually targeted a relative? Ha ha ha. This is interesting. I really want to know what Officer Jiang will do when faced with his own brother-in-law. Will he defy the law and protect his family? Or will he choose to put justice above his own family and have his brother-in-law arrested? I feel like Officer Jiang is going to be in a difficult situation now. Ha! Anyway, if it were me, if I dared to arrest my brother-in-law, my wife would skin me alive, but if I don't, I'd be harboring a criminal. I think they will definitely arrest him. After all, there are so many people watching. However, there's a high probability that Officer Jiang will avoid suspicion and let his colleagues handle it. However, what no one expected was the difficulties and avoidances they imagined did not exist at all. Facing Lin Fei's familiarity, Zhang Yang sternly rebuked him. What are you doing? What are you doing? Who is your relative? Lin Fei, you are suspected of soliciting prostitution. We have caught you red-handed. Hold your head. Get down. Lin Fei's expression changed, and he accused unhappily Zhang Yang. There's no need to be like this. We're all family. I know that you caused some unpleasantness when you came to my house the other day. But it's okay. As long as you and my sister are truly in love, I will help you persuade my mother. You can still be with my sister, we are still a family. John Yang, what are you doing? What are you doing with the handcuffs? Don't come over here. Think it over carefully. Once you catch me, there will be no chance for you and my sister to be together. Despite repeated persuasion, Lin Fei still refused to cooperate and even showed signs of resistance. Zhang Yang didn't give him any face and hit Lin Fei directly in the stomach. This time, Zhang Yang showed no mercy and Lin Fei vomited out all the midnight snack he had last night on the spot. Finally, he became honest to Zhang Yang, handcuffed him personally and said, "Lin Fei, you'd better stop wishing that I would let you go. You are breaking the law now. You are a criminal. Not to mention that we have no relationship at all now. Even if you really are my brother-in-law, I will arrest you according to the law." Seeing that Zhang Yang was determined to catch him, he looked at the handcuffs on his hands. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a deep resentment. "All right. Zhang Yang, you're really good. You're amazing. You even caught me. I'm telling you, you're done with my sister. Completely over. When I'm released, I'll go and complain to my parents. As long as I'm around, you'll never have even the slightest chance of ever having anything to do with my sister again in your life." Zhang Yang said nonchalantly, "Whatever." After pulling out all the prostitutes in the dark corridor, the rest were handed over to Li Mao and another police officer, who took them back to the station. Zhang Yang and Zhang Jianjun continued their patrol. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lin Fei being taken away, and everyone was stunned. No. Really caught him? I thought Officer Jiang would be soft-hearted. At the very least, he would avoid suspicion and let his colleagues handle it. But he ended up handcuffing and arresting his own brother-in-law himself? Is this the real-life version of killing one's own relatives for the sake of justice? That's amazing. This is the quality a people's policeman should have. But, if that's the case, then Officer Jiang and his girlfriend are really done with each other, right? What's the big deal? I bet you don't know that Officer Jiang had already arrested his mother-in-law and brother-in-law before this. Chapter 40, The Upright Police Officer. What? What the hell? Officer Jiang arrested his mother-in-law and brother-in-law as well? Is this true? How could this be false? Officer Zhang's record is spotless. Anyone with a bit of ability and money could find out what he did. I have to say that this generation of netizens is still very powerful. After a while, Zhang Yang's information was completely dug out by everyone. Zhang Yang, 23 years old, joined the Dongjie police station in Rongqing City 5 days ago and became a police officer of the Dongjie police station. As for the information about capturing class A-wanted criminals and fighting 1 against 14, everyone learned about it in yesterday's interview. What really shocked everyone was, before Jiang Yang, he had actually arrested his mother-in-law and brother-in-law on charges of gathering for fornication, gang fighting, robbery, prostitution, and assaulting police officers. To this day, his mother-in-law and brother-in-law are still detained in the police station. After knowing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Good fellow, good fellow. My mother-in-law and brother-in-law were all arrested by Officer Jiang. And now, his eldest brother-in-law has also been arrested by Officer Jiang. Awesome. Really awesome. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid Officer Zhang's mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and eldest brother-in-law never imagined that one day they would be arrested by their own son-in-law. Ha ha ha. What bad luck. Why are they so unlucky? It's obviously their own fault, right? Indeed, if they hadn't committed a crime themselves, Officer Jiang wouldn't have been able to arrest them. I feel like I admire Officer Jiang even more. Even if it's one of his own relatives who breaks the law, he still arrests them. This is what a good police officer who is upright and impartial is like. That's true. Officer Jiang is awesome. Am I the only one who's curious? After Officer Jiang arrested his mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and eldest brother-in-law, what will happen to him and his girlfriend? What can I do? This kind of thing can't be blamed on Officer Jiang. If his girlfriend doesn't understand, then I can still be Officer Zhang's girlfriend. Good fellow, sister, I heard your plan in Kyoto. After this group of illegal prostitutes were sent away, Zhang Yang, along with Zhang Jianjun, Xin Yu, and the cameraman, continued patrolling Zhongshan Road. It has to be said that the number of people on Zhongshan Road is really too large. which makes it extremely easy for filth to hide here. Not long after walking, another red light spot appeared on Jiang Yang's crime radar: prostitutes, gamblers, loan sharks, thieves and sellers of stolen goods, and even drug addicts, all kinds of social scum are filling the different buildings. Jiang Yang and Zhang Jianjun also fully demonstrated to the audience in the live broadcast room what it means to strike hard. Faced with these criminals, Jiang Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Just go up and beat him up. It would be fine if he was cowardly and begged for mercy, but if anyone dares to resist or escape, he will suffer. In just half an hour, Jiang Yang cleaned most of the Zhongshan Road pedestrian street. Hundreds of criminals had been arrested, so the colleagues who came to escort the criminals back to the police station were short of manpower. So Jiang Yang had to lead these half-dead criminals to the next hideout first. Oh my god. Where's the promise that this was a show about the daily work of police officers? Is this the daily work of police officers? Who said before that grassroots police officers don't encounter so many police cases? That they only deal with trivial matters? You call these criminals trivial? That's what I said, but it's unscientific. My dad is a policeman. But he really can't catch so many criminals normally. I can attest to this. I'm just a clerk at the police station. Normally, the police station wouldn't encounter so many criminals. Let alone an ordinary police station, even the criminal police team wouldn't be able to catch so many criminals in a single day. I guess it's mainly because Officer Jiang is too perverted, right? Yeah. I don't know if you've noticed, but Officer Jiang seems to have some kind of cheat. He always seems to move forward with a purpose, and every place he enters hides a criminal. Yes. I found out too. How did Officer Jiang find the hiding place of these criminals? Xin Yu immediately raised the questions in the audience's minds, hoping to get an answer from Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang had already thought of an excuse, saying that these were all reports from enthusiastic citizens, which was why he was able to find the criminals so accurately. Well, Crime Radar is that enthusiastic member of the public. Crime Radar gives us tips on where to catch criminals, so it's not considered a lie. I have to say, Jiang Yang's explanation was extremely reasonable and immediately dispelled everyone's doubts. Only Zhang Jianjun frowned from beginning to end. The enthusiastic citizens reported? Why haven't I seen any reports? However, Zhang Jianjun was too lazy to care about so many things. As long as Jiang Yang could catch the criminal, everything would be fine. These are all the achievements of their police station. The more they catch, the more confident they will be when facing their superiors in the future. With Jiang Yang's help, maybe he'll have another chance to get promoted in his lifetime? Soon, all 20 colleagues called by Zhang Jianjun arrived, took over the criminals arrested by Jiang Yang in batches and escorted them back to the police station. There are still more than a dozen colleagues around him who are on standby and ready to escort criminals at any time. Now Jiang Yang can do whatever he wants. Watching the red light spots appear on the crime radar again, Jiang Yang rushed into a building excitedly. Rongqing City Yitzangqian Police Station, in the director's office. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Instructor Wang Wu hurried in with his cell phone. Cheng Wenbin, director of the Tsangqian Police Station, put down the file in his hand, looked at Wang Wu, and couldn't help asking in surprise, "Old Wang, what's going on?" Wang Wu directly took the phone that was playing the live broadcast of Protecting Rongqing to Cheng Wenbin and explained, "Didn't the live broadcast of Protecting Rongqing start today? Do you know who the protagonist of the first issue is? Jian Yang. The new guy from the East Street Police Station, Jian Yang. Today was the first day of the live show, and Zhang Jianjun took Jian Yang to patrol Zhongshan Road pedestrian street. Guess what happened? It's only been an hour since the show started, and Jiang Yang has already caught over 100 criminals. What? Mr. Duo, Mr. Duo? When Cheng Wenbin heard Wang Wu's words, his eyes widened. Chapter 41. Jiang Yang is about to become a god. More than 100 criminals? Cheng Wenbin quickly picked up the phone that Wang Wu handed to him and looked at the live broadcast screen. It happened that at this moment in the picture, Jiang Yang had just destroyed an underground casino. The picture was densely packed with heads, and it was estimated that more than 100 gamblers were captured. Add to that the more than 100 that Wang Wu mentioned. Doesn't that mean that Jiang Yang has captured more than 200 criminals so far? How is this possible? How did he catch it? How come we can't catch it normally? Wang Wu said with a helpless smile, "I heard that Jiang Yang received reports from enthusiastic citizens, so he was able to catch every criminal he encountered. So far, he has already cracked down on several crime scenes on Zhongshan Road. Prostitution, gambling, selling stolen goods, including the underground casino that was busted. He has already arrested 200 to 300 criminals. The vans responsible for transporting criminals have come several times. Aha! After listening to Wang Wu's answer, Chang Wenbin was so envious and jealous that he was going crazy. God damn it, these reports from the enthusiastic people. Why can't we meet such enthusiastic people? There are more than 200, almost 300 criminals. Chang Wenbin couldn't even imagine such a scene. Add to that the Silver Party Club that was shut down a few days ago. I guess the East Street Police Station is running out of room to detain people now, right? Think about their police station, they may not be able to catch many criminals in a month. This gap made Chang Wenbin extremely envious, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he knows the old man Zhang Jianjun too well. Zhang Yang had performed so well before and had made so many contributions that Zhang Jianjun had no idea how many times he had called him to show off. At this time, Zhang Yang caught hundreds of criminals for him. Wouldn't Zhang Jianjun be so proud? Damn it! Damn it! Why is Zhang Yang so awesome? Why didn't Zhang Yang come to our Changqian police station? I'm so jealous. Similar situations are also happening in other police stations. The police station chiefs who learned about Zhang Yang's performance today were all shocked at first, then envious and jealous, and finally regretted why they didn't bring Zhang Yang to their own police stations. If Zhang Yang went to their police station, then it would be their police station that would be happy now. After all, it was a live broadcast, and Zhang Yang's performance quickly spread among the police officers in major police stations throughout Rongqing City. In the chat groups of police officers, big and small. At this moment, everything is about Zhang Yang brothers. Those of you who are taking a break today, go watch Guarding Rongqing. Zhang Yang is really going to be a god. At all members. What the hell? What's going on? Why are they deifying him again? I've been watching. He's so freaking awesome. In 2 hours, he's already arrested over 400 criminals. He's caught one Class A wanted criminal, and he's already caught 3 or 4 Class B wanted criminals. I feel like he's going to catch all the criminals on Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street. He's so freaking awesome. The key is that Zhang Yang is not only powerful, but he keeps saying that what he says are just basic police operations. Now my niece is grabbing me and asking me to catch criminals for her to see. I'm crying. I seriously suspect Zhang Yang is a swindler. Someone like him shouldn't have come to the police station in the first place. He should have gone directly to the criminal police team. I'm so greedy. With so many criminals, I wish I could have a few. You know what? Those policemen from the East Street Police Station must have gotten quite a bit of credit by following Zhang Yang. And in fact, it is true Zhang Yang went forward and discovered one hiding place after another of the criminals, but he did not take too much credit for it. Most of the time, he would let his colleagues go forward to make the arrests. This is tantamount to sharing the credit with them. Every police officer who caught the criminal was delighted and extremely grateful to Zhang Yang. Soon, under Zhang Yang's sweep, they swept the entire Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street. After leaving the pedestrian street, Li Mao took the initiative to report the patrol's results to Zhang Yang and Zhang Jianjun. Reporting to the director, this patrol has destroyed 4 prostitution dens and apprehended a total of 126 prostitutes and clients. We discovered 3 theft and sale locations, arrested 120 members of the theft gang, and seized 4.2 million yuan in stolen money. We discovered 2 underground casinos, arrested 282 gamblers, and seized 38 million in gambling funds. 5 drug users arrested, 200 grams of drugs seized. There is also 1 Class A wanted criminal and 3 Class B wanted criminals. As Li Mao reported today's battle results one by one, even Zhang Jianjun felt shocked, outrageous and unbelievable. Admittedly, he had been the director of the East Street Police Station for 4 years, but he had never arrested so many criminals in just one day, no. In less than half a day, and there are all kinds of criminals among them. From petty thieves to Class A wanted criminals, there is everything. This isn't a patrol. This is clearly a restocking operation. Zhang Yang was as ferocious as a wild beast. Although his methods were a bit brutal, he always caught his prey accurately. The efficiency is maximized. As the audience in the live broadcast room listened to Li Mao's battle record, the comments suddenly flew like snowflakes. Oh my god. A rough calculation shows that in less than half a day, Officer Jiang has already arrested over 500 criminals. Oh my god! This is just one street. Are there really so many criminals? There are too many criminals in Rome City, right? Brother, you might have misunderstood. According to statistics, the criminal population in our country accounts for 3.2% of the total population. That means 3 out of every 100 people are criminals. Rongqing's Zhongshan Road pedestrian street has hundreds of thousands, even millions, of people visiting every day. Catching a few hundred criminals is perfectly normal. Indeed, the reason we don't see so many criminals on a regular basis is simply because they're so cunning and hidden. We ordinary people can't recognize them. It was Officer Jiang who apprehended them all. That's why we saw so many criminals. Yeah. As I said before, Officer Jiang is awesome. I strongly suggest Officer Jiang come patrol our area and arrest all those nasty criminals. With so many criminals, Officer Jiang is going to be rewarded with another great achievement. I estimate he'll be awarded at least a third-class merit, and maybe even a second-class one. Chapter 42, Plots that only appear in movies. Everyone was happy that so many criminals were caught, including Zhang Yang. It's not just that so many criminals are brought to justice themselves, moreover, catching so many criminals means that he has earned a lot of points. At this time, Zhang Yang took advantage of the time when everyone was resting and quietly opened the system panel. Frowny face host, Zhang Yang age, 23 strength, 26, average for ordinary people is 10, speed, 24, average is 10, skills, Sin radar / 110M, King of Melee, Sin Fist, Enhanced Smell Item, Healing Potion X 3 points, 18,556, can be used for lottery and radar range upgrade. When Zhang Yang saw the number of system points, even though he was somewhat prepared, he still couldn't help but widen his eyes with surprise in his eyes. More than 18,000 points, I never expected this. I actually earned over 18,000 points just by walking around Zhongshan Road pedestrian street. This is the most points I have ever had, right? Zhang Yang rubbed his hands excitedly. Then the task of allocating points began. First of all, the crime radar must be upgraded. After all, the ability to catch criminals so successfully is all due to the powerful capabilities of the crime radar. 0.8000 points will first increase the detection range of the evil radar by 40 meters, then there were 10,000 points left, so I started the 5-draw series directly. In an instant, the familiar turntable appeared in front of him and began to spin wildly. After a while, the lottery ended, and a series of system prompts came to my ears. Frowny face ding. The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning, strength +2. Ding. The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning, speed +3. Ding. The lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning, driving mastery. Ding. The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning, deterrence enhanced. Ding. The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning, crime pursuit. Driving mastery, you can skillfully drive any vehicle currently in existence. While riding a vehicle, your damage to criminals increases by 200%. Increased deterrence, your deterrent effect on criminals increases by 300%. Crime tracking, you can mark up to 2 criminals. After marking, the marked criminals will not disappear from the crime radar. You can use system points to increase the number of marks. After drawing the prize, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled. I don't know if it's to make up for not winning anything in the last lottery this time, except for the attribute values. Nothing was missed in the lottery, and I got 3 new skill rewards. The first thing is driving proficiency. As the driving proficiency reward arrived, Zhang Yang's mind suddenly flooded with a lot of memories. Just like the king of melee combat before him, these memories were deeply imprinted in his mind, forming his own muscle memory. Today, I own more than just an ordinary car. I can also own a ship, an airplane, and even a rocket carrier. As long as there is any driving tool in the world, I can drive it with ease. The most interesting thing is that there is an additional buff behind driving proficiency. When riding a vehicle, the damage to criminals increases by 200%. Oh my god, the system wants me to fight in the car. Isn't this something that only happens in movies? The second reward is increased deterrence, which is also a buff type skill. With the blessing of this buff, from now on, my deterrent effect on criminals will automatically increase by 300%. Those petty thieves who don't have much skills will be scared when they see the police. After having this buff, I guess the petty thieves will be so scared that they can't walk when they see me. The last reward was also the one that Zhang Yang was most satisfied with. This skill, called crime tracking, as the name suggests, marks the criminal. From then on, unless the criminal actively removes the mark, he will never disappear from the crime radar again. In other words, once a criminal is marked by himself, he will always appear on the crime radar even if he escapes from the detection range of the crime radar and flees to the ends of the earth. This skill is undoubtedly a magic weapon for tracking criminals. From now on, any criminal marked by him will never be able to escape from his grasp, although no criminal has been able to escape from under his nose so far. No one can guarantee that there will not be such a day. Having the skill of crime tracking is like giving yourself an extra protection. After drawing the prize and closing the system panel, Zhang Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. This time, Zhang Yang and others walked out of Zhongshan Road pedestrian street and prepared to patrol the area again. This moment, I suddenly saw that the building in front was surrounded by a cordon. There were several police cars and special vehicles with flashing lights. Dozens of criminal police and special police surrounded the entire building. The crowd outside who didn't know the truth were pointing and talking about it. What's going on here? Zhang Yang looked at the scene in front of him in surprise and couldn't help feeling curious. I remember now. Reporter Xinyu beside him suddenly remembered something and explained, wasn't the daughter of the chairman of Changxing Group kidnapped? The city police's criminal investigation team has already identified the kidnapper last night. The arrest operation began that night, but what we didn't expect was that the kidnappers were so cunning. They fled with the daughter of the Changxing Group for a night and finally hid in this building. They were in a standoff with the police all night, but until now, there has been no progress. Zhang Yang, Zhang Jianjun, Li Mao and other police officers couldn't help but look at Shen Huayui. Li Mao's eyes revealed curiosity, and he asked, Reporter Shen, how did you know? Shen Yu was speechless for a moment, but still replied, Officer, I'm a reporter. Isn't it normal for me to know about this kind of thing? Look over there. Our colleagues from the TV station are also following the report simultaneously. After listening to Shen Yu's explanation, several people nodded. This moment, a figure suddenly walked towards Zhang Yang and looked at him. It turned out to be an old acquaintance, Xiao Jiwei, the captain of the city bureau's criminal police team. No one has come over yet. Xiao Jiwei took the initiative to greet Zhang Yang and Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Yang nodded at him. Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao, what's the situation inside now? After coming to Zhang Yang's side, Xiao Jiwei sighed helplessly, with a worried look on his face. Don't even mention it. The kidnappers are stubborn and cunning. They won't release the hostages no matter what. We have tried various rescue methods, but all ended in failure. We are stuck here with the kidnappers and can't do anything. Although we send in some food and water every few hours, the situation will only get worse as time goes on. Chapter 43. Should I try? Really? Although the police send in food and water every few hours, but as time goes by, the kidnapper's mentality will become more and more unstable. The more unstable his mentality is, the more dangerous the hostage's situation will be. If you are not careful, they may try to make you a lose-lose situation, and that would be more trouble than gain. At this time, Xiao Jiwei couldn't help but look at Zhang Yang and asked, Zhang Yang, do you have any good ideas to break this situation? Zhang Yang hadn't reacted when he heard what Xiao Jiwei said. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but talk about it. Oh my god. I remember this as Captain Xiao from the criminal investigation team of the Rongqing Municipal Bureau, right? He actually asked Officer Zhang for help? That's normal. Didn't Captain Xiao say that the kidnappers are stubborn and cunning? They've tried everything but can't rescue the hostages. They can only ask Officer Zhang for help. This also indirectly proves Officer Zhang's ability. Even the captain of the city's criminal police team came to Officer Zhang for help. Indeed. After all, Officer Zhang's abilities are obvious to everyone. But honestly, when faced with a kidnapping case, especially one with a hostage, the criminal police and special police are more professional. If they are helpless, then Officer Zhang, a police officer from the police station, will probably be helpless too. Although I don't want to admit it, this is indeed the truth. But for some reason, I always feel that Officer Zhang will give us a surprise. Hey! I think so too. While the audience in the live broadcast room was discussing, Xiao Jiwei asked for help. Zhang Yang pondered for a few seconds, then said, how about letting me go in and try? Hearing this, Xiao Jiwei frowned slightly. You go? Originally, Xiao Zhiwei just wanted to ask Jiang Yang's opinion to see if there was any good solution. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yang actually spoke directly and expressed his desire to go in. Looking at Jiang Yang's determined gaze, Xiao Zhiwei also thought for a few seconds, then he nodded. Okay. Old Zhang, I need to borrow your precious apprentice again this time. Xiao Zhiwei looked at Zhang Jianjun with a smile. Zhang Jianjun's eyes showed worry, and he looked at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang, are you sure? This is not a joke. The kidnappers this time are much more brutal than any criminal you've encountered before. During the hostage rescue process, you must not only ensure your own safety, but also the safety of the hostages. If you're not careful, it could lead to an irreversible situation. After all, Jiang Yang was just a police officer in a police station and had no experience in rescuing hostages. No one can guarantee what will happen after Jiang Yang goes in, but there is no doubt that no matter whether it is Jiang Yang or the hostages, casualties on either side are something none of them want to see, and it is not something they can afford. Jiang Yang vowed, "Don't worry, master. I have confidence." Jiang Yang is not a person who is ambitious. He already has a plan in mind to save people, which is why he is so confident. After getting Jiang Yang's assurance, Zhang Jianjun did not try to persuade him any further. Patting Jiang Yang on the shoulder, he said, "Then go ahead. Remember to be careful." Jiang Yang nodded, then he followed Xiao Zhiwei towards the building. The audience in the live broadcast room learned that Jiang Yang had actually agreed to Xiao Zhiwei's request to rescue the hostages from the kidnappers, who even the criminal police and special police had no way to deal with. Everyone was shocked and surprised. Are you really going to do this? No way, no way. This is too outrageous, right? Is Officer Jiang really so confident he can rescue the hostage? That's a kidnapper even the criminal police and SWAT can't do anything about. Although I also feel that this kind of thing is a bit outrageous, to be honest, I actually have some faith in Officer Jiang. I feel that Officer Jiang can really do it. I think so too. Although I've only known Officer Jiang for a short time, I always feel that Officer Jiang is different from other police officers. What others can't do, Officer Jiang may really be able to do. Indeed, Officer Jiang is no fool. From previous actions, we can see that he is very responsible. If he wasn't absolutely sure, I believe he would not take such a risk. Maybe he can actually do it. No more talking. Since Officer Jiang has made his decision, I support him. Yes. We must support you. Come on, Officer Jiang. Come on, Officer Jiang. Come on, Officer Jiang. +1. Come on, Officer Jiang. Plus 10,086. What? Police officers from the police station? At this time, Xiao Zhiwei took Jiang Yang across the cordon and came to a special police officer in combat uniform. When they learned that Xiao Zhiwei was planning to let a police officer like Jiang Yang from the police station go in to rescue the hostages, Yu Jing, the captain of the SWAT team, couldn't help but exclaimed, "Xiao Zhiwei, aren't you taking this too lightly? If you let a police officer in, does he know how to save people? It's fine if we can't save anyone, but what if a violent conflict breaks out inside and the hostages' lives are threatened? Can you afford the price?" Xiao Zhiwei rolled his eyes at him directly. "You Lao Lu, you country bumpkin, what do you know? I'm too lazy to tell you. I'll talk to Director Zhou." After saying that, he turned to look at Zhou Hongming beside him and said, "Director Zhou, I just borrowed Jiang Yang. Can I let him try it?" Zhou Hongming was feeling helpless at this moment because of the stalemate. Zhou Hongming's eyes lit up when he suddenly saw Xiao Zhiwei bringing Jiang Yang over. After all, he had seen Jiang Yang's abilities with his own eyes. Although Jiang Yang is just a new police officer, his abilities and methods have shocked me more than once. Even an old comrade who has been in the police force for decades cannot compare to him. Perhaps this time, Jiang Yang can also shock everyone present with his incredible methods. Zhou Hongming patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder and asked, "Jiang Yang, are you sure?" Jiang Yang stood up straight and answered in a resounding voice, "Have." Zhou Hongming's eyes were filled with admiration. "Okay. In that case, Comrade Jiang Yang, arrive. I'm leaving this 1125 major kidnapping case to you, yes." Finished, Jiang Yang turned around and followed Xiao Zhiwei away to make preparations for the action. Yu Jing, who was standing by, could no longer contain his excitement and anxiously questioned Zhou Hongming. "Director Zhou, how could you trust Xiao Zhiwei to hand over such an important operation to a police officer from a police station? It's fine for a small police station to catch petty thieves, but asking him to rescue someone from a vicious kidnapper is like asking a chicken to play basketball. Chapter 44: The rescue begins. Director Joe, are you sure you're not desperate? That guy is just a police officer from the police station. Even we can't do anything about the kidnapper, so what can he do? Let's not talk about whether we can save the hostage or not. If we anger the kidnappers, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's not just Yu Jing.at this time. Next to Zhou Hongming, there was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. He was slightly overweight but had the aura of a superior. He also said anxiously, Zhou Hongming, Director Zhou, what's going on? You actually let a police officer from the police station go in to rescue my daughter? Are you kidding me? The man's name is Tang Shang, and he is the chairman of Rongqing Changxing Group. His own daughter was kidnapped by kidnappers, so he was extremely anxious and placed all his hopes on Zhou Hongming and the Rongqing police. As a result, a whole night has passed since the rescue, and there has been no progress, and now, Zhou Hongming actually abandoned the criminal police and special police and let a police officer from the police station go in to rescue his daughter. Tang Shang didn't know what Zhou Hongming was thinking, but he was unwilling to take risks with his beloved daughter. Director Zhou, you better give me a perfect explanation. Send a police officer from the police station to rescue my daughter if anything happens to her. I won't let any of you go. Yu Jing on the side also continued to persuade Director Zhou. Why don't you just let that kid come back? There's still time. Listening to Yu Jing's persuasion, Zhou Hongming smiled and asked, Yu Jing, how long have you been here? Yu Jing didn't understand why Zhou Hongming asked this at this time, but as a subordinate, he still answered honestly, if you count from the grassroots level, it should be 8 years. Zhou Hong nodded. 8 years. Well, you must have caught a lot of criminals. How many Class A wanted criminals are there? Yu Jing answered truthfully, in the past 8 years, I've apprehended at least 500 criminals, if not 800. Among them, there are 5 Class A wanted criminals. I've personally apprehended 2 of them. Director Zhou, why are you asking this? Zhou Hongming smiled and said that Jiang Yang just now, he has arrested 1 more Class A wanted criminal than you. What? When Yu Jing heard Zhou Hongming's words, his eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. More than me? How is this possible? At this time, Zhang Jianjun had somehow gotten outside the cordon behind them, shouting loudly at Director Zhou, there are more than 3. There are 4 now. Just now, when I was taking Jiang Yang on patrol, he arrested another Class A wanted criminal. Originally, when I heard Zhou Hongming say that Jiang Yang had arrested 1 more Class A wanted criminal than me, Yu Jing was greatly surprised. At this time, Zhang Jianjun reminded him that Jiang Yang had captured another Class A wanted criminal while on patrol. Yu Jing was completely confused. How is this possible? Since when have Class A wanted criminals become so weak? Can they even arrest a police officer from a police station at will? Zhou Hongming shook his head and said, it's not that A-level wanted criminals are weak, it's that this comrade named Jiang Yang is incredibly capable. Don't underestimate him. He's just a police officer who has been working at the police station for less than a week. There are already several leaders above who are optimistic about him. After hearing this, Yu Jing fell silent, completely silent. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to not judge a book by its cover and that there are always people better than you. At the same time, he no longer had any objection to Jiang Yang going in to rescue the hostages. Then Zhou Hongming looked at Tang Shang, who was standing beside him, and said, don't worry, Mr. Tang. Since I dare to let Jiang Yang in, it means I have enough confidence in him. If he causes any problems to your daughter, I am willing to take full responsibility. Zhou Hongming has already said this. Tang Shang didn't say anything more, and now he can only place all his hopes on the police, and pray silently in his heart that Zhou Hongming did not make a mistake, that boy named Jiang Yang really has his strengths. The other side. At Xiao Jiwei's request, Jiang Yang put on a bulletproof vest. It was also equipped with a Type 92 pistol. While Jiang Yang was putting on his bulletproof vest, Xiao Jiwei took out a structural diagram of the building and introduced it to Jiang Yang. This is the structural layout of the building in front of us. The entire building has 28 floors and covers an area of 3,222 square meters. The kidnappers are currently hiding in a room on the first floor of the building. They are very cunning. While holding the hostages, they have also destroyed all surveillance cameras inside the building. The room they are hiding in is less than 20 square meters in total, and they have concealed themselves in a place that cannot be seen from the outside. This also greatly hindered our rescue operations, especially the sniping method, which was completely useless. Now it's up to you to get into the building and try to rescue them. Do you have any needs that we can assist you with? Zhang Yang had already put on his bulletproof vest and put away his pistol. Hearing Xiao Jiwei's question, Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "Not for now. I can do it alone." Hearing this, Xiao Jiwei was speechless for a moment. If this sentence was said by anyone else, he would definitely scold the other person for being arrogant and ignorant, but the person who said this was none other than Zhang Yang. Then he has nothing to say. After all, he had witnessed Zhang Yang's abilities with his own eyes, and it was he who asked him to come and help this time. Since he said that cooperation is not necessary, he must have his reasons, so he nodded. "Okay. In that case, you must be more careful. All of us are guarding outside. If anything happens, give us a signal and we will rush in at any time. But if things are impossible, remember not to act rashly. Ensuring your safety and the safety of the hostages is the most important thing." Good. Finished. Zhang Yang walked into the building under everyone's attention. Oh my god. Officer Jiang is really going to go in. Watching his back as he went in, it felt so heroic. What a heroic thing. It's not like he's going to die. Maybe Officer Jiang can return victorious? Yes. We must trust Officer Jiang. We must believe that Officer Jiang can definitely rescue the people. Come on, Officer Jiang. Bring that despicable criminal to justice. Officer Jiang, if you succeed, I will sleep with you for one night. I am 1.7 meters tall and weigh. Chapter 45, It's her you want to kill. Why do you ask me not to go over there? Under everyone's attention, Zhang Yang walked directly into the building. They soon found the door to the room that Xiao Jiwei had pointed out. Obviously, it was a storage room with a closed door. Outside the door, there was water and food left by colleagues from the criminal police team. The crime radar was turned on, and a red-black light suddenly flashed, and the information of the kidnapper hiding in it was immediately visible to Zhang Yang. Frowny face name, Rosen, male, 52 years old, class A wanted criminal, kidnapped 15 girls, raped and then murdered them. During his time on the wanted list, he committed multiple crimes, using the same method, kidnapping 3 girls. Zhang Yang clenched his fists. According to the crime radar, this guy named Rosen had brutally murdered 18 people. Moreover, each of these 18 people is a young, beautiful girl with a bright future. Rosen's actions are outrageous and outrageous to all. Knock knock knock. Zhang Yang began to try to open the door, but found that it had been locked. So he knocked on the door directly. Suddenly, 2 different voices were heard in the room. Why did you come just now? Are all you policemen useless? Hurry up and save me. Hurry up and save me. I can't stand it anymore. This was a very obvious female voice, obviously belonging to the hostage held by Rosen, Tang Tian, the daughter of Tangsheng Group. His tone was a bit aggressive and he cursed a lot, but he seemed to be in good condition. Then came a sinister voice, scolding viciously, "Shut up. Or I'll use a knife to draw a turtle on your face. You will die an ugly death." After being scolded, the originally fierce curse suddenly disappeared. Instead, there were sobs of grievance and fear. Then, Rosen's sinister voice sounded again, coming from the room. Well? Have you thought about it? Do I have the car and cash I want? However, as soon as Rosen finished speaking, he heard a loud clang. The door of the utility room fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The sudden change made Rosen in the corner stand up nervously, holding the dagger tightly in his right hand, and holding it tightly on Tang Tian's white neck. His eyes were fixed on the door. When the dust settled, he finally saw a boy in his early 20s appear before him. The boy was wearing casual clothes and looked like an ordinary police officer from the police station, but Rosen naturally wouldn't believe that at this moment, an ordinary police officer from the police station would really come here. The most obvious feeling was the moment I saw the police in front of me. A feeling of fear rose involuntarily in his heart, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His whole body tensed up. He suppressed his inner fear and cursed loudly, "Who the hell are you? Who asked you to come in? Go out." Zhang Yang ignored him and said with a smile, "I'm here to save people. If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me?" While talking, Zhang Yang turned off the law enforcement recorder on his chest and walked directly towards Rosen. far outside the building, the temporary command center set up inside the police car suddenly lost the image of Jiangyang building. Whether it was Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, or Yu Jing, they were all stunned. What's going on? Why did the picture disappear? The body camera is broken? Impossible, Jiang Yang must have turned it off on his own. What does he want to do? What you up to? In the storeroom of the building, Rosen naturally noticed Jiang Yang turning off the law enforcement recorder and walking towards him. Suddenly, tension filled his heart. The dagger in his hand pressed against Tang Tian's neck, and the sharp blade immediately cut through Tang Tian's skin. A trickle of scarlet blood flowed from the wound along the blade of pain. Tang Tian's tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks. She looked so aggrieved that I felt pity for her, but Rosen ignored it and still kept the dagger pressed tightly against Tang Tian's neck. Hiding behind Tang Tian, he scolded Jiang Yang, "Stop. What the hell do you want to do? I asked you what you wanted to do. Don't come over here. Or I'll kill her." Jiang Yang didn't take Rosen's threats seriously at all. He scratched his ears and couldn't help but sneered, "Are you kidding me? She's the one you want to kill. Why are you asking me not to go?" As soon as these words came out, the Rosens were all stunned. What does that mean? What do you mean I killed her? Why did I tell you not to go over there? She's a hostage. As police officers, shouldn't you put the safety of the hostages first? Tang Tian, who was in a disheveled and frail appearance, heard Jiang Yang's words. He was even more shocked and so angry that he couldn't help but curse, "Asshole! What are you talking about? Didn't you just say you came to save me? If I'm killed, what's the point of you rescuing me? Don't come over here." Listen to him. I'm really going to be killed. But Jiang Yang no longer had the patience to waste words with them, rushed directly towards Rosen. Jiang Yang's speed is more than twice that of an ordinary person in such a small room. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Rosen, clenched his fist, and burst out with twice the strength plus the extra 3 times the strength of the fist of Sin. It hit Rosen's head hard. There was a loud bang. At the critical moment, Rosen raised his hand in time to block Jiang Yang's full strength punch with 5 times the strength. The result, naturally, was that his entire arm was blown apart by Jiang Yang's punch. All the bones in his hand were broken. In severe pain, Rosen suddenly pushed Tang Tian towards Jiang Yang and took the opportunity to dodge to the side. Only then did he separate himself from Jiang Yang at a distance. However, will he return Tang Tian to Jiang Yang in order to save his life? Obviously impossible. After Tang Tian threw herself into Jiang Yang's arms, her face turned visibly pale and she fell to the ground limply. Looking over, he saw that her neck had been cut by the knife, leaving an unfathomable wound. A large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain, and the breath of life quickly disappeared. At this time, Rosen showed a ferocious and crazy smile. "Ha ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You are really good. I can't beat you. I also know that if I face you, I will die today, but even if I die, I've dragged someone down with me. I'm not a loser either. Ha 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 ha." The person that Rosen was referring to as the scapegoat was naturally Tang Tian. The moment Jiang Yang rushed forward, Rosen, whose hand bones were broken, knew that he was no match for Jiang Yang, and Jiang Yang would never let him go, so he showed no mercy and directly cut Tang Tian's throat. In this way, even if he is caught next, Tang Tian will not survive. Chapter 46, Cutting Off the Fire. Ha 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 ha. What do you think, officer? Seeing the hostage die in front of you, do you feel angry and furious? But you brought this upon yourself. It was all caused by your impulsiveness. You are the one who killed her. You are. Ha 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 ha. Rosen laughed almost crazily. After committing so many crimes and escaping for so many years, he was ready to be arrested, but before he was arrested, he was able to drag the daughter of a large group and a policeman to take the blame for him. No matter how he died, it was worth it. However, faced with his ridicule, Jiang Yang didn't even bother to care with a thought. A bottle of thumb-sized medicine suddenly appeared in Jiang Yang's hand. Without saying a word, he opened the bottle cap of the medicine and poured it into Tang Tian's mouth. This bottle of potion is the healing potion that was rewarded together with the Sin Radar and Constitution doubling card when I first bound to the system. After the systematic introduction, Jiang Yang realized that this healing potion was the real good stuff, living dead, flesh and bones. No matter if they are injured or terminally ill, as long as they still have a breath, this healing potion can pull the person who drinks it back from the brink of death. not only can it cure all injuries and terminal illnesses, it also has a certain chance of improving physical fitness. So when Jiang Yang learned that even the criminal police and special police had no way to deal with this kidnapping case, he knew that it would be absolutely impossible to rescue the hostages by ordinary means, as long as the hostages are still in the hands of the kidnappers, they will have absolute initiative and right to speak, and this kidnapping will never be resolved so easily. Therefore, Jiang Yang decisively cut off the source of the problem. As long as the hostage dies, all the kidnappers' advantages will instantly collapse. All problems will naturally be solved. As long as you use the healing potion to rescue the hostages afterwards, all that remains is the trial of the kidnappers. Rosen obviously didn't understand what Jiang Yang was doing at this moment. What good would it do to feed a small bottle of medicine into Tang Tian's mouth? He scoffed. What are you doing? Saving people? I advise you not to waste your energy. I'm all too familiar with killing people. She won't survive this blow from me. You will regret her death for the rest of your life. However, before Rosen could finish his words, he suddenly froze in place. His eyes were wide open, and he looked ahead in horror. After Jiang Yang fed the medicine in his hand into Tang Tian's mouth, the unfathomable wound on her neck was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Impossible. This is impossible. Rosen shook his head, unable to believe what he saw. He quickly rubbed his eyes with his hands, and then looked again. This time, Rosen was completely stunned. The wound on Tang Tian's neck had completely healed at this moment. Not even a scar was left. Although Tang Tian's face was still pale at this moment, it was obvious that her condition had improved a lot. At this moment, Rosen went crazy, completely crazy. Impossible. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. I clearly killed her. She clearly deserved to die. How did you do that? Jiang Yang did not answer, but put down Tang Tian, whose physical condition had improved, and slowly stood up. Jiang Yang said with a bright smile on his face, "You've already missed the best time to escape. Next, you have to be prepared to be beaten to death by me. Use the brightest smile and say the most creepy words." In addition, there is the terrifying power and deterrence that Jiang Yang had demonstrated before. At this moment, Rosen felt as if he was in an ice cellar and was shuddering with fear. He looked terrified and subconsciously took 2 steps back. What do you want to do? You, don't come over here. However, will Jiang Yang listen to him? Just now when he had hostages in his hands, Jiang Yang didn't care. Now that he has no bargaining chips in his hands, Jiang Yang has no fear at all. Suddenly, Jiang Yang pounced towards Rosen like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Rosen subconsciously took out a knife to resist, but Jiang Yang slapped it down and then punched Rosen in the face. Bang! A moment later, Rosen burst into tears and was in great pain, wailing and begging for mercy frantically. Under the influence of the refreshing effect of the Fist of Sin, he couldn't even faint, the most basic way for the human body to escape pain. Stop hitting me! Please stop hitting me. Wow. I know I was wrong. I am willing to surrender myself to the law. I am willing to confess. I only ask you to let me go. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. However, facing Rosen's plea for mercy, Jiang Yang had no intention of stopping. Jiang Yang had no expression on his face, even a frosty look. Do you know you're wrong? No, you just couldn't bear the pain I caused you. Do you know that the 18 girls you killed were the descendants of 18 families that should have been happy and complete? Because of you, their families were shattered. The pain you are going through right now is not even 1/1000th of what they are going through. Jiang Yang walked over slowly and sneered, "Don't worry, I won't beat you to death. Because killing you like this is too easy for you. I'll spare your life so you can eat peanuts. But before that, you'll probably have to live in dire straits every day, a life worse than death." As he spoke, Jiang Yang had already come in front of Rosen again. Chapter 47 Strong Attack. Outside the building, after repeated debugging, the command center's display screen still did not show any images. Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, and Yu Jing were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Hasn't it been fixed yet? Zhou Hongming's brows were furrowed into a shape, and he was extremely anxious. The technicians were sweating profusely. Director Zhou. Director Zhou. I have debugged it several times and there is no problem with the machine. In this case, Jiang Yang must have taken the initiative to turn off the law enforcement recorder. This statement neither Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, nor Yu Jing quite believed it. After all, at this time, why would Jiang Yang turn off the law enforcement recorder? It would be of absolutely no benefit to him to cut off the outside world's attention to the situation inside. Boom boom boom. At this moment, outside the car, Tang Shang knocked violently on the window. After Zhou Hongming got out of the car, Tang Shang couldn't contain his anxiety and anger, and shouted angrily, "Director Zhou! Look at yourself, how long has it been? The police officer you sent has been in there for so long, and there's still no news. What's going on? What's going on now? Where are he? Where is my daughter? I'm warning you, if anything happens to my daughter, from now on, no organization in the entire province of Fuzhou will be able to receive a single cent in donations from my Changxing group. I will also cease our group's operations in all provinces. Stopping all business in Fujian province will mean that the entire province will lose a major taxpayer like Changxing Group. If we stop donating to Fujian province again, it will be a huge loss to Fujian province. Even the governor of Fujian province cannot afford such a loss, let alone Zhou Hongming, the city director. He also hurriedly persuaded, "Mr. Tang, please calm down first. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Zhou Hongming called Xiao Jiwei, Yu Jing, and several other commanders to formulate the next strategy. Now that Jiang Yang has entered the building, the situation is unclear and his life or death is uncertain. They can't just sit outside and wait for death. So, after some discussion, they unanimously decided to launch a violent attack, although this method is extremely dangerous and is likely to threaten the lives of the hostages. But at this point, they have no other choice. We can only rely on strong attack to win. Once, after making the decision, Yu Jing, as the captain of the special police team, immediately ran to gather the best elites in the team. After a while, a total of 24 of the best special police officers gathered and were assigned tasks. They rushed into the building together. Passers-by outside the cordon and viewers who were still watching the situation in the live broadcast room saw this scene. Everyone was talking nervously. "Oh my God. What's going on now? Officer Zhang's been in there for so long, and there's been no news at all. Now the SWAT team is operating again. Could it be that Officer Jiang has already died? Impossible. I don't believe it. That's right. Officer Jiang is so brave, even if he can't rescue the hostages, he won't sacrifice himself. If he hadn't already died, why did the SWAT team suddenly deploy? Oh my God. What is going on right now? Can anyone tell me?" And just as people were talking wildly, the SWAT team was about to storm the building. At the entrance of the building, a figure suddenly appeared. Suddenly, all the talking voices and the forward movements of the special police force came to an abrupt halt. The time around them seemed to stand still, and everyone's eyes were directed towards the entrance of the building. Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, Yu Jing, and others widened their eyes, trying to see who the person who walked out was, and the next second, a man who was like a dead dog, dying and paralyzed on one side, was thrown out and fell to the ground. Everyone looked carefully. Suddenly, expressions of astonishment, surprise, and joy filled everyone's face. Is that the kidnapper Rosen? It's him. It's really him. Why did he come out? Why does he look like this? Is it Jiang Yang? In just a few seconds, people were able to associate Rosen's current condition with what was happening inside. Could it be that Jiang Yang succeeded in the rescue? As expected, when this idea came into everyone's mind, in the building, Jiang Yang slowly walked out. At this moment, Jiang Yang was full of energy and high spirits. The most important thing was that he was intact. Behind him, a girl who looked disheveled but not injured at all followed closely. Everyone recognized at a glance that the girl was Tang Tian, the hostage held hostage by Rosen. After coming out, Tang Tian found Tang Sheng in the crowd at a glance. At this moment, the grievances and fears endured for more than 10 hours completely erupted. "Dad!" With a loud shout, Tang Tian ran towards Tang Sheng crying, and finally threw herself into Tang Sheng's arms, crying loudly. The kidnappers were brought to justice, Jiang Yang was safe, the hostages were rescued, and the scene of the father and daughter reuniting made everyone present clearly realize that Jiang Yang's rescue operation was a success this time. For a moment, everyone was infected by the scene before them and couldn't help but applaud. First, only a few people applauded, but soon more and more people applauded until the whole audience burst into thunderous applause. Success! Officer Jiang really succeeded. Oh my God! That's amazing! That's incredible! Even the criminal police and SWAT teams couldn't handle this kidnapper. Officer Jiang is awesome. Wow, seeing the scene of the father and daughter reuniting, I was really moved. Luckily, Officer Jiang rescued her, Otherwise, another young girl would have died at the hands of that hateful kidnapper. Officer Jiang, well done. Officer Jiang is truly a good police officer for the people. Officer Jiang is awesome. People clapped, cheered, and shouted. Seeing such a happy ending makes me happier than the Chinese New Year. The detectives from the criminal police team put the half-dead Rosen into the police car. What he will face next will be the judgment of the law. Tang Sheng and Tang Tian were also escorted into the police car. Some case procedures may require their cooperation, and Tang Tian also needs psychological counseling. On Jiang Yang's side, he received praise from Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, and Yu Jinjiuxin. Jiang Yang, well done. Ha ha ha. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Awesome, Jiang Yang. Comrade Jiang Yang, I apologize for my previous disdain for you. I admit that you are more amazing than me, the captain of the SWAT team. I surrender to you. Chapter 48. You're the captain. Oh my god. You Laolu, this isn't you. You are always unruly and don't obey anyone, don't you? I remember you were doubting Jiang Yang's ability just now. Why are you convinced now? At this time, Xiao Jiwei started to joke with a smile. Looking at his despicable look, Yu Jing really wanted to fight back, but he couldn't. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Yang's abilities with his own eyes this time. Jiang Yang solved a kidnapping case that even the combined forces of criminal police and special police were helpless against in just less than 10 minutes. In addition to what he had learned about Jiang Yang's situation from Zhou Hongming before, he couldn't help but accept it. Even if he wanted to, Yu Jing no longer had the arrogance and disdain he had before. I give in. Jiang Yang is indeed much better than me. A talent like this shouldn't just be a police officer at a police station. While talking, Yu Jing looked at Jiang Yang with sincerity in his eyes and asked, Comrade Jiang Yang, you're really out of your depth at the police station. Do you want to join my SWAT team? It just so happens that the position of deputy captain of our SWAT team is currently vacant. I will directly let you be our deputy captain. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Jiwei's eyes widened immediately, and he cursed, No, you Laolu, you're such a jerk. Everything has to be based on first come first served. Jiang Yang was the first one our criminal police team noticed. Let's not talk about whether he wants to leave the police station now. Even if he does leave, he will end up in our criminal police team. Yu Jing was immediately dissatisfied. I don't understand what first come first served means. I just know that people like Jiang Yang are the most suitable for our SWAT team. How about Jiang Yang? Consider joining our SWAT team. As long as you come, you will be the deputy captain of our SWAT team. Xiao Jiwei pulled Jiang Yang's arm and persuaded him, Jiang Yang, don't listen to this Laolu. You may not know how he got the nickname Yu Laolu. If you follow him, you will learn bad things. Come to our criminal police team, and I'll give you the position of captain of the criminal police team. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun, who was outside the cordon behind him, also came in cursing and uttering wow. Are you crazy? Fuck, even the captain's position is going to be given to Jiang Yang. Do you still have any shame? Good disciple, don't listen to them, they are not good people. The rescue operation of this kidnapping case was successfully completed due to Jiang Yang's intervention. The kidnappers were brought to justice, the hostages were rescued, and there were no casualties. It can almost be said that everyone is happy. And next, colleagues from the criminal police team will need to conduct a simple investigation and take photos on the scene, and the building can be unsealed. After that, Tang Sheng, Tang Tian, father and daughter, and Jiang Yang returned to the criminal police team together to make a simple record. Unexpectedly, a small accident occurred during the recording process. At the beginning, Jiang Yang accepted Xiao Jiwei's personal questioning normally, except for the fact that Tang Tian was killed and the process of him using the healing potion was omitted. Jiang Yang told everything else truthfully, but halfway through his words, he was quietly interrupted by a criminal police officer. Captain, Tang Tian said she wants to file a complaint against Officer Jiang, saying he disregarded the hostage's life and forcibly fought the kidnappers, resulting in her death. When Xiao Jiwei heard this, he was stunned. What do you mean killed? Wasn't she alive and well? The detective was also confused. I'm not sure, but she's now demanding a face-to-face confrontation with Officer Jiang. Originally, Xiao Zhiwei was too lazy to care about this request, which sounded inexplicable, but unfortunately, his father is the chairman of Xianxin Group. So he had no choice but to take Jiang Yang to meet her. Jiang Yang followed Xiao Zhiwei into an office in the criminal police team. Tang Tian, who had been waiting inside, immediately spoke up. That's him. Dad. You don't know how much he went overboard back then. The kidnapper held a knife to my neck and threatened me with my life to stop him, but he ignored me. He even said this nonsense, "You want to kill her, why are you telling me not to go?" He rushed over and started fighting with the kidnappers. My neck was cut. I still remember the feeling of blood gushing out like a fountain. It hurt so much. Whoa, Daddy, you have to help me get justice. Whoa. It's so infuriating. However, facing Tang Tian's accusation, everyone present felt baffled and confused. What do you mean her throat was cut and blood spurted out like a fountain? There was clearly no injury on her body. Xiao Zhiwei frowned and asked Jiang Yang, what's going on? Jiang Yang shrugged and said, I don't understand. As a police officer, I naturally put the safety of the hostages first. And the facts prove that I did it. Miss Tang was not harmed at all in this kidnapping incident. As for why Miss Tang fabricated those things, I'm not quite sure. Could it be that the situation at the time was too dangerous, so it stimulated Miss Tang and caused her to have some hallucinations? Naturally, Jiang Yang couldn't tell the truth about what happened at that time. After all, if that happened, the problems in his system would likely be exposed. So without thinking, he turned the tables and attributed all the accusations Tang Tian made against him to her being hallucinating. Anyway, after entering, she turned off the law enforcement recorder immediately. Except for her and the kidnapper Rosen, whose life and death are now unknown, no one saw what happened at that time. Besides, all the injuries on Tang Tian's body were healed by the healing potion, so she can say whatever she wants, right? Jiang Yang had just finished speaking. Tang Tian cursed angrily. You fart, you. Originally, Tang Tian wanted to refute Jiang Yang, but the next second, she glared at Jiang Yang fiercely, and the bloody scene of Jiang Yang beating the kidnapper immediately emerged in her mind. He couldn't help but shiver, and his little face turned pale with fear. Tang Sheng asked in surprise, Tian, what's wrong with you? Tang Tian quickly shook her head. Nothing. Xiao Zhiwei then asked, Miss Tang, do you have anything else to say? Tang Tian didn't dare to look up, for fear of seeing Jiang Yang's scary eyes again. So he quickly shook his head and nothing. Maybe I was really hallucinating at that time. Chapter 49. Jiang Yang's past becomes more and more famous. Tang Tian didn't dare to say anything more. So the whole case ended successfully and everyone was happy. Tang Sheng and Tang Tian were taken to the hospital for psychological counseling, while Jiang Yang was taken out of the criminal police team by Xiao Zhiwei. Originally, Xiao Zhiwei was planning to send Jiang Yang back personally. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked out of the criminal police team's door, I saw a crowd of people gathered at the door. Look! Officer Jiang is coming. Officer Jiang is coming. Go. The moment Jiang Yang appeared, a loud noise suddenly arose. Then a group of people were seen rushing towards Jiang Yang, and when they were close to Jiang Yang, dozens of people knelt down in front of Jiang Yang. Everyone was filled with gratitude. Officer Jiang, thank you. You are a good police officer of the people. Thank you for bringing my daughter's murderer to justice. If my daughter knew this, she would rest in peace. Thank you. Woo. Hearing their words of gratitude, Jiang Yang realized that these people were all the families of the girls who had been harmed by Rosen for so many years. They have been hoping that the murderer would be caught. Catching the murderer and seeing him stand trial has become the hope for many families to continue living. Now that he had arrested Rosen, they came running to thank him as soon as they heard the news. Looking at the victims' families in front of him, who were in tears, sobbing, and some even had gray hair, Jiang Yang felt a little uncomfortable. The crowds around and the audience still watching in the live broadcast room saw the scene. Everyone felt deeply. Alas, they are all a bunch of poor people. Yes. You have to know that every one of those people who was brutally murdered by that kidnapper was a young girl in her prime. I believe their families must have doted on them. Seeing their beloved and cared for little flowers grow up to be murdered by that beast, that feeling, if the murderer hadn't been brought to justice, I guess many people would have wanted to die. I recognized the mother to Officer John's left. We interviewed her on a program before. Her family was originally very happy. Her husband was successful in his career, and her daughter had just received an admission letter from Tsinghua University. But in the end, her daughter died, and her husband hasn't shown up here yet. I guess he can't come. Didn't you see the old man in the crowd holding a portrait? That should be of her son, the victim's father, right? All these years have passed, and the murderer has finally been apprehended, but the man is gone, this damn murderer. Shooting him would be too easy for him. Yes. I strongly suggest reinstating the 10 ancient tortures. This kind of person can't be allowed to die so easily. He must be tortured and endure pain 10,000 times greater than the victim and the victim's family before he dies. Thanks to Officer Jiang and the help of the police officers, we were able to bring that beast to justice. The crowd was outraged and indignant. If Rosen had not been detained by the police at this time, I am afraid that so many people would have drowned Rosen with a single spit. This incident quickly spread on the internet, attracting more and more netizens to learn about it, become sympathetic, and become angry. At the same time, the story of Jiang Yang, the protagonist who arrested Rosen, gradually began to spread on the internet. As a police officer, he first arrested more than 500 criminals during patrol, which caused a sensation on the entire internet. Now Jiang Yang has assisted the criminal police and special police departments to successfully capture Rosen, the murderer who killed 18 girls and fled for many years. This has aroused a large number of netizens to be extremely curious about Jiang Yang. Gradually, Jiang Yang's past was dug out one by netizens. The more the past of celebrities in the entertainment industry is dug up, the darker it gets. But Jiang Yang's past is becoming more and more famous. The stories about him arresting a Class A wanted criminal as soon as he started working and fighting 14 people alone have all been exposed. Now, Jiang Yang's various achievements in the police academy and his deeds of helping others have been dug up. Oh my god. I didn't know until I dug in, and now I'm shocked. Officer Zhang's past could be the subject of a biography. Yeah. A top student at the police academy, consistently ranked in the top 3 in his grade, and winner of the Provincial Police Practical Skills Competition for 3 consecutive years. What the hell is this guy? The key is that he had already started making contributions while he was still in school. He was the one who found the 8 missing students in the 13 middle school student disappearance case that shocked the nation in 2017. 18 years later, he caught 2 foreign spies. That same year, he cracked a smuggling case. 19 more years, oh my god. What kind of amazing police officer is Officer Jiang? As Jiang Yang attracted more and more attention from netizens, all his past and deeds were dug out. News and reports have sprung up like mushrooms on the internet, sparking a lot of discussion among netizens and becoming a hot topic on Weibo. Jiang Yang's reputation also began to spread gradually. On the internet, some people have already given Jiang Yang the title of police god. But Jiang Yang doesn't know about this for the time being. At this time, at the gate of the criminal police brigade, Jiang Yang, Xiao Jiwei, and other policemen comforted the victims' families and finally persuaded them. When the family members got up, Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei were covered with red banners. Seeing this, Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei couldn't help but smile at each other. You've done a great deed again, Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang responded with a smile. It's all our credit. After all, the first people to discover Rosen were his colleagues in the criminal police team, and he just helped in the final arrest. The credit belongs to everyone, so Jiang Yang naturally won't take credit for it. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Xinyu hurried over with the cameraman to interview Jiang Yang. After the interview, it was already 12 noon. How about I take you back after dinner? Xiao Jiwei looked at Jiang Yang and said with a smile. Jiang Yang, who had been busy for the whole morning and felt hungry, naturally had no objection to this. Xiao Jiwei has never been a stingy person. Jiang Yang has helped their criminal police team many times, so Xiao Jiwei immediately decided to take Jiang Yang out to a restaurant for a good meal. It was a Sichuan restaurant called Shujia, with authentic food and a packed house. This is a restaurant that Xiao Jiwei and his team members often visit. Xiao Jiwei waved his hand and ordered several signature dishes for Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang ate so much that his mouth was drooling and he was left with an endless aftertaste. Jiang Yang suddenly spoke. By the way, Captain Xiao, I have a question for you. Xiao Jiwei picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth, and said vaguely, whatever it is, just ask. Jiang Yang didn't hesitate and directly asked about the matter about his brother that Pan Xianwan asked him to investigate. Captain Xiao, do you know Pan Yu? Chapter 50 Tattoo Pan Yu? Hearing Jiang Yang's question, Xiao Jiwei immediately began to recall this person quickly in his mind. Xiao Jiwei soon remembered and asked, are you talking about Detective Pan Yu, who disappeared 8 years ago while investigating the 418 murder case. Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Right." Xiao Jiwei couldn't help but feel curious. "Why are you asking about him suddenly? What is your relationship with him?" Jiang Yang answered truthfully, "It's not me, it's my landlord's sister. Pan Yu is her brother. After he disappeared 8 years ago, my landlord's sister has been looking for him for 8 years, but there is still no news. A few days ago, she asked me to help her find it. After all, they really treat me like a brother. Moreover, as a police officer, I naturally have to serve the people, so I agreed." "Captain Xiao, do you know anything about him?" Xiao Jiwei nodded. "I know, but I know a little less. 8 years ago, I was just a police officer at a police station. By the time I was transferred to the criminal police team, Pan Yu had already disappeared. How about after dinner, I take you back to the criminal police team to look at the case files from that year?" Jiang Yang raised his eyebrows. "Yayuki. Perhaps, the criminal police team's files are more detailed, and I might be able to find more clues in them." After the agreement, Jiang Yang had no appetite to continue eating. He took a couple of bites and asked Xiao Jiwei to go back to the team. Xiao Jiwei couldn't resist Jiang Yang's request, so he had to ask the boss to pack up the leftover food and take it back. After returning to the criminal police team, Xiao Jiwei immediately helped Jiang Yang retrieve the files of the 418 homicide case 8 years ago. Jiang Yang also found a seat and watched it attentively. "I have to say that the criminal police team's files are indeed different from what I have seen before. The content is much more detailed, and there are many details that are not included in the materials I have seen before." After flipping through the book, Jiang Yang suddenly discovered something. Those were some photos taken when the body of the deceased Huang Yeye was discovered. One of the photos captured Huang Yeye's left arm. There was a scar that looked extremely strange. The moment Jiang Yang saw the scar, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly pointed at the scar in the photo and asked Xiao Jiwei beside him, "Captain Xiao, did you see this scar on the deceased's arm?" Xiao Jiwei came forward to take a look and nodded, "I see." Jiang Yang then asked, "What is this scar? It seems like it's left after the tattoo was cleaned?" At this time, not only Xiao Jiwei, but also other criminal police around came forward and took a look. After some discussion, they all nodded. "It seems to be a scar left after the tattoo was cleaned." "Jiang Yang, is there something wrong with this scar? It's probably just a regular scar from a tattoo, right? Nothing special." However, Jiang Yang shook his head, certain in his heart that this was definitely not a scar left by an ordinary tattoo, because the moment Jiang Yang saw the scar, he suddenly had a sense of déjà vu in his mind. So he quickly asked Xiao Jiwei for paper and pen, and then attached them to the file and started copying. In a short while, Jiang Yang had copied the entire shape of the scar. When Jiang Yang saw clearly that the scar actually looked like a tattoo, he stood up from his position in an instant. "I saw a strange pattern that combined a smiling skull face with the letter A. It looked a bit weird and eerie, giving people a creepy feeling, and the most important thing is, I have seen this tattoo pattern before." "Jiang Yang, what's wrong with you? Is this what the original tattoo looked like? It seems a little strange." Xiao Jiwei looked at the tattoo pattern copied by Jiang Yang and muttered to himself. Jiang Yang quickly asked, "Captain Xiao, where's Rosen?" "Where is Rosen? Take me to see him." Looking at Jiang Yang's anxious look, Xiao Jiwei didn't think much about it. He took Jiang Yang into the police car and headed to the hospital where Rosen was being treated for his injuries. At the same time, in Rongqing City Hospital, in the ward where Rosen was being held, the doctor had just finished treating Rosen's wounds. After the anesthesia wore off, Rosen suddenly woke up. "Don't want. Officer, I was wrong. I will never do it again." He looked at everything in the hospital ward in horror. Although he felt piercing pain all over his body, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Admittedly, he was a heinous murderer who had killed nearly 20 young girls, but when he thought of the scene of him being beaten by Jiang Yang, he couldn't help but shudder. It was horrible. It was truly horrible. In his entire life, he had never felt the pain of being beaten by Jiang Yang in the building before. It was truly too painful. In his eyes, how could Jiang Yang be a righteous policeman? He was clearly a demon from hell. When he beat people, he really meant to kill them. "Fortunately, I finally made it through, although I will definitely have to eat peanuts from now on. At least I don't have to live in fear like before in the days to come," which is also pretty good. However, just as Rosen was fantasizing about this in his mind, the door of the ward was suddenly kicked open. Rosen's eyes subconsciously turned to the door. At first, he didn't take it seriously. However, when he saw who was coming, it was Zhang Yang, the man who had beaten him up in the building before, and he felt the aggressive aura as he walked towards him. Rosen was like a mouse seeing a cat. Regardless of his injuries, he jumped up from the bed in fear, terrified. Officer, officer. Why are you here? Don't come over here, don't come over here. I've already pleaded guilty. Please stop hitting me. If you continue, I might be beaten to death. Please. As he spoke, Rosen knelt down on the hospital bed in front of Zhang Yang, crying bitterly and begging desperately. This scene stunned Xiao Jiwei and the police officer in charge of guarding Rosen. He was extremely curious. What kind of inhuman treatment had Rosen experienced in the building before that caused him to have such a huge shadow on Zhang Yang? Even though he had suffered such serious injuries, the moment he saw Zhang Yang, he knelt down and begged for mercy. Almost as a reflex, Zhang Yang walked up and rolled up the sleeve of Rosen's arm, immediately exposing a tattoo on his arm. Once compared, it was exactly the same as the tattoo pattern Zhang Yang copied from the scar on Huang Ye's arm. At this moment, both Zhang Yang and Xiao Jiwei realized that this Rosen must have some connection with Huang Ye, who died 8 years ago. Chapter 51. The truth. Zhang Yang raised the corners of his mouth, and his face showed uncontrollable joy. When I saw the scar on Huang Ye's arm just now, I had a sense of déjà vu. Sure enough, I have seen it before. It was what I saw on Rosen's arm this morning when we were rescuing Tang Tian in the building. This situation was confirmed at this time. Zhang Yang grabbed Rosen's collar and asked, "Tell me, what is your relationship with Huang Ye?" Facing Zhang Yang's questioning, Rosen said with tears streaming down his face, "The officer, who is Huang Ye? I don't know her." Zhang Yang smiled coldly, still pretending. Xiao Jiwei and the policeman who was in charge of guarding Rosen behind him saw this scene and couldn't help but look at each other. Suddenly, they could imagine what had happened to Rosen in the building. For a moment, they didn't know whether to sympathize with Rosen or applaud. After all, Rosen was an unforgivable criminal, and he deserved to be beaten. But one must say that Zhang Yang was really cruel and showed no mercy at all, not to mention Rosen. Even if they were beaten like this, they would have to stay in bed for several months if they didn't die, not to mention Rosen, who was already seriously injured. After struggling for a while, Xiao Jiwei gave a reminder, "Zhang Yang, take it easy." Zhang Yang nodded, "Captain Xiao, I know. Will you tell me or not? Will you tell me or not? Are you gonna tell me or not? Believe it or not, I will make sure you never see the sun tomorrow." Listen, let people not see the sun tomorrow. Is this something a police officer can say? Are you the villain or am I the villain? At this moment, Rosen cried for his parents, deeply regretting why he wanted to kill people, why he committed crimes, and why he didn't decisively end his life when he was caught. Now I have to suffer this pain. Finally, Rosen couldn't bear it anymore. Bang! He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhang Yang. "Officer, I really don't know. I really don't know this Huang Ye. I didn't lie to you. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Please let me go." Whoa, indeed, Rosen is a burly man of over 1.8 meters in height and a ruthless criminal, but at this moment, I couldn't help crying and sobbing. In order to avoid being beaten, he also wanted to make up a lie that he knew Huang Ye, but he was afraid that he would be even worse off if Zhang Yang exposed him. So he could only kneel on the ground, kowtow, and beg for mercy, hoping that Zhang Yang would believe him. Zhang Yang looked at Rosen's appearance, and he really didn't seem to dare to lie. He said half-believingly, "You really don't know Huang Ye?" Rosen cried and replied, "Officer, I really don't know her. I'm already going to die, so there's no need for me to lie to you, right? If I knew her, I would definitely tell you." So Zhang Yang finally believed the fact that Rosen didn't know Huang Ye. This time, Rosen couldn't help but ask, "Officer, who is this Huang Ye you are talking about? Why do you think I know her?" After all, it was because of Huang Ye that he got beaten. That if he doesn't figure it out, Rosen will probably die with regret. Zhang Yang said, "Huang Ye, a person who died 8 years ago. I found a tattoo on her arm that's exactly the same as the one on your arm." Rosen took a look at the tattoo on his arm and burst into tears. "So that's why." Whoa, Zhang Yang said coldly, "Tell me about it. What's with this tattoo?" Before coming, Zhang Yang had searched for information about this tattoo on the internet, but found nothing. So Zhang Yang was certain that the identical tattoos on Huang Ye and Rosen's arms must have some meaning. Rosen was as honest as he could be now. Facing Zhang Yang's question, he did not dare to hide anything and said truthfully, "Officer, to be honest, I really don't know this Huang Ye you're talking about. But if she has the same tattoo as mine, then there's only one possibility. That means she is a member of the organization just like me. Organize? I heard Rosen say this. Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei looked at each other and then asked, "What organization?" Rosen replied, "Organization A." Jiang Yang looked at Xiao Jiwei again, but saw confusion on his face. Obviously, even Xiao Jiwei heard of this organization for the first time. So Xiao Jiwei took the initiative to ask for the first time, "Tell me more specifically about the situation of Organization A." Rosen nodded and began his narration. "Officer, I was actually found by Organization A 3 months ago and invited to join, so I don't know much about the organization's details. But what I know is that this organization engages in a wide range of criminal activities. Murder, arson, drug smuggling, human organ trafficking, etc. are nothing. They even buy and sell arms." After hearing this, Jiang Yang, Xiao Jiwei, and the police officer in charge of custody all showed shock on their faces. As we all know, buying and selling arms is an extremely serious crime in the country, and now, they learned from Rosen that there was actually an unknown mysterious criminal organization in the country that was doing all sorts of evil and was even involved in arms trading. I was also completely shocked, so Xiao Jiwei decisively turned on the law enforcement recorder and began the formal interrogation. "What else do you know about this Organization A?" "I don't know much, but what I can confirm is that Organization A is very mysterious. Before they found me, I didn't even know it existed, and there was no information about it online. Most of the members of the organization have committed crimes like me. If they are caught, they will be sentenced directly. After joining the organization, they will tattoo this pattern on our arms to represent that we are members of Organization A. 3 months ago, they invited me to join their organization and told me that as long as I completed the tasks assigned by the organization, I would receive many benefits. However, before I even received the tasks, I was captured by you." Chapter 52 Interrogation. You won't know until you ask, and you'll be shocked when you do. This so-called Organization A is truly capable of all kinds of evil. After interrogation and comparison, Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei were shocked to discover, from more than 10 years ago to the present, members of Organization A have been involved in no less than 100 major cases. This naturally includes the 418 murder case 8 years ago. They never imagined that the person they thought was the victim, Huang Ye, was actually a member of this mysterious Organization A. Now it seems that the reason why Pan Yu and his colleagues disappeared that year was obviously related to this Organization A. The whole case became confusing because of the emergence of Organization A, but this actually made Jiang Yang feel excited, and he felt that things were starting to become interesting, because Rosen didn't have much contact with this organization and didn't know much. So the interrogation ended quickly. Xiao Jiwei went back immediately, prepared to report the matter, and began to investigate Organization A. In response to this, Jiang Yang volunteered to assist in the investigation. Xiao Jiwei thought about it and agreed. After returning to the criminal police team, Xiao Jiwei first reported the matter to his superiors. This immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups, who authorized the criminal police department to investigate the matter together with the Criminal Investigation Department. So after hanging up the phone, Xiao Jiwei directly issued orders to his subordinates. First, he asked the criminal investigation personnel to investigate information about Organization A. Then another group of people were sent to see if any of the criminals arrested so far had the same tattoo patterns as Rosen and Huang Ye. Anyone with that pattern is naturally a member of Organization A. Perhaps relevant information can be found among the criminals who have been arrested. What is the difference between such a criminal organization that has committed so many evil deeds and is extremely mysterious and a cancer? If they are not eradicated, all police departments will be unable to sleep or eat. It has to be said that the efficiency of the criminal police team is still very high. Although very little information was found about Organization A, it was unexpectedly discovered that several criminals who had been arrested were from Organization A. Therefore, Xiao Jiwei, a group of criminal police, and Jiang Yang interrogated the members of Organization A on the spot. I have to say, these criminals from Organization A are really tight-lipped. At the beginning, no matter how Xiao Jiwei and the criminal police interrogated them, they insisted that they did not know what Organization A was. Until Jiang Yang took action. The criminal was named Zhou Binbin, who had just turned 20 this year. 3 months ago, he confessed his love to a girl he had a crush on at school many times, and became angry and embarrassed because he was rejected many times. He tricked the girl he secretly loved into the back hill of the school, raped her and then killed her. During his escape, Zhou Binbin pretended to be a rich second generation and deceived 3 women one after another. He lured them to a deserted place and carried out the same criminal method of rape and murder. He was later arrested by the police. At the beginning, everyone thought that Joe Binbin was simply psychologically distorted because his confession was rejected, and now it seems that what this guy did is very likely related to Organization A. At this time, Joe Binbin was sitting in the interrogation room, with handcuffs on his hands, but a fearless expression on his face. "Sir, haven't I already asked everything I should ask? I've explained everything, so why are you still asking me to come?" Jiang Yang went straight to the point and said, "Joe Binbin, tell me about Organization A." Hearing this, Joe Binbin's expression obviously froze for a second, but it was only a second, and it was gone in a flash. He regained his previous fearless expression and said with a smile, "Sir, what are you talking about? What is Organization A?" "I don't know." At this time, Xiao Jiwei and a group of criminal police officers, who had failed in interrogation work one after another, had arrived at the monitoring room next door. They looked at the surveillance footage of the interrogation room where Jiang Yang was, and a look of disappointment appeared on their faces. "These bastards are too tight-lipped." "Yeah. Just bite it to death, don't say anything, nothing will work." "Look, it's exactly the same attitude as Joe Binbin's. It seems Officer Jiang can't get anything out of me." However, just when everyone thought Jiang Yang was helpless against Joe Binbin, Jiang Yang asked his colleagues from the criminal police team for 2 hemp ropes and a pair of scissors. "What you up to?" At this time Joe Binbin couldn't help but ask. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling in his heart. "I always feel like something is going to happen next." Chapter 53 Devil. "You bastard. Let me go. I told you to let me go, what you up to?" At this time, Jiang Yang had already brought Joe Binbin to an empty room. At the same time, Joe Binbin, who was already unable to move, was tied to the table. He said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I'm just doing a minor operation on you. Those girls you raped and then killed certainly wouldn't want to see you end your life so easily by eating a peanut. So, in order to seek justice for them, Jiang Yang did not say the rest of the words. This frightened Joe Binbin so much that he screamed, "No, don't want. Fuck you. Stop it. Stop it." Joe Binbin knew that the crimes he had committed were too serious and he would definitely not escape the death penalty. So during this time in prison, he completely gave up. He did everything from fighting to provoking prison guards to shitting in the food bowl. He didn't care even if he was warned and taught a lesson by the prison guards. In his view, since everyone was going to die anyway, could there be any more serious consequences than this? Obviously not. So he is fearless of nothing. Until this moment, for the first time, Joe Binbin began to panic. This time, Joe Binbin could be said to have used up all his last bit of strength and continued to struggle. "Don't want. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. I'll tell the truth. Don't do it." Joe Binbin shouted out the last words with almost all of his remaining strength. When Jiang Yang heard his words, he immediately stopped what he was doing. With a bright smile on his face, he patted his face. "Wouldn't it be over if you just cooperated with me earlier? Why do you have to endure so much suffering? Look, why bother?" Joe Binbin looked like an old man with tears streaming down his face, unable to express his grievances. The key point is that he didn't know that Jiang Yang's methods were so cruel. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have cooperated a long time ago. A basin of water was poured over Joe Binbin to wake him up. After waking up, Joe Binbin immediately screamed, and then looked down at his lower body almost reflexively. After realizing that he was still intact, Joe Binbin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes also turned to the few people standing in front of him, and when he saw Jiang Yang, a chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head, making him shiver involuntarily. Subconsciously, words of begging for mercy came out of my mouth. "Police officer. I'll confess everything. Don't bother me, Heba." Hearing Joe Binbin's words, Xiao Jiwei and other criminal police officers in front of him looked at each other in surprise. What is Gatajiba? Jiang Yang wants to be his boss. Jiang Yang naturally couldn't admit this. He patted Joe Binbin's face and said with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly bully you? Now that you're awake, let's start taking notes." Obviously, the smile on Jiang Yang's face was so sunny and bright, but perhaps because he had a shadow on Jiang Yang, Joe Binbin could not see Jiang Yang's smile. Even more terrifying than the demons in hell, he did not dare to disobey Jiang Yang at all, and cooperated with Jiang Yang obediently and returned to the interrogation room to start the interrogation. In the interrogation room, Joe Binbin was put back on the interrogation chair. Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei sat at the interrogation table and began the interrogation. Let's talk about you and organization first. Compared to before, Zhou Binbin was obviously much more honest. He endured the pain coming from all over his body and spoke with difficulty of this organization came to me during my freshman year. I have no idea why they came to me. They found me out of nowhere, at the beginning. I just thought this kind of organization was awesome and exciting, but I didn't think about joining them until Su Xianwan rejected my confession several times. I was very angry, and then, they came to me again. They asked me to meet Su Xianwan in the back mountain. Then, they tied her up and asked me to rape her. At that moment, I got the woman I loved, and I felt an unprecedented satisfaction. I wantonly ravaged her, bullied her, and looked at her painful expression. You have no idea how wonderful and satisfying it was. Chapter 54, Going back on your word, wonderful, The next second, Jiang Yang rushed directly towards Zhou Binbin. At this moment, Jiang Yang's figure was deeply imprinted in his mind. In the following time, he would never be able to forget Jiang Yang, and would always live in the shadow brought to him by Jiang Yang. After sitting back, Jiang Yang's expression did not improve at all. Coldly, if you dare to show that expression again, I promise that every day in the days ahead will be more painful than today. Jiang Yang's words were like a basin of ice water in the cold winter, making Zhou Binbin tremble with fear uncontrollably. He also quickly shook his head and said, "Officer, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I won't do that again." Jiang Yang then scolded, "Keep going." Zhou Binbin nodded, then continued to speak weakly. After raping Su Xianwan, I felt an unprecedented pleasure, but after it was over, she actually said she would call the police to arrest me. I was so scared, and that I killed her. I was probably blinded by fear at the time, so I took action. I regretted it terribly afterwards, but the people from Organization A told me I did a great job. They applauded and cheered for me. Gradually, I stopped being afraid, and at their invitation, I officially joined Organization A. I still remember that the philosophy of Organization A was self-respect, which meant loving yourself. As long as you're happy, nothing else matters. So, under their guidance, I committed 3 more crimes, each time using the same method to kill those women. Having said that, Zhou Binbin immediately fell silent. Of course, his silence certainly couldn't mean he was repenting for the sins he had committed. He was just holding it back, fearing that he would think of the scene again and would want to laugh, thus being beaten by Jiang Yang again. Jiang Yang then asked, "How many people from Organization A approached you? Please describe their appearance." Zhou Binbin replied, 2 people, a man and a woman. But I can't remember what they looked like. They were wearing thick clothes, sunglasses, and their faces were covered by masks. Jiang Yang asked again, "Do you have their contact information? Or is there any way to find them?" Zhou Binbin shook his head and said, "There is no contact information. They always contact me proactively, and the contact numbers are all virtual numbers. But one time they contacted me and asked me to go meet them in the old town. I think they might be hiding in the old town." After listening to Zhou Binbin's words, Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei looked at each other. Both of them had a premonition at the same time. This old town area that Zhou Binbin mentioned may really hide something. After asking some more questions and seeing that Zhou Binbin had no other clues to offer, Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei did not waste any time and took action immediately. Xiao Jiwei directly summoned the criminal police from the criminal police team and held a meeting, make a decision immediately and take action in batches immediately. Some criminal police officers asked Jiang Yang for advice on interrogation experience, and then stayed in the station to interrogate those members of Organization A who had previously refused to confess, to see if they could get more information from them. The other part went to the old town to investigate. Because Jiang Yang was the first to discover the affairs of Organization A, and because of his meritorious service in the interrogation, Jiang Yang was naturally allowed to continue to participate in the subsequent operations. Chapter 55 Threat Jiang Yang, Prepare for Action. My men just checked the surveillance footage from the old city and discovered someone who fits the profile of a member of Organization A entering or leaving. If we go there now, we will definitely gain something. After saying that, Xiao Jiwei first ordered someone to send Zhou Binbin for treatment, while they and Jiang Yang officially began the operation to search for members of Organization A in the old city. However, something happened that neither Jiang Yang nor Xiao Jiwei had expected. After the operation started, Jiang Yang followed the criminal police team and came out of the criminal police team with Xiao Jiwei. They all got into the police car. Jiang Yang also got into Xiao Jiwei's police car. In the moment Jiang Yang got into the car, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he saw a piece of paper on the back seat of the police car. At first, Jiang Yang thought it was a document or something and was about to return the paper to Xiao Jiwei, but just when Jiang Yang picked up the paper and accidentally saw the content on it, his movements suddenly stopped. At this moment, Jiang Yang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with uncontrollable rage. Xiao Jiwei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also noticed Jiang Yang's situation and was surprised. "Jiang Yang, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Yang didn't say anything, but handed the paper directly to Xiao Jiwei. Xiao Jiwei took the paper handed to him by Jiang Yang with a puzzled look and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, Xiao Jiwei's expression changed drastically. Then, like Jiang Yang, he clenched his fists, and a look of anger appeared on his face. He suddenly punched the passenger door, audacious in the extreme. So arrogant. So arrogant. Just see. On the piece of paper, there was a pattern of a smiling skull and the letter A. Below, 6 large characters were written crookedly in scarlet blood: "Don't meddle in things you shouldn't be involved in." This piece of paper appeared in Xiao Jiwei's car. Xiao Jiwei and Jiang Yang immediately realized that this was obviously a warning from Organization A because they had discovered that the criminal police team was about to investigate them. On the back of the paper were pictures of bloody corpses, which looked horrifying. More importantly, some of these photos show police uniforms stained with blood. The threat is already obvious. This is a naked message to the criminal police team that if they dare to investigate their affairs, their police uniforms will be stained with blood. No wonder Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei were so angry. In broad daylight, in the open, clear sky, a criminal dared to openly threaten the police. How arrogant, how presumptuous! And just at this moment, reporter Shinyi rushed over with the cameraman and found Jiang Yang. "Officer Jiang, the afternoon live broadcast has already started. Do we have any tasks this afternoon?" Jiang Yang thought briefly, then got out of the car facing the live camera. He said solemnly, "This morning, after arresting Class A wanted criminal Rosen, my colleagues and I from the criminal investigation team discovered an illegal criminal organization called Organization A, operating within our country. This organization commits murder, arson, drug smuggling, organ trafficking, and arms trafficking. They're guilty of all sorts of evil. Even when we were about to investigate them, they had the audacity to openly threaten our police. He has no respect for the law and is extremely arrogant, so." Jiang Yang's eyes were firm and his voice was like a bell. "From now on, Jiang Yang, will keep my eyes on you. I will keep my eyes on every single person in Organization A. You better not let any of you get caught by me, otherwise I will never let you go. One day sooner or later, I will destroy your entire organization." The original plan to investigate Organization A was something only he and the people within the criminal police team knew about. In order not to alert the enemy, Jiang Yang naturally could not tell anyone else about Organization A. However, after receiving this threatening letter, Jiang Yang realized that their actions had been exposed. Since this is the case, there is naturally no need to hide it anymore. So, Jiang Yang openly declared war on the people of Organization A in front of the live camera, and as Jiang Yang's voice fell. At this moment, the live broadcast room, with more than 100,000 people online, was instantly filled with excitement. Holy crap! Officer Jiang is awesome. What is this Organization A? It seems very scary. Didn't you hear what Officer Jiang said? Murder and arson, drug smuggling, organ trafficking, even arms trafficking. They've committed basically every crime imaginable, right? No wonder Officer Jiang is so angry. Officer Jiang is declaring war on the people of Organization A. Yeah. So domineering and handsome. I feel like I'm watching a real-life anti-gangster and anti-evil campaign. Yeah. That's the feeling. I feel the same way. So fucking passionate. I'm already looking forward to the tit-for-tat confrontation between Officer Jiang and Organization A. Chapter 56. The action begins. Jiang Yang's words made everyone who heard them feel their blood boiling. One is a criminal organization with unforgivable crimes and the other is a policeman who looks ordinary but is called a police god by many netizens. What exactly is the tit-for-tat between the two? At this moment, many netizens have already imagined a grand, exciting, and blood-boiling police and gangster blockbuster in their minds. At this time, after hearing what Jiang Yang said, reporter Shin You couldn't help but clamp her legs together and let go of the movement. However, before she could say anything, Jiang Yang had already gotten back into Xiao Jiwei's police car and headed towards the old city. In the car, Xiao Jiwei also gave orders at the same time of first, send someone to investigate who put this threatening letter in. Then, he called the municipal bureau and requested cooperation from the special police team, the public security brigade, and surrounding police stations to jointly encircle the old city. In broad daylight, in the open, someone actually dared to openly threaten the police. This is a challenge to the authority of the police. Naturally, they will not be let off. When the city bureau director Zhou Hongming learned about the whole incident, he was furious and immediately approved Xiao Jiwei's application. On this day, the whole city of Rongqing was in an uproar, and hundreds of police cars rushed out with their lights and sirens on. This shocked the citizens of Rongqing, and naturally this scene could not escape being filmed and uploaded to the internet. It immediately caused a sensation across the internet. Holy crap! Where is this? It looks like Rongqing? Yes. It's Rongqing. What's going on? You don't know yet? Didn't you watch the live broadcast of Protecting Rongqing? During the live broadcast, Officer Zhang Yang declared war on a criminal organization called Organization A. In this situation, reinforcements should be sent from all major public security departments. Wow! This is so exciting! You have no idea how domineering Officer Zhang was when he declared war on Organization A. I thought it would take a long time to see such an exciting scene, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I suggest you all go to the live broadcast room of Protecting Rongqing. It's being broadcast live now. As more and more people post these videos online, more and more people know about the big event that is about to happen in Rongqing City at this moment. As a result, more and more people flocked into the live broadcast room of Protecting Rongqing, almost in the blink of an eye. The number of online viewers in the Protecting Rongqing live broadcast room soared from hundreds of thousands to more than 1 million. At Rongqing TV station, the staff in charge of the live broadcast control collapsed in shock when they saw this. I rushed to the leader's office and reported, "Oh boss, something big has happened. Our station's live broadcast of Protecting Rongqing has exploded. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million, and is still rising steadily. The back-end servers seem to be unable to support the situation." Hearing this, Zhang Jian, the head of the TV station, was shocked for a second, then excited for a second, but he quickly regained his composure and immediately ordered, "So what are you waiting for? Activate the backup server immediately. Hurry up." After Zhang Kong left, Zhang Jin thought for a short while and then immediately started making phone calls to apply to the public security department for live broadcast of the operation. If they could broadcast the entire process of the siege of the old city live, their program would surely be a huge hit. It is very likely to be promoted to become a phenomenally popular satellite TV station like Mango TV. On the other side, in the police car, after learning that major public security departments had been dispatched, whether it is Xiao Jiwei, Jiang Yang, or other colleagues in the criminal police team, they all have more confidence. Their walkie-talkies were tuned to the same channel to facilitate communication regarding the mission. As the leader of this encirclement and suppression operation in the old city, Xiao Jiwei naturally also served as the temporary captain. Start giving orders immediately. I have to say that Xiao Jiwei is very professional. He figured out the layout of the entire old city in just 2 minutes, then reasonably allocate the work content of each department and block all the entrances and exits to escape from the old city. All that's left is to wait for them to arrive, and then start the encirclement and suppression. However, what none of them expected was that the accident still happened. As the footage of Zhang Yang declaring war on Organization A in front of the live camera and the footage of a large number of police cars being dispatched in Rongqing City were widely circulated on the internet, the people from Organization and naturally saw it too. Then, Jiang Yang suddenly received a strange call on his mobile phone. Jiang Yang was surprised, but still answered the call. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Officer Jiang." Hearing this, Jiang Yang's face instantly darkened. "Who are you?" There was a laugh from the other end of the phone. "You don't need to know who I am. I'm calling just to tell you. Your previous remarks before the live broadcast have already angered our Organization A. So, to punish you, we have now activated the time bomb placed under the police car you are currently riding in. From now on, your police car will continue to move forward at a speed of 80 miles per hour. During the 10-minute countdown, you can find any way to escape. If you succeed, congratulations. If you fail, then boom. Ha 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 ha. After that, the phone was hung up. Jiang Yang did not deliberately avoid Xiao Jiwei, so the conversation between him and the person on the phone was naturally heard by Xiao Jiwei and the criminal police driving the police car. At this moment, Jiang Yang could clearly feel that the speed of the police car he was riding in was increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it accelerated to over 80 mph. This immediately shocked everyone in the car. "Captain, the car is really speeding up. I can't stop it. What Officer John just said on the phone is true. There really is a bomb under our car. What should we do? What should we do now? You know, this is the city, on a busy street. It is already difficult to drive forward at a speed of 80 miles per hour without a car accident. You also have to find a way to escape within 10 minutes and ensure the safety of the people around you. It is almost as difficult as climbing to the sky." The criminal policeman in the driver's seat was frantically turning the steering wheel, trying to avoid pedestrians and vehicles on the road. After dodging several pedestrians and vehicles in succession, his face began to turn pale and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chapter 57: Lawless. Bang! Xiao Jiwei slammed his fist on the car door, his eyes filled with anger. He hadn't expected these criminals to be so brazen. Threatening the police was already a violation of the law, and now they had the audacity to plant a bomb in their police car. It is not difficult to imagine how crazy and lawless this group of people are in their daily lives. However, Xiao Jiwei also knew that now was not the time to talk about these things. The most urgent priority was to save his life. After dodging the vehicle ahead once again, the detective in the driver's seat began to tremble slightly. "Captain, I can't take it anymore. It's no wonder that he is in this state at the moment. After all, this is in the city, the speed must be 80 miles per hour and cannot be reduced at all, and it must also ensure that other pedestrians and vehicles on the road are not harmed. It's not just about the police's responsibility to protect the public. It is also because no one knows what the consequences will be if the police car he is driving makes the slightest mistake. There is no doubt that no matter what happens, no matter what the consequences are, he cannot bear it. Therefore, under the tremendous pressure, his condition has dropped to the limit." At this moment, a vehicle running a red light suddenly appeared at the fork in the road ahead. The colleague in the driver's seat subconsciously wanted to turn the steering wheel sharply, but found that his hands were already weak. Completion. He blurted out with despair on his face, "I have already given up in my heart and accepted the impending fate of death." However, at this moment, a strong hand suddenly turned the steering wheel for him. Squeak! At this moment, the tires of the police car rubbed against the ground wildly, making a harsh sound. After the entire police car drifted 360 degrees on the spot, it finally successfully avoided the vehicle that ran a red light and escaped danger. This scene immediately shocked Xiao Jiwei and his fellow criminal police officer in the driver's seat. They stared at Jiang Yang in amazement after he had just taken action. For a moment, their brains seemed to have crashed. Jiang Yang quickly spoke, "Change positions, I'll do it." Hearing Jiang Yang's irrefutable words, the colleague in the driver's seat nodded quickly and then switched seats with Jiang Yang. At this moment, the driving proficiency that Jiang Yang had won through the lottery was brought to its peak under his operation. The police car roared on the road, passing through the streets and alleys. In just a few seconds, Jiang Yang avoided any pedestrians, vehicles and obstacles again and again with almost magical skills. Xiao Jiwei and his colleague were amazed by what they saw. Jiang Yang also quickly reminded, "Captain Xiao, stop being dazed and find a way to escape." Xiao Jiwei also came back to his senses immediately, and then immediately picked up the intercom and spoke, "This is Xiao Jiwei from the criminal investigation team. A bomb has been planted in our police car. It will explode in 10 minutes. We need backup now. The vehicle is currently traveling at 80 mph towards Fengqi Street. The license plate number is Rome 733. We need support. We need support." After Xiao Jiwei briefly explained the situation, everyone who heard it was shocked. A bomb was planted in a police car. Who could have done this? How dare they be so audacious? This is lawlessness, isn't it? However, everyone also knew that now was not the time to be shocked, and they must have someone to support Xiao Jiwei. Then, there was an immediate response from the intercom. "This is Zhang Tao from the Fengqi police station. I'm currently located on Fengqi Street. I'm driving a police car with license plate number Rong 8.221. I'm available for support. This is Liang Jixin from the Fengfu Road police station. I'm currently located on Fengyu Road. I'm driving a police car with license plate number Rong 8.689. I'm available for support. This is the Municipal Traffic Police Brigade. We've received notice and opened a green channel for the Rome 733 police car. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yang drove the police car into Fengqi Street. Wherever I looked, the pedestrians and vehicles on the road had been evacuated by the traffic police on duty, and the road was extremely wide. The long-awaited police cars A221 and A689 came rapidly, driving side by side with the police car driven by Zhang Yang. Captain Xiao, you go first. The situation was urgent at the moment, so Xiao Jiwei and the others didn't care about anything else and nodded immediately. Then he successfully jumped into the two police cars on the left and right through the two rows of car windows. At this point, Xiao Jiwei and the other two successfully escaped. After escaping, Xiao Jiwei also hurriedly shouted to Zhang Yang, hurry up. Come here too. But can Zhang Yang get through? Of course you can, but Zhang Yang couldn't do that. They were still in the city. If he lost control of the car and the bomb exploded, no one knew what serious consequences would result. You can escape, but the prerequisite is that you must drive the car to a safe place to ensure that no innocent people will be harmed after the car explodes. Xiao Jiwei is worthy of being the captain of the criminal police team of the municipal bureau. He can see what Zhang Yang is thinking at a glance. He immediately picked up the intercom and spoke, hurry, the bomb is about to explode. Help me find an open area after leaving Fengqi Street. Within a few seconds, a reply came from the intercom captain. After leaving Fengqi Street, continue east for another 6 kilometers and you'll reach the new river. If we have Officer Zhang jump out of the car before we get close to the river, and then have the police car drive into the new river, we can effectively prevent the bomb explosion from affecting innocent people. It's just 6 kilometers away. According to calculations, there were only less than 4 minutes left before the bomb exploded. Want to drive 6 kilometers in the city in less than 4 minutes? How difficult is that? It is no exaggeration to say that even the god of driving would find it difficult to do so. However, just as Xiao Jiwei was hesitating, Zhang Yang next to him had already stepped on the accelerator. In an instant, the police car driven by Zhang Yang let out a deafening roar like a wild beast, and then shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, they had left Xiao Jiwei and his team's vehicle dozens of meters behind. At the same time, Zhang Yang's voice came from the intercom, Captain Xiao, I'm driving to Newjiang now. Please ask someone to clear the way for me. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Xiao Jiwei was stunned. He realized that Zhang Yang actually intended to do this and was deeply shocked, but he also knew that this was probably the only way to prevent harm to innocent people so far, so Xiao Jiwei immediately picked up the intercom again and spoke, contact the traffic police immediately. Zhang Yang is currently driving a police car with license plate number Rome 733 from Fengqi Street towards Newjiang River. Ask the traffic police to assist with evacuation immediately. I'll repeat myself, contact the traffic police immediately. Zhang Yang is driving, received. This is the Municipal Traffic Police Department. We have notified the traffic police on duty along the way to clear the road. Comrade Zhang Yang, please proceed at full speed. Chapter 58 Explosion. Xiao Jiwei's voice kept coming from the intercom. When people learned that the police car they were driving had been bombed, everyone was shocked, and now, knowing that Zhang Yang was going to drive the police car to the Newjiang River 6 kilometers away in just 3 minutes, he was even more shocked. In less than 4 minutes, you can drive 6 kilometers, and in the city. Is that possible? I don't know, but I hope Zhang Yang can succeed. This guy has always done surprising and delightful things since the day he started working. I hope he can surprise us this time too. Yeah. I hope this guy can succeed. It's not about hope, it's about success. All the departments in the old city that were cooperating with the encirclement and suppression were praying in their hearts this time. The police officers from the Dongjie police station also cooperated with the operation. Therefore, Zhang Jianjun, Shen Shang, Li Mao and others also learned about Zhang Yang's next move from the walkie-talkie. They were filled with worry and prayed silently, Zhang Yang, come on. You must succeed. At the same time, Zhang Yang drove the police car at a speed of more than 120 yards per hour. The traffic police on duty along the road took action and evacuated the vehicles and pedestrians along the road for Zhang Yang in advance. At the beginning, people didn't know what was happening and why they had to give way. There were also some people who did not know the truth and filmed what was happening in Rongqing City at that moment and uploaded it to the internet. It also once again caused a sensation on the internet. They all ran to the live broadcast room of Protecting Rongqing to ask reporters, but the police did not disclose this matter, So even Shinyu did not know. Instead, some netizens got the news from somewhere and exposed the truth. What? Officer John's police car was rigged with a bomb? Officer Jiang now has less than 4 minutes to drive the police car from the city to the Nujiang River, 6 kilometers away? Fuck. Are you crazy? Who is this person? How dare you want to blow up the police? People from Organization A, right? I didn't expect these people to be so crazy. Officer Jiang just declared war on them, and they actually attacked him. These people deserve to die. Murder and arson are already unforgivable crimes, and now they even dare to attack the police. What should I do? It's 6 kilometers away. And it's in the city. Even 10 minutes might not be enough. How can it be done in less than 4 minutes? Officer Jiang, why don't you just find an opportunity to jump out of the car? Jumping out of the car could definitely save your life, but haven't you ever thought about why Officer Jiang insisted on driving the car to the New River? He didn't want the police car's explosion to injure innocent people. Holy crap! So that's how it is. Officer Jiang is so righteous. I hope Officer Jiang can succeed. For a while, the internet and live broadcast rooms were filled with netizens' prayer comments and barrages. Zhang Yang drove the police car at lightning speed on the street. The traffic police department fully cooperated and cleared the way, although sometimes he would be overwhelmed and unable to evacuate the vehicles on the road in time, but almost every time, Zhang Yang would dodge them with his almost magical skills, and then continue to move forward at full speed. Various scenes were captured by pedestrians on the road, and some people even sent out drones from the sky to broadcast Zhang Yang's current situation in real time for netizens who were paying attention to this matter. From the drone's perspective, people not only saw Zhang Yang's superb driving skills on the busy streets of Rongqing, but also saw the traffic police department's swift and decisive action in clearing the roads, and even more saw the unity of Rongqing's pedestrians and vehicles when they took the initiative to clear the way for Zhang Yang. This caused people on the internet to be amazed. Finally, under everyone's attention, Zhang Yang drove the police car and rushed onto the Nujiang Bridge. Finally, we're finally here. Officer Jiang actually drove 6 kilometers in 3 minutes. Amazing. How much time is left? I calculated it, and it's already been 3 minutes. That means there are only a few dozen seconds, or even more than 10 seconds left before the bomb explodes? I don't know, maybe in the next second. Fuck. Damn it. Stop talking nonsense. Just give me some time to hold on. Officer Jiang cannot die. Soon after Zhang Yang arrived at the police car on the Nujiang Bridge, Xiao Zhiwei realized that time was running out. He also quickly picked up the intercom. Zhang Yang, there's not enough time. Jump out of the car, quick. Hurry up. If you don't jump, you'll die. At this time, Zhang Yang had already driven the police car to the center of the Nujiang Bridge. Driving the car into the Nujiang River here would definitely not harm innocent people, so Zhang Yang suddenly turned the steering wheel. He drove the police car directly through the guardrail of Nujiang Bridge. However, it was too late. At the moment when the police car rushed out of the Nujiang Bridge, before Zhang Yang could jump out of the police car exploded. Boom! The explosion that resounded through the sky seemed to make the entire earth tremble. The blazing flames shot up into the sky, and thick black smoke suddenly spread. The police car driven by Zhang Yang turned into charred black in an instant and finally fell into the Nujiang River. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhiwei was stunned, the criminal police who followed him were stunned, the netizens who were watching the drone live broadcast were stunned, and the people from various public security departments who heard the explosion from the walkie-talkie were also stunned. Exploded? At this moment, a barrage of comments floated gently across the live broadcast room. It instantly brought netizens back to their senses. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. It really exploded. Shit. Officer Jiang hasn't come out yet. Why did it explode? Couldn't you have waited a few seconds? Fuck. Does that mean Officer Jiang? No. Impossible. Officer Jiang is such a good policeman, how could God let him die like this? Yeah, I don't believe it either. But, the drone footage is very clear. At the moment the police car exploded, Officer Jiang was not seen jumping out. On the Nujiang Bridge, Xiao Jiwei and others also came to their senses at this time. They got out of the police car like crazy, rushed to the Nujiang Bridge, and shouted at the top of their lungs, Jiang Yang! Jiang Yang! However, looking at the burnt frame of the car slowly floating away with the river water, and the broken and charred uniforms floating on the water, Xiao Jiwei and others knew that everything was hopeless. Xiao Jiwei's whole body was limp, he sat powerlessly on the ground, his eyes full of pain and regret. How could this happen? How could this happen? It's going to succeed. It's going to succeed. Jiang Yang. Chapter 59, No Chance of Survival. At this moment, Xiao Jiwei sat limply on the ground, his face was filled with pain and sorrow, and what is more, is regret. He regretted why he let Jiang Yang drive. If only he had been the one driving just now. If that happens, you might be the one who dies. Jiang Yang was so young and so talented, but fate, sizzle, sizzle. From time to time, a voice came from the intercom. Captain Xiao, what's the situation at the scene? Captain Xiao, can you hear me? Captain Xiao, what's the situation? Zhang Jianjun's anxious voice was heard from the intercom. Hey, Xiao Jiwei, talk to me. How is Jiang Yang now? Is he? After a long time, Xiao Jiwei finally suppressed the grief in his heart, picked up the intercom, and replied to everyone, Jiang Yang, he tragically died in the explosion. As soon as these words came out, there was no sound on the intercom for a moment. Obviously, Xiao Jiwei's news shocked everyone, and no one could believe that the ending would be like this. How could this happen, sacrificed? But haven't they already reached the Nujiang Bridge? How? After hearing Xiao Jiwei's answer, Zhang Jianjun felt as if his soul had been sucked out of him. How could this happen? How could this happen? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's all these damn guys. It's them. They killed Jiang Yang. They killed my beloved disciple. I fought them. Zhang Jianjun was furious and turned around to rush into the old city to find the people from Organization A and fight them to the death, but not surprisingly, he was stopped. In the end, Zhang Jianjun fell to the ground powerlessly. Ever since Jiang Yang joined their Dongjie police station and witnessed Jiang Yang's methods and abilities, Zhang Jianjun has more than once imagined Jiang Yang's achievements step by step to the highest level, but now, all of this has come to nothing. He couldn't believe that such an outstanding talent like Jiang Yang would be sacrificed like this. All this seemed like a dream, and he couldn't believe it, but he had to accept it. Finally, his eyes turned red and 2 lines of tears fell uncontrollably. However, just when everyone was feeling sad, suddenly, a joyful voice came from the intercom. Hey, Jiang Yang is not dead. Jiang Yang is not dead. The sudden sound startled everyone who heard it and made their eyes widen. There was confusion and surprise in everyone's eyes. Let's go back to the Nujiang Bridge 2 minutes ago. The police car exploded and fell into the river, and Xiao Jiwei was depressed. Only Liang Jixin from Fengfu Road Police Station, who arrived together, refused to believe it and stood on the bridge looking for him. Even if Jiang Yang was killed in the explosion, we should be able to see his body. There is no way he would die without a complete body. At this moment, he suddenly saw a figure slowly emerging from the Nujiang River and swimming towards the shore. At first, Liang Jixin couldn't believe it, until he saw clearly that the figure was none other than Jiang Yang. He was immediately ecstatic. He pointed at Jiang Yang, who was resting on the shore, and shouted to Captain Xiao. Look over there. It's Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang is still alive. He is not dead yet. At the same time, he also turned on the intercom. Hey, Jiang Yang is not dead. Jiang Yang is not dead. Liang Jixin's words instantly woke up the grieving Xiao Jiwei, and he jumped up from the ground as if by reflex. Then he looked in the direction Liang Jixin pointed. His eyes were blurred by tears, and Xiao Jiwei couldn't see clearly at first, until he wiped away his tears and looked carefully towards the shore again. Over there, I saw a person with tattered clothes and a burnt body washing himself. Who else could it be but Jiang Yang? At this moment, the gloom on Xiao Jiwei's face disappeared, and was replaced by ecstasy. Hold! This kid is still alive. Ha 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 ha. After laughing loudly, Xiao Jiwei got back into the police car and drove straight towards Jiang Yang. He was so excited that he didn't even notice that Liang Jixin behind him hadn't gotten on the car yet. Chasing after the police car, he yelled, Captain Xiao, I haven't gotten in the car yet. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Soon, Xiao Jiwei drove a police car to Jiang Yang's side, and Liang Jixin and other colleagues followed in another car. After getting out of the car, Xiao Jiwei rushed to Jiang Yang. He hugged Jiang Yang tightly, very emotional. You kid, you're not dead. Great. Great. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Afterwards, Xiao Zhiwei hurriedly checked Jiang Yang's body. I was surprised to find that apart from a few burnt spots, a few scratches, and his clothes being badly torn, there was no other problem on Jiang Yang's body. I couldn't help but ask, Jiang Yang, how did you do it? After all, Xiao Zhiwei saw the explosion with his own eyes. No one saw Jiang Yang escape from the car. In this situation, he only suffered minor injuries. This is truly incredible, Jiang Yang said calmly. Maybe I'm just lucky. Is it really true that being lucky means having a long life? Of course it's impossible. With an explosion like that, anyone would be instantly turned into a dried corpse, and Jiang Yang is naturally no exception. Jiang Yang almost died in the explosion just now, but at the last critical moment, Jiang Yang relied on his last bit of strength, consciousness, and perseverance to take out the healing potion. Thanks to the powerful healing ability of the healing potion, Jiang Yang survived the fatal explosion. But Jiang Yang naturally couldn't tell Xiao Zhiwei the truth, so he made up an excuse about being lucky and having a long life to get away with it. Xiao Zhiwei couldn't think of any other explanation and was too lazy to think about it. As long as Jiang Yang is fine, this is great news. At this time, Zhang Jianjun's anxious voice came from the intercom again. Hey, Xiao Jijun, speak. How is my apprentice? Is he okay? Xiao Zhiwei didn't say anything, but handed the walkie-talkie to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang said into the intercom, Master, I'm fine. Although it was just 5 short words, when Jiang Yang's voice reached the ears of all the police officers through the walkie-talkie, almost everyone couldn't help but cheer. Oh my God! He's not dead. He's really not dead. Incredible. What's so incredible? There's nothing incredible. As long as the person is okay, that's all that matters. Yes. Damn it. That's great. That's great. Ha 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 ha. I knew Jiang Yang was a very lucky guy. He wouldn't die so easily. Jiang Yang is awesome. Awesome. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 60. Just do it. Everyone couldn't help but cheer at this moment. Netizens on the internet still don't know what happened. Since the police car exploded, the drone that was broadcasting live for them also lost the picture because it ran out of battery. At this time, they could only watch the situation outside the old city through the live broadcast room of Protecting Rongqing. Suddenly seeing a group of policemen so excited, netizens in the live broadcast room were all surprised and puzzled. Until reporter Xinyu stood in front of the live camera and reported the latest situation, netizens couldn't contain their excitement and sent comments crazily. Holy crap! Officer Jiang isn't dead? He's not dead. Ha 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 ha. That's great. I knew Officer Jiang wouldn't die so easily. How could a petty criminal possibly kill our police god? And do you know what's most crucial? This time, Officer Jiang successfully drove the bomb-laden police car to the new river 6 kilometers away within 4 minutes. He prevented the bomb from spreading. Based on a 3-minute time frame, that's 6 kilometers. That's an average of 2 kilometers per minute. And that's in the city. Officer Jiang has truly created a miracle. Yes. A miracle. Officer Jiang is awesome. Awesome. Nowadays, Jiang Yang is very well known on the internet and has gained a large number of fans. At the beginning, when everyone learned that Jiang Yang said the police car he was riding in was equipped with a bomb, they were all worried about him. Later, the bomb exploded and the live broadcast disappeared, and many netizens were extremely anxious. Posts from netizens expressing their concern and inquiring about news can be seen everywhere. Until this moment, Jiang Yang drove 6 kilometers in 3 minutes and successfully drove the police car loaded with bombs away from the crowd in the city. The news that everyone was safe was spread on the internet. Word spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, and suddenly all netizens were excited. Even those netizens who had never paid attention to Jiang Yang before were shocked after learning what Jiang Yang had done. Oh my God! He drove 6 kilometers from the city in 3 minutes. Is he a driving god? What's a car god? Do you know that Officer Jiang risked his life to prevent the bomb from exploding and affecting the civilians? To me, Officer Jiang can be called a god. Yes. His character is so noble, I can't think of any words to describe him. If all police officers were as dedicated as he is, and wholeheartedly cared about the people, our country would have been number 1 in the world long ago. Excellent Officer Jiang. I declare that from today on, I am Officer John's #1 diehard fan. I will not let any of those who have slandered Officer John go. Jiang Yang's deeds spread more and more widely on the internet, and more people were deeply attracted by Jiang Yang's abilities, methods, and qualities. There was even an uphost who opened an account on a certain site specifically to edit Jiang Yang's deeds, and in just a few days, he attracted millions of fans. Brothers, Officer Jiang is fine now. So, should we start fighting back next? Of course. That organization A dared to attack the police. They are definitely dead. Luckily, Officer Jiang is alright this time, otherwise it would be the special forces and the anti-terrorist forces that would be causing them trouble. But I think Officer Jiang and the others are more than capable of cleaning up this Organization A garbage. That's right. I've been looking forward to it. Entrance to the old town, under people's expectant gaze, the last two police cars slowly appeared in people's sight. Soon, the police car stopped at the entrance of the old town. Jiang Yang, Xiao Jiwei, and others, who had changed into casual clothes, got out of the car together and came to the entrance. At this time, Zhang Jianjun had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing that Jiang Yang was indeed fine, he finally put his mind at ease. He cried with joy and went forward to hug Jiang Yang. "You little bastard! You worried me to death." Jiang Yang was almost out of breath after being hugged by Zhang Jianjun. After struggling hard to get free, he said comfortingly, "Master, I'm fine." Jiang Yang felt touched from the bottom of his heart for his master who cared so much about him. Although the two have not known each other for a long time, it can be said that a teacher is like a father for life. Zhang Jianjun can really be said to be one of the few people in the world who truly cares about him. At this time, Jiang Yang and others returned to the team, which meant that all the personnel for this operation were in place and ready. Everyone looked excited and ready for battle. Next, we just have to wait for the temporary captain Xiao Jiwei to give orders and start the action. Xiao Jiwei first came to Jiang Yang and asked, "Jiang Yang, do you have any suggestions for this operation?" After witnessing Jiang Yang's abilities and methods, Xiao Jiwei now admires this newcomer in the police force very much and is very willing to listen to his opinions. Jiang Yang said bluntly, "No suggestions, just do it." After listening to Jiang Yang's words, Xiao Jiwei smiled. I should have expected Jiang Yang to say this. Only Jiang Yang could say that. Then Xiao Jiwei walked in front of everyone again. "Comrades. The members of Organization A discovered this time are cunning, cruel, rampant, and crazy. They are committing all sorts of evil, even threatening the police and planting bombs on police cars. They are so heartless and lawless. Fortunately, thanks to the cooperation of Comrade Jiang Yang and various departments, we were able to successfully avert this incident. Then it's our turn to teach these bastards a lesson. Everyone listen. Action begins." As Xiao Jiwei's order was issued, various public security departments immediately took action. They were armed with sophisticated equipment and rushed into the old city together. The old city is the earliest built-up area in Rongqing City. The architectural forms and styles are old, and the public security is relatively backward. This has also led to the old city being a mixed crowd, and it is easy for filth and dirt to hide. Therefore, Xiao Jiwei also kept giving instructions through the intercom. This encirclement and suppression operation in the old city is aimed at members of Organization A who have tattoos that combine a smiling skull with the letter A. At the same time, after investigation, we found that there are also many criminals and fugitives hiding in the old city. Once discovered, arrest them all. If there are any malicious situations such as resistance or arrest, there is no need to hold back. In case of emergency, you can shoot and kill on the spot. Xiao Jiwei's words undoubtedly gave everyone a signal that they could act boldly and with confidence. As long as you are a criminal, there is no need to show mercy. This scene also made the netizens who have been paying attention to all this very excited. It's finally started. I've waited for so long, this is the moment I've been waiting for. You actually dared to threaten Officer Jiang and almost blew him up. Now it's Officer Zhang's turn to fight back. Organization A is finished. It's not just Organization A. I heard the old city is in chaos, with incidents happening every other day. Although this operation is aimed at annihilating the members of Organization A, I don't think those criminals will be spared either. Yes. Now those criminals will suffer. Chapter 61. Nothing strange with the start of the encirclement and suppression operation in the old city. Everyone moved quickly and rushed towards the old town because the danger of this operation was unknown, and in order to protect the safety of the TV station's reporters, the TV station's application for follow-up live broadcast did not receive Xiao Jiwei's consent. In other words, reporter Shin Yu can no longer go into the old city to broadcast live to the audience. At this time, Zhang Yang was in charge of a team of 3, and the team members were naturally his old partners Li Mao and Gui Jin. The moment he entered the old city, Zhang Yang immediately turned on the crime radar. In an instant, red spots appeared on the radar. Seeing this scene, even Zhang Yang himself was a little shocked. These red dots represent criminals one after another. The number of criminals here is much greater than before on Zhongshan Road pedestrian street. After the shock, all that was left in Zhang Yang's heart was excitement. After all, these criminals are points to him. The more points he has, the more chances he will have to draw prizes. As long as he draws enough prizes, he will become more powerful. So Zhang Yang stopped hesitating and raised his arm. Walk! He took Li Mao and Gui Jin directly forward. Over there was a not very spacious alley, but there were no less than 20 people gathered inside. Each of them was dressed simply and looked a little dusty. The most important thing was that they all held sticks in their hands at this moment. The two groups seemed to have some conflict. After a disagreement, the two leaders suddenly started fighting, and their companions behind them also got furious. In an instant, a melee between gangsters broke out. Zhang Yang, Li Mao, and Gui Jin happened to pass by here. When they saw thugs fighting, they immediately stepped forward to stop them. Stop, police! Stop it, everyone! However, it was not known whether these thugs did not hear or were just too angry, but they remained indifferent to the warnings from Li Mao and Gui Jin. Seeing this, Zhang Yang didn't tolerate it at all. He rushed into the crowd first, grabbed a yellow-haired man who was swinging a chair leg, and slapped him in the face. In the blink of an eye, the yellow-haired man's skinny face swelled up into a braised pig's head. He fell to his knees on the ground and screamed in pain. The fat man behind him wanted to move forward, but Zhang Yang kicked him more than 10 meters away and fell to the ground groaning. But after Zhang Yang dealt with the two people, it didn't end there. Next, Zhang Yang was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, waving his fists and slaps wildly like a god of war wherever he went. Even dogs would be slapped twice by him. In just 2 minutes, all the thugs who were still fighting fell to the ground and wailed in pain. There was another thug whose injuries were not as serious. He sat on the ground and stared at Zhang Yang fiercely, his face full of dissatisfaction. Boy, you dare to hit me? Do you know who my father is? However, he had just finished speaking. Zhang Yang gave him a big slap on the face. If you don't know your biological father, ask your mother. After this, the gangster fainted on the spot. Li Mao and Gui Jin were stunned. After a while, they couldn't help but give Zhang Yang a thumbs up. Zhang Yang/Brother Yang, awesome. 20 or so thugs were all dealt with at this time. Li Mao picked up the walkie-talkie very skillfully and called for support. After all, there are more than 20 people here, and it would be difficult to send them back with just the 3 of them. When they learned through the intercom that Zhang Yang had taken care of more than 20 thugs so quickly, the police from all departments were shocked at this moment. But it feels a bit commonplace. After all, everyone has more or less heard and seen Zhang Yang's performance during the live broadcast of protecting Rongqing this morning. Arresting so many people at once was a bit outrageous for them, but for Zhang Yang, it seemed to have become his basic operation. Some people are even curious about how many criminals will fall into Zhang Yang's hands during this operation to encircle the old city. Soon, colleagues on standby at the rear arrived and took the man back. After sending the people away, Zhang Yang took Li Mao and Gui Jin and continued to move forward. Chapter 62, The Fierce Police. Hurry, hurry! Run! He's coming! In the narrow alleys of the old city, there was a gang of 5 people stealing batteries. They had just succeeded in stealing the battery of an electric car, but unexpectedly, they were caught red-handed by the police. Fortunately, they were smart and turned around and ran away when the police were not paying attention. This time they had run nearly 2 kilometers and were exhausted and out of breath. Relying on their familiarity with the streets of the old city, they made their way through the alleys and thought they had finally escaped the police. However, at this moment, at the corner in front of them, Zhang Yang twisted his neck, walked out with a smile on his face, and blocked their way. Where else are you going to escape to? Seeing this, the 5 people looked shocked. They obviously didn't expect that the police in front of them could catch up with them in the intricate alleys. Officer, let's talk. This is our first time committing a crime. Can you let us go? That's right. We are all first-time offenders. Let's return the battery now. Please forgive us. Several people were already extremely tired at this time, but Zhang Yang, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. They knew that they could not escape this situation, so they prepared to appeal to their emotions, reason with them, and earnestly admit their mistakes. I hope I can convince Jiang Yang to let them go. But if it were other police officers, faced with their attitude, they might have been soft-hearted and let them go after giving them a few simple criticisms and educations. However, the person standing in front of them was none other than Jiang Yang. Name: Mario, male, 33 years old, professional thief, 22 thefts, 2 criminal records, involving 103,000 yuan, just completed 1 theft. Name: Luzhua, male, 34 years old, a professional thief, with 31 thefts and 1 criminal record involving 87,000 yuan. He is also suspected of gambling, prostitution, and fighting, resulting in 3 people being disabled. Name: Xiao Luo, male, 34 years old, a professional thief, responsible for 42 thefts involving 159,000 yuan. He is also suspected of gambling, soliciting prostitution, fighting, and forcing his sister-in-law into prostitution. If their crimes had not been clearly displayed on the crime radar, Jiang Yang might have believed what they said. At this time, facing their desperate pleas, Jiang Yang sneered, "Don't say anything, I won't let you go even if you beg me." Hearing this, the 5 thieves looked at each other in confusion, then after exchanging glances, turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, Jiang Yang had obviously anticipated what they were going to do. Just as they were about to turn around, Jiang Yang took a quick step and came in front of the 5 people. That he grabbed 2 of them by the shoulders and suddenly threw them backwards. The terrifying force instantly grabbed the 2 men and sent them flying into the air, and then they fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, one of the accomplices decided to go all out and gritted his teeth and punched Jiang Yang. However, despite possessing the strength of a king of close combat, his counterattack seemed as ridiculous to Jiang Yang as a certain singing and dancing star becoming an NBA spokesperson, and since the other party dared to fight back, it would be equivalent to attacking the police, so Jiang Yang would be even more reckless. A moment later, the 5-member gang of thieves was completely dealt with by Jiang Yang. Not at this time, Jiang Yang seemed to remember something and walked up to one of the guys who was less seriously injured. After squatting down, he took out his phone, opened a photo of a tattoo from Organization A, and asked, "I have a question for you. Do you know anyone with a tattoo like this?" Obviously, Jiang Yang had hit this guy too lightly. Facing Jiang Yang's question, he was dismissive and his face was full of dissatisfaction. "Why should I tell you?" But after a while, under Jiang Yang's influence, this guy gave in. With a swollen face, she cried, I'll tell you. Woo-woo. Seeing that this guy finally behaved himself, Jiang Yang nodded with satisfaction. "Then tell me quickly. Who has this kind of tattoo?" The guy tried hard to open his swollen eyes and looked carefully at the photo on Jiang Yang's phone. After a while, he bit his nails, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. "That, officer, if I say, I don't know either. Will you hit me?" Hearing this, Jiang Yang was immediately amused. Then he touched his face and said, "How could that be? Am I that kind of person?" Then, Jiang Yang silently turned off the law enforcement recorder. Chapter 63. He never shut it up. Wait until the law enforcement recorder is turned on again. It was 2 minutes later. The guy in front, who only had a swollen face, had now fallen to the ground, groaning in pain. His clothes were now tattered, his body was stained with blood, and he looked in a very miserable state. At this time, Li Mao and Gui Jin had hurried over. Seeing that Jiang Yang had already dealt with the thieves, they walked forward very skillfully. They were handcuffed, and now that they have followed Jiang Yang for a long time, they already know what they should do anyway. It is not their turn to catch and subdue criminals. Jiang Yang can handle it all by himself. As for them, they just need to follow Jiang Yang, handcuff the criminals that Jiang Yang has dealt with, and then wait for rewards. This feeling is just like being a support in a game, just following the C position and providing assists. It's so easy. Soon, the colleagues on standby at the rear learned from the intercom that Jiang Yang had subdued the thieves and requested support. Because the walkie-talkies were all on the same channel, colleagues from various departments learned about this at the same time and were shocked again. After all, the encirclement and suppression operation in the old city had already begun for more than 10 minutes, and all of them were working hard to search, but let alone the criminal, they didn't even find a single hair. At this time, I really have to admire Jiang Yang's ability. What they don't know is that this is just the beginning. Over the next half hour, Jiang Yang's requests for support came through the intercom again and again. A report. A gang of 3 robbers have been apprehended at number 46, Nanqian Road, Old City District, with evidence. Report. A prostitution den was discovered in a residential building on Zhongshan Road. 35 prostitutes and 26 clients were arrested. Report. 40 slot machines were discovered at Xingxing Internet Cafe on Hashia Road, and 56 people involved in gambling were arrested. Report. A fraud ring has been discovered on Taekwon Street. 135 individuals have been arrested. A total of 12.66 million yuan has been seized. Report. A human trafficking gang was discovered on Taekwon Street. 6 traffickers were arrested and 8 abducted children were rescued. Report. Zhang Yang and others' requests for support came over the intercom again and again. All the departments and units that got the news were shocked by Zhang Yang again and again, and some were even shocked to the point of paralysis. After all, how long had they been in the old city? Less than an hour. And yet Zhang Yang had already arrested hundreds of criminals. There are all kinds of criminals. On the other hand, what about them? Some of them were more capable and could even catch a few petty thieves, but the vast majority of them found nothing. In comparison, Zhang Yang can really be said to be awesome. Not to mention ordinary police officers, even criminal police and special police are not as good as Zhang Yang. Oh my god. Is this Zhang Yang really that awesome? They've already arrested over 200 people, right? Could it be that he really is a police god? I watched the live broadcast of Guarding Rongqing this morning. Zhang Yang was so awesome back then, but he said that he was able to catch so many criminals because someone provided him with clues. But what about now? With this ability, is he really a police officer from the police station? I really suspect this guy is cheating. What the hell, he never turned it off. As Zhang Yang's master, Zhang Jianjun feels proud to see how outstanding Zhang Yang is. It was different from the morning. Although Zhang Yang was equally efficient in catching criminals when patrolling Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street in the morning, it was only him and Zhang Yang present at the time, and now, more than 10 departments and units are carrying out the mission together. Every time the intercom comes with the news that Zhang Yang has arrested a criminal, everyone will know. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun could imagine the expressions of surprise and shock on his colleagues' faces. When he thought of the shocked expressions on their faces, he felt extremely proud and showed Wang Youxing's signature smile from beginning to end. It was an ordinary-looking residential house. Tools for digging graves, such as flying tiger claws and Luoyang shovel, were scattered on the ground. The 3 men were drinking beer, eating snacks, and chatting from time to time, looking very leisurely. How much money can we make from this shipment? How much can we earn? I'm not exaggerating, but if we can sell this batch of goods, we can definitely make more money than we've made in the past 10 years. By then, we'll retire, find a nice place, buy a house and a car, get married, have kids, and live a good life. Ha ha ha. That's great. I've been wanting to retire for a long time. It's almost done. Once this batch of goods is sold, we can enjoy the good life in the future. At this moment, one of them suddenly changed the subject. By the way, have you heard of someone recently, Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang? Who? You don't even know Zhang Yang, but he's a very popular new police officer. Don't underestimate him because he's a newcomer, but he's really awesome. He just caught a gang of thieves and a Class A wanted criminal right after he started, and he's since caught 3 or 4 more Class A wanted criminals and hundreds of criminals. Do you know what the most important thing is? This guy is really ruthless. No one who commits a crime and falls into his hands is left unscathed. At the very least, they suffer broken bones, while at the worst, they lose limbs. The worst ones are even lying in the ICU right now. This guy's name has spread all over the underworld. Many people call him a criminal killing machine and a living hell. I hope we don't run into him, otherwise all our hard work over the years will be in vain. What are you afraid of? You know A's skills. He's not even afraid of Zongzi. How can you be afraid of a lousy policeman like him? What the 3 of them didn't expect was as soon as they finished speaking, the door of the house was kicked open. Police! Don't move! This sudden scene made the 3 people in the room shudder and stand up subconsciously. After seeing who was coming, one of the slightly plump men began to tremble all over. Fuck criminal killing machine. Chapter 64, No Martial Ethics. At this moment, the fat man felt really fucked up. Speak of the devil and he will appear. After hearing what the fat man said, the 2 accomplices beside him were also confused. Then he looked closely at Jiang Yang, who broke into their house. It was not until they saw Jiang Yang's appearance clearly that their hearts suddenly tightened. I cursed in my heart why I was so unlucky. I just mentioned him and I actually met him. The key point is that they can't figure out why Jiang Yang broke into their house. They have been staying at home all these days and haven't gone anywhere, but this is not important. What is important is that we have to find a way to get out of this situation now. Otherwise, the things they have done over the years are enough to make them stay in prison and never get out. The fat man's eyes rolled, and then a flattering smile appeared on his face. Yo! Isn't this Officer Jiang? Officer, why are you here? Welcome, welcome. As he spoke, the fat man had already come in front of Jiang Yang and took the initiative to shake hands with Jiang Yang. Seeing this, Jiang Yang couldn't help but feel curious. Do you recognize me? The fat man said with a smile, yes. Of course I do. Officer Jiang, you are well known and renowned. Even people in our underworld say you are. The fat man originally wanted to flatter Jiang Yang so that he would let down his guard, but he didn't expect that before he said a few words, he found that he seemed to have let something slip. As he spoke further, his voice became quieter and quieter. Jiang Yang became interested instead. What do you say I am? The smile on the fat man's face became uglier than crying, but he still said truthfully that you're a criminal killing machine. And you said you were a living devil. Hearing this, Jiang Yang nodded. Criminal killing machine, living devil. I have to say, Jiang Yang quite likes these two nicknames. Then, Jiang Yang asked with a smile, what did you just say? You're a gang member? Which road are you from? Tell the truth, I'll be gentler later. Otherwise, unexpectedly, Jiang Yang hadn't finished speaking yet. The fat man realized that today's matter would not end peacefully, so a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed Jiang Yang's arm, trying to control him. However, was the claim of having twice the strength of an ordinary person a joke? The moment the fat man grabbed Jiang Yang's arm, Jiang Yang's body trembled. Just shake the fat man's hand away. Then Jiang Yang showed no mercy and kicked the fat man hard, sending him flying backwards and breaking all the bottles and jars in the room. Monkey, Ace, what the hell are you still doing standing there? Go ahead. Seeing this, the two accomplices named Monkey and Ace also followed decisively. Each of them picked up a chair and threw it towards Jiang Yang. One of them directly pulled out the long knife placed in the corner and slashed towards Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang smiled lightly, and then kicked out fiercely, immediately smashing the chair that was hit first into pieces. The monkey holding the chair was also knocked to the ground by Jiang Yang's kick. Li Mao and Gui Jin behind them rushed forward without saying a word, subdued the two men and handcuffed them. Jiang Yang did not stop his actions. After dealing with the monkey, he dodged Ace's long knife by turning sideways. Then, with a speed twice as fast as that of an ordinary person, he punched him hard. What surprised Jiang Yang was that this guy named Ace was quite skilled. At least his skills are much better than those criminals he had seen before. This was the first time someone dodged his tried and true punch. Good. 2 times. Jiang Yang smiled faintly, but did not stop there. Instead, he rushed towards the other party again. Now, in the blink of an eye, the two were fighting. This guy named Ace was holding a long sword and had an absolute distance advantage. Every attack of his sword was extremely fierce. If it were any other police officer, even special police or armed police, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand over him. But after all, Jiang Yang possesses the combat skills of the king of melee combat rewarded by the system, so his strength is naturally not to be underestimated. He dodged Ace's attacks many times and was able to counterattack. In addition, his strength was more than twice that of an ordinary person. Although he dodged several attacks, there were always 1 or 2 punches that hit him, and every punch that hits him can cause a heavy blow to this GUI. As one gained strength while the other declined, Jiang Yang gradually began to gain the upper hand. After Jiang Yang threw another punch, Ace took advantage of this opportunity to temporarily distance himself from Jiang Yang. At this time, Ace's body was covered with bruises and he was gasping for breath. He looked at Jiang Yang with a serious expression, knowing full well that if he continued to fight like this, he would really fall into the hands of this criminal killing machine today. So at this moment, he decided to use his ultimate move. He just swung his hand, and suddenly, a bottle of Lao Gan Ma appeared in his hand. He then unscrewed the bottle cap and started eating. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yang, Li Mao, and Gui Jin were all stunned. What the hell? Who would eat Lao Gan Ma while fighting? Only his companions. The monkey and the fat man laughed out loud at this moment. The fat man said proudly, "Aha! You don't know. This is an ability that is embedded in A's family's blood. As long as he eats certain foods, he can unleash his potential. The strength will skyrocket. You're done." Once Ace finishes this bottle of Lao Gan Ma, his potential will be fully unleashed, and you won't be able to do anything to him. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, everyone was suddenly shocked. Is there such a magical ability in this world? After hearing what the fat man said, Jiang Yang frowned, then rushed forward and kicked Ace in the stomach. He immediately kicked Ace out, and the Lao Gan Ma in his hand fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the monkey and the fat man suddenly widened their eyes. Fuck. You have no moral integrity. Chapter 65 Wonderful. When Jiang Yang kicked out, Monkey and Fatty were both stunned on the spot. They never expected that Jiang Yang would be so unethical. He didn't even prepare for the fight, and you just attacked him. In response to this, Jiang Yang just wanted to say, "Who cares about you? You told me the truth yourself. So how could I let your accomplices eat Lao Gan Ma in peace and unleash their potential? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble?" Ace was also kicked by Jiang Yang, and his stomach churned. He vomited out the Lao Gan Ma he had just eaten along with all the food he had eaten before, vomited all over the floor. He looked at the fat man with resentment, as if blaming him for being too talkative, but he also knew that the most urgent task was to deal with Jiang Yang. So he endured the severe pain in his abdomen and rushed forward. However, his target was not Jiang Yang, but the Lao Gan Ma on the ground. Obviously, he also knew that he could never be Jiang Yang's opponent. Now his only chance of winning is to eat the remaining half bottle of Lao Gan Ma and activate the potential in his blood, and he made the right bet. Jiang Yang never thought that someone would be so obsessed with a bottle of Lao Gan Ma. Before Jiang Yang could react, Ace picked up the Lao Gan Ma on the ground and swallowed half of the bottle in one gulp. Seeing this, Jiang Yang's eyes narrowed and he rushed forward, trying to stop it, but it's too late. After eating Lao Gan Ma, Ace seemed to have really stimulated his potential. He suddenly turned around and kicked Jiang Yang. Although Jiang Yang stretched out his hand to block the kick immediately, he was still kicked more than 10 meters away. Then, it was visible to the naked eye that Ace's muscles began to swell, and tattoos were faintly visible on his chest, back and arms. There will be a scientific explanation for why this ability exists later. This book will not turn into fantasy, so don't worry. Don't give up on it. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yang and everyone else were shocked. It turned out to be true. Eating Lao Gan Ma actually stimulated Ace's potential and his strength skyrocketed. The monkey and the fat man laughed out loud again. Ha 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 ha. Criminal killing machine. You're done. The potential within Ace's bloodline has been successfully stimulated. His strength will be 10 times greater than before. And he's extremely violent. He needs blood to regain his composure. You're done. You asked for this. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, Ace's transformation was also completely completed. His physique increased dramatically, and his body was covered with scarlet blue dragon tattoos. His eyes were bloodshot and full of cruelty, like a beast ready to devour someone. The next second, Ace also rushed towards Jiang Yang. His speed is obviously much faster than before. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Jiang Yang, raised the long sword in his hand high, and slashed towards Jiang Yang. However, at this critical moment, bang! A burst of gunfire suddenly rang out. A bullet grazed Ace's cheek, startling him and sending him flying backwards. No one reacted to what was happening at first, until they saw the black Type 92 pistol in Jiang Yang's hand. The monkey and the fat man suddenly widened their eyes again. Oh fuck. You have no moral integrity. At this time, Ace flew backwards and fell to one knee on the ground. His cheek was grazed by a bullet. A trickle of blood dripped down, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. After Jiang Yang succeeded in shooting, he pointed the gun at Ace's head again. Seeing this, Ace, who was still aggressive in the last second, put the knife on the ground and held his head with his hands. Shout loudly, "Officer Jiang, don't shoot. I surrender." Seeing this scene, even Jiang Yang was stunned. Then he couldn't help but sneer. What happened? Why did you surrender? Didn't you transform? Hasn't your strength increased tenfold? Don't you have to see blood to regain your composure? Why did you surrender? Ace's face flushed red and he wanted to refute, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. Indeed, after he stimulated his potential, his strength did increase dramatically, and his sanity would gradually fade away. But, no matter how good your kung fu is, you can't withstand bullets. If you are caught now, the most you will get is a jail term, but if you resist, you will be shot. And the end result may be that you will not see the sun tomorrow. He can still tell what is important and what is not. Jiang Yang was too lazy to say any more nonsense to him. After stepping forward, he kicked away the long sword he placed in front of him. Just when Jiang Yang was about to make the next move, an accident happened. He suddenly showed a ferocious look and suddenly jumped up. He rushed towards Jiang Yang and knocked the pistol in Jiang Yang's hand to the ground before he could defend himself. At this point, both of them had no weapons in their hands. Seeing this, everyone's heart was in their throat at this moment, except Jiang Yang, who not only did not feel a bit panicked, but showed excitement. He first kicked A's away, and then pounced on him. Suddenly, the two men fought together. Chapter 66, Big Involvement. The two men fought with bare hands, punching and kicking each other without the assistance of weapons. At this moment, it was a competition of true strength between the two. It has to be said that after A's potential was stimulated, his strength was indeed greatly increased, but it's not as exaggerated as the fat man said before, 10 times. At most, it's slightly stronger than Jiang Yang's, but the king of melee rewarded by the system is no joke. The king of melee combat is king. When fighting naked, Jiang Yang is not afraid of anyone, punching, lifting fists, wrapping hands, raising palms, twisting elbows, elbow thrusts. In less than a minute, the two had already exchanged no less than 100 moves. Every fight is a physical contest, and the dull sound of fists hitting flesh will shock anyone who sees this scene. As the two men fought more and more often, the gap in strength became more and more obvious. Under the king of close combat's superb fighting skills, everyone could clearly see that A's was gradually losing the upper hand. At this moment, A's was careless and made a mistake. Jiang Yang immediately seized the opportunity, suddenly clamped A's arm with both hands, and then twisted and pulled it hard. Just heard a click sound. A's arm was pulled off by Jiang Yang in an instant. Only a layer of skin remained on the entire hand, connecting it to the body. Kindness. A's let out a dull cry of pain, and his face instantly became paler. However, before he could react, Jiang Yang kicked his knees again. Finally, the triple power of the Fist of Sin exploded instantly and hit A's directly in the face. A's was knocked back and embedded in the cupboard behind him. Never get up again. At this point, all three tomb robbers were brought to justice. Everyone present was shocked and incoherent as they watched this thrilling battle, and they were extremely excited. Holy shit, holy shit. That fight is so satisfying. Brother Yang is so awesome. At this moment, the last glimmer of hope in the eyes of the monkey and the fat man was completely shattered. When I met Jiang Yang's eyes again, the monkey was so frightened by the thought of being treated cruelly that he fainted on the spot, while the fat man was sweating profusely. Even though his hands were handcuffed, he caught out to the ground with a bang and begged for mercy loudly. Officer Jiang, I was wrong. I confess. Don't hit me. I have to say that the fat man confessed very quickly and didn't give Jiang Yang any chance to take action or ask questions. He confessed everything he had done over the years. According to his account, Jiang Yang, Li Mao, and Gui Jin also found several boxes containing antiques in the house. According to the fat man, the things in here all came from the royal family of the Northern Song dynasty. If they could be sold, they would be worth billions. After learning this, Xiao Jiwei, who was in charge of command in the rear, was stunned. Antiques worth billions? That's a huge deal. He also immediately reported to his superiors, contacted experts from the Cultural Relics Bureau, and conducted an appraisal through live broadcast. This is a ding-kiln long-necked vase with a carved peony pattern. Ha ha ha. I thought we would never see this again in our country. I didn't expect it to appear today. The person who spoke was the expert Xiao Jiwei found from the Cultural Relics Bureau, named Zhuang Tianxi. He was not only the director of the State Cultural Relics Bureau, but also one of the top figures in the domestic archaeological industry. After contacting Zhuang Tianxi, Xiao Jiwei asked him to appraise the treasure online through the law enforcement recorder. Unexpectedly, he told the origin of the cultural relics at the scene after just one look. Yu Jing's doubts. Mr. Zhuang, is there any legend about this ding-kiln long-necked vase with carved peony patterns that you mentioned? Zhuang Tianxi was in a very good mood and was not stingy in answering everyone's questions. This vase is called the ding-kiln carved peony pattern long-necked vase. It has a dignified shape, delicate body, vivid and flowing lines, and a soft glaze. The pattern inside the vase resembles tear marks, and the color is slightly lighter. Despite thousands of years of wind and frost, it still maintains such a warm and smooth state. It is a national treasure. Over the years, only one ding-kiln long-necked vase with a carved peony pattern has been discovered, but it is not in my country. Instead, it is in the collection of a wealthy businessman overseas. Our country once wanted to buy it for 9.5 billion, but was rejected. After listening to Zhuang Tianxi's story, everyone present was shocked. Although everyone had heard Fatty say that these cultural relics were worth billions, most people thought that 4 or 5 billion was the maximum, but no one would have expected that this ding-kill long-necked vase with carved peony pattern alone is worth 9.5 billion. This value obviously exceeded everyone's imagination. At this time, Zhuang Tianxi bowed deeply to the camera. Captain Xiao, thank you. Thank you for helping the country preserve these precious cultural relics. Xiao Jiwei was a little embarrassed about this. Mr. Zhuang, if you really want to thank someone, you should thank Jiang Yang. He was the one who discovered these 3 tomb robbers and subdued them. He is the biggest hero. No one refuted Xiao Jiwei's words, and that was exactly the case. At this moment, everyone who knew the origin of this batch of cultural relics realized it in their hearts. This time, Jiang Yang has made another great contribution. Chapter 67. Are you teaching me how to do things? Jiang Yang naturally had no idea what was happening in the live broadcast room at this moment, but at this moment, Xiao Jiwei's voice suddenly came from his walkie-talkie again. Jiang Yang, Mr. Zhuang Tianxi, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau, asked me to thank you for preserving these cultural relics. Now, I hope you can take good care of these artifacts. Someone will come over to take over in a while. Jiang Yang naturally had no problem with this. While waiting, Jiang Yang was not idle either. He grabbed the fat man and asked him all the questions he needed to ask, and the most important thing is that Jiang Yang wants to get information about Organization A from them. One bottle is worth 9.5 billion, and considering what they confessed to doing over the years, Jiang Yang knew very well that these 3 people were definitely not ordinary tomb robbers. In this case, the possibility that they know Organization A is quite high, so Jiang Yang gave Monkey and A's each a sinful punch. Suddenly, the refreshing effect of the Fist of Sin took effect. It instantly woke up the 2 people who were supposed to be unconscious. After waking up, A's, whose limbs were broken, made a dull sound of pain. Jiang Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he took out his cell phone again, opened the photo of the tattoo of Organization A, and placed it in front of the 3 people. Take a look. Do you know anyone with this tattoo? I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. I can't imagine one person removing an arm. Hearing Jiang Yang's arrogant and unreasonable words, the 3 people couldn't help but shudder, but they didn't dare to be angry or say anything. They all came forward, stared at it carefully with wide eyes, fearing that before they had finished watching for 10 seconds, they would be beaten again. Fortunately, when they saw the tattoo, the 3 of them obviously thought of something and looked at each other. Finally, Shi spoke. Officer, we recognize this tattoo. Jiang Yang raised his eyebrows. He really guessed it right. Tell me. For a moment, the 3 of them started talking at once. The fat man didn't dare to hide anything, and quickly told everything he knew. Officer Jiang, we recognize this tattoo. This looks like a tattoo you'd find on someone from some lousy organization. I've seen it on several high-ranking members of the High Song Club in the old city. On a normal day, those guys can be said to have done all kinds of bad things. They dare to do anything. The key is that they even dared to steal our goods. Damn it! I swore at that time that I would make these guys pay the price. Officer, don't let these guys go. Jiang Yang said coldly, are you teaching me how to do things? The fat man was so frightened that he quickly shook his head. I dare not. However, although he said this, the fat man felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. I was just asking, how did it become like I'm teaching you how to do things? Think about this fatty, he is also very famous in the tomb robbing world. Wherever he goes, they have to give him some face, but when he got to Jiang Yang, he was beaten at every turn. It was really miserable. However, no matter how miserable he was, he didn't dare to say a word. After all, he knew very well that even though he fell into Jiang Yang's hands, his hands and feet were still intact, which was already a blessing for his ancestors. At this moment, Jiang Yang was already extremely happy. After so much trouble, we finally got some clues about Organization A. He immediately turned on the intercom and contacted Xiao Jiwei. Captain Xiao, I've learned the hiding place of Organization A. Before Jiang Yang finished speaking, Xiao Jiwei's voice came from the intercom. I already know about it and have already ordered people to go to the High Song Club. Jiang Yang, well done. You've done a great deed again this time. After entering the old city, the other teams gained very little. Naturally, Xiao Jiwei would also pay more attention to the situation on Jiang Yang's side. So when Jiang Yang asked about the hiding place of the people from Organization A, Xiao Jiwei learned about the situation and gave the order immediately. Attention, teams. Jiang Yang just made a new discovery. Organization A is most likely hiding in the High Song Club, located at 22 Rainbow Road. All teams, please proceed immediately. We must capture all members of Organization A hiding in the club. After receiving the news, the police officers searching in the old city took action, rushing towards the Hai Song Club. Zhang Yang would not miss the opportunity to capture the members of Organization A. He immediately grabbed the fat man and ordered, "Take me to that club." As for Ace and Monkey, they were both powerless at this time, so it was no problem to leave them to Guijin and Li Mao to take care of them. So at this moment, all the police officers in the old town took action together. What they don't know is that in a room in the Hai Song Club, a tall man in a suit and tie had his subordinates report to him everything that happened in the old town. That damn fat guy. I shouldn't have paid him for the goods last time. How dare you betray me? The man's name is Yu Chengtian. He is the owner of this singing club and also an important member of Organization A. He was the first person to know that their Organization A was being targeted by the police, but before that, he was not panicked at all, because he was confident that he was hiding deep enough, the police would not be able to find him easily, so he unscrupulously provoked the police. He sent threatening letters and placed a bomb in a police car, watching the police become angry and embarrassed, but helpless to do anything about him, let him feel unprecedented pleasure. Unexpectedly, this group of police actually came to the old city, but even so, he was still not panicking. After all, the old city was so big, and he didn't believe the police could find this place. What he didn't expect was that the fat guy actually told the police where he was hiding. Chapter 68, Digging 3 Feet Deep. Fatty. I really fucked your mother. Yu Qingtian was a little furious at this time. If he had known that the police could really find this place, he would have found an opportunity to escape long ago, but it's too late to say anything now. The police now know where he is hiding at the karaoke club and are all rushing here. It is obviously too late for him to leave now. Boss, what should we do now? At this time, one of Yu Qingtian's men asked with a panicked look on his face. Why Yu Qingtian slapped him and said angrily, "What are you afraid of? Even if they knew we were here, they wouldn't be able to find us. Don't forget, this room is a secret room that I spent a lot of money to build. No one but our own people will ever find it even if they search for their whole lives." After a second of silence, Yu Qingtian continued, "Now, let the second and third brothers come in immediately. We should all hide in here for the next few days. For this secret room I built myself. Why Yu Qingtian was still very confident. This place was secretive and soundproof. No one could find it except his own people. As for the person who helped him build this secret room, he had already died in a ditch behind the mountains. There is also a large amount of food and water stored in the secret room. There are also various facilities and equipment. It's enough for them to hide in here for a month or even longer. In the next few days, the police will probably conduct an extensive search in the club, but they just need to hide in the secret room long enough for the police to leave without finding anything. At that time, they can go out with confidence. By that time, the sky will be high and the birds will fly away, and the police will never be able to find them. After receiving the order, the subordinate ran out immediately. After a while, dozens of members of Organization A walked in one after another, and the door of the secret room closed. They will spend the next few days in this secret room, on the other side, outside the Hai Song Club. This time, the Hai Song Club has been surrounded by the police. Not to mention people, even a fly can't break through their encirclement and escape. At this time, Xiao Jiwei also rushed over in person and looked at the golden and magnificent singing club standing in the old city. It's not hard to imagine how terrifying the club's annual revenue is. In addition, this is the hideout of Organization A, and it is estimated that there are many illegal and criminal people and activities hidden in it. Without too much hesitation, seeing that most people had arrived, Xiao Jiwei immediately gave the order, "Action." All of a sudden, all the police officers heard the news and rushed into the singing club. "What are you doing? I am a good citizen. Let me go. Let me go. Can the police beat people? Just beat me to death." During this period, some people even tried to resist and struggle, but after all, this time it involves Organization A and the impact is huge, so no one in the club will be let off. It's fine if you just cooperate. But for those who try to resist and struggle, their fate is self-evident. Those who are luckier will be forcibly subdued by the police. If you are unlucky, you will meet Zhang Yang. Without saying a word, they would be severely beaten, and in worse cases, their hands and feet would be broken off. I have to say that what Xiao Jiwei had thought before was indeed correct. This Hai Song Club had indeed done a lot of illegal activities. After searching the club for less than 10 minutes, everyone gained something. First, they discovered a gambling scene hidden in the basement of the club, arrested more than 400 gamblers, and seized 38 million in gambling funds. Then, more than 200 prostitutes and their clients were found on the third and fourth floors of the club. Based on the clues provided by the criminals, they discovered a large amount of drugs in the club, totaling 1,200 grams, and 32 drug addicts. Afterwards, everyone came to the office of the club owner Yu Chengtian. His drug transaction records and a list of people who had privately lent out high-interest loans were found in his office computer. There are a total of 8 cultural relics that he bought and sold privately. Based on these documents and lists, the police can easily follow the clues and arrest the criminals who traded with him. During this period, Jiang Yang's performance did not disappoint. After entering the Hai Song Club, they discovered 2 Class A wanted criminals, 4 Class B wanted criminals and 5 fugitives. When the Class A wanted criminals launched a fierce counterattack, almost endangering the lives of others, it was Jiang Yang who took the initiative to stand still and subdue them all. What disappointed everyone was that after entering the Hai Song Club, they didn't even find a single member of Organization A. Captain Xiao, we've searched the club inside and out, but we haven't found a single member of Organization A. The club's owner and several senior executives are not here either. What happened? Could it be that they ran away early? Xiao Jiwei shook his head and said, running away is unlikely. No one knows the specific details of this encirclement and suppression operation in the old city except our internal personnel. Even those who were watching the live broadcast only found out after our police had surrounded the old town. Under these circumstances, it's impossible for anyone in the old town to know in advance and run away. The reason we can't find any members of Organization A right now is probably because they hid after hearing the noise. I have to say that Xiao Jiwei's analysis is very logical and there is nothing wrong with it. After a second of silence, Xiao Jiwei gave the order again, keep looking. Today, even if I have to dig 3 feet deep into the ground, I will find them for me. If you can't find it today, keep looking tomorrow. If you can't find it tomorrow, keep looking the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. As long as they are still in this old town, I don't believe we won't be able to find them. It is a criminal organization itself, and it dared to openly threaten the police and used a bomb to almost kill him and Jiang Yang. It can be said that the actions of Organization A have completely angered Xiao Jiwei. Xiao Jiwei will never give up unless he finds them out. As Xiao Jiwei issued the order, all the police officers present took action again, and just at this moment Jiang Yang's voice suddenly came from the intercom. Captain Xiao, we found a member of Organization A. We've found a member of Organization A. The sudden sound startled Xiao Jiwei and all the police officers present, then everyone looked delighted. Sure enough, it has to be Jiang Yang, the member of Organization A who was impossible for anyone to find was finally discovered by Jiang Yang. Xiao Jiwei also quickly picked up the intercom and spoke, Jiang Yang, I'm Xiao Jiwei. Let us know your exact location immediately, and we will go to support you immediately. Don't act on your own. Don't act on your own. Chapter 69. Who was the criminal? Obviously, Xiao Jiwei knew Jiang Yang's character too well. When you see a criminal, you become addicted and impulsive, just like a drug addict seeing drugs. This time, the criminals they are facing are not ordinary criminals, but members of the organized and disciplined Organization A. So on the intercom, Xiao Jiwei was also deeply afraid that Jiang Yang would act impulsively and get into danger. So he repeatedly warned Jiang Yang not to act on his own. Jiang Yang felt a little regretful about this. If I had known this earlier, I would have dealt with these members of Organization A first and then reported. Now that Xiao Jiwei has issued a death order, Jiang Yang has no choice but to obey. So, Jiang Yang found a chair at the door of the secret room. He just sat at the door of the secret room, lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and stared at the dozens of members of Organization A who were at a loss in the secret room. Then he said jokingly, okay, you guys are pretty good at hiding. It must have cost a lot of money to build a secret room like this, right? I have to say that this secret room is indeed secretive enough. It was built between the 5th and 6th floors through special technology. If no one knows, I'm afraid no one will find out, not to mention others. Even Jiang Yang, who had a crime radar, was surprised for a long time when he was on the 5th floor. The crime radar showed that there was a criminal above his head, but when Jiang Yang came to the 6th floor, the crime radar showed that the criminal was under his feet. After running several times, Jiang Yang finally confirmed that there was a hidden layer between the 5th and 6th floors. It took a lot of effort to finally find this place. In response to Jiang Yang's teasing, none of the members of Organization A in the secret room spoke. To be honest, they are still in a daze until now. They thought the secret room where they were hiding was so secret that no one could find it. What's the result? Just half an hour after the police arrived, The policeman named Zhang Yang found them. After finding it, he saw a room full of vicious criminals. Not only was he not afraid at all, but he pulled a chair to block the door of the secret room. Now he not only smokes, but also crosses his legs. He even dared to talk to them freely. In the secret room, dozens of members of Organization A couldn't help but look at each other, and even had some self-doubt at this moment. Are they the criminals, or is Zhang Yang the criminal? There are so many of them. Zhang Yang was alone. Yet he dared to stand alone at the door, so leisurely and condescending. What the hell? What's so awesome? One man can hold off 10,000 men. Finally, everyone in the secret room couldn't bear it anymore. At Yu Qingtian's command, everyone rushed towards Zhang Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's face did not show any panic, but instead showed a hint of excitement. Pick up the intercom, Captain Xiao. They've taken action. I have to fight back. It's not that I disobeyed your orders and acted on my own. After all, Xiao Jiwei is the captain, and he has to listen to him. But if the criminal attacked first and he took action later, that would be self-defense. It can be said that Zhang Yang has been waiting for this moment since just now. In just half a minute, more than 10 people fell to the ground, wailing in pain. At this point, some people have actually started to feel scared, but Zhang Yang became more and more excited as the fight went on. At this moment, he seemed to have really turned into a criminal killing machine. Wherever they go, criminals are either killed or injured. Another half-minute passed, and out of the dozens of members of Organization A, only a dozen were still standing, and just at this moment, bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet grazed Zhang Yang's arm and hit the wall. This made Zhang Yang, who was fighting with great enthusiasm, stop abruptly. Then he looked at Yu Qingtian, who fired the shot. Only then did they realize that these people were not ordinary criminals, but members of Organization A. It's normal for them to have guns in their hands. Fortunately, this guy's shooting skills are pretty good, otherwise, I might have died here with just that one shot. Yu Qingtian didn't expect that his shot would miss the target. He cursed in his heart, and then pointed the gun at Zhang Yang again. His face was full of resentment. Zhang Yang, I admit that you are amazing. How about a deal? If you let us go, all grudges between you and us will be written off. Yu Qingtian had witnessed Zhang Yang's abilities and methods. The bombs failed to kill dozens of people at a time. In just half an hour after entering the old city, hundreds of criminals fell into his hands. The most important thing is that this guy hates evil. When he sees a criminal, he will bite him like a dog with a bone and won't let go. Why Yu Qingtian was really scared and didn't want to get entangled with someone like Zhang Yang at all. However, Zhang Yang scoffed at the deal proposed by Yu Qingtian. You want me, a police officer, to make a deal with a criminal like you? Insulting whom? I'm telling you, even if the Jade Emperor comes today, I won't let you go. Zhang Yang pointed at Yu Qingtian and spoke righteously. After saying that, Zhang Yang started moving again and rushed towards Yu Qingtian. Zhang Yang also knew that Yu Qingtian had a gun in his hand, so this time, he directly burst out at his fastest speed ever. Why Yu Qingtian had just finished listening to Zhang Yang's words when he was so angry that he wanted to shoot again, but before he could even pull the trigger, Zhang Yang came up to him from more than 10 meters away and kicked the pistol out of his hand. Yu Qingtian's eyes widened and a bead of cold sweat suddenly fell on his forehead. He knew he was finished. So far, no criminal who has been close to Zhang Yang has been able to escape unharmed, and the facts also proved that Yu Qingtian was right. After kicking the gun out of his hand, Zhang Yang immediately grabbed his arm. Master Jiang has become very proficient in his craft. Once again he started the huge project of unloading parts. Chapter 70: The Criminals Call for Help. In the secret room, shrill screams were heard. It happened to be heard by Xiao Jiwei and others who came hurriedly. Suddenly, everyone, including Xiao Jiwei, felt a tightness in their hearts, fearing that something had happened to Zhang Yang. He quickly followed the sound and looked for him. After searching for a long time, they finally found the entrance to the secret room in the corridor between the 5th and 6th floors of the club and rushed in. And when they finally arrived at the secret room, everyone was stunned. In this huge secret room, no one was standing except Zhang Yang at this moment. All the members of Organization A were lying on the ground in a mess, as if they were asleep. At this moment, Yu Qingtian let out a shrill cry. Captain Xiao, you are finally here. Whoa, help me. Help me. I'm dying. After listening to Yu Qingtian's words, Xiao Jiwei and others were really confused. Admittedly, in all their time as police officers, this was the first time they had seen a criminal come to them for help. It is hard to imagine what cruel things Zhang Yang had done to them before they arrived. Zhang Yang came in front of Xiao Jiwei, smilingly said, Captain Xiao, you're here. Xiao Jiwei glanced at Zhang Yang, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Zhang Yang, you. Zhang Yang immediately said, Captain Xiao, it's not that I don't obey your orders. It was an emergency, so I had to take action. I was really scared to death at that time. There was nothing wrong with what Zhang Yang said, and Xiao Jiwei had no way to refute it. After all, Xiao Jiwei could also imagine the situation just now. If Zhang Yang was alone, it would be almost impossible to make the criminals of these organizations surrender. However, Zhang Yang said he was scared to death, but Xiao Jiwei couldn't see it at all. Anyway, from the time he met Zhang Yang until now, he has never seen the word fear on Zhang Yang's face. This guy seems to be a natural-born criminal nemesis. He is more excited to see criminals than a cat sees a mouse. Fortunately, although Zhang Yang's solo action this time was dangerous, Zhang Yang seemed to have no other problems except for some bleeding on his arm, which made Xiao Jiwei breathe a sigh of relief and never mind. You did a good job this time. Then he ordered his men to take all the people from Organization A back. At this point, a total of 48 members of Organization A at the Hai Song Club have been arrested. What awaits them will be severe interrogation and legal judgment. However, the operation to encircle the old city did not end there. In order to prevent any fish from slipping through the net, after sending Yu Qingtian and others back to the bureau, Xiao Jiwei once again led the team to conduct a final search of the old city. It was an underground garage in an old residential area. An ultra-luxury business car was swinging wildly. Zhang Yang walked forward and knocked on the car door, but it didn't open. Instead, the car window was only opened a tiny crack, and an unhappy curse came from inside. Are you looking for death? Get out of here. Don't get in the way of me doing great things. But the next second, Zhang Yang smashed the car door with one punch and pulled out the 4 men and 1 woman in the car. They finally recognized Zhang Yang and trembled in fear. Criminal killing machine. Officer Jiang, spare my life. Officer Jiang, we didn't do anything. We are all good citizens. Good citizen? Zhang Yang sneered. Do you know that you are suspected of group fornication? I am now officially informing you that you are under arrest. Report. Fuxing Community, Underground Area A, arresting 5 people for engaging in lewd activities. Requesting backup. In an ordinary-looking milk tea shop features a private secluded room. At this moment, in this box, 5 young men who were already skin and bones were smoking, and each of them had an expression of ecstasy on his face. Hiss ah. Damn it, it feels so good. You know what, this batch of goods is much stronger than the previous ones. Indeed, it would be even more exciting if there was a woman here at this time. Ha ha ha. Stop it. Be careful of sudden death. What the hell am I afraid of? I feel like I'm so awesome right now. Wait, I'm going to call that bitch from last time over here to give us guys some fun. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the box was kicked open. However, the few people who had become numb did not react much to this kind of movement. They looked out the door with hazy eyes and lewd smiles on their faces. Damn it, you're here so soon? Damn it, why isn't the person here a woman? Never mind, a man is fine too. As they spoke, one of them rushed directly towards Zhang Yang, but the next second, when they saw who was coming, they went crazy, screaming out loud, criminal killing machine. It has to be said that Zhang Yang's reputation has spread now. This is especially well known in some criminal circles. Hearing the name of the criminal killing machine, the other 4 people's minds instantly became half clear. When they saw clearly that the person coming was really Zhang Yang, they became completely sober and fell to their knees with a plop. Officer Jiang, Officer Jiang. Officer Jiang, this is a misunderstanding. Things are not what you see. Zhang Yang laughed. It was them who took drugs, not him. How could he be wrong? He immediately went up to them and beat them up, then arrested them all. In a quiet alley, 2 men and 2 women wearing leather jackets and tattoos were walking swaying like big brothers and big sisters in society. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Hi you guys. Stand there. Hearing this, the 2 men and 2 women subconsciously thought that someone dared to cause trouble in front of them. He also turned around immediately. He had a fierce look on his face and was about to say something harsh, but the next second they were stunned. They saw someone smoking and walking towards them in a swagger. He was neither a gangster nor a member of society, but a policeman in uniform, and they were not ordinary policemen. They recognized at a glance that the person coming was the criminal killing machine widely known in their circle, Zhang Yang. Suddenly, the arrogance disappeared, replaced by a bitter look. Chapter 71 He Ching Haiyan. On this day, all the criminals in the old city were trembling with fear. All those who could hide at all clubs, chess and card rooms, and internet cafes that can be closed are closed as much as possible, for fear of being caught by Jiang Yang. However, despite this, in front of Jiang Yang, who has the crime radar, no matter how these criminals hide, they will never escape the fate of being arrested. As always, everyone's intercoms would occasionally report Jiang Yang's latest findings. Report. A total of 13 thieves have been apprehended at number 16 Xiazhu Road, with evidence. Report. A prostitution den was discovered in a residential building on Jiangmen Road. 45 prostitutes and 36 clients were arrested. Report. Dongdatsi Street, arrest 2 fugitives. Report. 12 drug traffickers arrested in Deshang Street, 600 grams of drugs seized. Report. 2 more fugitives have been captured on Xinghe Road. Gradually, as Jiang Yang arrested more and more criminals, people in various departments began to become numb. It seems that Jiang Yang's ability to find criminals that they cannot find has really become Jiang Yang's basic operation. Later, some criminals even couldn't bear the pressure and voluntarily surrendered themselves. One bus after another carrying criminals came and went, escorting the criminals on each bus. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Fortunately, Jiang Yang is a policeman and has a strong sense of justice. If this guy was a criminal, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm afraid that even if all the police here were added together, it would be difficult to subdue Jiang Yang. Time passed and it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. In a blink of an eye, the sun was setting in the west and night was approaching. Jiang Yang and a group of criminal police officers returned to the gate of the old city under Xiao Jiwei's orders. Everyone was now lined up neatly, with Xiao Jiwei standing in front of everyone. He stood tall and straight, like a pine tree, with a smile written all over his face. Thank you all for your hard work, comrades. Next, I will announce to everyone the results of this operation to encircle and suppress the old city. During this operation to encircle the old city, thanks to the joint efforts of the Criminal Police Team, Special Police Team, Public Security Brigade and major police stations, in addition to the successful capture of 48 members of Organization A, a total of 1,069 criminals were arrested. 269.5 million yuan in stolen funds were seized. 28 criminal gangs were dismantled. During the law enforcement process, we killed Class A wanted criminal Zhang Yi, arrested Class A wanted criminals Liu Hongren and Tang Xiang, and Class B wanted criminals Chen Dana, Feng Honglang, and Zhang Yuancheng. This operation has yielded fruitful results, effectively combating all types of crimes and deterring the arrogance of criminals. Thank you all for your hard work today, and for bringing peace and tranquility to the old city. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out at the scene. The audience in the live broadcast room also expressed their gratitude to the police for their hard work. Whether it is the police or the ordinary people, it is impossible not to be happy with the results of today's operation. Of course, at this moment, the eyes and discussions of most people were undoubtedly on Jiang Yang, because they all knew that 80% of the credit for today's great achievements came from Jiang Yang. The operation to encircle the old city officially ended at this moment. Reporter Xinyu immediately came to say goodbye to Xiao Jiwei and went back to write today's article without stopping. And after Xinyu and all the TV station staff left, various public security departments and police stations also left. The only ones left are the Criminal Police Team and the Special Police Team. At this time, Xiao Jiwei came to Jiang Yang. His face became solemn. Jiang Yang, what's the situation? Jiang Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The target has been confirmed. Huacheng District, Shuan Jinoa KTV. Hearing this, Xiao Jiwei also smiled. Then I pressed the conversation function on the headset. Action. Target Huacheng District, Shuan Jinoa KTV. Afterwards, everyone present got into the police car, the sirens sounded, and they sped towards Shuan Jinoa KTV. At the same time, the city police, criminal police team and special police team also rushed out one after another with police cars and police transport vehicles blaring their sirens. All of their goals are Shuan Jinoa KTV. It is true that the operation to encircle the old city was a huge success and a number of members of Organization A were captured, but both Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei knew very well that those 48 people were just the tip of the iceberg of the huge Organization A, so in the process of arresting them, Jiang Yang was particularly careful. He deliberately neglected to let 2 high-ranking members of Organization A escape, but then used the crime tracking skill that the system had rewarded him with to leave marks on them. In this way, no matter where they run to, They cannot escape Jiang Yang's criminal radar. Afterwards, with the secret conspiracy of Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei, the two men successfully escaped from the old city. They ran around here and there, made a big circle, and finally met at the Jinhua KTV on the waterfront. In this case, why do they have to meet at the same place? There is only one answer, and that is this location, which is very likely to be their real lair. So, after the siege of the old city was over, when everyone thought their operation had succeeded, Jiang Yang and Xiao Jiwei decisively launched a second operation that is, to encircle and suppress Shuan Jinhua. At the same time, of the top floor of Shuan Jinhua KTV in a magnificent and luxurious box. A man who looked like a staff member walked in and reported to a man with his chest exposed, wearing a gold necklace and ring, and holding two charming women. Brother Hu, the crackdown in the old city is over. The Hai Song Club has been raided, and Tian and his 47 brothers have all been arrested. Tian's situation is quite dire. He was beaten by that cop named Jiang Yang and his hands and feet were completely broken. I'm afraid he won't be able to take care of himself for the rest of his life. Hearing this, two men in the box who were seriously injured and wrapped in bandages fell to their knees as if they had been electrocuted. She cried and said, "Brother Hu, you must avenge us." Yes. Brother Hu. That cop named Jiang Yang is really despicable. We are like brothers to Brother Tian. If we can't get revenge, we will die with regret. Chapter 72 Fans. Upon hearing this, the man named Brother Hu took a sip of the wine in his glass slowly, then he said solemnly, "Rest assured. No one can bully my people. I've got this Jiang Yang in mind. It won't be long before I make him pay a heavy price and make him regret why he came into this world." There was a cold glint in Brother Hu's eyes. In just this short second, he had already thought of no less than 100 ways to take revenge on Jiang Yang. However, what he didn't know was at this moment, Jiang Yang, who was ready to take revenge, had already arrived downstairs of Shuan Jinhua KTV in Xiao Jiwei's police car. Following closely behind were a large number of police cars and special vehicles. Criminal police and special police armed with real guns and live ammunition surrounded the entire Jinhua waterfront, making it impossible to get out. After getting off the car, Jiang Yang decisively turned on his crime radar as he looked at the KTV in front of him, which was 100 times more luxurious than the KTV club. As expected, spots of light, ranging from red to black, kept flashing on the radar. Captain Xiao, confirmed. Jiang Yang gestured to Xiao Jiwei. Xiao Jiwei understood immediately and swung his arm without any hesitation. Superior. Suddenly, a large number of criminal police and special police followed him into the Shuan Jinhua KTV. At this moment, the passers-by around, as well as the customers and staff in Shuan Jinhua KTV, were all confused, shocked, and terrified. Everyone realized that something big was about to happen. The police are investigating the case. Everyone, stop moving. Get down. Put your hands on your head. In the Shuan Jinhua KTV, a large number of criminal police and special police rushed in and subdued a group of staff in the front desk. One of the staff members even tried to escape, but as expected, he was kicked to the ground by Jiang Yang. Then he stepped forward and lifted up his sleeve, and a tattoo of a smiling skull face combined with the letter "A" suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This immediately further confirmed that Jiang Yang's news was true. Even an ordinary staff member is a member of Organization A. One can imagine how many members of the organization are hidden in the entire Shuan Jinhua KTV. Thus, an operation to capture members of Organization A was launched. In a singing room, several employees of listed companies are doing team building. It was said to be a team building event, but they obviously came with a purpose. Several employees repeatedly forced a female colleague to drink. The company's CEO sat next to her with a cunning look on his face. Seeing that the female employee was almost drunk, the boss immediately prepared to start his plan. However, it would be nice to take advantage of it before that, so he immediately reached out his hand to the female employee's snow-white breasts. However, at this moment, the door of the box was suddenly kicked open, then Jiang Yang strode in. "I'll fuck your mother. Who the hell are you?" The boss, hurt that his plan was ruined, scolded Jiang Yang. However, his fate is self-evident. A moment later, the criminal police brothers who came with Jiang Yang stepped forward, tore off the clothes of the crying boss who looked like an old woman, and found that he did have a tattoo of Organization A on his body. Take him away directly. In another private room, a muscular man who obviously had an upset stomach today rushed into the toilet of the private room. As soon as I entered, I started to feel dizzy. Just as he was admiring the beauty of the squat toilet, the toilet door was suddenly kicked open. The muscular man was horrified. "Fuck. Who is it? You fucking bastard. I'm taking a shit. Hurry up. Before he could finish his words, he saw the man in front of him clearly. Isn't it Jiang Yang who has been making headlines recently, the so-called criminal killing machine? When he saw Jiang Yang coming, he knew that his identity had been exposed. He pleaded bitterly, Officer Jiang, please don't hit me. I'm your fan. I confess, and now I only ask one thing of you. Can you please let me finish my shit? It is true that he is a member of the organization, but he is still a human being after all. Everyone has urgent needs, but now he has encountered this kind of thing when he is halfway through taking a shit. If he is taken away and not allowed to finish, even he can't stand it. However, the situation was urgent, and Jiang Yang naturally couldn't wait for him. Even if he was his fan, he directly pulled the man out and handed him to the criminal police colleague behind him. In the corridor on the third floor, Zhu Xiaojie was taking Lin Shuer on a tour. Xiaoxue, don't you think this Shuian Jinoa KTV is luxurious? I have shares here, and I get at least 20 million in profits a year. Am I not better than your good-for-nothing police ex-boyfriend? How about it? Be my girlfriend, and I'll give you endless money every day. Buy whatever you want, brand name bags, lipstick, jewelry, I'll buy them all for you. Zhu Xiaojie and Lin Shuer met at a company party 2 days at Go.at. First sight, Zhu Xiaojie fell in love with Lin Shuer and began to pursue her fiercely. Lin Shuer also has a good impression of this rich second generation who is handsome and comes from a wealthy family. A man like this is so much better than her ex-boyfriend Jiang Yang. At this time, facing Zhu Xiaojie's sudden confession, Lin Shuer's heart was in turmoil. I was ready to agree to him immediately. As long as I agree to him, I will enjoy endless wealth and glory from now on. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly walked over, and without saying a word, kicked Zhu Xiaojie more than 10 meters away. After struggling to get up, Zhu Xiaojie and Lin Shuer also saw who was coming. Jiang Yan. Lin Shuer recognized the person who attacked her at a glance. Who else could it be but her ex-boyfriend Jiang Yang? Well, for a moment, Lin Shuer was furious. Jiang Yang, you're going too far. I have nothing to say about what you did to my mother, my brother, and my older brother. They broke the law themselves. But what do you mean by hitting my new boyfriend for no reason? You are breaking the law knowingly. After hearing this, Jiang Yang turned around in surprise and saw Lin Shuer. It's you. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. He's your current boyfriend? Sorry, you'll be single again soon. As he spoke, Jiang Yang had already chased after Zhu Xiaojie, who was about to escape, subdued him in a few moves, and then handed him over to his criminal police colleagues. Then he continued searching with his men without looking back. Lin Shuer was left standing there alone, bewildered and at a loss. Chapter 73, Chase. I have to say that searching the Shuian Jinoa KTV is much easier than searching the old city area. The criminals in the old city at least know how to hide. But what about the members of Organization A? Everyone foolishly tattooed the organization's tattoos on their bodies, for fear that others would not know that they were members of the organization. This also facilitates the police's search and confirmation. Anyway, no matter who it is, as long as you take off his clothes and take a look, you can immediately tell whether he is a member of Organization A. That night, shouts, pleas for mercy, cries of resistance, curses, and even gunshots were heard everywhere in Shuian Jinoa KTV. In the luxurious private room on the top floor of Shuian Jinoa KTV, several staff members ran in like crazy. Brother Hu, this is bad, this is bad. The police have surrounded us. Several brothers have been arrested. Let's run. Hearing this, Brother Hu was flirting with the charming woman next to him the last second, suddenly stood up, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Not only him, but also everyone else in the box. After learning about this, everyone's face showed horror. How is this possible? Did they discover us? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We have lived in peace for so many years, how come we were discovered all of a sudden? Soon, Brother Hu realized something, and then looked fiercely at the two men next to him who were wrapped in bandages. He immediately walked over in a rage and kicked them harder. Then he took out a black pistol, pointed it at the two of them, and said angrily, it's you. You are the ones who brought the police here. They have been lurking in this waterfront Jinoa KTV and have always lived in peace, until today. These two guys ran out of the old town and came to me, but the police arrived within an hour. These two guys must have brought the police here. When they saw that Brother Hu had misunderstood, the two men were immediately frightened and broke out in cold sweats. They quickly knelt on the ground and tried frantically to explain. Brother Tiger, it's a misunderstanding. Yes. Brother Who, we have been members of the organization for more than 10 years and have never betrayed the organization. We don't know how the police found this place. Maybe Yu Ching Tian and the others told him. At this point, what friendship is there to talk about? Brother Chang, who had previously vowed to avenge him, could now call him by his full name and throw a basin of dirty water on him. However, Brother Who didn't listen to any of their explanations at all. No matter what the reason is, he can't keep these two people, so he pulled the trigger. Bang bang, 2 shots ended the lives of the 2 men. After doing all this, the men beside him still looked worried. Brother Tiger, what should we do now? Yeah, Brother Who, the police have already checked the 4th floor and are coming up soon. Let's run. Brother Who naturally doesn't need them to teach him about this. He immediately took his men and weapons and ran to the rooftop of the KTV. It is true that as the boss of the organization, Brother Who has the ability to sit in this position, but it is not a wise move to have a head-on conflict with these policemen. The best option now is to run away. On the rooftop of the KTV, there was a private jet that he had already prepared. He could get away successfully by just getting on a private plane. As the saying goes, if you have the Green Mountains, you will never be short of firewood. As long as we escape this disaster today, he will surely make a comeback in the future. By then, these policemen, especially the one named Jiang Yang, he won't let any of them go. However, just as he walked out of the box and reached the corner of the stairs leading to the rooftop, suddenly a cry came. Li Hu, where are you going? Hearing this, Brother Who immediately turned his head and looked towards the voice. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw the person standing at the bottom of the stairs. Who else could it be but Jiang Yang, the person he hated so much? Brother Who never expected that Jiang Yang would come so quickly. In anger, he raised the gun in his hand and fired directly at Jiang Yang. Bang! Fortunately, Jiang Yang and his fellow criminal police officers who arrived with him dodged in time, and both bullets hit the wall, stirring up clouds of dust and gravel. Name: Li Hu, male, 48 years old, leader of Organization A, suspected of murder, arson, drug smuggling, human organ trafficking, arms trafficking. Name: Zhu Fugui, male, 49 years old, second in command of Organization A, suspected of murder, arson, drug smuggling, human organ trafficking, arms trafficking. Name: Wang Changming, male, 40 years old, third in command of Organization A, suspected of murder, arson, drug smuggling, human organ trafficking, arms trafficking. Name: Shaolin, male, 51 years old, a senior member of Organization A, suspected of murder, arson, drug smuggling, human organ trafficking, and arms trafficking. Times 32. Jiang Yang's eyes were filled with joy. There were 32 people in total, all of them were members of Organization A. The most important thing is that the 3 bosses of Organization A, Li Hu, Zhu Fugui and Wang Changming, are all there. As long as they are caught, the entire Organization A will basically be destroyed. However, it is obviously not that easy to catch them. Now I am hiding behind the wall, which is not a big deal. As long as you step out, you will be greeted by a hail of bullets. The criminal police colleagues next to him also tried to engage in a firefight with them, but after all, their vision was obstructed and the number difference was too great, so the firefight was ineffective. Not only did he fail to gain any advantage, but the colleague was hit by 2 bullets in the arm and was bleeding profusely. Jiang Yang, what should we do now? Those guys are now heading towards the rooftop, probably trying to escape. Another colleague from the criminal police team asked anxiously. Jiang Yang's abilities and methods are obvious to all. Now that they have arrived with Jiang Yang, even the police officers from the criminal police team subconsciously regard Jiang Yang as the backbone. Jiang Yang clenched his fists, his mind racing as he thought of a solution, but the helpless thing is that no matter how awesome Jiang Yang is, he is still a human being with flesh and blood. It's okay to deal with ordinary criminals, but if you really have to face these gangsters with real guns and bullets, even I have no way to deal with them. That's right. I still have points. Fortunately, Jiang Yang soon remembered that he had been busy all day and should have accumulated a lot of points. If I could use these points to draw something useful, maybe I could solve the current situation. Immediately, Jiang Yang opened the system panel with a thought. Host: Jiang Yang, age 23, strength 28, average for ordinary people is 10, speed 27, average is 10, skills: Crime Radar /150M, King of Melee, Fist of Sin, Enhanced Sense of Smell, Driving Mastery, Crime Tracking Item, Healing Potion X 1 points, 75,660, can be used for lottery and radar range upgrade. Chapter 74. What the hell is this? More than 75,000 points. After opening the system panel, Jiang Yang saw the system points he currently had at first glance. Even Jiang Yang himself couldn't help but feel surprised. this can really be said to be the most points I have ever had. More than 75,000 points means I can participate in the lottery 37 times. The situation was urgent at the moment, so Jiang Yang didn't think much about it. An idea immediately came to his mind, and he directly used all the more than 75,000 points to use for the lottery. In an instant, the familiar lottery wheel appeared again and began to draw lots for Jiang Yang. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Strength +2. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Speed +3. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. A lighter. Ding! The lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. A pair of black overalls. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Absolutely accurate. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Speed +3. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Slap of confession. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Invisible body armor X1. Absolute precision. The hit rate of any object thrown/launched by you is increased to 100%. Repentance slap. The pain caused by your slap on the criminal increases by 300%. It also has a penitence effect, making the criminal who was slapped by you more likely to feel remorse. Invisible bulletproof vest. The most advanced invisible bulletproof vest, with super strong defense to protect the whole body, can effectively withstand bullets. However, it may be damaged if it is hit by too many bullets. I have to say, more points is better. The rewards for these 37 consecutive draws are quite generous. Apart from those useless ones, the strength attribute alone has been increased to 25 points. Speed has also been increased to 30 points. This also resulted in Jiang Yang's strength and speed reaching 53 and 57 respectively after the draw, which is more than 5 times that of an ordinary person. And the most important thing is that this time I actually got skills and props that are useful for the current situation. First of all, let's not talk about the slap of confession. Like the Fist of Sin, it increases damage and comes with a buff. It is definitely a good skill that is always effective against criminals. Absolute precision can increase the hit rate of throwing and launching objects to 100%. Of course, the premise is a reasonable range and direction. Otherwise, wouldn't it be against the will of heaven if you could just throw something and hit someone hundreds of kilometers away? As a police officer, this skill can be fully applied to shooting. Indeed, even the best marksman in the world would not dare to say that his hit rate can reach 100%, but now I can do it. There is no need to say much about the value of this skill. The last invisible bulletproof vest is the most useful thing so far. Not only is it invisible, but it can also protect the whole body and withstand bullets. With this invisible bulletproof vest, are you still afraid of these gangsters shooting you? After the lottery was over, Jiang Yang decisively said to himself, "System, help me put on the invisible bulletproof vest." In an instant, Jiang Yang felt his body sink, as if a weight of several hundred kilograms was pressing on him. Vocal. This made Jiang Yang blurt out subconsciously, "Is this what the system calls the most advanced invisible bulletproof vest?" Apart from the fact that it is truly invisible, its weight is no different from wearing hundreds of kilograms of steel on your body. How dare you call this advanced? Fortunately, my current strength has reached more than 50 points, which is 5 times more than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, I would have been crushed into a pulp by this invisible bulletproof vest. But despite all the complaints, I have to say that this thing does give people a sense of security when worn. Jiang Yang also became more confident. The entire lottery process took less than half a minute. During this period, more colleagues from the criminal police team and the special police team arrived, but they were all beaten back by the members of Organization A led by Li Hu and retreated behind the wall. Of this made Li Hu and others very proud. Ha 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 ha. Are you police officers all useless? Why are you all like turtles, hiding behind the wall? Officer Jiang, aren't you going to arrest us? Why haven't you come out yet? If you don't come out, we'll have to leave. Li Hu and others' original intention was to get rid of Jiang Yang, but the situation is urgent now, and no one knows how many more police officers will rush over later. Delay will lead to unexpected events. After uttering these harsh words, Li Hu and the others turned around and prepared to continue running towards the rooftop. Seeing this, the criminal police and special police behind the wall became anxious. They're leaving. What to do? Fuck them. No. Don't be impulsive. Just when they were getting extremely anxious, Zhang Yang finally spoke. He looked at his colleague from the criminal police team beside him. Lend me your gun. Hearing this, the colleague from the criminal police team was confused, but out of trust in Zhang Yang, he still handed the gun to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, have you come up with any plan? Zhang Yang nodded, and before they could ask, he answered, my plan is to fight them. As he spoke, Zhang Yang turned around and rushed out, vocal. Zhang Yang is back. Danger. However, their dissuasion was obviously too late. Did I let you go? Zhang Yang shouted loudly and turned around. He appeared directly at the entrance of the corridor and opened fire at Li Hu and others. After a burst of gunfire, several members of Organization A who were following Li Hu were shot instantly and fell to the ground with screams. Li Hu and others reacted extremely promptly, looking for cover immediately and then counterattacking. Zhang Yang. You asked for it. Go to hell. As they were talking, Li Hu and others pulled the triggers of their guns and fired at Zhang Yang. A fierce gun battle broke out instantly. Bullets flew everywhere, flames were everywhere. Seeing this, the colleagues from the criminal police team and the special police team behind him were extremely anxious. They wanted to support Zhang Yang, but the firepower was so fierce that they didn't even have a chance to get out. On the other hand, Zhang Yang, wearing the invisible bulletproof vest rewarded by the system, was not afraid at all when facing the strafing of more than 30 people led by Li Hu. Any bullets that hit Zhang Yang were blocked and deflected one by one. He held the Type 95 assault rifle in his backhand and fired wildly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people fell down. Finally, Li Hu and others discovered that something was wrong. Depend on. Brother Tiger. Something's wrong. We can't hit this guy no matter what. Is this guy fucking cheating? He was only a few meters away and he missed with one shot? What the hell is this? Chapter 75 Monster. Several members of Organization A were mentally broken at this moment. They thought Zhang Yang was looking for death, so they were happy to oblige him. As a result, after shooting for a long time, more than half of their people died, while Zhang Yang was not hurt at all. What the hell is this? What's the difference between this and cheating? Brother Hu, this kid is a bit weird. Let's go quickly. Walk. Brother Hu naturally saw the situation clearly and felt a little frightened. Leaving a few people behind to cover his retreat, he hurried to the rooftop, surrounded by several other high-ranking members of Organization A. Still want to leave? Of course, Zhang Yang couldn't let them leave just like that. As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward, instantly dealt with the few members who were left behind, and then caught up. Li Hu and others hurriedly ran out of the KTV rooftop, but they did not forget to lock the iron door of the rooftop. In order to stop Zhang Yang's pursuit. Unfortunately, this iron gate could not stop Zhang Yang. Not to mention that when his strength was only over 20 points before, Zhang Yang kicked one door after another. Now Zhang Yang's strength has skyrocketed to more than 50 points. In Zhang Yang's view, this iron gate is almost no different from one made of paper. With a casual kick, he kicked open the iron door that had just been locked. The member of Organization A who was responsible for locking the door didn't even have time to dodge before he was knocked out by the iron door kicked open by Zhang Yang. Drop. At this moment, a mechanically synthesized voice sounded in my ears. Turning around, I saw that the countdown of a temporarily installed time bomb had just ended, followed by a series of rapid and continuous beep sounds. The next second, the bomb exploded. Boom. The violent explosion resounded through the sky, deafening. The force was so great that it completely shattered the doorframe in front of him, causing the entire rooftop to tremble. It seemed as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Under such a violent explosion, anyone would be instantly blown into a charred corpse. The members of Organization A also thought so. At this moment, a rare smile of joy appeared on their faces, and they believed that Zhang Yang was definitely finished. But the next second, a terrifying scene happened. Amidst the blazing flames and black smoke, a figure engulfed in flames rushed towards them. Almost in the blink of an eye, the person in the front was slapped away by Zhang Yang. Then he punched and kicked the 2 men and took care of them. Then he turned and stared at Li Hu and others with a look like a beast choosing its prey. This scared Li Hu and others. Fuck. Run. Fuck. That's outrageous. Monster. It kicked a 10-centimeter thick iron door away with one kick, and even a bomb couldn't kill it. Who the hell would believe that it's not a monster? At this moment, Li Hu and other members of Organization A were already feeling regretful. They regretted why they provoked such a monster-like existence. Is it really a fucking criminal killing machine? However, no matter how regretful they were, they also knew that now was not the time to think about these things. Facing such a monster, escaping was the most important thing. The two men wisely fired wildly at Jiang Yang, taking charge of the final rearguard action, while Li Hu and other high-ranking members of Organization A hurriedly boarded the helicopter that had already been parked on the rooftop. Seeing this, Jiang Yang rushed forward again and easily dealt with the two men who fired the guns as if they were swatting flies. Finally, at the moment the private plane took off, he grabbed the landing gear. With one hand to eye on the plane, Li Hu and others had smiles on their faces as if they had escaped death. He spent a lot of money to customize this private jet. The body of the jet is very strong and bulletproof, and now that they are on the plane, no one can stop them from escaping. Even if you shoot at them, they are not afraid, because bullets can't penetrate their planes at all. However, just as the second in command of Organization has started the plane and prepared to escape, but suddenly I found that the plane suddenly stopped and then stopped in midair. What's going on? Second brother, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave. It is true that their aircraft has a strong fuselage, but Jiang Yang is really too evil after all. They really didn't dare to imagine what would happen if they delayed even a little longer, so he hurriedly urged the second in command Zhu Fuguei to take off quickly. Zhu Fuguei's face was full of embarrassment and confusion. Brother, it's not that I don't want to leave. The plane had already taken off, but I don't know why. It suddenly stopped moving. I don't know if it's intuition. Li Hu subconsciously looked out the plane window. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but once he saw it, Li Hu was completely stunned. I could only see outside the window and underneath the plane. Jiang Yang grabbed the landing gear of their plane with one hand and the railing of the rooftop with the other hand, and actually used his flesh and blood to pull their plane to a stop in midair. The author has looked up information. According to official data, Captain America's strength is only 4 times that of an average human. However, he also made a famous scene of pulling a helicopter with his bare hands. Our protagonist has 5 times the strength, plus the strength of the invisible bulletproof vest. It's not too much to pull a plane, right? Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Captain America? What the hell is this? Li Hu and others were shocked by the scene before them. Pulling a helicopter with your bare hands, even a world-class weightlifting champion would not be able to do it. At this moment, they were panicked, completely panicked. He can't be killed by bullets or bombs, and now he can even pull a plane with his bare hands. Is this still a human being? It's not just them. Just as Li Hu and others were about to escape in a helicopter, they were immediately spotted by the police and onlookers waiting below. At first, only a few people saw it, but as those people reminded them, more and more people saw the helicopter taking off. Look. That's the private jet of the owner of Shuian Jinawa KTV, right? Is the owner of Shuian Jinawa KTV going to run away? The police who saw this scene realized that something was wrong and quickly picked up the walkie-talkie to notify Xiao Jiwei. Captain Xiao, something bad has happened. The private plane above the KTV suddenly took off. It seems that Li Hu is planning to flee by plane. Captain Xiao, however, he stopped talking halfway through his words. Not only him, but also all the people around who looked up at the KTV rooftop. The sound disappeared at this moment. It's not that they stopped talking, but they were shocked by the sudden scene. Suddenly, a figure in police uniform jumped out from the rooftop. Then one hand grabbed the helicopter's landing gear and the other hand grabbed the railing of the rooftop. A helicopter that had just taken off was stopped in midair by manpower. Chapter 76. Are you worthy? What's going on? What is that? A person? It's the police. It's a police. He actually caught the helicopter with his bare hands. Vocal. Are you crazy? Filming a movie? On the intercom, Xiao Jiwei was extremely anxious when he heard that Li Hu was actually going to escape by helicopter. Xiao Wu, which direction did Li Hu's plane fly? Contact the air police immediately and give chase. Xiao Wu, can you hear me? Xiao Wu. Answer me immediately when you hear me. After a while, the policeman named Xiao Wu finally came to his senses. Hesitantly said, Captain Xiao, it seems that the air police are no longer needed. Hearing this, Xiao Jiwei was full of questions. Why? Didn't Li Hu escape by plane? Could something have happened? Xiao Wu put down the telescope and swallowed, then he answered, Captain Xiao, it's Officer Jiang. Officer Jiang has taken action. He grabbed the helicopter as it was about to take off with his bare hands. Hearing this, Xiao Jiwei on the other end of the intercom fell silent instantly. Even his steps towards the rooftop stopped. It's not that he didn't want to talk, but after hearing what Xiao Wu said, his whole brain shut down. Pulling a helicopter with bare hands. He couldn't even imagine this scene. How is this possible? He knew that Zhang Yang was awesome, and his abilities and methods were even better than his, the captain of the criminal police team, but he is just a person after all, an ordinary person. How could a normal person possibly hold up a helicopter that's taking off? Xiao Wu, are you fucking kidding me? What time is it? Are you still kidding me? Xiao Wu quickly explained, no, Captain Xiao. I'm telling the truth. Officer Jiang actually stopped the helicopter. At the same time, Elihu and others on the plane were really shocked by what Zhang Yang did at this moment, pulling a helicopter with human power. Is this really something that humans can do? There was deep fear on his face. He was afraid that even if they managed to escape today, they would still be targeted by people like Zhang Yang. I'm afraid they will have to live in fear every day from now on. So Lihu opened the plane window, pleadingly at Zhang Yang. Officer Jiang. Can you let us go this time? What do you want? Money? Women? Or anything else? As long as you let us go, I will agree to whatever you want. Zhang Yang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Stop dreaming. A criminal like you is worthy of negotiating terms with me? I advise you to surrender now, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Lihu's face turned completely ashen. That he knew that Zhang Yang would never let him go today, but he also knew that if he was caught today, he would never see the light of day again because of what he had done before. So, after a brief thought, a stern look appeared on his face. In that case, don't blame me. You forced me to do all this. Go to hell. Go all the way. Lihu once again took out a machine gun and fired at Zhang Yang. Dang 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 dang. There was no surprise. Under the protection of the invisible bulletproof vest, no matter how Lihu fired, it was useless. This scene made Lihu dumbfounded. Before, at the entrance of the corridor, their bullets had no effect on Zhang Yang. At that time, he thought that the situation was urgent and the guns in their hands missed the target and were dodged by Zhang Yang. But what about now? Zhang Yang was right in front of him. He shot at him, but the bullet hit his body, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Can't hurt him at all. What the hell is this? Lihu was deeply doubting whether he was dreaming, or whether Zhang Yang was really cheating as they said. Although Zhang Yang held the helicopter with one hand and temporarily prevented Lihu and others from escaping, he was also clearly aware that with the strength he currently possessed, what he could do was already the limit. Going a step further, like pulling the helicopter back, is absolutely impossible. In addition, he clearly felt that his physical strength was rapidly depleting. If he did not take action, he was afraid that even he would not be able to hold on. So after thinking for 0.01 seconds, Zhang Yang decisively let go of the railing that he jumped directly onto the helicopter. Seeing this, Lihu was so scared that he quickly closed the plane window. But can this stop Zhang Yang? Obviously not. Zhang Yang grabbed the window frame before it could be closed, and roared like a beast. Zhang Yang actually broke the entire plane door open with his bare hands, then got in. Don't come over here, don't come over here. This brutal scene was deeply imprinted in Lihu's eyes. The visual shock and horror it brought to him were no less than when he was locked in a cage and watched a hungry lion pry open the cage, ready to bite and devour him, and Zhang Yang is that lion. He was so scared that he screamed and stepped back repeatedly. However, at this point, he no longer has anywhere to hide or go. Chapter 77 Awesome. Tremble, 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 tremble. Lihu's private helicopter slowly landed on the ground. The police who had been scattered surrounded the area again. They were armed with real guns and ammunition, aiming at the helicopter, ready for battle. And at this moment, 3 bodies, or rather, not bodies, but 3 people who were almost bodies were thrown out of the helicopter. At this moment, the 3 men were covered in blood, their faces were unrecognizable, and their hands and feet were broken. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, whimpering and howling. It looked shocking and unbearable to watch. One of them was slightly less seriously injured and still retained a trace of consciousness. With his hazy eyes, he saw Xiao Jiwei in front of him. She stretched out her hand to him with difficulty and begged for help hoarsely. Help, help. I'm going to die. Hearing this, Xiao Jiwei couldn't help but look around. Almost at the same time, a possibility emerged in everyone's mind. Those are the 3 people. Could they be Li Hu and the others? And the facts have proved that their guess was correct. After dropping the 3 people off the plane, Zhang Yang also walked down and wiped the blood off his hands with a rag. He said with a smile, "Captain Xiao, you're here too." These 3, Li Hu, Zhu Fugui, and Wang Changming, are the 3 leaders of Organization A. I solved it all. Looking at the calm expression on Zhang Yang's face, Xiao Zhiwei swallowed, and for a moment, he was speechless. In Xiao Zhiwei's opinion, Zhang Yang's relaxed and joyful mood did not make him look like a people's policeman at all. Instead, he looked more like a killer who had just completed his mission. Even the action of wiping the blood off his hands was so skillful, as if practice makes perfect. However, Xiao Zhiwei also knew that this was just his illusion. Zhang Yang had a clean background and was a people's policeman who had passed various assessments. No matter how ferocious or cruel Zhang Yang is, he is a nightmare for criminals, but for them, the police, he is a rare good policeman. Xiao Zhiwei felt relieved and immediately stood up straight and saluted Zhang Yang with a very standard military salute. "Comrade Zhang Yang, thanks for your hard work." Zhang Yang also returned a military salute. The smile on his face faded, his expression became solemn, and his words were spoken in a resounding voice: "Serve the people." This night is destined to be a sleepless night. With the arrest of the 3 leaders of Organization A, Li Hu, Zhu Fugui and Wang Changming, the remaining members of Shui and Jinhua KTV were also caught in one fell swoop. The interrogation department interrogated them overnight. It must be said that when the interrogation just started, the members of Organization A were very stubborn and refused to say anything no matter what method was used. This caused great distress to the people in the interrogation department, but someone suddenly said, "Why don't we call Officer Jiang? I heard he's pretty good at interrogation." Never thought. Just this one sentence instantly broke the psychological defenses of all members of the organization. They confessed everything one after another, and their only request was that Zhang Yang should not be allowed to interrogate them. This really surprised the interrogation department, but also made them laugh and cry. They all sighed that Zhang Yang's reputation was so great that he could scare these criminals to death with just his name, and thanks to Zhang Yang, the subsequent interrogation work was very simple. All members of Organization A confessed to their crimes. Some people even gave out a lot of clues in order to make their future life in prison more comfortable. That night, Zhou Hongming personally came to the criminal police team on a police car. As soon as I came in, I found Xiao Zhiwei sorting a thick stack of materials. Seeing Zhou Hongming, Xiao Zhiwei couldn't suppress the joyful smile on his face. "Director Zhou, you're here. I was just about to come find you." Zhou Hongming said anxiously, "Well, I heard that you successfully captured all 3 leaders of Organization A tonight. I came right over." "Did you really catch them?" Xiao Zhiwei laughed and said, "Is this true?" The 3 leaders of Organization A, Li Hu, Zhu Fugui, and Wang Changming, have just been interrogated and are still being held in custody. If you don't believe it, you can go and see for yourself. Zhou Hongming shook his head. Since Xiao Zhiwei admitted it himself, this matter naturally cannot be false. Compared to watching those criminals who make people angry just by looking at them, Zhou Hongming is more interested in the process of arresting them. He found a chair and pulled Xiao Zhiwei to sit down with him. "I can't help but say, Zhiwei, tell me what happened at that time." Xiao Zhiwei nodded. Then he told Zhou Hongming everything that had happened throughout the day in detail, from Zhang Yang helping the criminal police team rescue the hostage Tang Tian from the A-level wanted criminal Luosen, to discovering that Huang Ye and Luosen were both from Organization A. From interrogating Zhou Binbin to understand Organization A, to declaring war on Organization A, being threatened, having bombs placed, and then to the encirclement of the old city and the encirclement of Shui and Jinhua KTV. What happened on this day was even more exciting than a movie plot. I don't know how many times Zhou Hongming sighed during the whole process. Zhang Yang is truly outstanding, truly too outstanding. People on the internet call this guy the police god. Now it seems that the title of God of Police is not worthy of him. You know, that's Organization A, a truly huge, illegal, and criminal organization. For so many years, they have been lurking in the country, with complex connections and all kinds of evil deeds. The evil things they have done are horrifying just to hear about them. However, for such a terrifying and huge criminal organization, the entire process from being discovered to the arrest of its leader took less than a day. And the most important thing is that Zhang Yang was almost the one in charge of the entire process and played a key role. It is enough to see how powerful Zhang Yang is. It can be said that if it were not for Zhang Yang, they would not even know the existence of Organization A. Until now, at this moment, a police officer on the side couldn't help but interrupt. "Director Zhou, you have no idea how brave Officer Jiang was when he arrested Li Hu and the others. One rifle alone took on dozens of members of Organization A who were also armed with guns. He was bombed and still survived. Finally, he even pulled a helicopter by hand and captured the 3 leaders of Organization A, who were already on board. He's even more awesome than Captain America. Hearing this, Zhou Hongming said with a smile, all right, I know Jiang Yang is a very capable guy. You all started worshipping that boy too. But you're exaggerating a bit when you say this. Zhou Hongming knew that Jiang Yang was a powerful guy, and he had seen his methods with his own eyes, but let's say Jiang Yang, with only a rifle, single-handedly challenged dozens of members of Organization A who were also armed with guns, that he was blown up by a bomb and still remained safe and sound. In the end, they even pulled a helicopter by hand, which he definitely didn't believe. This is clearly a plot that only exists in movies. No matter how powerful Jiang Yang is, he can't do that. The police officer was immediately dissatisfied and retorted, Director Zhou, I'm not bragging. Everything I said is true. I saw all that with my own eyes. Chapter 78, Shocked and numb, Zhou Hongming had not expected the police officer's rebuttal. He was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. Then, half doubtfully, he asked, Is what you said true? You know, if you dare to lie to me, I won't let you off easily. The police officer nodded firmly. Director Zhou, I swear, I absolutely did not lie to you. That's not even an exaggeration. If you don't believe it, you can just watch the video recorded in the body camera at that time. Speaking of this, Zhou Hongming immediately remembered the existence of law enforcement recorders. At this moment, I felt even more itchy. He urged Xiao Jiwei to find the video from Jiang Yang's law enforcement recorder today. He really wanted to see with his own eyes how Jiang Yang performed today. Xiao Jiwei and other colleagues around him were also tempted to watch the video. Immediately, Xiao Jiwei asked someone to find the video from Jiang Yang's law enforcement recorder today and played it in the multimedia hall. How does the saying go? There are many things that can be said 100 times without being more intuitive when seen once. Zhou Hongming was already deeply shocked after hearing Xiao Jiwei's narration, until he saw the video in Jiang Yang's law enforcement recorder with his own eyes. At this moment, he finally understood what it felt like to have a tingling scalp. The law enforcement recorder started to be used during the morning patrol on Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street. From this time on, Jiang Yang fully demonstrated his extraordinary abilities and means. On Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street alone, he arrested hundreds of criminals and destroyed no less than 10 criminal dens. The vehicle used to transport criminals back and forth was also changed from the original police car to a 17-seat bus, not to mention what happened later. Just based on his performance on Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street, Jiang Yang deserves the title of police god given by netizens. Then, Jiang Yang and others came to the building where Rosen was holding hostages. At Xiao Jiwei's invitation, he entered the building alone to rescue the hostages. Strangely, the video footage after entering the building is no longer available, and no one knows what happened inside. So Xiao Jiwei had to find the video footage from the other team members' law enforcement recorders. When I saw Jiang Yang again, he had already walked out of the building. At his feet was Rosen, a class-A-wanted criminal and kidnapper who had been beaten half to death by him. Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, and others looked at each other, feeling both amused and helpless, although they did not see the scene of Jiang Yang entering the building. They knew without a doubt that what happened after Jiang Yang entered the building must have been bloody and violent. Next is the scene after discovering Organization A. Before heading to the old town, Jiang Yang received a threatening letter from Organization A and Xiao Jiwei car. In response to this, Jiang Yang not only did not show any fear, but openly declared war on Organization A in front of the live camera. To be honest, if they didn't already know the final result, they would really think that Jiang Yang was ignorant of the immensity of the world. He is just a police officer in a small police station, but he dared to openly provoke members of the powerful Organization A. What is the difference between this and trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm or hitting a stone with an egg? And Jiang Yang also proved with facts that what he said could really be done. On the way to the old city, a bomb was placed on the police car. Jiang Yang averted the danger with his calmness, superb driving skills and responsibility as a people's policeman. In the old city, Jiang Yang led a 3-person team to recreate the grand scene of Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street. He single-handedly arrested more than 1,000 criminals, including 2 Class A wanted criminals, 1 shot dead, and 3 Class B wanted criminals. He also protected a national treasure, the Ding Kiln carved peony pattern long-necked vase. Later, they discovered a secret passage in the High Karaoke Club and subdued members of Organization A, including Yicheng Tiandai. In this crisis situation, Jiang Yang did not forget to use a trick to let 2 members of the organization go, and relied on them to find the real nest of Organization A. Shui and Jinoa KTV, and then, it was time for those heroic and outrageous operations that the police officer mentioned earlier. Zhang Yang led his men into Shui and Jinoa KTV and swept the place all the way. In just a few minutes, no less than a dozen members of Organization A were arrested. When they reached the top floor, they found Li Hu and others who were about to escape, and said, "Fight them." He decisively borrowed his colleague's gun and single-handedly challenged dozens of members of Organization A who were also armed with guns. Oh my god. Seeing this scene, even Zhou Hongming, the director of the municipal bureau who had seen many storms, couldn't help but lose his composure and cursed, "There's no way around it." The scenes in the video were even more exaggerated than in the movie. After a brief exchange of fire, more than 10 members of Organization A fell, frightening Li Hu and others to flee in panic. They came to the rooftop and tried to close the iron gate to block Zhang Yang. Then with just one kick, Zhang Yang kicked the heavy iron door away. At this moment, a beep sound came from the side, and a time bomb suddenly appeared on the screen. At this moment, Zhou Hongming and others' hearts were in their throats, and the bomb exploded at this second. Perhaps the explosion was too powerful, causing Zhang Yang's law enforcement recorder to be directly damaged and no images were recorded. So Xiao Jiwei had to find other videos again. These videos were taken from the perspective of the police officers outside the KTV, and did not show Zhang Yang being engulfed by the explosion. No one knew what exactly happened at the time, but what they knew was that Zhang Yang was unharmed in the explosion, because at this time in the picture, the helicopter driven by Li Hu and others has taken off while everyone was talking and worrying about Li Hu and others escaping. On the rooftop, Zhang Yang jumped out. He grabbed the helicopter's landing gear with one hand and the rooftop railing with the other. He actually relied on the strength of his body to pull the helicopter to a stop in mid-air. At this moment, Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, and everyone else who saw this scene for the first time, they all stood up in horror. Their eyes widened and they were stunned. Zhou Hongming, Xiao Jiwei, and all the other police officers present were shocked beyond words at this moment by Zhang Yang's actions. Before, Zhou Hongming thought that the police officer had made Zhang Yang a legend. Until this moment, he watched the video footage recorded by these law enforcement cameras with his own eyes. He finally believed that what the police officer said was true. He single-handedly took on dozens of armed criminals, being drowned in bombs and coming out unscathed, pulling a helicopter with a mortal body. These plots, which we thought could only exist in movies, are now presented in reality. At this moment, everyone including Zhou Hongming, everyone was shocked by Zhang Yang's operation. Chapter 79 First Class Merit. The video finally freezes at the moment when the three leaders of Organization A are arrested. Watching the video, the third leader of Organization A was lying on the ground, paralyzed and disfigured, crying for help. Zhou Hongming and others were unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't until the multimedia room was forced open and a police officer rushed in that they finally came to their senses. Captain Xiao, Director Zhou. Sorry to bother you, this is really an emergency. Tonight's interrogation went very smoothly. Through the confessions of those from Organization A, we were able to compile a list of those members of Organization A who have yet to be apprehended. Most of these members of Group A are still at large, and the vast majority are outside the province. So we urgently need you and Director Zhou to sign a document to get the public security departments of other provinces to assist in the arrest. Try to arrest them all before they get wind of this. Xiao Jiwei and Zhou Hongming took a look at the documents handed over by the police officer. A thick stack, 2 fingers thick, with a list of over 2,000 people. Without saying anything, the two of them immediately signed their names on the case cooperation letter handed to them by the police. After receiving the signed document, the police officer immediately turned and left, start to carry out cross-regional collaborative arrest operations. After the police officer left, Zhou Hongming and others finally came to their senses. Their eyes once again turned to the screen in the multimedia hall. Zhou Hongming couldn't help but sigh repeatedly at the miserable appearance of the three leaders of Organization A. Damn it. I also know that Zhang Yang is awesome. But I never thought this guy would be so awesome. Earlier, I was worried that Zhang Yang would dare to declare war on Organization A. Would there be any danger? Now it seems that the people who are truly in danger are clearly from Organization A. It's really miserable to be targeted by someone like Zhang Yang. Hearing Zhou Hongming's words, Xiao Jiwei nodded without comment, feeling both amused and helpless. Until now, he still remembers how miserable the three leaders of Organization A looked when they were thrown out of the helicopter by Zhang Yang, how miserable the tone of voice was when he asked for help from himself. By the way, where's Zhang Yang? This operation is so dangerous, is he injured? At this time, Zhou Hongming also showed a worried expression and asked Xiao Jiwei. Xiao Jiwei smiled and said, "Director Zhou, don't worry. Jiang Yang, this kid, is incredibly tough. Don't underestimate the danger of this operation, but this guy is fine except for a few bruises. After the checkup at the hospital, I let him go home and rest." After listening to Xiao Jiwei's answer, Zhou Hongming finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh again. Is this guy really a god descending from heaven? If it were anyone else, he would be crippled if not dead. Aside from a few bruises, he's fine. Xiao Jiwei also nodded in agreement. I also feel this is outrageous. But it is undeniable that this is indeed the case. Jiang Yang is really amazing. He's a natural-born police officer. At this moment, Xiao Jiwei suddenly thought of something. Reminded Zhou Hongming, by the way, Director Zhou, Jiang Yang played an indispensable role in the success of this operation. All the achievements he made previously were suppressed by his superiors because he was a newcomer. You can't hold it back this time, right? Have you thought about what credit you want to claim for him? Compared with the previous entanglement this time, Zhou Hongming seemed extremely happy. What credit do you want to apply for him? If I give him a second-class or third-class merit for what he did, will the brothers under him agree? There is nothing wrong with what Zhou Hongming said. Jiang Yang should be credited with the greatest credit in this operation. If it weren't for Jiang Yang, let alone capturing the 3 leaders of Organization A, they wouldn't even know the existence of Organization A. In addition, Jiang Yang's incredible actions this time. If he were really awarded a second-class or third-class merit, not to mention Zhou Hongming, the brothers under their criminal police team and special police team would definitely be the first to disagree. So this time, this kid has won a first-class merit. There's no way he'll get away with it. I have to say, although before this, Xiao Jiwei had already been mentally prepared for what credit Jiang Yang would get this time, but when he heard from Zhou Hongming himself that Jiang Yang was going to win the first-class merit, I still couldn't help but gasp. How does that sentence go? The third-class merit is received while standing, the second-class merit is received while lying down. The first-class merit is awarded to the family members. Even during the war, it was extremely difficult to survive and receive first-class merit. In this peaceful era, first-class merit is even rarer, and now, Jiang Yang is going to win first-class merit. And what is the most important thing? Jiang Yang is only 23 years old this year. He's still just a police officer at a police station. A 23-year-old police officer from the police station was awarded the first-class merit. This kind of thing has never happened before and will hardly happen again in the future. Jiang Yang is really awesome this time, and these things Jiang Yang naturally didn't know. Under Xiao Jiwei's order, Jiang Yang returned home after the examination at the hospital. After taking a shower, Jiang Yang sat on the bed and once again called up the system panel in his mind. Host, Jiang Yang, age, 23, strength, 53, average for ordinary people is 10, speed, 57, average is 10, skills, crime radar / 150M, King of Melee, Sin Fist, Enhanced Smell, Driving Mastery, Crime Tracking, Confession Slap, Absolute Precision Items, Healing Potion ×1, Invisible Bulletproof Vest ×1 points, 38,416, can be used for lottery and radar range upgrade. At this time, the system points rose again, reaching more than 38,000. It was impossible for Jiang Yang to say that he was not happy. It was clear that he had used up all the system points when he finally arrested Li Hu and his men. I didn't expect that it has risen to more than 38,000 now. I guess those people's sins were so serious that they brought me so many system points. After a brief analysis, Jiang Yang began to distribute system points again. All of the more than 70,000 points he had previously earned were used for the lottery. So this time, Jiang Yang planned to use more points to increase the detection range of the crime radar. After thinking about it, Jiang Yang finally made a decision. System, consume 18,000 points to increase the radar range by 90 meters. Ding! Upgrade successful. Current crime radar range, 240 meters. Afterwards, Jiang Yang took the remaining 20,000 points, all for the raffle. Chapter 80 News Bulletin. The lottery will appear again. The pointer starts to rotate. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Strength +2. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Strength +1. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Strength +2. Ding! The lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. A pair of slippers. Ding! The lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning a pair of stockings. The 10 draws ended quickly. Maybe he had used up all his luck when he arrested Li Hu and others. So this time, in these 10 draws, apart from 5 points of strength attribute, there were no other useful rewards. However, Zhang Yang is still a person who knows how to be content. In the previous 37 draws, the 2 skills of repentance slap and absolute precision were extremely useful, and the invisible bulletproof vest was the key to his successful capture of Li Hu and others. I have one such generous reward, so it doesn't matter if I fail to win 10 times. What's more, not all of the rewards you got this time are useless. 5 points of strength is not to be mentioned. Slippers, stockings and the like should also be useful in the morning and evening. After drawing the lottery, Zhang Yang lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, it was the next morning. Zhang Yang came to the police station to work as usual. As soon as I entered the door, I heard my colleagues talking about what happened during the siege of the old city yesterday, and they were having a great time chatting. Zhang Jianjun came over at this time, patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, and asked curiously, "Zhang Yang, where did you go after the mission was completed yesterday?" Because there are still many members of Organization A who have not been arrested yet. Therefore, the subsequent operation to encircle and suppress Shui and Jinawa KTV is still kept confidential. Therefore, Zhang Yang naturally could not tell anyone about his subsequent actions. He just made up an excuse that he was helping the criminal police team with the interrogation and got away with it. Zhang Jianjun and others had no doubts and pulled Zhang Yang aside to continue talking about the encirclement of the old city yesterday. During the next 3 days, Zhang Yang's life was still very leisurely. Since he was not assigned to patrol for the time being, he stayed in the bureau to look at the files. During these 3 days, discussions about Zhang Yang and Organization A on the internet never stopped. At the beginning, netizens were very excited and kept praising Zhang Yang online for how awesome he was when he surrounded the old city. But with the emergence of a new topic, the style of online discussion began to change. It was a short video posted online by a blogger with more than 2 million followers. In the video, he appeared in person and explained his views. Don't be too happy too soon. By the way, if I remember correctly, Officer Jiang and his team only arrested a few dozen members of Organization A in the old city that day, right? Isn't it said that Organization A is a powerful and terrifying criminal organization? Logically speaking, they can't have only a few dozen members, right? This means that there are still a large number of members of Organization A hiding out there. Is it possible that they would retaliate against Officer Jiang? Once this video was released, it immediately reminded a large number of netizens. In a short time, this short video quickly became popular and triggered a large number of discussions among netizens. Holy crap! The blogger is right. Why didn't I think of that? Officer Jiang and the others have said before that this Organization A is involved in murder and arson, drug smuggling, human organ trafficking, and even arms trafficking. This Organization A must be quite powerful. Although Officer Jiang and his team have arrested a number of members of Organization A, no one knows how many more are still hiding out there. Now Officer Jiang and these members are completely at odds with each other. It's hard to say whether they will retaliate against Officer Jiang. The enemy is in the dark, and Officer Jiang is in the light. This is really dangerous. Who knows, one day, another bombing incident like that day might happen again. All of a sudden, countless netizens began to worry about Zhang Yang. Some people even started tagging the officials of Rongqing Public Security Bureau, hoping that they could protect Zhang Yang. And just when people were worried, Rongqing Public Security Bureau suddenly issued a news release. The headline of the news read, "Through a joint effort by public security departments in various provinces, all members of Organization A have been apprehended." The content of the news describes in detail the entire process from the discovery of Organization A to the arrest of Organization A. From discovering Organization A, to being threatened by Organization A and having bombs placed on them, from encircling the old city, to encircling the Shui and Jinawa KTV, and finally to the joint cooperation of various provinces to capture them. Complete and meticulous. Some netizens clicked on this news report out of curiosity and immediately saw a lot of things that happened after the siege of the old city. For a moment, every netizen who saw this news was shocked. Many people liked and forwarded the post, and this piece of news, with its unstoppable speed and popularity, once again surpassed a male celebrity who had tried many times to be on the hot search list but failed, and topped the hot search homepage. This sparked a surprising discussion among over a million netizens. Holy crap! Is this news true? After the siege of the old city, the Rongqing police went to the next location that night? Why didn't I know about this before? Look carefully, this is news released by the official account of the Rongqing Public Security Bureau. It contains pictures and the truth. How can it be fake? My guess is that this matter is too complex, and the police didn't want to alert the enemy until they had apprehended all the members of Organization A. That's why they kept it secret. Only today, after the Rongqing Public Security Bureau, with assistance from other provinces, arrested all the over 2,000 members of Organization A, did they dare to release this notice. Yes, this is the only possibility. In other words, all members of Organization A have been apprehended now? Oh my God! That's Organization A. A criminal organization with over 2,000 people. How come they were all arrested? This is really a little cow setting off firecrackers, it's awesome. Ha 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 ha. We were worried that Organization A would retaliate against Officer Jiang, but the official announcement came so quickly. That's awesome. And this was just the discussion among netizens when they first read the general content of the news. As more and more netizens read and understood this news release in depth, more and more people became clear about the entire process of arresting members of Organization A. They lamented the abomination of Organization A and the bravery of the police. What really shocked everyone was, of course, Zhang Yang's performance in this operation. Chapter 81 Questioning Amazing. I was wondering how such a large organization like Organization A could be apprehended in just 3 days. It turns out it's all thanks to Officer Jiang. During the dangerous time of arresting Yu Chengtian, Officer Jiang was able to distract himself and use a trick to let 2 members escape, using them to find Organization A's base. Incredible! He's powerful and strategic. Ah! I love Officer Jiang. I live right across from Shuiyan Jinhua KTV. That night, a lot of police and police cars arrived and surrounded the entire Shuiyan Jinhua KTV. At the time, I was still curious about what was going on. I had no idea that it was actually the lair of members of Organization A. Yeah. Seeing this news really makes my scalp tingle. My friend and I have been to that KTV countless times. Now it seems that my friend and I have escaped from danger many times. Thank goodness they got rid of him. The police are great, and Officer Jiang is great too. They got rid of a major scourge for us. It's so satisfying to watch Officer Jiang investigate and catch criminals. This kind of ruthless approach is the way to deal with criminals. The sudden official announcement dispelled netizens' concerns about Zhang Yang. They were once again deeply impressed by Zhang Yang's abilities and methods, but what followed were some questioning voices. But guys, am I the only one who thinks the news report about Officer Zhang's capture of the 3 leaders of Organization A is a bit exaggerated? Especially the description of Officer Jiang, how he single-handedly fought off 43 armed criminals, and continued to pursue them even when bombs were everywhere. And the end was even more exaggerated, with a hand-pulled helicopter. There's not even a video. Isn't this all a bit too much? Honestly, I think so too. Although I'm a fan of Officer Jiang and I know his methods are pretty impressive, these descriptions are truly outrageous. This is simply not something an ordinary person could do. As an official, they actually made such a false and exaggerated description. It's really not rigorous. It is true that the vast majority of netizens who know Zhang Yang are now deeply attracted by his character, methods, and abilities and have become his fans, but not everyone is an irrational fan. They were happy to see people praising Zhang Yang in various ways, but it was offensive when an official and authoritative news release like this also gave an exaggerated and deified description of Zhang Yang. They would rather see the most realistic description than read such mythical stories. As a result, many netizens rushed to the official account of the Rongqing Public Security Bureau to comment and make suggestions, hoping that the authorities would be more rigorous and not exaggerate the description so much. Their comments and suggestions were quickly responded to by the official editor. Thank you for your suggestions, but the article is not exaggerated. What I have described is the most real situation. The article was also reviewed by department leaders before being published. It is absolutely true. Everyone thought that the news exaggerated Zhang Yang's deeds, so they commented and made suggestions. As a result, they never expected that the official editor of Rongqing Public Security Bureau insisted that the descriptions in the article were true and there was no exaggeration at all. This immediately made many netizens lose confidence. No? No exaggeration? Bullshit. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Officer Jiang is awesome, but if it's really like what's written in the news release, is he still a normal person? That's right, if a movie dared to shoot like this, it would be criticized, right? Let alone reality. Editor, if you want to say this is true, then show us the evidence. Don't police officers always have body cameras when they're operating? If you're capable, show us the footage. That's right. Words are not enough. If you have the guts, show us the video from the body camera. What no one knows is that the editor of the official account of Rongqing Public Security Bureau is a post-00s who just took up the job, also a fan of Jiang Yang. When editing this news report, he deliberately kept a secret and deliberately did not upload the videos of Jiang Yang's amazing law enforcement operations at that time, that is, when everyone is questioning and doubting Jiang Yang. He will release the law enforcement video at that time. This will allow everyone to more clearly feel how awesome Jiang Yang is. At this time, more and more people are questioning it till I feel like the time is almost up. So I immediately edited another article, saying that due to network problems, the law enforcement video at that time was not uploaded successfully, and it was now reposted. At the same time, the law enforcement video of Jiang Yang fighting 43 armed criminals alone was also released. When netizens clicked on this newly published article with a skeptical attitude and saw the video, inside, everyone was stunned. From the voice and tone of the speaker in the video, it is not difficult to hear that this is the audio and video recorded by Jiang Yang's first-person perspective law enforcement recorder. In the video, there were constant gunshots and the mocking words of Li Hu and others could be heard. Ha 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 ha. Are you police officers all useless? Why are you all like turtles, hiding behind the wall? Officer Jiang, aren't you going to arrest us? Why haven't you come out yet? If you don't come out, we'll have to leave. The police officer on the side spoke anxiously. They're leaving, what to do? Fuck them. No. Don't be impulsive. And at this moment, Jiang Yang finally spoke. He looked at his colleague next to him. I asked him to borrow a Type 95 rifle. When his colleagues were deeply confused and didn't know what Jiang Yang was going to do, Jiang Yang said, "My plan is to fight them." He turned around and started shooting wildly at Li Hu and the others. A fierce gun battle begins. He could still hear the anxious and worried voices of his colleagues behind him, but Jiang Yang had already engaged in a firefight with the 43 high-ranking officials of Organization A. There were bullets flying everywhere, flames flying everywhere, and the scene was in chaos. Such a gunfight is exciting and intense in itself, but what shocked all netizens even more was, in this exchange of fire where the number of people and strength were extremely disparate, the members of Organization A in front were shot and fell one after another. In the end, they were beaten back by Jiang Yang alone and fled for their lives in panic. The entire video process only takes a dozen seconds, but the shock it brings to people is no less than watching a police and gangster blockbuster with a production costing hundreds of millions. Fuck this. Could Officer Jiang really just take on A and organize a whole group of people? Isn't this too fucking exciting? How did Officer Jiang do it? Facing so many criminals firing at the same time, he wasn't injured? Honestly, if I hadn't recognized the owner of Shuian Jinhua KTV among that group of criminals, I would have thought it was fake. That's outrageous. And this video upload is just the beginning. Just when netizens were deeply shocked by Jiang Yang's actions, the editor of Rongqing Public Security Bureau uploaded 2 more videos. Chapter 82 Male Protagonist. The second video is a law enforcement video from the perspective of a colleague who followed Jiang Yang's actions. In the video, Jiang Yang has reached the rooftop after chasing members of Organization A. It can be seen that many members of Organization A are in a very miserable state at this time, but Jiang Yang, on the other hand, is not hurt at all. This immediately made many netizens exclaim wow. In such a fierce gun battle, more than 10 members of Organization A fell, but Jiang Yang was intact. It can be said that this directly subverted the cognition of netizens. The video continues to play at this time. In the video, Jiang Yang chased dozens of members of Organization A and arrived at the rooftop. Members of Organization A also attempted to close the iron gate in an attempt to stop Jiang Yang, but Jiang Yang kicked the thick iron door open with just one kick. Well, everyone has basically gotten used to Jiang Yang kicking the door, and it's no longer surprising. What really shocked them was that in this third-person video, they could clearly see a time bomb at the iron gate with a red light flashing rapidly. After a series of rapid beeping sounds, the time bomb exploded. Instantly, the building shook and the walls collapsed. The terrifying impact of the explosion directly knocked the police officer who was following behind away. Flames shot up into the sky and black smoke filled the air. Although netizens were only watching the video through the screen, they could still feel how terrifying the power of the explosion was. The police officer Jiang, whom they were concerned about, was drowned in the explosion, which caused countless netizens to feel shocked and worried. With such an explosion, I'm afraid no one else would be able to escape unscathed, right? Not to mention Jiang Yang. Even his colleagues who were more than 10 meters behind him were blown away. What about Jiang Yang? The second video ended here, and the anxious netizens quickly clicked on the third video. The perspective of the third video comes from the police recorder downstairs of Shuiyan Jinhua KTV. In the video, you can see a helicopter slowly taking off from the rooftop of Shuiyan Jinhua KTV. It's obvious that members of Organization A are about to run away, however, at this moment, Jiang Yang's figure jumped out from the rooftop. One hand grabbed the plane's landing gear and the other hand grabbed the railing of the rooftop. From this agile figure and the exclamations coming from the video, it can be seen that Jiang Yang is safe and sound at this moment. Countless viewers who saw the scene couldn't help but show expressions of joy and horror on their faces. The happy thing was, of course, that Jiang Yang was fine. Not what's shocking is that Jiang Yang is fine. After all, everyone could see how powerful the explosion at the rooftop entrance was. It is unbelievable that Jiang Yang could remain safe and sound after being engulfed by such an explosion. Of course, the fact that Jiang Yang was safe and sound was right in front of us. Perhaps he had used some method or found a shelter to avoid the impact of the explosion. So even though the scene is a bit unbelievable, netizens can barely accept it by relying on their imagination. But what really shocked them was the next scene. In this video, after Jiang Yang jumped out from the rooftop, he grabbed the landing gear of the plane with one hand and the railing of the rooftop with the other hand. Just like that, relying on his own flesh and blood, he stopped the helicopter that was taking off and trying to escape in midair. Indistinctly, it seemed as if the helicopter could be pulled back. Netizens were all excited after seeing this. Oh fuck. 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 Damn it. That's outrageous. Can someone tell me I'm not dreaming? Officer Jiang actually did what was described in the news release. He single-handedly fought 43 armed criminals, survived a bomb explosion, and even managed to pull a plane with his bare hands. Damn it, is this really something an ordinary person could do? I know Officer Jiang is powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, he shouldn't do it this way, right? At this moment, I deeply suspect that I'm just an NPC, and Officer Jiang is the protagonist of the novel. He's got all kinds of cheats and is so awesome, but I'm the only one shocked online. Brother, stop talking. When you put it like that, I feel like I am the same. As soon as these 3 videos were released, they immediately became a hot topic on the entire internet again. With the addition of reposts and secondary editing by various bloggers, Jiang Yang's deeds became more and more widely known. Countless netizens who watched the video were shocked to the point of their scalps tingling and exclaimed in amazement. Within the Public Security Department of Rongqing City, there are communication groups of all sizes. At this moment, news about Jiang Yang's deeds also spread. At all members, please take a look at the news release from the Rongqing Public Security Bureau. The entire A organization has been apprehended, and Jiang Yang is on the rise again. What? Didn't they just finish sieging the old city the day before yesterday? It's only been 3 days, and everyone in Organization A has been captured? I saw the news. Damn! Jiang Yang is such an awesome guy. He even managed to pull a helicopter by hand. I really want to know if he's even human. That's outrageous. If I get a chance, I really want to meet him. I've lived for most of my life and have never met such an awesome person. In just half an hour, the entire public security system of Rongqing City, the news about the collective arrest of Organization A and Jiang Yang's deeds has become known to everyone. East Street Police Station, everyone was concentrating on their work when suddenly someone shouted fuck. This immediately attracted the attention of colleagues around him. Old who, what are you doing? You're so jumpy. That's what I mean. Chief Shang always teaches us to stay calm when encountering things. Look at you, how can you behave like this? What happened to Lao Hu? Could it be that your lustful old man is going to meet his female online girlfriend again? The police officer named Lao Hu said quickly. Oh no. Go check out the official website of the Rongqing Public Security Bureau. They just released a news announcement that all the members of Organization A have been arrested. Hearing this, everyone in the institute was startled. Then they opened the webpage and entered the official website of Rongqing Public Security Bureau to check it out. It would have been fine if they hadn't seen it, but once they did, they were shocked. Fuck. What's going on? After the crackdown on the old city that day, they also went to the Genoa KTV on the waterfront and arrested several leaders of Organization A? Awesome. Look. Zhang Yang is mentioned above. What the hell is this kid? Single-handedly fighting 43 armed criminals? Surviving being overwhelmed by bombs and remaining unharmed? And this, pulling a helicopter with his bare hands? This is outrageous. Is this kid still human? Chapter 83. Meeting. At this time, Zhang Yang had just returned from the toilet. As soon as I walked out, I saw a group of colleagues looking at me unkindly. This also made Zhang Yang subconsciously take a step back, feeling a little guilty. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? As he was speaking, a group of colleagues rushed towards Zhang Yang and surrounded him. They all gnashed their teeth and were filled with resentment. Damn Zhang Yang. You're so good. You even lied to us. That day, Chief Zhang asked you where you went after the siege in the old city. You said you went to the criminal investigation team to help with the interrogation. But what happened? You actually went to the Shuiyan Genoa KTV to arrest the leader of Organization A. We're colleagues after all. We treat you well, yet you're hiding something from us. Look, we're going to teach you a lesson. Everyone in the station surrounded Zhang Yang and gave him a good scolding. Zhang Zhenjun accidentally discovered the scene and initially wanted to speak for Zhang Yang. After learning the truth, he immediately joined their action to teach Zhang Yang a lesson. Zhang Yang was also tossed around by them and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He quickly explained, God in heaven. I really don't mean to lie to you. This matter is really too big, and the higher-ups have asked for it to be kept confidential for the time being. You really can't blame me for this. After listening to Zhang Yang's explanation, everyone stopped. They all felt that Zhang Yang really couldn't be blamed for this kind of thing. Oh well. I'll let you go this time. But Zhang Yang, you've done a great job this time. You should at least treat us to a meal, right? Zhang Yang naturally had no objection to this. He nodded immediately and said, okay. What do you want to eat? I'll arrange it. Anyway, not to mention the achievements I have made this time, I don't even have anywhere to spend the 1.5 million yuan reward I received last time. We are colleagues, there is nothing wrong with treating you to a meal. After getting Zhang Yang's consent, everyone immediately smiled happily and said that they must give Zhang Yang a good beating this time. Then everyone gathered around Zhang Yang again and started asking questions. Zhang Yang, you're such a jerk. You even captured the 3 leaders of Organization A. No, I was just lucky. By the way, you weren't hurt last time, were you? Well, luckily, Captain Xiao of the criminal investigation team sent me to the hospital for a checkup after the operation. Apart from some bruises, there's nothing wrong with me. That's great. I didn't expect you to be so awesome. How on earth did you do it? Those dozens of members of Organization A were armed with guns, and you were completely unharmed. Maybe their marksmanship isn't very good? What about the explosion? You were blown up and you're okay? I was lucky. There was a thick iron door next to me at that time, so I survived. Then how do you explain pulling the helicopter by hand? I don't know. Maybe the helicopter is broken and can't fly. Otherwise, how could my weak arms and legs possibly pull that thing? The questions everyone asked were naturally about the details of that day and Zhang Yang's outrageous actions. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had already thought about how to answer these questions, although his answer was a bit outrageous and unrealistic, but the fact that he was standing in front of them safe and sound was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Besides, no one saw the truth of the matter with their own eyes at the time, so couldn't they just say whatever they wanted? And Zhang Yang just got away with this matter. Time flies. It arrived the next morning. Zhang Yang had just arrived at the institute when Zhang Jianjun hurried out of the office. Zhang Yang, Li Mao, Wang Kai, Jiaming, hurry. Put on your police uniforms and come with me to the city for a meeting. Hearing this, Zhang Yang and other colleagues in the police station raised their eyebrows. The people Zhang Jianjun called were all those who participated in the siege of the old city that day. He suddenly called them to go to the city for a meeting. This is most likely a ceremony to award medals for this purpose, and the facts proved that their guess was correct. When Zhang Yang and others followed Zhang Jianjun to the auditorium of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, I suddenly discovered that the auditorium of the Municipal Bureau was already full. Hundreds of police officers in uniform from the city's criminal police team, special police team, public security brigade, and various police stations that had participated in the siege of the old city sat upright in the front row of seats. Several big men in white clothes were sitting, full of aura and pomp. Zhang Jianjun, Zhang Yang, and others found their assigned seats and sat down quietly. Many eyes around were looking at Zhang Yang. There were sounds of discussion, praise and exclamations everywhere. Everyone present praised Zhang Yang highly. Time soon came to 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Hongming walked up to the podium with a smile on his face, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze, especially when he saw Zhang Yang, who was specially arranged to sit in the front row. The smile on his face became even wider. At the podium, Zhou Hongming gave a brief opening speech, then he opened the folder in his hand and got to the point of this commendation meeting. Now, please invite representatives from the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team, Municipal Bureau's Special Police Team, Public Security Brigade, Dongjie Police Station, Sangqian Police Station, Fengqi Police Station, to the stage. Amidst warm applause, a group of Public Security Department representatives, including Zhang Jianjun, stood up and walked up to the podium in unison. Looking at the dozens of department representatives on the stage, Zhou Hongming looked pleased. During this siege of the old city operation, the Temporary Action Team, comprised of the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team, the Municipal Bureau's Special Police Team, the Public Security Brigade, the Dongjie Police Station, the Sangqian Police Station, and the Fengqi Police Station, performed with courage and valor and with distinction. Approved by the Provincial Public Security Department. All members of the action team are now awarded a collective third-class merit. The cumulative bonus is 1 million, complete. The words fell, the audience burst into applause again. Everyone's face showed excitement and joy. Most of those who can come to attend this commendation meeting today are police officers who participated in the encirclement and suppression of the old city operation. As police officers, they know very well how difficult it is to obtain a third-class merit. Some people may find it difficult to obtain it in their entire life, and today, they got it. Although it is a collective third-class merit, it is also a great honor for them. They clapped their hands vigorously, their faces flushed with excitement. At the same time, they all looked towards Zhang Yang's back in front of them with gratitude. Although they won the third-class collective merit, to be honest, did they really make any great contributions? Basically none. Of the more than 1,000 criminals in the old city, 90% were arrested by Zhang Yang. It was also Zhang Yang who discovered and subdued the members of Organization A who were hiding in the secret room of the Hai Song Club. The vast majority of people didn't even see a single criminal. Yet, they still received the third-class collective merit. They knew that this was all thanks to Zhang Yang. Chapter 84. You understand me? After the first round of awards was completed, Zhang Jianjun and others stepped down from the stage and returned to their seats. This time, Li Mao, Wang Kai, Jia Mei and others were already very excited. If it were not for the strict discipline here, they would probably have shouted out loud uncontrollably. On the stage, Zhou Hongming spoke again. Next, please invite representatives from the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team, the Municipal Bureau's Special Police Team, and Zhang Yang from the East Street Police Station to the stage. Suddenly, applause broke out again from the audience. It was clear that the three people invited this time were representatives from the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Police Team, Special Police Team, and Zhang Yang. But everyone in the audience was looking at Zhang Yang. Zhang Jianjun patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder with a gleam in his eyes. Go! Zhang Yang nodded, then he stood up and walked onto the stage with Xiao Jiwei and Yu Jing. On the stage, even Zhou Hongming couldn't help but look at Zhang Yang once more. Then he announced loudly, during this operation, to encircle and suppress Shui and Jinawa KTV. The Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team, the Municipal Bureau's Special Police Team, and Comrade Zhang Yang bravely fought and fulfilled their mission, successfully arresting 375 members of Organization A. Approved by the Provincial Public Security Department. The Municipal Bureau's Criminal Police Team, the Municipal Bureau's Special Police Team, and Comrade Zhang Yang are now awarded a collective second-class merit. The bonus is 500,000. Before the audience could applaud, Zhou Hongming's words came again. Comrade Zhang Yang, you performed well. During the encirclement and suppression of the old city operation, we successfully killed Class A wanted criminal Zhang Yi. apprehended Class A wanted criminals Liu Hongren and Tang Xiang, Class B wanted criminals Chen Dana, Feng Honglang, and Zhang Yuanqing, and captured 48 core members of Organization A. Protecting the national cultural relic Ding Kiln carved peony-patterned long-necked vase. A total of 1,069 criminals have been arrested, and a total of 269.5 million yuan in stolen money has been seized. During the encirclement and suppression of Shuiyan Jinawa KTV operation, a total of 42 high-ranking members of Organization A, including Li Hu and Zhu Fugue, were arrested. There are 208 members of Organization A. During the operation, they were fearless and decisive. In addition to the previous patrols on Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street, we apprehended 566 criminals and captured Class A wanted criminal Rosen. Approved by the Provincial Public Security Department. Comrade Jiang Yang is now awarded a second-class individual merit and a first-class individual merit. The cumulative bonus is 3 million. And promoted to third-level superintendent, complete. Zhou Hongming finished speaking. However, there was no sound in the audience. It's not that everyone didn't want to speak, but everyone was so shocked when they heard Zhou Hongming talk about Jiang Yang's achievements that they didn't react at all. 1 Class A wanted criminal was killed and 3 were captured. 3 Class B wanted criminals were captured, and there were more than 1,000 criminals of various types, and more than 200 million renminbi in stolen money. There are 42 senior executives in Organization A and more than 200 ordinary members. I'm afraid that no one here can achieve these results in their entire life. And what about Jiang Yang? He's only in his early 20s and has only been a police officer for less than 2 weeks. So much was accomplished in just one day. It is no exaggeration to say that it is shocking. No wonder he won the first-class merit. All the police officers present couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling at this moment, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. After everyone realized what was happening, thunderous applause broke out again at the scene. The applause was thunderous, surging like a wave. Everyone knew that from now on, Jiang Yang's career would be booming. As long as you don't make any big mistakes, your future achievements will definitely be high. The award ceremony is over. Jiang Yang was about to leave, but was immediately surrounded by colleagues from other units. Everyone chattered nonstop to Jiang Yang as if they were fans meeting their idol. Some people asked Jiang Yang to take photos with them and ask for his autograph. Some even wanted to introduce their sisters to him after knowing that Jiang Yang was still single. This made Jiang Yang feel a little helpless. At this time, Zhang Jianjun was also pulled away for a talk by Zhou Hongming and other white-clad bosses. As Jiang Yang's direct superior, Zhang Jianjun was so impressed by Jiang Yang's outstanding achievements that he couldn't stop smiling. However, Zhang Jianjun has lived for most of his life after all. Although he is now only the director of a small police station, he has a clear understanding of many things. He looked at Zhou Hongming. Suddenly he changed the subject and said, "Director Zhou, you called me here not just to praise me, right? Are you here to see me about Jiang Yang?" Hearing this, Zhou Hongming was silent for 2 seconds, then he nodded honestly. He patted Zhang Jianjun on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Old Zhang, you know, Jiang Yang is an excellent kid. If he stays in a small police station, there's very little he can do." Zhou Hongming didn't say much, but everyone is a smart person. Those who understand will understand. Zhang Jianjun nodded without comment. Indeed, an outstanding talent like Jiang Yang will surely have great potential in the future. Water flows to the lowest places, and people strive for higher places. I cannot let my selfish desires ruin this child's future. Zhou Hongming said, "So you mean, you're willing to let Jiang Yang leave?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "You won't let him go if I don't want him to?" "Obviously impossible," Zhang Jianjun said with emotion. "I've been rejecting you and Xiao Jiwei before. On the one hand, it's true that I couldn't bear to let you go, but more importantly, it's because Jiang Yang was a newcomer after all, and it wouldn't hurt to hone his skills at the bottom. Now that he's been honed enough, it's time for him to shine in a wider world." Zhou Hongming also laughed. "It's best if you think so. I was worried that you wouldn't be willing to let go." Then Zhou Hongming showed a hint of worry again. "I just don't know what Jiang Yang is thinking." Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, "Director Zhou, we are all smart people, so don't beat around the bush with me. If you want me to be a lobbyist, just tell me. Can't I go and talk to him?" Zhou Hongming immediately smiled like Master Yi and pointed his finger. "Lao Zhang, you understand me." This concludes the conversation. After bidding farewell to Zhou Hongming and other big guys, Zhang Jianjun found Jiang Yang and others. They drove the police car back to Dongjie police station together. As soon as we arrived, the police station was filled with the sound of firecrackers, fireworks, and applause. making it very lively. Looking over, I saw colleagues from the police station already waiting at the door. The huge sign with the words First Class Merit was extremely eye-catching and sparkling. When Zhang Yang got off the car, they rushed forward and surrounded Zhang Yang in the middle. The voices of congratulations, envy, and ridicule are endless. Officer Jiang, congratulations. At this moment, a not too familiar voice suddenly came. Chapter 85, Godfather. Zhang Yang turned around and saw Tang Shang, the chairman of Xiangxin Group, whom he had met before, coming to Zhang Yang with a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old. Behind them, there was a group of ordinary people following. Zhang Yang looked surprised. Mr. Tang? Why are you here? Tang Shang replied with a smile. Officer Jiang saved my daughter, and today is the day you receive a first-class merit award. How could I not congratulate you? By the way, I've also brought my daughter here to thank you for saving her life. While talking, Tang Shang looked at the girl next to him. Tian, kneel down. After hearing Tang Shang's words, Zhang Yang finally looked carefully at the girl beside him. Only then did he realize that the beautiful girl next to him was Tang Tian, whom he had rescued from Rosen before. But at this moment, Tang Tian no longer looked as embarrassed and dirty as before. Today, Tang Tian is wearing a small floral dress, revealing a small section of her white and smooth calf, paired with white socks and white shoes. She has a delicate nose, thin lips, and a pair of bright eyes. Under her thin and curly eyelashes, he is completely different from before. Hearing her father's words, Tang Tian showed some reluctance on her face, but I dared not disobey. So he knelt down in front of Zhang Yang on the spot. Thank you, Officer Jiang, for saving my life. Zhang Yang originally wanted to say that there was no need to be so serious, but Tang Sheng insisted. For the Tang family, the life-saving grace is greater than heaven. Zhang Yang saved their daughter, so Zhang Yang is Tang Tian's reborn parent. If Tang Tian hadn't been unwilling to do so, Tang Sheng would have even wanted her to recognize Zhang Yang as her godfather. As Tang Tian knelt down, the crowd behind them also knelt down. Officer Jiang, thank you for avenging my son. Officer Jiang, you are the true father and mother of the people. Thank you. If it weren't for you, those damn criminals wouldn't have been brought to justice. After learning more about the situation, Zhang Yang realized that these people were the people who had been harmed by the criminals he had arrested, or the families of the victims. Although Zhang Yang has seen such people and their families more than once, he still feels sad every time he thinks about so many people suffering misfortune. The sadness in my heart is hard to describe. After they left, Zhang Yang was once again covered with banners. Tang Shang was the most generous, donating a full 10 million yuan to their Dongjie police station to upgrade the facilities and equipment in the station. The lively day ended quickly. At night, Zhang Yang spent tens of thousands of dollars to order a super luxurious meal for everyone in the institute. Everyone enjoyed the meal, only Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Yang showed a hint of reluctance in their eyes while eating, intentionally or unintentionally. On the way back today, Zhang Jianjun had already told Zhang Yang about the transfer. Zhang Yang also knew that the transfer was inevitable, so he didn't say much right now. The time I spend with everyone is getting less and less. Naturally, I feel a little reluctant. Time passes. The next morning came in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yang got up early as usual and went to the familiar bun stall to buy buns and soy milk for breakfast. It has to be said that Zhang Yang's reputation is gradually spreading, and even the owner of the bun shop knows Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang bought some buns, but she refused to take the money. It was only after Zhang Yang said that he would not dare to come again that the proprietress reluctantly accepted $2 from Zhang Yang as a token of his gratitude, and just at this moment, a noise coming from not far away attracted Zhang Yang's attention. When I took a closer look, I was surprised to find that several people in hello work clothes were blocking the way and confronting an old man riding a shared bicycle. Uncle, let's be reasonable. You saw we were wearing work clothes, and you were riding our company's shared bike. You cut the lock, and we won't pursue the matter of using the car for personal purposes. Now all you have to do is return the car to us. Why won't you cooperate? That old man was rude and unreasonable. What do you mean your bike? This is obviously mine. Get out of the way, don't block me. In broad daylight, you still want to rob an old man like me? Although he had just come over, Zhang Yang had already learned what had happened here from their few words. In short, it is obvious that the old man in front of us cut the lock of the hello shared bicycle and took the bicycle for himself, and now he was discovered by the bicycle staff and asked to return the bicycle, but was refused. Uncle, you are already old. Please don't embarrass yourself. Give us the car back and this will be over. Let's not waste each other's time. It can be seen that facing such an unreasonable old man, those staff members were very distressed. I tried to persuade him with all my kind words, but it was of no use at all. The further we got to the end, the more arrogant the old man became. Get out, get out, get out! You're wasting my time. This car originally belonged to me, why did you take it away? You are so shameful. You are the one who was disgraced to steal something from an old man like me. As he spoke, the old man couldn't help but clench his fists and pretend to take action. Several staff members were so frightened that they quickly stepped aside, with helpless expressions on their faces. Forget it, just call the police. Obviously, they really couldn't do anything to the old man, so they had no choice but to call the police. Let the police come and reason with you. At this time, Zhang Yang squeezed through the crowd and came to the front. Let me handle it. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously looked towards Zhang Yang. Suddenly, at least 7 or 8 out of 10 people recognized Zhang Yang. Officer Jiang. Are you Officer Jiang? Oh my god. I finally meet him in person. I'm much more handsome in person than in the video. The passers-by were as excited as if they had seen their idol. When the Hello Bike staff saw Zhang Yang, they came forward as if they had seen a savior, complained, Officer Jiang, you're just in time. Please give us your opinion. When they were complaining to Zhang Yang also looked towards the old man. With just one glance, Zhang Yang suddenly realized that something was wrong with the old man. When he saw himself, his body couldn't stop shaking and his eyes became uncertain. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. With the enhanced deterrent power drawn from the system, criminals will subconsciously feel scared when they see me. The reaction of this old man when he saw me clearly showed that something was wrong. I immediately turned on the crime radar and took a closer look. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, Zhang Yang was stunned. Name, Luo Jianrong, male, 68 years old, a murderer and human trafficker who has been on the run for 15 years. 15 years ago, in order to abduct and sell a child, he brutally killed the child's mother and then fled with the child. After reading Luo Jianrong's message, Zhang Yang's eyes turned fierce and he rushed directly towards the other party. Chapter 86 Professional matters must be done by professionals. Several Hello Bike staff members were expressing their grievances, something like I had been arguing with the old man all morning, and he asked about my family and how hard work is. The next second, Zhang Yang rushed out like an arrow, then he knocked the old man to the ground with one punch. This scene also made the Hello Bike staff and the surrounding onlookers shudder. Officer Jiang, he's just as brutal as the rumors say. Yeah, it was really rough. But he's just an old man. He was just being unreasonable and taking a shared bike, but Officer Jiang slapped him in the face like that. Isn't that a bit too much? Not necessarily. Based on my understanding of Officer Jiang, if this man hadn't committed any crime, Officer Jiang would definitely not treat him like this. And the fact is, just as that person said. Seeing this scene, the staff of Hello Bike were also frightened. He quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. Officer Jiang, calm down. He just took one of our bicycles. He just needs to return it to us. Zhang Yang glanced at them with anger in his eyes. Who told you he just took one of your shared bikes? This guy's name is Luo Jianrong. 15 years ago, he brutally murdered the child's mother in order to traffic the child. He's been on the run for 15 years. I finally caught him today. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the passers-by around couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and looked at each other with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Obviously, no one expected that the old man in front of them had such a past. In order to abduct and sell children, they brutally killed the children's mothers. Only a very vicious person could do such a thing. At this moment, someone suddenly seemed to remember something and exclaimed, wait, 15 years ago, Officer Jiang. Could this child abducted by a human trafficker be Zhao Xiaoyong? Hearing this, many people, including Zhang Yang, were surprised. Zhao Xiaoyong? Sounds a little familiar. Who is he? The passerby immediately explained to everyone. Don't you know Zhao Xiaoyong? Isn't he the guy who was kidnapped for 15 years and went viral online a few days ago? 15 years ago, Zhao Xiaoyong, who was only 7 years old, was abducted on the street. He witnessed his mother being brutally murdered after she resisted the traffickers. After being trafficked to a strange family, he wrote down the details of his abduction in his diary and repeatedly drew the scene of his mother's murder, just to prevent himself from forgetting these things as he grew up. He was beaten and cursed by his adoptive father more than once, but he never gave up on finding clues based on his vague memories. After going through countless hardships, he finally found his biological father a few days ago. It was not until he met his biological father that he learned that the abduction and trafficking incident had caused his grandmother, who had lost her grandson, to become seriously ill and pass away shortly afterwards. His grandfather searched the village over and over again, but accidentally fell into the river and died. In the entire family, only his father is left. The once happy family has been shattered because of this human trafficker. After listening to the passerby's explanation, many of the onlookers immediately remembered this news. I remember now. I read that news too. Me too. I cried when I saw it. Zhao Xiaoyong is really miserable. For a moment, the passers-by around were also outraged. I can't imagine how heartbroken Zhao Xiaoyong, who was only 7 years old at the time, must have been when he saw his mother being murdered. And for so many years, he has been painting the scene of his mother's murder over and over again. This is equivalent to tearing open his own scars again and again. How painful must his heart be? 15 years ago, murdering a mother, kidnapping a child, everything fits together. This Luo Jianrong must be the human trafficker who kidnapped Zhao Xiaoyong. I knew Officer Jiang wouldn't attack ordinary people for no reason. A human trafficker and a murderer, this damn old Deng truly deserves death. God damn it. This kind of person has been at large for 15 years. I'm trembling with anger just thinking about it. Officer Jiang, please use more force. If not, let me do it. I really want to kill him. The story of Zhao Xiaoyong saddened and moved those who heard about it to tears. At this moment, the culprit who kidnapped Zhao Xiaoyong was right in front of them. Many people were very angry. Suddenly, one of the passers-by couldn't control his inner impulse, rushed forward and beat Luo Jianrong violently, and then the second person, the third person. Soon, everyone rushed forward and attacked Luo Jianrong, and the situation was out of control for a while. I don't know if they were too angry or were infected by Jiang Yang's personality, they were so brutal in their attack on Luo Jianrong. Even Jiang Yang was shocked after seeing it. Later, Luo Jianrong was beaten to the ground and was dying. Fearing that someone might actually die, they were forced to stop out of fury. Jiang Yang, who was watching from behind the crowd at this time, stepped forward again, looking at the passers-by around him. He said with a smile, "Why don't you fight anymore? Didn't you have a great time just now? Do you know what the consequences will be if you beat him to death today?" Jiang Yang scolded the impulsive passers-by. The passers-by around were frightened and terrified. After all, as Jiang Yang said, if they really beat Luo Jianrong to death today out of impulse, they would definitely be held responsible to some extent. If they go to jail because of this, their lives will be ruined. Officer Jiang, we were wrong. Officer Jiang, we're not going to beat him to death, are we? Will we be okay? Seeing their regretful expressions at this moment, Jiang Yang sighed. Don't worry, I was watching from behind just now. Those few blows of yours wouldn't kill anyone. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yang said earnestly, don't be so impulsive and hit others again. I understand everyone's hatred for human traffickers and murderers, but what if he had a knife? What if he beat someone to death? These are consequences you can't afford. Remember this for the future. Professional matters need to be done by professionals. After the lecture, Jiang Yang picked up Luo Jianrong like a dead dog. He threw the screaming Luo Jianrong onto the back seat of his electric bike and took him back to the station. This scene made the passers-by around stare blankly and stunned. What's going on? We just taught us not to be impulsive and not to hit others. Then he turned around and broke the person's hands and legs? What else is there to say? Professional matters should be done by professionals. This. Chapter 87. There is nothing wrong with teas. At the same time, a visitor came to Dongjie Police Station early this morning. The man's name is Zhang Mingji, the director of the Xiqing Police Station in Rongqing City. At this time, Zhang Mingji was sitting in Zhang Jianjun's office and personally poured a cup of brewed tea for Zhang Jianjun. Showing his attentiveness, Zhang Jianjun raised the teacup halfway and stopped. Mrs. Zhang, why don't you just speak frankly? Why are you here so early in the morning to show your affection to me? What on earth do you want to do? Zhang Meiren naturally refers to Zhang Mingji. It is because Zhang Mingji was born with fair skin. Even if he was exposed to the sun, his skin would not get tanned. His skin was white and tender, so he was named Zhang Meiren. Zhang Mingji really dislikes this nickname. If anyone mentions it in front of him, he will definitely scold them, but at this time, Zhang Jianjun called him by his nickname, and Zhang Mingji had no objection at all. Hearing Zhang Jianjun's question, Zhang Mingji simply stopped beating around the bush and came straight to the point. That's how we build our army. Did you read the news about Zhao Xiaoyong a few days ago? Zhang Jianjun thought briefly for a few seconds, then nodded. I saw it. It's the child who was kidnapped 15 years ago, right? What a poor child. What happened to him? Zhang Mingji said, 15 years ago, Zhao Xiaoyong was abducted, and his family reported the case to our police station. But the conditions at the time were limited, and the case made no progress. 15 years later, Zhao Xiaoyong found his biological father and came to our police station to provide new evidence. I hope the 3 human traffickers who killed his mother and abducted him can be brought to justice. As you know, this incident has been reported in the news and has attracted a lot of attention. It even caught the attention of higher-ups, who called me several times, hoping we could solve the case quickly. But as I just said, that case happened 15 years ago. Even if Zhao Xiaoyong provided new evidence now, those 3 traffickers would have disappeared long ago. The difficulty of solving the case is really very high. As he spoke, Zhang Mingji drank the boiling hot tea in one gulp. It seemed as if he wanted to use tea instead of wine to relieve the sorrow in his heart. Zhang Jianjun asked with great interest, so what? You came to me early this morning, do you want me to help you? Zhang Mingji smiled shyly. Yes, and no. Actually, I mainly want to find Jiang Yang from your police station to help me. Jianjun, we've known each other for so many years, you wouldn't even be willing to help with such a small favor, right? After listening to Zhang Mingji's words, Zhang Jianjun imitated Zhou Hongming and smiled like Master Yi, pointing his finger. So that's how it is. I knew you wouldn't be so kind. Zhang Mingji also echoed and smiled. How do we build an army? Please help. After all, he is an old friend whom I have known for many years, and now he has come to me personally to ask for help. It would be unacceptable if I didn't help her. Zhang Jianjun nodded. Okay. I'll ask Jiang Yang for you, if he doesn't mind. Just let him go with you. Afterwards, Zhang Jianjun took Zhang Mingji out of the office. Instructor Chen Shang happened to pass by and was stopped by Zhang Jianjun. Old Chen, where's Jiang Yang? Old Chen glanced at Jiang Yang's workstation, a hint of doubt on his face. Strange, I haven't seen him this morning. Are you late again? Zhang Jianjun nodded, then something must have delayed him. I can wait a little longer. Hearing this, Chen Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhang Jianjun. Having worked with Zhang Jianjun for so many years, he knew very well how much Zhang Jianjun hated people who did not follow the rules. To this day, he still remembers how angry Zhang Jianjun was because he was late on the first day he reported to Jiang Yang unexpectedly. When Jiang Yang was late again, Zhang Jianjun was not angry at all, but became so understanding instead. I'm afraid that in the entire police station, only Jiang Yang has such treatment, and just at this moment Jiang Yang walked in, holding someone in his hand. Coming to Zhang Jianjun, Jiang Yang said apologetically, Master, I'm sorry, I was delayed on the way here today. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, It's okay, it's okay. You must have caught another criminal on the road? As he spoke, Zhang Jianjun's gaze turned towards Luo Jianrong and Jiang Yang's hand. Other colleagues in the institute all looked over here at the same time. Jiang Yang nodded and said, Yes, Master. I just happened to run into this guy on my way here. This guy's name is Luo Jianrong. He's suspected to be the one who abducted and trafficked Zhao Xiaoyong and killed his mother 15 years ago. Hearing Jiang Yang's words, Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Mingji beside him glared at him, then they looked at each other at the same time, and saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Then Zhang Mingji hurried forward and carefully checked and identified it. After a moment, a happy smile appeared on Zhang Mingji's face. Right. This guy is Luo Jianrong. He's one of the suspects who abducted and trafficked Zhao Xiaoyong and killed his mother. Zhang Mingji looked at Jiang Yang again, unable to suppress his excitement. You are Jiang Yang. Seeing is believing. Amazing. Amazing. I came to your office early this morning hoping to ask for your help, but I hadn't even seen you yet. And you brought me such a big surprise. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yang looked at Zhang Mingji with a puzzled expression, then at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun immediately introduced Zhang Mingji to Jiang Yang and explained the purpose of Zhang Mingji's visit to the institute. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up when he learned that Zhang Mingji wanted to ask him for help. Jiang Yang has done nothing at the station these days and feels like he's almost bored to death. In addition, I haven't earned points for a long time, so I naturally can't miss such an opportunity. So I agreed without thinking. In the interrogation room, Luo Jianrong slowly woke up instantly. The pain all over his body made him scream loudly, "Ah! It hurts, it hurts! My hands, my feet! Aha!" Zhang Yang found it noisy and didn't tolerate it at all. He rushed towards him directly. Outside the interrogation room, in the monitoring room, it was the first time that Zhang Mingji saw Zhang Yang interrogating someone. He widened his eyes in shock and looked at Zhang Jianjun beside him. "Jianjun, does Zhang Yang usually interrogate prisoners like this?" Zhang Jianjun nodded without comment, yes. Chapter 88 Cannibalism. Zhang Mingji was stunned. Can this be done this way? However, Zhang Mingji didn't say much in the end. After all, as long as I can help solve the case, the rest is not my business. What's more, that's Zhang Yang. He just won a first-class merit award, which is equivalent to having an extra golden medal of immunity from death. As long as he doesn't make any big mistakes, basically no one will bother him for other minor mistakes that are not serious. At the same time, in the interrogation room, Luo Jianrong finally behaved himself. It can be said that Zhang Yang today has left a deep shadow in his heart that will never go away in his life. After seeing that Luo Jianrong had behaved himself, Zhang Yang finally sat down again with satisfaction. With a cold face, he said, "Luo Jianrong, let me ask you some questions and you answer them." Luo Jianrong couldn't help but shiver. His eyes were filled with deep fear, and he couldn't stop nodding, indicating his willingness to cooperate. Zhang Yang did not hesitate any longer and went straight to the point. "First, let me explain what happened when Zhao Xiaoyang was kidnapped and his mother was murdered 15 years ago." Luo Jianrong endured the pain in his body, and with a trace of despair on his face, he trembled and narrated, that was 15 years ago. I was only 53 years old that year, and I had accumulated a huge debt due to gambling. With nowhere else to turn, Wang Wu and Zhao He found me and told me about the trafficking of Zhao Xiaoyang. At this point, Luo Jianrong couldn't help but sneer to this Zhao. He is such a fucking jerk. He's Zhao Xiaoyang's uncle. Just because Zhao Xiaoyang's grades are better than his son's, he actually asked me to attack his own nephew. But I really had no money at that time, and the method he said was feasible, so I didn't think much about it and joined the two of them in kidnapping Zhao Xiaoyang. I didn't expect Zhao Xiaoyang's mother to find out about this. I was terrified at the time, and she kept saying she was going to call the police and have us arrested. In a moment of desperation, I pushed her, and she fell to the ground and fainted. I thought I'd just let it go, but Zhao He and Wang Wu wouldn't let me leave. They were attracted by Zhao Xiaoyang's mother's looks and had dirty thoughts about her. I was so obsessed with them that I listened to them and stayed. Then, while Zhao Xiaoyang's mother was unconscious, I raped her. Unexpectedly, when it was my turn, she woke up and fought us like crazy. She bit me and hit me. I was so angry. And then we killed her. Luo Jianrong keeps saying that Zhao He is not a human being, but how can he himself be worthy of being a human being? Zhang Yang suppressed his anger and asked, "And what happened next? Where did you take Zhao Xiaoyang's fucking body?" Luo Jianrong said, "We took the fucking body to Wang Wu's house. Wang Wu's family sells pork, so we used their meat grinder to grind the mother's body into minced meat, then mixed it into pork and sold it to customers as ordinary meat filling." Bang! Hearing this, Zhang Yang slammed the table and stood up. Obviously, he didn't expect that Luo Jianrong and the other two guys would be so unscrupulous. They actually minced human corpses into meat paste and sold it to others. Because of the severe pain in his body, Luo Jianrong's mind began to become a little unclear, so he did not notice Zhang Yang, who was already a little furious at this time. Instead, he showed an almost perverted smile because he remembered what happened in the past. "We were afraid that Zhao Xiaoyang's fucking body would be eaten, so we tasted it ourselves. Hey, you know what? It tastes really good." After we finished eating, we were a little reluctant to sell the remaining meat paste. Although 15 years have passed, I still remember the taste. After saying that, Luo Jianrong couldn't help licking his tongue and smacking his lips. Zhang Yang couldn't bear it any longer and rushed forward again with big strides. Seeing Zhang Yang coming, Luo Jianrong suddenly came back to his senses from his fantasy. Fear was revealed on his face, and he quickly explained, "Officer, no. That's not what I meant, please don't, I was wrong, ah." In the monitoring room, Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Mingji were paying close attention to the situation in the interrogation room in real time. After listening to Luo Jianrong's narration, they were so angry that they gnashed their teeth and were fuming. This bastard. He really deserves to die. How can such beasts exist in this world? They kidnap, rape, kill, and even eat people. This kind of person, even if he is an animal, is hundreds of times better than him. I really want to rush in and teach him a lesson. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhang Yang should have finished teaching his lesson. Zhang Jianjun then spoke, reminding Zhang Yang through the microphone in the monitoring room. Zhang Yang, it's almost done. Ask him about the whereabouts of Wang Wu and Zhao He. We must arrest the man as soon as possible. Yes, in the interrogation room, Zhang Yang responded, then grabbed Luo Jianrong and interrogated him about the whereabouts of Wang Wu and Zhao He. At this moment, Luo Jianrong was filled with regret. I regret why I did those things back then and why I came back. I regretted even more why I occupied that damn broken bicycle. If it weren't for that broken bicycle, I wouldn't have fallen into the hands of this living devil today. At my age, I still have to suffer this excruciating torture. At this moment, he didn't dare to disobey Zhang Yang in the slightest. Faced with Zhang Yang's questioning, he told him everything he knew. Chapter 89. I feel like dying. Buzz. After asking Lu Jianrong about the whereabouts of Wang Wu and Zhao He, the police officers from Dongjie police station immediately took action. A black private vehicle roared out of the station and sped away. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the gate of Jiucheng Street in Huangqing District, Rongqing City. According to Luo Jianrong's explanation, they parted ways after selling Zhao Xiaoyong. I thought the three of them would never meet again. 15 years have passed since then, and people thought the police would never find them. In addition, as life is becoming increasingly difficult, they once again contacted Luo Jianrong, wanting to go back to their old business and do a few more jobs to earn some money. The three of them hit it off immediately. We agreed to meet at Jiucheng Street in Huangqing District. It has to be said that Wang Wu and Zhao He were still very vigilant and did not even tell Luo Jianrong the specific meeting place. It just means that when Luo Jianrong arrives, someone will naturally take him there. In this case, things will obviously become a lot more troublesome, so after some planning, everyone unanimously decided that Zhang Yang would pretend to be Luo Jianrong's relative and take Luo Jianrong to meet them. After seeing Wang Wu and Zhao He, everyone rushed forward and took them all under control. After the car stopped, Zhang Yang, dressed in casual clothes, wearing a baseball cap and a black mask, and wearing a micro law enforcement recorder and headphones, got out of the car. Also coming down was Luo Jianrong, who was in a wheelchair. At this time, Luo Jianrong's face had turned pale and he was in great pain. After meeting Zhang Yang, he was beaten severely and his hands and feet were broken. I thought I would be free once I got to the police station, but instead I was treated inhumanely again. After finally confessing everything he knew, he thought it was finally over and was taken for treatment. As a result, he was forced to be brought out again to cooperate with the police in carrying out their duties. He felt that he could no longer feel the pain in his body. But I feel like I'm about to die. Officer, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, let me go to the hospital. I feel like I'm going to die if I don't get treatment. Whoa, facing Luo Jianrong's plea for mercy, Zhang Yang didn't bother to pay attention, sinisterly said, honestly cooperate with us to arrest him. Once we catch you, we'll naturally take you to the hospital. But if you dare not cooperate, I promise to make you suffer 100 times more than you are now. Luo Jianrong didn't dare to doubt Zhang Yang's words at all. He nodded repeatedly while trembling. Officer, I will cooperate. I will definitely cooperate. What do you want me to do now? Now Luo Jianrong just wants to catch Wang Wu and Zhao He as soon as possible so that he can go to the hospital quickly. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate, but he took out the mobile phone that he had found on Luo Jianrong and dialed the number that Wang Wu and Zhao He had used to contact Luo Jianrong. Then he put it in Luo Jianrong's ear and reminded him, when the call is connected later, ask them where to meet. Luo Jianrong nodded in understanding, and at this moment, the call was connected directly. A dull voice came from the phone. Hey, are we here yet? Luo Jianrong immediately spoke, we're here. Where are you, Wang Wu? Wang Wudao on the other end of the phone walked 200 meters inside. There's a Fengsa grocery store. I'm in there. Hearing this, Luo Jianrong looked at Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang didn't say much. He pushed Luo Jianrong directly into the old factory street. At the same time, he also turned on the crime radar and observed the surroundings. If the crime radar can directly detect and find Wang Wu and Zhao He, then I can take action directly. But what is strange is that the detection range of his SIN radar has now reached 240 meters. Logically speaking, if Wang Wu and Zhao He are only 200 meters ahead, my crime radar should be able to detect it immediately. However, there were so many people coming and going on the old factory street that his crime radar did not detect any information about Wang Wu, Zhao He and the others. There will definitely be no problem with the crime radar. Could it be that Wang Wu and the others are lying? The distance of 200 meters was not far, and they soon saw Feng Shao's grocery store. Zhang Yang immediately called Wang Wu again, handed to Luo Jianrong. "Hey, I'm here, where are you guys?" Wang Wu's voice came again. "Well, if you walk 500 meters to the left, you will see an away mobile phone store." Luo Jianrong quickly asked, "You guys over there?" Wang Wu did not answer, but said ambiguously, "You'll know when you get there." After saying that, the phone was hung up. Luo Jianrong looked at Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown. Why do I feel like something is not right about Wang Wu and Zhao Yi? However, Zhang Yang didn't say much. He didn't know where the two were now, and the situation was too passive. I can only move to the left according to Wang Wu's instructions. After walking along the way, Zhang Yang soon pushed Luo Jianrong to find a way mobile phone store. Zhang Yang immediately dialed the number again and handed it to Luo Jianrong. "Wang Wu on the phone arrive?" Luo Jianrong said Wang Wu then continued, "Then walk another 800 meters inside and you'll find a Chang's fish stall." Hearing this, Luo Jianrong couldn't help but curse. "Wang Wu, what the hell are you doing? You've been making me go around in circles for so long. Can you even fucking meet up?" Luo Jianrong felt like he was about to die. He thought they would be found soon and the police would be able to arrest them. "This way I can get to the hospital faster. What's the result? I've walked around this old factory street for almost a circle, but I still haven't found anyone. If this continues, I will be so angry that I will die even though I am in so much pain." Wang Wu on the other end of the phone laughed. "There's nothing I can do, Lao Luo. We just learned that Zhao Xiaoyong, whom we kidnapped back then, has been found. I'm worried about being targeted by the police. I'd better be cautious." Hearing this, Zhang Yang and Zhang Jianjun, Zheng Mingji, and others who were waiting in the car behind couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. No wonder these two guys haven't shown up for so long. So that's what's going on. This level of vigilance is really high. Fortunately, they only knew that Zhao Xiaoyong was found, but they didn't know that Luo Jianrong was arrested this morning. If I knew, I would have probably run away by now. In order to prevent any further complications, Zhang Yang did not give Luo Jianrong a chance to continue speaking. After hanging up the phone, he immediately pushed Luo Jianrong and continued walking inside. Finally, Zhang Yang found Zhang's fish stall. However, after searching around, the two still did not see Wang Wu and Zhao Yi. He immediately called Wang Wu again and handed the phone to Luo Jianrong. Luo Jianrong cursed, "Wang Wu, I'm here. Where are you guys?" Wang Wu on the phone said in a deep voice, "Lao Luo, go back." Chapter 90. Wait for death. I heard what Wang Wu said on the phone. Zhang Yang and Zhang Jianjun and others in the car couldn't help but frown, but Luo Jianrong broke down at this moment and cursed loudly. Wang Wu, what do you and Zhao Yi mean? Fuck you too, you made me rush all the way here to find you. Now that I'm here, you made me go around in circles, so I've gone around in circles too. Now, you guys are asking me to go back? What do you mean? You have nothing better to do, so you want to play a trick on me, right? I'll fuck you. I had #% and *** at hashtag. Luo Jianrong was really broken at this moment. He had originally come back to Rongqing just to make money. As a result, he not only failed to make money, but also fell into the hands of Zhang Yang, the living devil. Now all I want is to find Wang Wu and Zhao Yi as soon as possible. So that the police can arrest them quickly and I can go to the hospital to treat my injuries. After all this time, they let me go back. Isn't this just a monkey show? Did I make this trip for nothing and suffer all these hardships for nothing? I have to say that although Luo Jianrong is old, he is really cruel when he scolds people. Even Zhang Yang couldn't help but want to cover his ears when he heard the curses. It's really dirty. Wang Wu on the other end of the phone was also unable to bear Luo Jianrong's scolding. He immediately cursed back, "Luo Jianrong, you're the @ % and *** at hashtag. I'm asking you, I told you to come alone, and you brought someone else with you. What do you mean? Are you trying to kill us? Fuck you, you @ % and *** at hashtag." After hearing what Wang Wu said, whether it was Luo Jianrong, Zhang Yang, or Zhang Jianjun and others who were guarding the car, only then did I realize that the relationship was due to the addition of Zhang Yang. That's why Wang Wu and the others are so alert. In the car, Zhang Mingji suggested, Wang Wu and Zhao Yi are too vigilant. Luo Jianrong probably won't be able to find them. How about having someone try to locate Wang Wu's phone number? Zhang Jianjun nodded immediately and looked at the police officer behind him. The police officer immediately understood and contacted the police station to try to locate the person. Only they had just started to take action when the situation in Jiuchang Street suddenly began to escalate. Luo Jianrong also has a hot temper, and coupled with being seriously injured, he is in a bad mood. Now being insulted by Wang Wu again, he completely exploded immediately. Fuck you, Wang Wu. Are you and Zhao He idiots? You know I brought people here, but don't you know I came here in a wheelchair? If you don't let anyone push me over here, do I have to fly over to find you? I'm already unlucky enough today, and now you've got to do this to me. Just wait, damn it, I'm going to report you and Zhao He anonymously right now and tell you everything that happened back then. Wait for death. After Luo Jianrong said this, he was so angry that he wanted to turn around and leave, but he found that his hands and feet were broken and he could not move at all. Wang Wu on the other end of the phone was also very angry. Obviously he wanted to continue cursing, but I don't know whether he really believed Luo Jianrong's words, or was worried that Luo Jianrong would really report it. Before Wang Wu could even open his mouth, he was stopped. Then, another voice came from the phone. Lao Luo, don't be impulsive. After all, we are in the same boat. Reporting us won't do you any good. Don't blame us for being too vigilant. After all, what we do is really dangerous. If we're not careful, we might actually get in. The person speaking now should be Zhao He. Seeing his submissive attitude, Jiang Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that there was still hope in this situation, so he immediately hinted to Luo Jianrong to continue speaking. Luo Jianrong also understood what he meant. He continued, Zhao He, you also know that we are grasshoppers on the same rope? Since we are all on the same side, do you still not trust the people I brought with me? What? Do you think I will really betray you? Obviously, Luo Jianrong's words moved Zhao He. After a few seconds of silence, Zhao He finally spoke, okay, I'll send someone to pick you up now. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Jiang Yang was delighted, and Zhang Jianjun and others in the car looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Although the process was tortuous and some time wasted, fortunately, Wang Wu and Zhao He were finally deceived. Next, we just have to wait to find them and bring them both to justice. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang and Luo Jianrong waited for less than 5 minutes before someone came to pick them up. He was a small vendor in his 40s, with a fishy smell all over his body that even Luo Jianrong could smell. His timid appearance was full of the aura of a lower-class person. His face was bruised and swollen, with some scars, as if he had just been beaten. Jiang Yang subconsciously turned on the crime radar to check him. It turned out that this guy had never done anything wrong. After arriving in front of Jiang Yang and the others, the vendor looked at Luo Jianrong in the wheelchair and spoke, are you Lao Luo? Luo Jianrong nodded and said, it's me. The vendor said, good. Then come with me. Fifth brother, Lao Zhao, and the others are waiting for you inside. As he spoke, the vendor turned around and took Jiang Yang and Luo Jianrong towards the old factory street. It was a long and winding journey. Finally, Jiang Yang discovered that his SIN radar had responded. Less than 200 meters ahead, several red to purple light spots were flashing continuously. Name, Wang Wu, male, 53 years old, core member of a human trafficking ring, trafficked over 12 women and children, responsible for 2 deaths, and also involved in gambling, rape, and illegal imprisonment. Name, Zhao He, male, 58 years old, a core member of a human trafficking ring. He trafficked over 14 women and children, resulting in 3 deaths. He was also involved in gambling, rape, and illegal imprisonment. Name, Pan Jinfeng, female, 43 years old, member of a trafficking ring, trafficked over 8 women and children, also involved in gambling, prostitution, forced prostitution, and illegal imprisonment. Name, Zhao Xiaolei, male, 32 years old, a thug in a human trafficking gang, involved in fights resulting in injuries and illegal imprisonment. After reading the information displayed on the crime radar, Jiang Yang clenched his fists. Wang Wu, Zhao He, and the other 2 people who were mixed up with them, have committed far more sins than Luo Jianrong. In Jiang Yang's heart, he had already sentenced them to death. When he sees them, Jiang Yang will definitely not let them go. Soon, Jiang Yang and Luo Jianrong followed the small vendor to an old residential building. I followed him up to the 3rd floor and pushed open a broken wooden door. Finally met Wang Wu, Zhao He and others. Chapter 91. I'm showing my cards. In the middle of the shabby room, there was a table with cigarette butts, fruit peels and other garbage scattered on it. Wang Wu, Zhao He and others sat around the table. See, the door is opened. Smiles immediately appeared on Wang Wu and Zhao He's faces. Lao Luo. Lao Luo, you're here. Long time no see. As they were talking, the 2 of them stood up and moved forward, wanting to give Luo Jianrong a long-awaited hug, but soon, they discovered that Luo Jianrong was covered in wounds and his hands and feet were all broken. Their eyes were solemn and they couldn't help asking, Lao Luo, how did you become like this? Lao Luo glanced at Jiang Yang behind him, then sighed and said with resentment in his eyes, stop talking. it's you who made me go back to Rongcheng. I've only been back for less than 2 days, and I've already run into a policeman. That policeman was so brutal. He beat me so hard that I couldn't even recognize my parents. He even broke my arms and legs. After hearing Luo Jianrong's words, Wang Wu, Zhao He and others couldn't help but look at each other. Everyone has someone in mind for a moment. Everyone's eyes widened as Zhao He couldn't help but speak. Lao Luo, you didn't meet the police officer known as the criminal killing machine, did you? Jiang Yang? Luo Jianrong nodded immediately. Yes. Jiang Yang. It's Jiang Yang. His colleagues all call him Jiang Yang. Wang Wu, Zhao He and others were even more surprised after receiving Luo Jianrong's recognition. Fuck. Is it really Jiang Yang? Sure thing, Lao Luo, you fucking encountered a criminal killing machine, and you were able to escape. How did you do that? Awesome. Lao Luo smiled shyly. Hey, actually I didn't run away. My hands and feet are broken, how can I possibly run away? When these words were spoken, Wang Wu, Zhao He and others were stunned obviously. For a moment, he couldn't react to what Lao Luo meant. Didn't run out. How did he get here if he didn't run out? In the end, Lao Luo just stopped pretending. He just grinned. Okay, I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm bringing the police here to arrest you. Officer Jiang, come on. Kill them. Hearing this, Wang Wu, Zhao He and others were shocked and subconsciously took a step back. Everyone's eyes were also directed at the person behind Luo Jianrong who was taking off his baseball cap and mask. After the baseball cap and mask were taken off and Jiang Yang's face was seen clearly, everyone in the room was terrified. Criminal killing machine. What the hell? Luo Jianrong, how dare you betray us? Luo Jianrong laughed heartily, his eyes filled with deep resentment. So what if I betray you? If you hadn't called me back, I wouldn't have been arrested. How dare you play tricks on me just now? You all must die. While he was speaking, Jiang Yang was too lazy to wait any longer and rushed towards Wang Wu, Zhao He and the others. Seeing this, Wang Wu, Zhao He and others felt nervous, and then they all prepared to fight Jiang Yang to the death. Zhao Xiaolei, the thug behind them, was the first to be attacked. He picked up the chair beside him and smashed it towards Jiang Yang, but it was easily smashed to pieces by Jiang Yang's kick. Jiang Yang turned around and punched him in the chest. It was obvious that Zhao Xiaolei knew nothing about Jiang Yang's strength. Seeing Jiang Yang punching towards him, he immediately clenched his fist and punched back at Jiang Yang. In an instant, there was a crisp crack sound, and Zhao Xiaolei let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. It was visible to the naked eye that at the moment his fist collided with Jiang Yang's fist, his entire arm was directly broken by Jiang Yang's terrifying force. The broken white bones penetrated the skin, and scarlet blood splattered out. Zhao Xiaolei believes that he has practiced martial arts for many years and rarely encounters an opponent die in terms of sheer strength. There is almost no one who can surpass the Qilin arm that I have honed for many years. He never imagined that Jiang Yang could smash his proud Qilin arm with just one punch. The whole process of dealing with Zhao Xiaolei took less than 10 seconds. This also made Wang Wu, Zhao He and others who were originally preparing to take action dumbfounded. They know best what Zhao Xiaolei's strength is. Over the years, when they kidnapped and trafficked people and encountered resistance or disobedience, Zhao Xiaolei helped them deal with it all, and he was always successful. However, even such a Zhao Xiaolei couldn't even last 10 seconds in Jiang Yang's hands. Is this the power of a criminal killing machine? What they didn't know was that while they were dumbfounded, they had already lost the best chance to escape. After dealing with Zhao Xiaolei, Jiang Yang turned around and rushed towards Wang Wu, Zhao He and others. In almost the blink of an eye, Jiang Yang arrived in front of them. A punch suddenly hit Wang Wu's chest. At this moment, Wang Wu was extremely scared. But I was surprised to find that I didn't feel any pain at all. I don't feel any pain. It doesn't hurt at all. Ha 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 ha. It's nothing more than a criminal killing machine. However, just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, his entire face turned pale in an instant, and then he collapsed to the ground. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, he fainted. He didn't know until the last second before he lost consciousness. It wasn't that Jiang Yang's punch didn't hurt, it was that it hurt too much. To the point where his body couldn't react immediately. By the time he reacted, he had already lost consciousness. After dealing with these 2 people, only Zhao He and Pan Jinfeng were left in the room. Pan Jinfeng was frightened by Jiang Yang's methods. He knelt directly in front of Jiang Yang. Don't hit me. The Luan family. The Lewin family is a good family at your age, you still try to be a dead end by imitating others. Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel nauseous when he saw this, and he slapped her and sent her flying more than 10 meters away. All the Hextech technology on her face was knocked crooked by Zhang Yang's slap, and she fainted immediately. So far, Zhao He was the only one left in the room. He looked panicked, with deep fear in his eyes, and hid in the corner. You, don't come over here. Don't come over here. Zhang Yang didn't know how many times he had heard such words, but is it useful? Obviously not. Chapter 92, Terrified Aha. Aha. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang rushed in front of Zhao He. This scene scared Zhao He so much that he peed his pants. Have you ever seen a horror movie? The kind where a ghost is over 10 meters away 1 second and then appears right in front of you in the blink of an eye. That kind of horrifying scene is enough to scare anyone who is already fearful, and at this moment, that's how Zhao He was scared. Zhang Yang, known as the criminal killing machine, has a natural deterrent effect on criminals. The brutal way he dealt with Zhao Xiaolei, Wang Wu and others would bring deep gloom and fear to any criminal who witnessed the whole process. In addition, Zhang Yang's speed was 5 times faster than that of an ordinary person, and he suddenly rushed towards Zhao He. The visual impact brought to Zhao He was no less than the terrifying scene of a ghost suddenly appearing in a horror movie. Even worse than that, not only did Zhao He get scared to the point of peeing his pants, but he fainted on the spot before Zhang Yang could even make a move. Seeing this, Zhang Yang was stunned for a second, then couldn't help but sneer. That's it? You're a criminal after all, how dare you be so cowardly? At this time, Zhang Yang discovered that in the next room, there were 2 little girls who were suspected to have been abducted. They were tied up tightly with hemp ropes and had their mouths blocked, their faces showed fear and tension, and their bodies were trembling with fear. Don't worry, I'm a police officer, I'm here to save you. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, the 2 tied little girls calmed down a little. At the same time, the refreshing effect made Zhao He, who was originally frightened and fainted, sober up. He struggled to get his head out of the wooden door, climbed up, and saw Zhang Yang walking towards him again. The great fear made him unable to suppress his screams. No, don't come over here. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please. I have an 80-year-old mother above me and a crying child below me. Please let me go. I won't do it again. However, Zhang Yang wanted to laugh after hearing his words. I have a family and I know how to care for my family, yet he did such a heartless thing to others. The case involved the trafficking of over 12 women and children, 3 deaths, gambling, rape, and illegal imprisonment. The crimes are too numerous to list. If this kind of person is let off, then Zhang Yang is not worthy of being a people's policeman. However, the next second, Zhao He suddenly burst out with his unprecedented potential. He roared, using all his strength. Then, with a sudden leap, he actually broke the window of the room behind him and jumped out from the 3rd floor. Outside the window, there were several bamboo poles for drying clothes on each floor downstairs. Zhao He leaned on these bamboo poles and fell down one floor after another, and finally fell to the ground. Although the process seemed dangerous, he miraculously survived. After landing, he turned around and looked at Zhang Yang viciously. Zhang Yang, just wait for me. I won't let you go. One day, I will let you. However, before he could finish his words, he was frightened out of his wits again, because just as he was making these harsh remarks, Zhang Yang also jumped out of the window. He first jumped onto the windowsill on the 2nd floor opposite, and then used the momentum to jump back to the windowsill on the 1st floor. Finally it landed steadily on the ground. When Zhang Yang stood up straight, turned his head, and made a cracking sound of bones rubbing against each other, he looked at Zhao He. Again Zhao He was so frightened that his legs and feet went limp. He didn't dare to say anything, turned around and ran away like crazy. Still want to run? Zhang Yang was about to chase after him when he suddenly heard the voices of Zhang Jianjun and others behind him. Turning around, Zhang Jianjun, Zhang Mingji and others were already running over. Zhang Jianjun had a hint of blame on his face. Zhang Yang, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you'd wait for us after you got in? Why are you acting on your own again? Do you know how dangerous this could be? Their original plan was to let Zhang Yang find the location first, and then act together after they arrived. Who would have thought that Zhang Yang would act on his own again? Indeed, Zhang Yang is very strong, and Zhang Jianjun has witnessed it with his own eyes, but no one knew what was going on inside, or whether Wang Wu and Zhao He had any weapons. Zhang Yang can crack down on 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 criminals. But if a criminal succeeds once and someone gets hurt once, That is something no one wants to see. If something unexpected really happens, I won't even have a place to cry. Zhang Yang also knew that Zhang Jianjun was worried about him, scratched his head and said, Master, this is not my fault. It's all Luo Jianrong's fault for showing off. I had no choice but to take action. If you want to blame someone, blame him. Oh, right. Master, I accidentally let Zhao He escape, and I have to go chase him now. I've already subdued Wang Wu and his other 2 accomplices. They're in a room on the 3rd floor, with 2 abducted girls inside. I'll leave this place to you. Finished. Zhang Yang was also afraid of being nagged again, so he chased out without looking back. Seeing this, Zhang Jianjun wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhang Yang had already run away. You little bastard. Be careful, old man. Zhang Jianjun didn't know whether Zhang Yang heard the last sentence or not, but I still couldn't help but shout out and give instructions. Then he took the others to the 3rd floor to deal with the scene when Zhang Jianjun and others rescued the 2 abducted girls and took Wang Wu, Zhao Xiaolei, and Pan Jinfeng downstairs. Xiao Jiwei also rushed here with the criminal police team. Lao Shang, what's going on with you guys? Have you solved it? Didn't you say to wait for our criminal police team to come and handle it? After all, Wang Wu, Zhao He and others were involved not only in human trafficking, but also in murder. Therefore, in this case, the police station should report to the higher-level public security organs, and the criminal police team will be responsible for handling the case, and the police station will be responsible for assisting. As a result, when Xiao Jijun and others arrived, they found that Zhang Jianjun and others had already captured Wang Wu and others, which made Xiao Jiwei a little angry. It's not because Zhang Jianjun and others are trying to steal the credit, but because doing so is too dangerous. But soon, Xiao Jiwei thought of something. Did Zhang Yang do it? Zhang Jianjun nodded helplessly. Xiao Jiwei immediately understood Zhang Jianjun is indeed not the kind of person who would disobey orders and act on his own, but Zhang Yang is different. This kid is so reckless. But since the matter has been resolved, Xiao Jiwei knew that it would be useless for him to say anything more. I'm just too lazy to pursue it. Forget it, as long as the person is caught. By the way, where's Zhang Yang? Zhang Jianjun said, the situation was urgent just now and Zhao He ran away. Zhang Yang is chasing him now. Hearing this, Xiao Jiwei's pupils shrank suddenly. Oh no! Chapter 93, Cold Scalp. Xiao Jiwei's expression suddenly changed. This also made Zhang Jianjun and others feel nervous, subconsciously asked, what's wrong? What's the problem? Xiao Jiwei didn't answer at first. Instead, he immediately sent a team of criminal police to look for Zhang Yang, and at the same time turned around and rushed into the police car. Wang Wu, who had just been put into the police car, was pulled down again and thrown to the ground. Wang Wu was almost killed by Zhang Yang's punch. Being treated so rudely by Xiao Jiwei again, Wang Wu couldn't help but let out shrill screams and wails. But Xiao Jiwei did not let him off. He pressed one knee against Wang Wu's neck and pointed the gun at Wang Wu's head. Question: explain. Who do you usually sell the people you kidnap to? However, Xiao Jiwei was not Zhang Yang after all, although he was already very furious and even threatened with a gun. But Wang Wu was not afraid of Xiao Jiwei at all, even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Captain Xiao, why don't you just shoot me? I won't tell you. Ha 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 ha. Wang Wu's arrogance made Xiao Jiwei even more angry, and he suddenly grabbed Wang Wu to follow Zhang Yang's example and teach him a lesson. But Wang Wu was sure that Xiao Jiwei was not as fierce as Zhang Yang, so the effect was still mediocre and he could not get anything out of him. In desperation, Xiao Jiwei came up with a plan and said coldly, sure. You're so stubborn. Once I send you back to the team, I'll let Zhang Yang take good care of you. I have to say that Zhang Yang's name is still very intimidating. I heard that Xiao Jiwei actually wanted Zhang Yang to take care of him. Wang Wu couldn't help but shudder, but perhaps because of his face, he couldn't bring himself to beg for mercy. So Xiao Jiwei looked at the other two people in the police car, pointed at them and said, you guys wait too. I believe Zhang Yang would really enjoy having an in-depth conversation with you. When the time comes, I'll let each of you stay alone with Zhang Yang for 2 hours, so that Zhang Yang can get along well with you. As soon as these words were spoken out, a bead of cold sweat fell from Zhao Xiaolei's forehead, but he could still hold on. On the other hand, Pan Jinfeng couldn't hold it anymore. At that moment, he begged Xiao Jiwei for mercy. You don't want? No, officer. You say, I'll agree to whatever you say, and I'll answer whatever you ask. I just beg you not to let me see Officer Zhang again. Zhang Yang is well known, and I just saw with my own eyes how brutally he beat Zhao Xiaolei and Wang Wu. Pan Jinfeng was extremely scared, as long as I don't see Jiang Yang again, it's okay to make some sacrifices. So Xiao Jiwei immediately pulled Pan Jinfeng out of the car and questioned her again to explain. Who do you usually sell the people you kidnap to? Pan Jinfeng didn't dare to hesitate and quickly replied to this, I don't know about that actually. Usually I'm mainly responsible for kidnapping people. If it's sold, Zhao He will be responsible. I don't know who he sold it to, but I know Zhao He always calls him Old Pig. After Pan Jinfeng's explanation, Wang Wu no longer refused to be stubborn. After all, he also knew what Pan Jinfeng knew. Why did she let Pan Jinfeng tell me everything? Why did she let me face Jiang Yang, that devil? At that moment, Wang Wu also spoke. Captain Xiao, I confess too. I confess too. Wang Wu spoke very quickly, fearing that Pan Jinfeng would snatch the item away before he could explain it in time. That old pig, he is a person, but he should also be an organization. They have different people coming to us all year round to buy the people we kidnapped, and the prices they offer are not low. But they're very strange. They buy people but don't seem to want to sell them back at a high price. Because generally speaking, if you want to sell them for money, you'll only buy younger children, so it's easier to find buyers. When they buy people, they don't care about age or gender, as long as they are under 30 years old. And they treat the people they buy very cruelly. We heard from Zhao He that once, a kidnapped person tried to escape, but Lao Ju broke his hands and feet on the spot. After listening to what Pan Jinfeng and Wang Wu said, Xiao Jiwei's face became more and more ugly. Is that really the case? Zhang Jianjun and others on the side watched Xiao Jiwei's series of inexplicable behaviors and asked these questions. He became more and more confused and anxious, and could not help but raise his voice and said, Xiao Jiwei, could you please stop playing dumb with me? What is going on? Explain it to me clearly. Xiao Jiwei thought about it and finally decided to tell Zhang Jianjun the truth. Xiao Jiwei said solemnly, you should remember that Organization A's criminal activities include the trade of human organs, right? Zhang Jianjun and others nodded. When they first came into contact with Organization A, they all knew the basic situation of Organization A. Organization A is a criminal organization involved in various criminal activities, including the buying and selling of human organs. Zhang Jianjun was puzzled again. Why are you mentioning Organization A again? Haven't all the members of Organization A been arrested? Xiao Jiwei explained, yes, the members of Organization A have indeed been arrested. But you have to know that those closely related to Organization A are not just its own members. Have you ever thought about who sells the human organs they buy and sell? Hearing this, Zhang Jianjun and others were silent for a second, then his pupils suddenly shrank and he looked at Wang Wu, Pan Jinfeng, and others. You mean, is this matter related to them? Xiao Jiwei nodded without comment. Yes, after extensive investigation, we discovered a mysterious organization that specializes in delivering fresh human organs to Organization A. Although, when all members of Organization A were apprehended, the mysterious organization immediately dealt with all members who had contact with Organization A and cut off all communication, we still found some clues. Those are the ones you found this time, Wang Wu and Zhao He. They are very likely connected to this mysterious organization that sells human organs. Combined with the information just given by Wang Wu and Pan Jinfeng, the organization trafficking human organs is most likely the old pig they are talking about. Lao Zhu buys abducted people from them, cuts off their organs, and then sells them to Organization A, which then sells the organs to individuals or organizations in China who need them. This forms a black industry chain. After listening to Xiao Jiwei's explanation, Zhang Jianjun and others couldn't help but gasp. At that moment, they felt their scalps go cold. No wonder Wang Wu and Pan Jinfeng said that Lao Zhu doesn't care about age or gender when buying people. It seems that what he is interested in is not the person, but the person's organs. This is undoubtedly much more sinful than human trafficking. If people are being bought and sold, at least the people being bought and sold are still alive. But if it is an organ, once the abducted person has his organ removed, that person's life is essentially over. Chapter 94 Old Pig. I didn't expect that. I thought it was just a simple kidnapping case. I didn't expect it would even involve the black industry of buying and selling human organs. Think of this. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but kick Wang Wu. Damn it, you guys deserve to die. I have to say that Zhang Jianjun's kick was quite well crafted. He kicked him directly in the chest, which was the place where Jiang Yang had punched a hole before. Wang Wu couldn't help but scream in pain. When he looked at Pan Jinfeng beside him, Pan Jinfeng was frightened and quickly explained, Officer, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. All this time, we were just doing human trafficking, and we had no idea that Lao Zhu and the others were trying to dig out human organs. If we had known earlier, we definitely wouldn't have traded with them. Zhang Jianjun kicked Wang Wu in the chest again, cursing, "Do you think I will believe it?" Wang Wu under his feet let out another painful wail because of Zhang Jianjun's kick. "Officer, why were you talking to her and kicking me?" However, Zhang Jianjun didn't care at all that he kicked several more times. "My kicking you is not a big deal. You bastards are all the same as that old pig. You can't escape this matter. Wait for the judgment of the law." At this time, Xiao Zhiwei stopped Zhang Jianjun, who wanted to continue attacking, said solemnly, "Okay, now the truth has come to light. The most urgent thing is to find Jiang Yang first. After all, this matter involves the black industry of buying and selling human organs. Those people dare to buy and sell organs. They must be extremely vicious and have taken countless lives. If Jiang Yang chases after him rashly, he might be in danger." What Xiao Zhiwei said does make sense. At that moment, the two of them started to contact each other. Xiao Zhiwei contacted the people who were previously sent to look for Jiang Yang and asked them if they had found Jiang Yang. Zhang Jianjun directly used the communication headset to call Jiang Yang. However, the result was that the people sent by Xiao Zhiwei did not find Jiang Yang, and Zhang Jianjun was unable to contact Jiang Yang. Zhang Jianjun tried to call Jiang Yang again, but the call was still unsuccessful. For a moment, both of their faces became extremely ugly, and the other side, Zhao ran all the way and ran into an abandoned residential building. He was scared, really scared by Jiang Yang. He knows best how powerful Zhao Xiaolei is. The scene of him beating a cow to death with just a few punches a few years ago is still vivid in his mind, but even such a powerful Zhao Xiaolei couldn't withstand even a single move from Jiang Yang. "And what about yourself? How long had you met Jiang Yang?" "Less than a minute, right?" His face was swollen and both arms were broken. With such brutal means, it is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Yang is a devil. Zhao hid in the corner of a room in a residential building, breathing heavily and occasionally looking through the window to observe the situation outside. To prevent Jiang Yang from finding him, however, what horrified him was when he raised his head and looked out the window. I suddenly discovered that Jiang Yang was standing straight at the window. At this moment, Zhao felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his tailbone, and finally to his forehead, and his whole body shuddered. Then he screamed. He got up in a hurry and ran away. But can he escape? As early as the moment he escaped, Jiang Yang used the crime tracking drawn from the system to mark him. No matter how Zhao escapes, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, Jiang Yang can easily find him. And next, Jiang Yang also let Zhao fully experience what true terror is. No matter where he runs to or hides, Jiang Yang always appears like a ghost, and from time to time, he would give him a big bag and take away some of his parts from time to time. Not long after Zhao he was already covered in blood and wounds. After stumbling and falling, he finally ran out of the old factory street and hailed a taxi on the roadside. Old Zhao? The taxi driver was also a resident of Zhouchang Street and obviously knew Zhao. Seeing Zhao's appearance at this time, he was also deeply surprised. "Old Zhao, what's going on with you? Your hand is broken?" Zhao didn't answer him much, but said weakly, "Don't ask any more questions, just go." Although the driver didn't understand what he meant, he nodded quickly, shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the taxi away. In the car, Zhao was covered in blood and sweat on his forehead. He endured the pain in his body, threw his cell phone out of his pocket, and then quickly dialed an unremarked mobile phone number with his toes. After the call is connected, a deep voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. "Are there more goods?" Zhao said hurriedly, "Old pig, something's wrong, save me." Hearing Zhao's anxious words, Lao Zhu on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, then he said sparingly, "The same place." After saying that, the phone was hung up. After hearing what Lao Zhu said, Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning on the back seat of the taxi. "I took a rest." He knew that at this point, only this old pig could save him, but that's why I called him, and since Lao Zhu is willing to see me, then next, as long as I see him, I will be safe. Under Zhao's command, the taxi drove out of Zhouchang Street, galloping all the way. Half an hour later, we drove into a deserted construction site. After the car stopped, Zhao saw Lao Zhu, who had been waiting for him at the construction site. It can be seen that Lao Zhu really wants to help himself, so this time, he brought several helpers with him. Each of them wore a uniform black windbreaker and a black mask, making it impossible to see their faces. They were holding sticks and knives, and looked very intimidating. After getting off the car, the taxi driver didn't even dare to ask Zhao for money. He stepped on the accelerator and left quickly as Zhao Yi seemed to see hope and walked towards Lao Zhu and the others. Zhao Yi came in front of the leading old pig, and was about to fall because of his unstable center of balance. Fortunately, Lao Zhu's accomplices supported him in time and kindly handed Zhao Yi a bottle of water. The leading old pig was looking at Zhao Yi, who was covered in wounds, with great interest. I couldn't help but ask curiously, "Old Zhao, what's going on with you? We've been working together for so long, and I've never seen you so embarrassed." Zhao He took a big gulp of water, then a look of resentment appeared on his face. "Don't mention it. It's still Luo Jianrong. How dare he betray me? Bring the police to arrest me." Wait a moment. Zhao He hasn't finished speaking yet. He was interrupted by Lao Zhu. It was visibly apparent that there was a look of astonishment on Lao Zhu's face and eyes. "You, what the hell did you say? A cop? Did the police make you like this?" Chapter 95, Careless. Through the half-exposed face of the old pig, it is not difficult to see that the old pig is a little surprised at this time. Obviously, Zhao Yi's words shocked him. Were you chased here by the police?" Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes. "Otherwise I wouldn't be so embarrassed." Lao Zhu was immediately furious. He grabbed Zhao Yi by the collar and cursed, "Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? You offended the cops, and you come to me. Are you trying to kill me?" Zhao Yi was a little flustered. I didn't mean to hurt you." "Didn't we meet at the same place you said?" The old pig retorted loudly. "Then you didn't tell me you were messing with the cops." Zhao Yi immediately became dissatisfied and raised his voice. "You didn't ask." Suddenly, the old pig fell silent. He gritted his teeth and looked so fierce that he seemed to want to kill someone, but he also understood that what Zhao Yi said was indeed correct. In order to show off, when Zhao Yi asked me for help, I didn't ask anything and asked him to come to the old place to find me. Without waiting for him to say anything, I hung up the phone. I thought that the people Zhao Yi offended were at most criminals like me who had a few lives on their hands, but he didn't expect that the person he provoked was actually a cop. I was careless, but at this point, saying anything else will not help. The old pig sighed and said, "Never mind. It's just the police. We can afford to offend them. At worst, after I get rid of him, I'll leave here for a while." I heard that Lao Zhu was still willing to help me solve the problem. Zhao Yi immediately burst into tears of gratitude towards him. "Old pig, you are such a brother. Don't worry, as long as you can escape this time, I promise to find more goods for you in the future. And the prices will definitely be more favorable in the future." Then, Zhao Yi seemed to remember something, also admonished, "Oh, right, old pig. The guys on you should be powerful enough, right? The guy chasing me is a little hard to deal with. Without some fire-breathing equipment, you might not be his match." Hearing this, Lao Zhu and his accomplices immediately sneered, with disdain written all over their faces. "Look down on me? You think we've never fought the cops? Most of the cops are just good for show but useless. Let me tell you this, in Rongcheng, as long as it's not that Zhang Yang who's been making a lot of noise lately coming in person, I don't care about other policemen at all." After listening to Lao Zhu, Zhao Yi suddenly fell silent and looked away guiltily, and his expression was naturally caught by Lao Zhu at a glance. Suddenly, a bad premonition emerged in Lao Zhu's heart. The next second, he suddenly grabbed Zhao Yi's collar again and cursed, "Fuck you, Zhao Yi. You're not going to tell me that the cop you offended was Zhang Yang, are you?" Zhao Yi's eyes dodged and he wanted to explain, but after thinking for a long time, he still didn't know what to explain, so he finally raised his head and nodded. Seeing this, Lao Zhu broke through the defense immediately. He kicked Zhao Yi and knocked him to the ground. At this moment, Lao Zhu wanted to chop him to death with a knife. "Your mother, Zhao Yi. Your mother is dead, isn't she? You're about to die, yet you still want to drag me down with you. You actually brought Zhang Yang here with you. You really want to kill me, don't you?" Zhao Yi quickly explained. "Oh no. Old pig. I wanted to tell you the truth on the phone. But you didn't give me a chance. And you were the one who told me to come to the old place to find you. I thought you were sure you could deal with Zhang Yang. If you had told me earlier that you were afraid of him, I wouldn't have come to you, right?" Lao Zhu clenched his fists. There were so many greetings to his family that he couldn't say them. After all, as Zhao Yi said, it was indeed him who did not give him a chance to speak from the very beginning. "I thought the people this guy offended were nothing. I never expected that it was Zhang Yang, the criminal killing machine that has been talked about everywhere recently. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have been so pretentious on the phone." If I had asked about the specific situation carefully, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Oh shit. You've really hurt me this time. Several minutes have passed now, and Lao Zhu doesn't know when Jiang Yang will catch up. He didn't dare stay here and argue with Zhao He about these meaningless things. The most urgent thing is to escape from here before Jiang Yang arrives. Only, it's obviously too late to run now. I only heard the sound of wheels crushing gravel, and looked over to see a taxi slowly driving into the construction site the moment the car door opened. The pupils of Lao Zhu and others shrank, and they subconsciously took a step back. The man who got out of the taxi was in his early 20s, over 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure and handsome features, and the most important thing is, the moment the man got off the car, Lao Zhu and others recognized him at a glance. If not Jiang Yang, then who else could it be? Hold! It's Jiang Yang! At this time, Jiang Yang got out of the car, saw Zhao He, and then his eyes swept over Lao Zhu and others. A red dot suddenly flashed on the crime radar in front of me. Name, Yu Jiaron, nicknamed Lao Zhu, male, 44 years old, a core member of a human organ trafficking organization, suspected of murder, human trafficking, organ trafficking, illegal imprisonment, and rape. Name, Yu Jiayu, male, 44 years old, a core member of a human organ trafficking organization, suspected of murder, human trafficking, organ trafficking, illegal imprisonment, and rape. Name, Song Gaoshan, male, 39 years old, a thug in a human organ trafficking organization, suspected of murder, illegal imprisonment, and rape. Name, Chen Chunmei, female, 32 years old, a thug in a human organ trafficking organization, suspected of murder and illegal imprisonment. ×3. Looking at the information displayed on the crime radar, Jiang Yang couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that, Zhao He. You have help. The most crucial thing is that the crimes committed by Zhao He's helpers are obviously much more serious than those committed by Zhao He, Wang Wu and others. At a quick glance, they were all members of a human organ trafficking organization. I can't imagine that there is such an organized and disciplined human organ trafficking organization hidden in Rongcheng. The seriousness of this matter is probably no less than that of Organization A. I didn't expect that I would find such a big fish while fishing in Zhoua. Jiang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body was filled with fighting spirit. The next second, without waiting for them to say anything, Jiang Yang rushed towards them like an arrow. Chapter 96. Sweating. Jiang Yang's speed is 5 times faster than that of an ordinary person. It is no exaggeration to say that he is like an arrow. In just a few seconds, he arrived in front of Zhao He, who was in the front, and kicked him in the face with his size 44 foot without mercy. Zhao He, who was trying to struggle, was kicked unconscious on the spot. Then he backhanded a whip kick and kicked Song Gaoshan, the strongest fighter beside Zhao He. The speed was so fast that even Song Gaoshan, a professional fighter, couldn't react in time. Jiang Yang's kick, which contained 5 times the force, shattered his shoulder blade and sent him falling to the ground. Jiang Yang's sudden outburst shocked everyone present. His movements were so fast that everyone was dazzled. It wasn't until Song Gaoshan fell down that the others reacted. Seeing this, the other 4 thugs including Chen Chunmei quickly retreated and swung their arms to in an instant. Batons, brass knuckles, and Nepalese machetes appeared in their hands, and then they attacked Jiang Yang together in tacit understanding. I have to say that these people are worthy of being the thugs of the human organ trafficking organization. His skills were indeed not comparable to those criminals Jiang Yang had encountered before. There is a lot of secrets behind every move and every style. With a fighter like this, it would be no problem for him to fight 10 people at once elsewhere. But unfortunately, the person they were facing was none other than Jiang Yang. In front of Jiang Yang, who possessed the king's skills of melee combat and 5 times the strength and speed, all their moves were useless. Facing their fierce attack, Jiang Yang was not afraid at all. He kicked a brick on the ground with his backhand, grabbed it in his hand and went straight to meet them. Bang! Jiang Yang first dodged the attack of one of them with extreme speed, then turned around and hit him on the head with a brick. The terrifying force instantly caused the man's head to bleed and he staggered to the ground. However, the brick in Jiang Yang's hand was somewhat fragile. The moment Jiang Yang hit the man's forehead, it exploded and turned into powder. Although he had no weapon in his hand, it did not affect Jiang Yang's performance at all. Just at this moment, another thug swung a Nepalese machete at Jiang Yang's back, but Jiang Yang seemed to have eyes on his back and dodged the knife easily. You can even grab the opponent's arm with your backhand. Jiang Yang's power is enormous. Having his hand grabbed by Jiang Yang was like being clamped, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Jiang Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Without saying any more nonsense, he twisted his hand lightly, suddenly broke her arm, and then punched the other party. The man's face was smashed and collapsed on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, his teeth and bones were broken, and he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Jiang Yang's actions did not stop there. After getting rid of this man, Zhang Yang didn't even look at him, he just turned sideways. The next bullet hit the thug's forehead, it ended his life in an instant. Zhang Yang turned around and looked at the core members of the organization, Yu Jiarong and Yu Jiayu, who had already raised their pistols, with a slight smile on his face. When they were arresting Yu Chengtian and others from Organization A in the old city before, they had nearly been shot. Naturally, they couldn't be unprepared this time. Sure enough, these Dogecoins all like to play dirty. Seeing Zhang Yang easily dodge their bullets, Yu Jiarong and Yu Jiayu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His face also became extremely ugly. Obviously, no one expected Zhang Yang's skills to be so terrifying. Even more powerful than the legend, they organized a group of top-notch thugs, but they couldn't last more than 3 moves in Zhang Yang's hands. They even attacked him with a gun, but he easily dodged it. At this moment, Zhang Yang was staring at them like a wild beast, and both of them felt sweaty. Damn it, I don't believe it. No matter how awesome you are, you're just an ordinary person. Can you really dodge all my bullets? Under tremendous pressure from Zhang Yang, Yu Jiayu suddenly exploded. He pointed the gun at Zhang Yang and pulled the trigger frantically. Bang! 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 Seeing this, Yu Jiarong immediately took out his pistol and shot at Zhang Yang together. Unexpectedly, they fired several shots in a row, but Zhang Yang actually dodged them one by one with his swift movements. Not only that, Zhang Yang also casually threw the saber he had just snatched towards the two of them, with 5 times the force plus absolute precision. The saber accurately cut off Yu Jiarong's right hand, holding the Gu and I in an instant. Blood splattered and the right hand fell to the ground. Yu Jiarong let out a shrill scream, then fell to the ground, covering his broken arm and wailing in pain. My hand, ah! My hand is gone. Yu Jiayu, who was standing by, was frightened when he saw this scene. In addition, the gun in his hand had run out of bullets, and when he looked at Zhang Yang, who was slowly walking towards him, his legs could not help but tremble. He wanted to run, but his legs were shaking violently with fear and he refused to move. He fell to the ground after running only 2 steps. Zhang Yang took a few steps forward and slapped Yu Jiayu in the face. What are you shaking for? Parkinson's? Yu Jiayu saw stars after being slapped by Zhang Yang. Bang! He fell to his knees on the ground. Officer Jiang. I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't do that again. I'll work like a slave for you. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I just beg you to let me go. Hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately sneered. You think I'll let you go if you beg me? Maybe in the next life. Zhang Yang had no sympathy at all for these evil scums. Not long after, he fainted because he could not bear the severe pain. Then, Zhang Yang looked at Yu Jiarong, who was on the other side. A devilish smile appeared on his face. Chapter 97. You are a criminal, so you call the police. I have to say that Zhang Yang is quite good looking. His smile has always been very sunny. When he was in school, his smile attracted countless senior and junior students, but Zhang Yang's smile can be seen in the eyes of any criminal, but it has changed the taste, become terrifying and horrible. It was like a demon crawling out from hell, coming to take their lives. Therefore, at this moment, he saw Zhang Yang walking towards him with a smile. Yu Jiarong was also frightened and screamed, What do you want to do? Don't come over here. Come any closer and I'll call the police. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment. At first, even Zhang Yang couldn't react and couldn't figure out how a criminal could say call the police. After realizing what was happening, he couldn't help but sneer, call the police? You, a member of a human organ trafficking organization, dared me to call the police? Do you want to watch what you're saying? Besides, I'm a police officer. What do you want to report to the police? Would you like to tell me about it? While speaking, Zhang Yang had already come in front of Yu Jiarong and squatted down, and his face was full of smiles, but it made Yu Jiarong's scalp tingle. Zhang Yang's hand gently patted Yu Jiarong's shoulder, and then, a few seconds later, Zhang Yang hung him up like a dead dog and threatened him coldly. I know you guys are from the same human organ trafficking organization. Now tell me where your organization's lair is. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll suffer more pain than you can bear at your age. Yu Jiarong, whose hands and feet were broken at this moment, shuddered. How could he dare to say no to Zhang Yang? At the moment, he confessed directly, on the 39th floor of Zhengmao building. Perhaps it was because he was suffering from both physical and mental pain. So after finishing his explanation, Yu Jiarong completely fainted. Zhang Yang threw him to the ground without any sympathy and prepared to rush directly to Zhengmao building to wipe out their organization's lair. But before leaving, Jiang Yang stopped again in order to prevent these guys from escaping. They must be incapacitated. After doing all this, call your master to report the current situation. Hey, master. It was not until now that Jiang Yang realized that he had lost his cell phone and intercom headset when he was fighting with Wang Wu, Zhao Xiaolei, and others. So I had to use Zhao Yi's cell phone to call directly. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Jianjun's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Yang? Where are you now? Are you okay? Jiang Yang knew that Zhang Jianjun cared about him, and he felt warm in his heart. Then he said, "Don't worry, master. I'm fine. I called you to report my current situation. Just now, I chased Zhao Yi all the way from Jiuchang Street to an abandoned construction site 2 kilometers west of the Chengdong Expressway exit. Here, I discovered that Wang Wu, Zhao He, and other human traffickers are actually nothing compared to the others. Behind them is a criminal organization that sells human organs. I've just dealt with the several criminal organization members who were here to pick up Zhao He. Master, could you please call a few people over to take them back? I'm going to the 39th floor of Zhangmao building and take down that criminal organization." Zhang Jianjun on the other end of the phone heard Jiang Yang's words. He was also startled and spoke quickly. "Jiang Yang, wait a minute. Don't act on your own." What a pity. After Jiang Yang finished reporting the situation, Zhao Yi's phone happened to shut down automatically due to lack of battery. No matter how Zhang Jianjun tried to persuade and remind him, the call had already been hung up. I tried to call back, but the call never got through. Xiao Jiwei, who was standing by, noticed Zhang Jianjun's situation and quickly asked, "Is it Jiang Yang who called? How is he now?" Zhang Jianjun did not hide anything from Xiao Jiwei. "Tell him everything Jiang Yang just reported. You were right before. Behind this group of human traffickers there is indeed a criminal organization that sells human organs. Jiang Yang just encountered them. Fortunately, there was no danger and he even managed to eliminate several of their members. But now, Jiang Yang is planning to go to Zhangmao building alone and wipe out their lair. The danger is too great. We must go support Jiang Yang now." Xiao Jiwei nodded immediately. So, the two of them issued orders together and assigned tasks. Zhang Jianjun sent people to the abandoned construction site that Jiang Yang had just mentioned and brought Zhao He and others back to the bureau. Xiao Jiwei assembled the criminal police team, ready to go, and rushed to Zhangmao building to support Jiang Yang and wipe out the criminal organization that buys and sells human organs. As the two gave orders, on the streets of Rongqing City, the long sirens that resounded through the sky rang out again. At the same time, Jiang Yang drove the car he had collected from Yu Jiarong and others and arrived at the Zhangmao building. He mentioned Zhangmao building is located in Linjiang district, Rongqing City. 10 years ago, Zhangmao Tower was already one of the most landmark buildings in Rongqing. As times change and society develops, one after another, buildings taller and more luxurious than Zhangmao building are rising from the ground. However, Zhangmao building has never been affected. Until today, the area around and inside the building are still prosperous, but this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that Jiang Yang never imagined that in such a prosperous building, there was a criminal organization that trafficked in human organs. Unimaginable. In such a crowded place, how could they blatantly send abducted people into the building and commit crimes inside? And how did they deal with those corpses one by one? Is it really lawless? Jiang Yang clenched his fists, walked straight into Zhangmao building, and took the elevator to the 39th floor. At the same time, the crime radar was turned on. At this moment, in an instant, dozens of black and red light spots appeared on the radar. Name: Liang Wenlin, male, 34 years old, leader of a human organ trafficking organization, suspected of murder, human trafficking, organ trafficking, illegal imprisonment, rape. Name: Feng Liangjun, male, 44 years old, a core member of a human organ trafficking organization, suspected of murder, human trafficking, organ trafficking, illegal imprisonment, and rape. Name: Shi Yong, male, 28 years old, a thug in a human organ trafficking organization, suspected of murder, illegal imprisonment, and rape. Name: Yi Xiuxiu, female, 32 years old, member of a human organ trafficking organization, suspected of murder and illegal imprisonment, times 88. Chapter 98. So scary. It was not until he arrived at the 39th floor of Zhangmao building that Jiang Yang understood why this group of people could commit crimes so secretly. They actually contracted the entire 39th floor of Zhangmao building. On this floor, there are nearly 100 people crowded together, all of whom are members of the human organ and tissue trade, but it's better this way. If a fight breaks out later, at least we don't have to worry about innocent people being hurt. After Jiang Yang arrived at the 39th floor, he immediately attracted the attention of the organization members. A man with a buzz cut and exaggerated earrings walked towards Zhang Yang, looked him up and down and said, "Who are you, boy? This is not the place for you. Get out." How could Zhang Yang tolerate this? When the man with a crew cut came in front of him, Zhang Yang punched him in the stomach with 5 times the force. Zhang Yang's punch instantly subdued the man with a crew cut. The other members of the organization around them still don't understand what's happening. Zhang Yang had already pulled out his police ID and shouted, "Police! Those who know what's best for them, surrender. Otherwise, he will be your fate." After Zhang Yang shouted like this, everyone was stunned again, and then they all reacted, fuck, police. What's going on? How did the police suddenly find this place? At the same time, someone recognized Zhang Yang at a glance and immediately let out a cry of fear. You are Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang? A criminal killing machine. Fuck. A criminal killing machine. Run. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. When the name Zhang Yang came out of that person's mouth, almost everyone present shuddered with fear. After all, during this period, the name Zhang Yang has become extremely well known. The small police officer in the police station did things more fiercely than the criminal police, and even eradicated the huge organization. Their boss has been telling them repeatedly recently to be careful in their actions, especially not to provoke Zhang Yang. Who could have imagined that they didn't provoke Zhang Yang? But Zhang Yang took the initiative to find them. At this moment, when they heard Zhang Yang's name, they were all frightened and in chaos, then flee in all directions. This scene also made Zhang Yang confused for a moment. My goodness, these people are criminals with murders on their hands, but they are so scared when they see me. Am I that scary? Of course, not everyone here is so cowardly. Soon, a bald man with a body of more than 2 meters tall, strong build, and broad shoulders walked towards them from the front. His voice was like a bell, and his temper was like an angry beast. What's there to be afraid of? What about Zhang Yang? So what if it's a criminal killing machine? It's just a name. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you fall into it. Since you're seeking death yourself, don't blame me. As he spoke, the bald man had already arrived in front of Zhang Yang. Under the gaze of everyone, he tensed his muscles and threw his fist, as big as a sandbag, directly at Zhang Yang's head. Seeing this, Zhang Yang was not afraid at all. He clenched his fist and attacked him. Bang! Ah! A dull sound was heard along with a shrill scream. It was visible to the naked eye that after the two men exchanged punches, the bald man's arm, which was more than 3 times thicker than Zhang Yang's, was broken on the spot. The whole person was knocked back repeatedly by the huge force. On the other hand, Zhang Yang was not only fine, but he even had the strength to attack again. Zhang Yang rushed out with a quick step and punched the bald man in the face. I can't imagine how terrifying the power of Zhang Yang's punches. The bald man, who was nearly twice as big as him, was knocked back by Zhang Yang's punch like a kite with a broken string. It hit the wall behind him, and it seemed as if the wall was smashed into pieces. In the end, the bald man fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Quiet. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Obviously, no one could recover from what just happened. No one could have imagined that the bald man, who was as ferocious and confident as a wild beast just a second ago, could not even withstand a single move from Zhang Yang. Normally in the organization, the bald man's strength is enough to beat everyone present. Moreover, how big is the bald man? He must weigh at least 250 kilograms. Where's Zhang Yang? He looks so small. How is it possible to send the bald guy flying so far with just one punch? At this moment, everyone who saw this scene couldn't believe it, as if it were a dream, but it's no use refusing to believe it. The facts are right in front of us and no one can doubt it, and the next second, everyone came to their senses. It was not because they recovered from their shock, but because Zhang Yang's gaze had just swept over each of them. It was clearly just an ordinary-looking gaze, but after facing Zhang Yang, they felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their whole bodies were cold and suffocating. Depend on. What are you still standing there for? Run! I don't know who suddenly shouted, and everyone woke up completely. Then he ran away screaming and shouting. Everyone, stand still. Whoever dares to run again, I will kill him. Zhang Yang warned loudly, but the effect was mediocre. In anger, Zhang Yang no longer held back. At this moment, Zhang Yang burst out at a speed 5 times faster than that of an ordinary person. Any member of the organization who wanted to escape was easily caught up by Zhang Yang. As for the consequences of being caught up by Zhang Yang, naturally, he suffered a lot in an instant. Shrill screams rang out from the 39th floor of the Zhangmao building. It also attracted passers-by downstairs to look up. What's going on? What happened? Someone's getting beaten. Holy shit. Someone's getting beaten. How brutal. That guy's hand was directly broken. That's nothing. Someone just had their hair ripped out. Just looking at it makes my scalp tingle. And that skinny guy, I saw him get punched over 100 times, his face was swollen by at least 20 kilograms. This is horrific. How could someone do such a cruel and bloody thing in broad daylight? This is completely devoid of conscience and outrageous. Call the police. We must call the police. Arrest that man. What the hell are you reporting? Look carefully at the guy who beat people up. It looks like Officer Jiang Yangjiang. What? Officer Jiang? Holy crap. It's true. If it was Officer Jiang, then doesn't that mean those he beat up are all bad guys? Needless to say? Of course it is. Holy crap. Officer Jiang is awesome. Come on, Officer Jiang. Kill them. Chapter 99, Shooting Conservatively Great Guy Officer Jiang is awesome. This over-the-shoulder throw, 666. Well done. Officer Jiang is so handsome. Officer Jiang, that guy is running behind you, don't let him get away. When they first saw a fight upstairs, many passers-by stood up for justice and condemned the attackers. However, since it was discovered that the person who beat people was Jiang Yang, everyone's attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant. There were constant exclamations and shouts of encouragement, and some even confessed their love for Jiang Yang directly in public. Everyone was happy to watch Jiang Yang deal with these criminals whose crimes no one knew yet. In just a few minutes, Jiang Yang had subdued no less than 30 members of the criminal organization by beating them with his hammer. They had suffered some minor injuries and were wailing in agony. This caused onlookers to exclaim and cheer continuously. On the other hand, the criminals are in deep fear. No matter how they try to escape or how they beg for mercy, it will be of no use. Because they had missed the best opportunity to beg for mercy when Jiang Yang warned them for the first time. Jiang Yang is now bloodthirsty. He is like an angry beast. Wherever he goes, someone will suffer. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people were successfully subdued by him. Just then, bang! A gunshot was heard. The cheers and exclamations from the onlookers suddenly stopped. Instead, there was a subconscious scream out of fear. They looked cautiously towards the 39th floor and found that at this moment, two men in black coats and sunglasses walked out of a room. Eye in his hand, he held a pitch-black pistol. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, their breathing became slow, and even the air seemed to be tightened. Jiang Yang, who had been attacking fiercely, stopped. It's over, that bad guy has a gun. What should Officer Jiang do now? It should be alright, right? When we were arresting the leader of Organization A, Officer Jiang was able to remain unscathed despite being machine-gunned by over 40 men. All passers-by were whispering and talking in low voices. At the same time, everyone began to worry about Jiang Yang. Indeed, in the videos I have seen on the internet before, Jiang Yang was so powerful that he remained brave even when facing more than 40 senior executives of Organization A. But it's just a video after all. Watching videos is different from experiencing it in real life. When people saw two black pistols pointing at Jiang Yang, they still couldn't help but worry about Jiang Yang from the bottom of their hearts. And just at this moment, Jiang Yang suddenly moved. Jiang Yang was extremely fast and disappeared from people's sight in almost the blink of an eye. When people saw Jiang Yang again, he had already rushed to the two men in black with guns. Crack! Following a crisp sound, what followed was a shrill scream from one of the men in black. People saw that in just a short moment, the gun in the hand of one of the men in black had already flown out. The other man in black was obviously frightened and subconsciously shot at Jiang Yang, but Jiang Yang was faster. Almost at the moment he fired the gun, Jiang Yang had already slapped out with his palm. The moment the gun went off, he successfully knocked the gun away. The man in black still wanted to resist, but he no longer had the chance. A moment later, the scene returned to silence once again. But just 2 seconds later, the onlookers downstairs who had watched the whole process couldn't help but burst into deafening cheers and screams again. Fuck! That's awesome! So cool! Is this Officer Zhang's strength? When I saw the video online before, I didn't believe it was real. I thought it was the government creating a deification. Now I admit that Officer Jiang is truly awesome. How did he manage to rush in front of those two people in such a split second? He was faster than my eyes. I don't know, but I know that based on that scene just now, Officer Jiang can already be deified. They're no match for Officer Jiang even with a gun, so what else can these criminals do to Officer Jiang? I used to think those war dramas were outrageous, but after seeing Officer Jiang take action today, I realized that not only were they not outrageous, they were even conservative. While the onlookers were talking about it, Jiang Yang on the 39th floor suddenly saw two extremely dark spots of light on the Sin radar, moving rapidly away from him. Name: Liang Wenlin, male, 34 years old, leader of a human organ trafficking organization, suspected of murder, human trafficking, organ trafficking, illegal imprisonment, rape. Name: Luo Kun, male, 35 years old, leader of a human organ trafficking organization, suspected of murder, human trafficking, organ trafficking, illegal imprisonment, rape. The leaders of these two organ trafficking organizations are obviously trying to escape, but after being targeted by Jiang Yang, can they still escape? Obviously impossible. Jiang Yang immediately sped up his actions and dealt with the remaining dozens of organization members. Jiang Yang sped up and chased after Liang Wenlin and Luo Kun. I have to say that these two leaders of the organ trafficking organization are quite cunning. They even knew how to escape separately. But it doesn't help at all. Jiang Yang was the first to catch up with Luo Kun, who was about to escape from the elevator and kicked the elevator door open. Luo Kun was pulled directly out of the elevator and was easily rendered incapacitated. Then he flipped over and actually jumped directly from the guardrail on the 39th floor to the next floor. It just happened to block Liang Wenlin, who was trying to escape through the safety passage. Chapter 100. Don't eat beef. I have to say that Liang Wenlin is much smarter than Luo Kun. He was prepared and knew that Jiang Yang would catch up with him, but SOA black rifle was already slung around his waist. The moment he saw Jiang Yang falling from the building, he showed no mercy and opened fire at Jiang Yang crazily. In this situation, even if Jiang Yang was very skilled, he would not be able to escape. If it were in the past, Jiang Yang would have been shot into a hornet's nest, but who told Jiang Yang to just draw an invisible bulletproof vest from the system not long ago? The moment Liang Wenlin fired the gun, Jiang Yang immediately silently instructed the system to put on an invisible bulletproof vest for him. In a thousandth of a second, the invisible bulletproof vest's weight of several hundred kilograms pressed down on Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang only felt his body sink, but his heart became full of confidence. Black rifle bullet shot wildly at Jiang Yang, but less than 10 centimeters in front of Jiang Yang. They were all blocked and bounced away. At the beginning, Liang Wenlin thought that Jiang Yang would definitely die if shot at such a close distance. I will also be the first person to kill the criminal killing machine, but soon, he found that something was wrong. Those bullets couldn't hit Jiang Yang at all. Every bullet, when it hit Jiang Yang, seemed to be blocked by an invisible protective shield. At this moment, Liang Wenlin was stunned. The gun in his hand can easily take a person's life as long as he shoots accurately, even if he is hundreds of meters away. But now, even though the distance was so close, he couldn't hit Jiang Yang. Damn it. What the hell is this? At this moment, Liang Wenlin's mind was spinning wildly, and he came up with countless guesses, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. How did Jiang Yang do it? If this is not reality, yet he even suspected that Jiang Yang might be cheating, and in that brief moment of distraction, he had already lost his last chance to escape. Jiang Yangcheng withstood Liang Wenlin's bullets and rushed towards him. He was well aware of the crimes he had committed over the years, and that he would be doomed if arrested, and if caught by Jiang Yang, he would be beaten to a pulp. So Liang Wenlin even tried to commit suicide by swallowing a bullet, but in front of Jiang Yang, he didn't even have the chance to commit suicide by swallowing a bullet. Don't want. After Jiang Yang knocked the gun out of his hand, Liang Wenlin was pinned to the ground and screamed in fear, but Jiang Yang showed no mercy. And next, it is a long and happy love education for him. Wow. Outside the gate of Zhangmao building, police cars were speeding. Soon the entire Zhangmao building was surrounded. Zhang Jianjun and Xiao Jiwei led a team and rushed in with a large number of police officers, but the next second, they were all stunned. I saw that the lobby on the first floor of Zhangmao building was blocked by a temporary cordon, and within the cordon, there were dozens of people whose lives and deaths were unknown, piled up in a mess like a small mountain. Jiang Yang squatted in front of one of the fat men who was kneeling on the ground with a bruised face and snot, tears, and saliva all over the floor. Pointing to the takeaway in the hand of a delivery man not far away, he said with a smile, "Guess whether he added chopped green onions to the beef noodles he just had? If you answer correctly, I'll let you go." The fat man was obviously in great pain and was extremely scared, but he was afraid that he would suffer the same punishment again, so he thought about it quickly in his mind, but unexpectedly, before he could open his mouth, Jiang Yang rushed to say, "I'm just kidding. I don't eat beef. The fat man was confused. No. He didn't have time to think, and he couldn't think anymore then. Jiang Yang stood up and turned to come to Zhang Jianjun and Xiao Jiwei. Jiang Yang straightened up, his face solemn. Report to the master, Captain Xiao. A human organ trafficking organization, totaling 92 members, has been arrested. At this moment, Jiang Yang stood as straight as a pine tree, and his whole body was filled with the sense of justice of a policeman. Zhang Jianjun, Xiao Jiwei, and others felt their scalps tingling after watching this. Certainly, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, Jiang Yang actually said that all members of the human organ trafficking organization have been arrested. Zhang Jianjun's eyes widened, and Xiao Jiwei also felt incredible. Quickly asked, Jiang Yang, are you telling the truth? Are all the members of the organization here? No one escaped? Jiang Yang didn't answer. Instead, he glanced at the members of the criminal organization behind him. Just one glance frightened the few members of the organization who still had some consciousness and nodded repeatedly. Officer, no more, no more. Yeah. Except for you, Jiayu, and the others who were dealt with by Officer Jiang, all of us are here. Make sure nothing slips through the net. After hearing this, Jiang Yang turned around and answered confidently, a report. I promise there isn't one. Jiang Yang is still very confident in his methods. I'm afraid none of these guys dare to lie to me. After getting the guarantee, Zhang Jianjun and Xiao Jiwei couldn't help but look at each other. His eyes were full of shock. After all, this is a criminal organization that traffics in human organs. In the eyes of this group of people, people are nothing more than spare parts and commodities to be sold for money. They are cruel and ruthless, and Jiang Yang, alone, actually captured them all. There are only two words to describe this situation. That's perverted and outrageous. Xiao Jiwei looked at Jiang Yang, and after a while he finally praised him. Jiang Yang, well done. Then he ordered his men to take all the criminals that Jiang Yang had dealt with back. Zhang Jianjun looked Jiang Yang up and down, his eyes showing obvious worry. Boy, are you okay? Are you hurt? Jiang Yang said with a smile, thank you for your concern, master. I'm fine. They can't hurt me. When Zhang Jianjun heard that Jiang Yang was not injured, he finally felt relieved. However, after hearing what Jiang Yang said later, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in annoyance. You stinky boy. Could you please not act on your own next time? I know you're a capable guy, but I'm not afraid of 1,000 things, I'm afraid of one. What if you get hurt? Jiang Yang also knew that Zhang Jianjun was worried about him, so I nodded obediently. Got it, master. Of course, knowing is knowing, but whether it can be done is hard to say. Chapter 101 New News. Next, it's time to clean up the scene. A total of 92 members of the criminal organization that trafficked in human organs were taken into police cars one by officers from the criminal police team. Afterwards, they also conducted a comprehensive search and evidence collection on the 39th floor of Zhengmao Building. On the 39th floor, they found a crude operating room covered in blood. There is also a pool of water that is extremely corrosive. Apparently, this is where they removed the organs of their victims and destroyed their bodies. In an office, they found the computer of Luo Cohen, the leader of the criminal organization. The computer records their transaction records over the years in detail. 42 hearts, 82 kidneys, livers, lungs, corneas. The price of each organ varies. If we calculate based on these organs, it means that in just 3 years, more than 40 or nearly 50 people died at their hands. Anyone who saw these transaction records would be stunned and furious. Damn it. Damn it! These bastards. They deserve to die. More than 40 innocent people. Many of the victims were not even adults yet, but they were killed by these beasts. Damn it! The law saved them. If it weren't for the law, I would have killed them right now. Just wait. When I get back, I'll definitely find someone to take good care of them. I will make them experience what it means to be unable to live or die. Soon, all the evidence was collected. All 92 members of the criminal organization were brought back to the criminal police team. Faced with conclusive evidence, they confessed to the crimes they had committed. The next process is very simple. The criminal police team will bring charges to court for the most serious crimes. For these people, each of them must have a peanut, and until they get to eat peanuts, their lives won't be much better. Anyway, Xiao Jiwei has already greeted his colleagues in the prison and will definitely take good care of them. At the entrance of the Municipal Bureau's criminal police team, Xiao Jiwei came to Jiang Yang, who had been waiting for a long time. I handed him a cigarette and lit it together. Xiao Jiwei then spoke. The matter is resolved. These guys are finished. Jiang Yang, you've accomplished another great feat. You single-handedly dismantled an entire human organ trafficking organization. This is probably at least another second-class merit. Jiang Yang smiled when he heard that. After taking a deep puff of cigarette, he sighed and said, "In fact, sometimes I think I would rather not take credit. I just hope there are no criminals in this world." Indeed, these achievements are a great honor for anyone, including Jiang Yang, but all these achievements were earned by him by arresting one criminal after another. The appearance of these criminals means that there will be victims and sad people. This time, Zhao Xiaoyang was accompanied by his mother. Last time, Wang Tiantian was accompanied by her grandmother. There are too many, countless victims and their families. Whenever Jiang Yang saw these people who were unable to control themselves, suffered unexpected disasters, and endured the pain of separation from life and death, his heart felt as if it was blocked and uncomfortable. Therefore, he would rather not have these merits and hope that there will be no more criminals in this world. Xiao Jiwei patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder and said, "To be honest, it's not just you, this is the common wish of almost every one of us police officers. But you have to know that people have desires, and in order to satisfy their desires, some people are willing to take risks. We can't stop criminals from appearing. All we can do is ensure that those who have committed crimes are punished by law." Then Xiao Jiwei added, "Okay, don't be sad anymore. You have a bright future ahead of you. Catching more criminals depends on your hard work. Cheer up for me. By the way, let me tell you something interesting." Jiang Yang looked at him and asked, "What's up?" Xiao Jiwei said, "Do you remember the 3 tomb robbers you captured during the siege of the old city?" Jiang Yang thought about it and immediately thought of Ace, Fatty and Monkey. It has to be said that these 3 people left a very deep impression on Jiang Yang. The 3 people had very different personalities, and they were the only group of tomb robbers caught in that operation. It's impossible not to remember it, Jiang Yang said. "Remember? What happened?" Xiao Jiwei asked again. "Then you still remember that Ace, how his strength skyrocketed after he ate Lao Gan Ma?" After arresting them, the team immediately found a group of experts to conduct a study on his physical condition. Guess what happened? Xiao Jiwei's words also aroused Jiang Yang's curiosity. When Jiang Yang learned that A's strength would increase dramatically after eating Lao Gan Ma, he was extremely curious about this matter, but because there were still actions to take, I couldn't understand it in depth. When Xiao Jiwei brought this up again, Jiang Yang immediately became interested. So I asked curiously, "What's going on?" Xiao Jiwei couldn't help but say, "This guy, there's no such thing as bloodline or genes. It's simply that this guy is allergic to capsaicin. After eating food containing capsaicin, the skin rashes and heart rate increase, which leads to mental excitement. To put it simply, the effect is similar to an athlete taking stimulants." After hearing what Xiao Jiwei said, Jiang Yang was stunned at first, and then both of them felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Jiang Yang has always believed that Ace really has a bloodline, but he never expected that the truth would be like this. This was indeed somewhat beyond Jiang Yang's expectations. Then, Jiang Yang remembered something and asked Xiao Jiwei, "By the way, did you find out anything about Pan Yu that I asked you to help me with?" Xiao Jiwei took a puff of cigarette and said, "I came to you this time just to tell you about this." Hearing this, Jiang Yang raised his eyebrows. Pan Xianwan's brother Pan Yu suddenly disappeared because he was investigating Huang Yeye's affairs. After learning that Huang Yeye was from Organization A, Jiang Yang had a hunch that Pan Yu's disappearance was most likely related to Organization A. Therefore, after all the members of Organization A were arrested, Jiang Yang asked Xiao Jiwei to ask his men to inquire about Pan Yu when they were interrogating the members of Organization A.S. Expected, there was news about Pan Yu so soon. Now Jiang Yang also asked immediately, "What news? Hurry up and tell me." Xiao Jiwei put out his cigarette and spoke slowly. Dead. Chapter 102 Master Mo what? Dead? Hearing this, Jiang Yang was stunned for a second. In fact, Jiang Yang had anticipated this situation before, but when Xiao Jiwei said this news so bluntly, Jiang Yang still found it difficult to accept. "How did he die?" Xiao Jiwei replied, "You know, Huang Yeye is a member of Organization A. But you might not know that Huang Yeye is no ordinary person. Leveraging her attractive appearance, she's had affairs with several high-ranking members of Organization A. As a result, she's held considerable leverage over them. To protect them from being threatened by Huang Yeye, she was eliminated. Pan Yu was responsible for investigating the cause of Huang Yeye's death. As the investigation deepened, he discovered many unknown facts about Organization A. and thus brought about a fatal disaster. Zhang Yang still didn't want to believe it. With hope in his eyes, he was about to speak. Xiao Jiwei had already guessed what Zhang Yang wanted to say, and simply shook his head to interrupt Zhang Yang. Frankly speaking, it was Wang Changming, one of the 3 leaders of Organization A, who personally killed Pan Yu. After they beat the man to death, they threw him directly into the sea. In other words, the possibility of Pan Yu surviving is almost zero. Zhang Yang was silent, his eyes were lost in thought, and he couldn't help but think of Pan Xianwan Dai in order to find her brother. She tried every possible way to investigate for a full 8 years. One can imagine how important her brother is to her. I don't know if she could accept it if she knew that the brother she had been looking for 8 years was actually dead, because there was some work to do at the institute. Zhang Yang worked overtime. When he returned home, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. As soon as Zhang Yang returned home, he saw Pan Xianwan sitting at his door. She hugged her knees with her hands and buried her head between her arms. She looked haggard and sad. At her feet were wine bottles of various sizes. He reeked of alcohol, obviously having drunk quite a bit. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yang knew something about her brother. Pan Xianwan obviously already knew it. Come to think of it, Pan Xianwan's power is much greater than I imagined. I was thinking about whether to hide it from her before, but I was obviously too naive. Zhang Yang sighed and walked forward, carried her into the house. Zhang Yang was not good at speaking and didn't know how to comfort her. Moreover, this kind of thing probably couldn't be alleviated by comfort alone. So Zhang Yang simply opened a bottle of wine and started drinking with Pan Xianwan. I just hope the alcohol can numb her. The night gradually deepened, the noise outside completely subsided. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard on a quiet street. He was a man wearing glasses. He looked panicked and frightened. He was running for his life as fast as he could. From time to time, he would turn around and look behind him, check to see if anyone is chasing you. Perhaps he was too panicked, and the night was too dark, so he didn't run far before he tripped over a hole in the ground and fell to the ground. The documents in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. This time, he seemed even more panicked, and the deep fear made his breathing rapid. At this moment, he no longer cared about the documents on the ground. He wanted to get up and run for his life, but the next second, his movements came to an abrupt halt. In front of him, a black figure walked towards him slowly. In the darkness, he couldn't see the face of the person in front of him, but it did not prevent his heart from being filled with deeper fear. With a bang, he called out to the other party and begged for mercy at the top of his lungs. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Can you let me go? I promise that I will never appear in Rongqing again, and I will never appear in front of him again. I am also willing to give up everything I have now. I just beg you to let me go. Please, let me go, okay? However, no matter what he said, the black figure that had come in front of him remained unmoved. The next second, a cold light flashed by cleanly and neatly, and scarlet blood splattered. The man with glasses eventually lost his life in endless fear and regret, and fell straight to the ground in a pool of blood. After dealing with the man with glasses, the black figure turned and left, but at this moment, his footsteps suddenly stopped. When I looked back, I was shocked to see 2 figures, a man and a woman, slowly walking out from the dark corner. As they walked, the 2 of them applauded and praised. Master Mo's methods are still as strong as they were back then. Yes, still as decisive and efficient as before. After seeing you today, we are truly impressed. The man called Master Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of threat in his eyes. However, after seeing the 2 people coming instead, a hint of surprise appeared in Mr. Mo's eyes. Someone under Zhang Long? The man and woman nodded non-committally. I didn't expect that Master Mo still remembered Master Long. The 2 wanted to say something, but Mr. Mo interrupted them directly, indifferently. Stop talking so much nonsense. Just tell me why Zhang Long asked you to come to me. Being interrupted by the other party, the 2 of them were stunned for a moment, but they did not feel unhappy at all. After all, the other party's status and ability are worthy of his arrogance. The 2 of them didn't say any more nonsense. Instead, they directly stated their purpose. Master Mo, Master Long asked us to come find you. I hope you can help us get rid of someone. Mr. Mo didn't even raise his eyelids and asked indifferently, who? The woman opposite handed over a photo, and the person in the photo was Zhang Yang. The woman introduced, this man's name is Zhang Yang. If you've been online or paying attention to the news recently, you must have heard of his name. This guy is currently just a police officer at the East Street Police Station, but his methods are brutal. He has already caught no fewer than 1,000 criminals. Even the group in Organization A was uprooted by this guy. In the underworld, this guy has been dubbed the criminal killing machine and is quite famous for a while. Master Long is worried that he will be targeted by this guy one day, so he wants to take the initiative and kill him. So the first person he thought of was you, Master M.O. Mr. M.O., look, after listening to the other party's introduction, Mr. M.O. just nodded calmly, then he put the photo in his jacket pocket, new. 3 days. Prepare 50 million. I will come back to you with John Yang's head to get the money. Chapter 103. People who are full of hope should not be let down. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang woke up from his sleep. Looking around the room, he found that the mess from last night had been cleaned up, and Pan Xianwan was nowhere to be seen. There was another text message on the phone. It turned out that Pan Xianwan had sent it last night. Brother Zhang Yang, I'm glad to see you. When you wake up, I should have already set out to find my brother again. I have always had a feeling in my heart that my brother might not be dead. I don't know if this is just my delusion or my obsession, but it doesn't matter. Even if it's all true, I hope I can find his body and bring him home. It's been a pleasure spending time with you. I'm so glad that when I came to this strange city, I was able to meet you, a brother with an overflowing sense of justice and a simple and kind heart. I'm leaving, don't worry. There aren't many words in the text message, but after reading it, Zhang Yang suddenly felt relieved. The news of Pan Yu's death was actually quite sudden. Zhang Yang had no idea how Pan Xianwan would feel after finding out that the brother she had been looking for 8 years was dead. I am also worried that she will become negative and depressed. It was not until he saw this text message that Zhang Yang finally felt relieved. Pan Xianwan started looking for her brother again, although she didn't know whether her brother was still alive, even though the probability was extremely slim, but at least it gave Pan Xianwan a goal and motivation to move forward. After being distracted for a moment, Zhang Yang also edited a text message, Bon voyage and may you have success. Deep down, Zhang Yang hopes that Pan Xianwan can find her brother. After all, people who are full of hope should not be let down. Today is the weekend, no work. So after Zhang Yang woke up, he stayed in bed for a while, which was rare. Suddenly I remembered that we arrested so many criminals yesterday, and I was still counting our gains. At this moment, I am also reciting it silently in my heart. Open the system panel. Frowny face. Host, Zhang Yang. Age, 23. Strength, 58. Average for ordinary people is 10. Speed, 57. Average is 10. Skills, Crime Radar /240M, King of Melee, Sin Fist, Enhanced Sense of Smell, Driving Mastery, Enhanced Deterrence, Crime Tracking, Confession Slap, Absolute Precision Items, Healing Potion ×1, Invisible Bulletproof Vest ×1 points, 35,556, can be used for lottery and radar range upgrade. When I saw that my system points had once again reached more than 30,000 points, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. He first took out 10,000 points to increase the detection range of the evil radar to 290 meters. There were still more than 25,000 points left, but Zhang Yang was not in a hurry to draw the lottery, but get up quickly. I ran into the bathroom, took a bath and burned incense, then started the lottery with full sincerity. Suddenly, the familiar lottery wheel appeared again and the pointer started spinning. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Strength +3. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Speed +2. Ding! The lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. A water cup. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Healing Potion X1. Ding! The lucky draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Photographic Memory. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Disguise. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for winning. Improved Observation. Photographic Memory. You will gain an ultimate memory, and you will remember everything you see and hear in just 0.01 seconds. Disguise. You will gain the ultimate disguise skill. Theoretically, given enough time, you can disguise yourself as anyone in the world. A disguise kit is included and has been placed in the system space. The host can access it at any time. Improved Observation. Your observation skills will be greatly improved. No clues will escape your eyes and your 5 senses. Soon, the 12 draws were over. I have to say that burning incense while bathing is very useful. The prizes from this lucky draw were quite bountiful, except for the water cup. Almost all the others are useful and good things. First of all, strength and speed are naturally needless to say. The more of these things that improve your physical attributes, the better. This time, he got 10 points of strength and 8 points of speed. Directly increase your strength and speed to more than 60 points, more than 6 times the average attribute value of ordinary people. Feeling the tremendous changes taking place throughout his body, Jiang Yang felt more confident in fighting criminals in the future. In addition to attribute points, this time I actually won a bottle of healing potion, I have to say. Healing potion is really a good thing, living dead, flesh and bones. As long as a person still has breath, the healing potion can pull them back from the brink of death. The healing potion played a huge role when a bomb was placed on the police car and when Tang Tian was rescued from Rosen. Unfortunately, the number of healing potions is too small. After using 2 bottles, only 1 bottle was left, and Jiang Yang always regarded this last bottle as a treasure. There are many times when facing danger, we will be more or less hesitant for fear of wasting this last bottle of healing potion, and now, I've drawn another bottle of healing potion. Next time when I face those criminals, I can let go and deal with them. In addition to the above rewards, what really made Jiang Yang happy about this lottery was that he drew 3 new skills, and each one of them is a super practical skill. First of all, it goes without saying that you have to have a photographic memory. There are so many things that need to be remembered in any industry, and having a photographic memory can almost be said to be a skill that everyone dreams of. And if I have a photographic memory and improve my observation skills, it will definitely be a powerful weapon for me to investigate and handle cases in the future. Take the last case of Wang Tiantian's murder as an example. If I had these 2 skills at that time, I would have been able to find the key fish scale earlier and solve the case faster. In Jiang Yang's opinion, the final disguise technique is not that effective. As a tough policeman, if I see a criminal, of course I will just go up and beat him up. Why do we need so many fancy things? But then he thought again, his reputation is growing, and it is possible that some criminals will see him from afar and run away early. With this disguise technique, this situation can be solved perfectly. Chapter 104. Suspected of being a criminal. After the lottery was over, Jiang Yang, feeling satisfied, changed into a clean sweatshirt and overalls. He put on a black mask and went out. Now Pan Xianwan has left. It was naturally not possible for him to continue staying in her house. In addition, during this period of time, he had accumulated more than 4.5 million in bonuses due to his achievements. So Jiang Yang thought, why not take advantage of the free time this weekend to buy himself a house and a car? With a house, I will have a place to settle down in this city. With a car, traveling and commuting will be much more convenient in the future. So, let's do it. Jiang Yang first went to the nearest Hongqi 4S store and picked up a Hongqi HS5 with full payment. The Hongqi HS5 has received mixed reviews online, but that doesn't stop Jiang Yang from liking it. In addition, the price of just over 200,000 yuan is suitable for his identity as a police officer, so this car naturally became Jiang Yang's best choice. When paying and signing the contract, facial verification is required. So Jiang Yang had to take off his mask. The result was that he was recognized by the staff of the 4S store on the spot. So the staff all went crazy, as if they had seen their idol, asking Jiang Yang for autographs and taking photos. There was a little girl who didn't know if it was intentional, but took advantage of the chaos and kissed Jiang Yang on the face. Seeing this, the old man next door, who was also looking at the car, was so tempted that he immediately waved his hand and bought an HS5 in full. However, even if he bought the same car as Jiang Yang, he would not be able to enjoy the same treatment as Jiang Yang. Especially later, when he asked the little girl for a kiss, not only did he not get the kiss he wanted, but the little girl thought he was a hooligan and slapped him in the face. After buying the car and putting up a temporary license plate, Jiang Yang drove directly to the sales office of Manfanding Community. Jiang Yang had previously learned about the Manfanding Community. The community environment was very good and the surrounding facilities were also complete, although the price was slightly higher than other surrounding communities. But Jiang Yang always believes that you get what you pay for, so there must be a reason why something is expensive. The most important thing is that I will definitely be transferred to other units in the future, although I don't know which unit I will be transferred to yet. But if nothing unexpected happens, it should be one between the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Police Team and the Special Police Team. The location of Manfanding Community is right between the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Police Team and the Special Police Team. No matter which unit or department I am transferred to in the future, it won't be far to drive to and from get off work. Soon, Jiang Yang arrived at the sales center of Manfanding Community. As soon as I parked the car, a salesperson from the sales center came out to greet me with a smile. "Hello sir, you." The salesperson's smile stopped abruptly when he was halfway through his words. Instead, he showed a shocked expression, pointing at Jiang Yang and hesitatingly saying, You are Officer Jiang Yang Jiang?" Jiang Yang raised his eyebrows and was surprised for a second. Can you recognize me even when I'm wearing a mask? The salesperson chuckled, yes. I am so impressed by you. My brother's name is Zheng Depeng. That day on Zhongshan Road, you broke his hands and feet and sent him to jail. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was stunned. Obviously, I didn't expect that it would be such a coincidence that I would meet the criminal's brother when buying a house. He immediately turned on the crime radar and detected the salesperson in front of him. The salesperson immediately noticed the suspicion and hostility in Zhang Yang's eyes, and was immediately frightened and hurriedly explained, Officer Jiang, please don't misunderstand. I'm not a criminal. I don't mean to blame you at all. My brother has been uneducated and has always loved to mingle with society. He's been a real headache for our whole family. Now that you've sent him in for reform and education, we can't thank you enough. After hearing this explanation, and after the crime radar confirmed that the other party was not a criminal, Zhang Yang nodded. He said with a smile, so that's how it is. Then he silently loosened his fist, which he had inadvertently clenched. The salesperson breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and quickly changed the subject. Officer Jiang, what are you doing here? Are you here to investigate? The salesperson moved closer to Zhang Yang and lowered his voice by several decibels. Officer Jiang, let me help you. I seriously suspect that our leader is actually a criminal. Look, that's the bald guy over there who just came out of the office. Oh? When Zhang Yang heard his words, he followed his gaze and looked into the hall, curious, why? The salesperson immediately responded, our leaders are such fucking bastards. They don't pay us for being early, and they deduct 200 yuan for being late for even 1 minute. They make people stay and work late into the night, no matter what they do, and they don't even pay them overtime. If we don't do a small job well, they'll deduct our wages. I've worked so hard for him for so many years, but my salary hasn't increased, yet the promises he makes are getting bigger and bigger. Until now, I still have to ride a shared bike to go to work, but he drives a BMW. Officer Jiang, I now seriously suspect he is a criminal. Officer Jiang, why don't you arrest him and investigate? Hearing his words, Zhang Yang suddenly felt at a loss whether to laugh or see or why. It seems that the things this guy said are what most leaders in the country would do, right? This has nothing to do with criminals. Looking at the thick resentment on his face that was enough to directly cultivate an evil sort immortal, Zhang Yang knew at a glance that this guy was simply angry. At that moment, he kindly comforted her, okay? I know you're upset with your leader, but, however, before Zhang Yang could finish his words, he was suddenly stunned. I saw the leader walking towards me in the hall, as if he had entered the detection range of the crime radar. At the first moment, a red dot of light appeared on the crime radar. Name, Ji Guanghua, male, 34 years old, foreign spy, lurking in China for 5 years, providing intelligence to other countries no less than 100 times, earning over 6 million yuan in espionage fees. After seeing the information displayed on the crime radar, Zhang Yang was suddenly startled. Then, without saying anything, he rushed towards Ji Guanghua in the sales hall. Chapter 105. Prostrating. The next second, Ji Guanghua was knocked to the ground by Zhang Yang. The sudden scene stunned everyone in the sales hall. The air seemed to freeze for a second at this moment. The next second, Ji Guanghua spoke first. He used up his last bit of strength and struggled to get up, pointing at Zhang Yang and cursing, you, why did you hit me? The security guard. Where's the security guard? Catch this man for me. It wasn't until Ji Guanghua spoke that everyone reacted. All of a sudden, everyone went crazy. What era is this? How dare someone still assault someone in broad daylight? Are there any laws left? The few customers in the sales center were all shocked and angry. The staff in the sales center were deeply surprised, but also secretly happy. It was obvious that these staff had been oppressed by Ji Guanghua for a long time. Of course, as a security guard at the sales center, after seeing this scene, he naturally had to step forward to stop Zhang Yang. So, under Ji Guanghua's shouting, 4 or 5 security guards rushed over and surrounded Zhang Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Yang did not hide anything and took out his police officer ID from his pocket and took off his mask at the same time. Shengdao Police. Zhang Yang didn't need to say much. The police ID in his hand and his face would naturally speak for him. The moment Zhang Yang showed his police ID, the security guard who was about to step forward to stop Zhang Yang suddenly stopped. The other sales staff and customers in the sales center were also shocked. He's actually a policeman? He's not only a policeman, he's also Officer Jiang. Oh my god. It's Officer Jiang. He's just as handsome and rough as he looks online. I love him. If he is Officer Jiang, then Mr. G must be. I have to say that at this moment, everyone's minds were working very fast. Since he is Jiang Yang, then isn't Ji Guanghua a criminal? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Ji Guanghua at the same time. Ji Guanghua obviously recognized Jiang Yang. His face turned pale in an instant, and then he turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, no criminal has ever been able to escape from Jiang Yang. The moment Ji Guanghua wanted to escape, Jiang Yang had already rushed towards him. In less than 2 seconds, Jiang Yang grabbed his shoulders on both sides and pushed him to the ground. After a while, Ji Guanghua was so moved that he burst into tears and stopped struggling. Jiang Yang shook his sore hands, then he looked at the crowd around him and said, "Please call the police and tell them I've caught a spy here." If it was an ordinary criminal, Jiang Yang could easily bring him back to the police station by himself, but if it involves espionage, which endangers national security, the national security will have to be mobilized. When everyone present heard Jiang Yang say that Ji Guanghua was a spy, they were shocked, especially the staff at the sales center. All of them couldn't help but widen their eyes at this moment. What? President Ji is actually a spy? Is this true? How could this be fake? That's Officer Jiang. He's caught so many criminals, when has he ever missed one? The key is, how did he figure out that Mr. G was a spy? They're police officers, after all. Of course they have their own way of analyzing things. If ordinary people like us don't understand, we shouldn't ask. At the beginning, many people were more or less a little bit skeptical. After all, many people here are old employees and have known Ji Guanghua for so long, so they can't believe that he would be a spy. It was not until Jiang Yang tortured Ji Guanghua in front of everyone and forced him to confess everything. Everyone finally believed in Ji Guanghua's identity as a spy, and couldn't help but sigh at the same time. Oh my god! Boss Ji is actually a spy. I never expected it. I really didn't expect that. When I met Officer Jiang just now, I just casually said that old man Ji Guanghua might be a criminal, but it turned out that he really is. This is so exciting. The spy is right next to me? That's good. I won't have to be oppressed by this bastard anymore. Being a spy. That's a damnable crime. Not long after, the big boss behind Manfangting and the police from the National Security Bureau rushed over. There were 4 police officers from the National Security Bureau. After they arrived, they first looked at Ji Guanghua, who was beaten beyond recognition on the ground, and then looked at Jiang Yang. He saluted towards Jiang Yang and said, "Are you Jiang Yang? I heard you caught a foreign spy here. Is that the one on the ground?" Jiang Yang responded, "Right. Before you came, I conducted a brief interrogation. This guy's name is Ji Guanghua. He's been lurking in China for 5 years, providing intelligence abroad no less than 100 times, and earning millions. Please take him back and interrogate him thoroughly." Finished, Jiang Yang turned and walked towards Ji Guanghua, picked him up from the ground, and slapped him in the face again. Finally, he used the refreshing effect of the fist of sin to wake him up. "Go back to the bureau with them later and tell them everything honestly. Did you hear that? If I find out you're hiding anything or telling a lie, I'll fucking kill you." Listen, words like "you'll die" actually came out of the mouth of a policeman, who is the criminal after all. At this moment, Ji Guanghua was really scared by Jiang Yang. She nodded repeatedly while crying, not daring to disobey Jiang Yang in the slightest. After he was sent to his brothers at the National Security Bureau, he hugged the National Security Bureau police's thighs with tears in his eyes. "Uncle Police, why did you come just now? Take me away now. I never want to see Officer Jiang again." Woo! Seeing this scene, everyone present, including Goen's colleagues, couldn't help but sigh in surprise. Everyone knows that Jiang Yang is a criminal killing machine and the nightmare of all criminals, but before that, everyone only saw it on the internet. It wasn't until today that they finally saw it with their own eyes. Everyone was full of admiration for Jiang Yang's methods. Seeing Ji Guanghua's pitiful appearance now, people who don't know the situation would think that he is the victim. Chapter 106. So cute. In the end, Ji Guanghua was taken away by Goen without any surprise. Only Jiang Yang and the onlookers were left at the scene. So, Jiang Yang was surrounded by everyone again and was surrounded by them as an idol. "Officer Jiang, you're so handsome. Officer Jiang, you're awesome. I've heard a lot about your incredible prowess, Officer Jiang. You'd be remiss if you didn't kill hundreds of criminals a day. Seeing it with my own eyes today, it was truly impressive." Yeah. I've also heard that Officer Zhang can easily lift hundreds of tons and knock down an entire building with one punch. That's awesome. Hearing what they said, Zhang Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Where did you hear all this? That's an exaggeration. There's absolutely no such thing. Even though I was cheating, it wasn't that outrageous. If you can really do what they say, won't you be caught and sliced into pieces? Although Zhang Yang denied their rumors on the spot, it did not affect everyone's admiration for Zhang Yang at all. Officer Zhang, please sign for me. Can I take a picture with you? Officer Zhang, this time, Zhang Yang learned his lesson and was just fine with taking photos and signing autographs. Zhang Yang immediately stopped several young girls when he noticed they wanted to take the opportunity to kiss him secretly. Unfortunately, it is easy to avoid an open attack but difficult to guard against a hidden one. Although we stopped them from kissing, we could not stop them from being taken advantage of in the chaos. When he was surrounded by them, Zhang Yang could clearly feel his butt being pinched several times. Fortunately, at this time, the big boss behind Manfangting saved Zhang Yang. That's enough. Stop bothering Officer Zhang. As the big boss behind the scenes spoke, the staff surrounding Zhang Yang dispersed, and the few passers-by did not want to continue surrounding him. Zhang Yang looked at the big boss behind the scenes with gratitude. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang was immediately delighted. It turned out to be an old acquaintance, chairman of Xiangxing Group, Tang Sheng. Boss Tang? Why are you here? Tang Sheng said with a smile. To be honest with you, Officer Zhang, this Manfangting is actually a subsidiary of my group. When I heard from my men that a spy had been caught here, and I happened to be nearby, I rushed over without stopping. I never thought that the person who caught the spy would be Officer Zhang. What a coincidence! Zhang Yang also responded with a smile. Yeah, that's quite a coincidence. After the pleasantries, Tang Sheng asked curiously, by the way, Officer Zhang, why are you here? Are they here specifically to catch spies? Zhang Yang did not hide this and said frankly, indeed not. I was just looking at the house, and I happened to spot the spy and caught him. Hearing that Zhang Yang was actually here to look at the house, Tang Sheng suddenly became even more enthusiastic. He immediately expressed his willingness to give Zhang Yang a set. Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh at Boss Tang's wealth, but of course he couldn't accept such a generous gift from him. After some bargaining, Tang Sheng finally agreed reluctantly to give Zhang Yang a 15% discount on the house he wanted to buy. But secretly, he instructed the staff to give Zhang Yang a full set of furniture, appliances, and a parking space, and even waived the property management fees for 5 years. Zhang Yang was taken to see the house by someone sent by Tang Sheng. The female sales staff who stayed behind couldn't help but gather together again to talk. Officer Zhang is so handsome. Yeah. He's much more handsome than in the photos and videos I saw online. The key is that Officer Zhang's butt is so elastic. It feels so good. Fuck. Ah Jin, you actually. What's wrong? Didn't you touch it just now? I only touched it because I saw you touching it. Hey, you actually found out. Actually, I touched it too. It's really chewy. I love it. Zhang Yang naturally didn't know what they were talking about. At this time, Zhang Yang had already chosen the house he liked. It was an 89 square meter, fully furnished apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room, as well as a kitchen and a balcony. Although it is not big, it is completely enough for Zhang Yang to live in alone, even if he has a girlfriend in the future. The most important thing is that this house is on a good floor, has good lighting, and there is a floor-to-ceiling window in the living room with a great view. The more Zhang Yang looks at it, the more he likes it. So I decisively paid the money, signed the contract, and bought it. With the help of Manfangting staff, Zhang Yang moved all his belongings in within one day. All the complimentary furniture and appliances have also been delivered and installed. Zhang Yang moved in that night. I have to say, although it is also a house, but renting and buying it yourself really give people a different feeling. From then on, I finally had a place of my own in this huge city. It's just a pity that since breaking up with Lin Shuer, no matter how much joy I have no one to share it with. So, while Zhang Yang was happy, he also felt a little lonely. Finally, Zhang Yang sent the news of his house and car purchase to his colleagues. This immediately aroused envy among everyone in the group, and they all clamored for Zhang Yang to treat them to a meal. Zhang Yang felt a little better. He immediately invited them to his home. Originally, Zhang Yang just wanted to treat them to a meal, but what Jiang Yang didn't expect was that when they came, they took the initiative to decorate the house for Jiang Yang and even set off firecrackers. They celebrated Jiang Yang's new house together. The lively and joyful atmosphere made Jiang Yang, who had been an orphan since childhood and was alone, feel the warmth again. Early the next morning, there was a sudden rapid knock on the door. Jiang Yang just woke up and opened the door. He immediately saw a girl wearing a blue knitted sweater, a black skirt and white sneakers standing at the door. With an anxious look on her face, she looked at Jiang Yang and asked, "Hello, excuse me, are you Jiang Yang, Officer Jiang?" Jiang Yang nodded, "Yes, I'm Jiang Yang. Who are you?" The girl immediately grabbed Jiang Yang's hand and said anxiously, "Officer Jiang, please save my best friend. She's missing." After hearing this, Jiang Yang's face, which was still a little confused, suddenly became solemn. Then he quickly invited the girl into the house. Unexpectedly, after the girl entered the room, she was followed by someone Jiang Yang knew, Tang Tian. Today, Tang Tian wore a pink knitted sweater with a butterfly collar, paired with a white embroidered gauze skirt and black canvas shoes. With her delicate face, she looked a little guilty as she looked at Jiang Yang. At that moment, Jiang Yang immediately understood why someone could find him on the first day he moved into this house. Obviously, Tang Tian, as Tang Sheng's daughter, accidentally learned about the news that he bought a house here, so she brought him here. Tang Tian looked a little guilty, but Jiang Yang didn't take it too seriously. The most urgent thing is to find out the circumstances of the girl's best friend's disappearance. Chapter 107 Change. After entering the house, Jiang Yang quickly understood the situation with them. It turns out that the girl's name is Zhang Qingyan, and the missing girl's name is Song Yao. They and Tang Tian are very good sisters. Yesterday evening, the three of them went out shopping together, but at 6:20 in the evening, when the two arrived at Song Yao's house, they found that Song Yao was nowhere to be seen. No matter whether they called or sent messages, they received no response. From that time on, the two began to realize that something was wrong. They began to try to find Song Yao, but they searched all the places Song Yao often went to and asked everyone who might have contacted Song Yao, but they still found nothing. So early this morning, the two of them unanimously decided to call the police. However, it is well known that a case will only be filed if a person is missing for more than 24 hours and the police are notified. The two were really worried about Song Yao's safety. So, Tang Tian had an idea and took Zhang Qingyan directly to find Jiang Yang. "I hope Jiang Yang can help me find someone." This time, Zhang Qingyan looked at Jiang Yang with a worried look on her face and begged to Officer Jiang, "Song Yao is a chatterbox. He used to tell us even the smallest things. This time, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. Something must have happened. Please, help us find it." Tang Tian, who was standing by, had always been resentful towards Jiang Yang because he had allowed the kidnappers to kill her when he rescued her, but at this time, I also sincerely requested, "Officer Jiang, please help us. I'm willing to give you any amount of money you want." Jiang Yang waved his hand. "There's no need for money. As a people's policeman, my job is to help the people solve their problems. Wait for me to change my clothes, then take me to see where Song Yao lives first." After saying that, Jiang Yang also stood up and went straight to the bathroom. Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian, who were left waiting, couldn't help but look at each other. Zhang Qingyan couldn't help but said, Tian, is this the Officer Jiang you've been talking about, the one who's powerful but also abominable? Why do I feel that he is not hateful? He seems to be a nice person." Tang Tian pursed her lips and said nothing. In her heart, her opinion of Jiang Yang also changed a little. In fact, if we don't talk about the incident when he rescued me, Jiang Yang is still a very good person, brave and capable. This time he readily agreed to help them, which made Tang Tian feel Jiang Yang's sense of responsibility as a people's policeman. After a while, Jiang Yang changed into a white hooded sweatshirt and black loose straight pants and walked out of the bathroom. Then he called Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian out. After getting into the newly purchased Hongqi HS5, he started the car and drove out of the manfinding community under the guidance of the two people. On the way, Jiang Yang did not forget to continue asking for some information about Song Yao. "When was the last time you contacted Song Yao?" Zhang Qingyan took out her phone, glanced at the chat history and said it was 4:45 yesterday afternoon. She even replied to my WeChat messages at that time. I sent her a message at 5:13 and she hasn't replied since. Jiang Yang nodded, and then asked, "Have you told Song Yao's family about her disappearance? How did her family react?" Zhang Qingyan said, "I did, but her family didn't really care, not really concerned." Jiang Yang was a little puzzled, so Tang Tian explained to him, Yao's family is well off, but her parents tend to favor boys over girls. When Yao Yao was little, they loved her a little more because she was their only child. But after her brother was born, Yao Yao completely lost her parents' love. Even if she made the slightest mistake, her parents would beat or scold her. Later, after Yao Yao went to university and started a successful business, he decisively left his family. He still lives alone in a house he bought and rarely interacts with his family. Jiang Qingyan sighed, took over Tang Tian's words and said, to put it bluntly, Yao Yao is a dispensable existence to his family. If she had been missing for more than 24 hours, her parents might have reported her to the police out of kindness, but now it's not even 24 hours, her parents won't care at all, Tang Tian complained indignantly. I don't know what her parents are thinking. Yao Yao is such an outstanding person, I wonder how much better she is than her spoiled good-for-nothing brother. Her parents only have her brother in their hearts and eyes, not her. After listening to the two people's explanation, Zhang Yang nodded and understood Song Yao's situation. At the same time, Zhang Yang drove to the Chenzhang Huayuan community where Song Yao lived, led by Jiang Qingyan and Tang Tian. They soon arrived at the door of room 1202, building 4, where Song Yao lived, because they are good sisters. Jiang Qingyan and Tang Tian both have the keys to Song Yao's house. The three of them easily opened the door of Song Yao's house and walked in. At this moment, Zhang Yang's sense of smell and observation skills were activated to the extreme. He began to observe Song Yao's house, trying to find clues of Song Yao's disappearance. It can be seen that Song Yao is actually a very loving little girl. She has decorated her one-bedroom house very warmly, and the room is filled with a large number of cute dolls. There is also a faint fragrance unique to girls in the room. Unfortunately, after searching everywhere, Zhang Yang couldn't find any clues, and there were no signs of any struggle in the room. The possibility of home invasion and kidnapping can basically be ruled out. Officer Jiang, what's going on? At this time, Jiang Qingyan on the side couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yang said truthfully, the room is very tidy, which rules out the possibility of a home invasion or kidnapping. There was no trash in the trash can, nor any trash bags. This shows that Song Yao probably went out to throw away the trash normally in the afternoon. I am now almost certain that she disappeared after leaving the house. I need to go to the property management to check the surveillance. Finished. Zhang Yang also left Song Yao's house directly and went straight to the community property management. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyan and Tang Tian followed Zhang Yang out without saying a word. After a while, Zhang Yang arrived at the property management center of the community. After taking out their police ID, the property staff immediately expressed their willingness to fully cooperate with Zhang Yang, and then opened the surveillance records in the community for Zhang Yang, because Jiang Qingyan said that Song Yao sent her a message at 4:45 yesterday afternoon. So Zhang Yang directly asked the property management to adjust the surveillance recording time to 2 hours before 4:45 p.m. yesterday and start watching, but suddenly I found that all the surveillance videos in the community were pitch black, with no images. Chapter 108 Arabian Nights. What's going on? When everyone saw that the images in the surveillance records were all pitch black, they were all stunned. Tang Tian and Jiang Qingyan couldn't help but ask questions. The property staff quickly carried out a series of operations including debugging and resetting. Finally, after checking, it was discovered that the surveillance cameras in the community yesterday, especially the surveillance camera in Building 4 where Song Yao lived, were all covered with plastic bags. At this moment, Zhang Yang's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Song Yao disappeared yesterday, and the community's surveillance cameras were also blocked yesterday. If these two things are not coincidences, then this means that Song Yao's sudden disappearance this time is not a simple disappearance, but a purposeful kidnapping. Jiang Qingyan and Tang Tian, who were standing by, obviously realized this as well and became extremely anxious. How so? How does your property management work? How could the neighborhood security cameras be blocked by someone and not be noticed? The property staff quickly apologized to the few people of this. It's really embarrassing, we really didn't expect this to happen. This is our property management's negligence. I'm so sorry. Jiang Qingyan and Tang Tian were furious. Sorry? If sorry was useful, would they still be so angry? The two wanted to say something, but were stopped by Zhang Yang. After all, it has already happened. No amount of blaming will help. The most urgent task is to find the kidnappers who kidnapped Song Yao as soon as possible. So after a brief thought, Zhang Yang instructed the property staff, could you please adjust the surveillance time to the half hour before it was obscured by the plastic bag? The property staff felt guilty at this time, so they naturally obeyed Zhang Yang's orders. Soon, they followed Zhang Yang's instructions and adjusted the time of every surveillance record in the community to half an hour before it was blocked. Then, at Zhang Yang's request, all of them were played. All of a sudden, all 23 surveillance images in the entire community began to play. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian on the side couldn't help but look at each other again. They both saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. 23 surveillance screens, all gathered on a 32-inch screen. It looks so densely packed. What can you see? However, before they could ask any questions, Zhang Yang spoke again and said to the property staff, "Please turn the surveillance to 2x speed." The property staff immediately did as they were told, and the next second, Zhang Yang spoke again, "Please adjust it to 4x speed." The property staff did the same again. As a result, just as he finished adjusting, Zhang Yang spoke again, "Please adjust it to 8x speed." "Please adjust it to 16x speed." At this moment, everyone was stunned. 23 surveillance images were played simultaneously on the same screen, which was already difficult to see clearly, and Zhang Yang even asked to adjust all of them to 16 times the speed. Right now, the small surveillance images on the screen looked like ghostly animals. Everything that appeared seemed to have teleported, making everyone feel dazzled and confused. "I can't see anything clearly here." However, what they don't know is that they can't see clearly simply because they are just ordinary people. However, Zhang Yang possesses two skills obtained from the system lottery: photographic memory and improved observation. In their eyes, nothing could be seen clearly in the 23 surveillance footage played at 16 times the speed, but in Zhang Yang's opinion, it was just right. Time passed by minute, and Zhang Yang watched the surveillance video carefully without blinking. I don't know how long it took, but Tang Tian and Zhang Qingyan seemed even more anxious. What is Officer Zhang doing? At such a fast speed, what can you see clearly? Isn't he pretending? I don't know how Yao Yao is doing now. I'm so worried. Finally, they could no longer contain their anxiety. Want to ask, however, once again, Zhang Yang spoke before they could even speak. "Stop. Please adjust surveillance camera number 1 back to 3 hours 12 minutes and 55 seconds yesterday. Surveillance camera number 11 was adjusted back to 4 hours 3 minutes and 5 seconds yesterday. Surveillance camera number 12 was adjusted back to 3 hours 8 minutes and 5 seconds yesterday. Surveillance camera number 21 was adjusted back to 3 hours 33 minutes and 6 seconds yesterday. Surveillance camera number 7 was adjusted back to 6 hours 12 minutes and 47 seconds yesterday." Zhang Yang spoke, and the property staff dared not disobey. So he quickly operated and adjusted the surveillance video to the time point Zhang Yang mentioned according to what he said, and enlarged these 5 monitoring images. It would have been fine if it hadn't been adjusted, but after it was adjusted, everyone was stunned. First of all, they saw the time on the surveillance footage number 21 at a glance, which was exactly the moment before the camera was blocked, and at this moment, a face appeared on the surveillance screen, which was very close to the camera, with less than a quarter of its body exposed, but wearing a black mask and a hat. Why is this face so close to the camera? Would anyone be so close to the camera if they were fine? It was obvious she was trying to tamper with the camera, and was caught on camera unintentionally. So, why did she tamper with the camera? It's obvious that this was to complete the next step, which was hidden from the public. This means that the face that appeared in the surveillance footage on the 21st is most likely the person who kidnapped Song Yao, and the most important thing is, a person wearing a black mask and a baseball cap also appeared in surveillance footage number 1, number 11, and number 12. Obviously, the person appearing in these 5 surveillance images is actually the same person. At this moment, Zhang Qingyan, Tang Tian and others couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. Everyone was shocked by Zhang Yang's actions. You have to remember that there are 23 surveillance screens. Even if ordinary people watch them at normal speed, they can't see them clearly. And what about Zhang Yang? But in 23 surveillance images at 16 times the speed, we can find this person wearing a black mask and a baseball cap. This is enough to prove that Zhang Yang was not pretending just now, but was really able to see the 23 surveillance images at 16 times the speed. They were stunned and looked at each other, deeply doubting whether Zhang Yang was still human. Such an operation is as outrageous and unbelievable as a fairy tale. After the shock, joy suddenly flashed in their eyes. With Zhang Yang's operation, they have found the person who kidnapped Song Yao. Now they just need to find the person. However, after looking at it for a long time, they couldn't help but feel discouraged, because the person appearing in these surveillance images has her face completely covered by a mask and a baseball cap, and it is impossible to see what she looks like. Chapter 109 found it. Officer Jiang, this person wearing a mask and a hat must be the one who kidnapped Yao Yao, right? Right. So, if we just find this person, we can find Yao Yao, right? But, her face is covered. we can't see her face clearly. Zhang Yang laughed. Didn't you see the person who appeared in surveillance footage number 7? After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian couldn't help but look at the surveillance image number 7 on the screen. I saw that it was a surveillance image captured by the camera in front of the community basement. The picture shows a white car driving out of the basement, and the person sitting in the driver's seat can be clearly seen. Seeing this scene, the same idea emerged in Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian's minds. They looked at Zhang Yang and couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Officer Zhang, are you saying that the person in surveillance footage number 7 is the same person wearing a mask and a baseball cap in surveillance footage number 1, number 11, number 12, and number 21? Zhang Yang nodded without comment. Right. Tang Tian couldn't help wondering again, but it doesn't look like anything at all. The man wearing a mask and a baseball cap looks so bloated, obviously a man. But in surveillance video number 7, the person driving the car is a woman. Zhang Yang said with a smile, a person's body shape and appearance can be changed. Zhang Yang, who is proficient in the art of disguise, knows this best. Coupled with his improved observation skills, he is 99% sure that the woman appearing in surveillance footage number 7 is the person wearing a mask and a baseball cap in surveillance footage number 1, 11, 12, and 21. The man's modus operandi is now clear. He disguised himself and drove into the residential complex basement. Then, when the opportunity arose, he used plastic bags to obscure the surveillance cameras. Then wait for Song Yao to go out, lure him to a deserted place, kidnap him, and finally remove the costume and drive away. I have to say that this person is very meticulous. If it weren't for Zhang Yang cheating, maybe it will be difficult to find her for a while, especially when she appeared in the community, wearing a mask and a baseball cap. Her appearance was almost completely different from her appearance when she left the community. Yet if Zhang Yang was not proficient in disguise and had extremely good observation skills, it would have been difficult for him to identify this person as the one who kidnapped Song Yao. After listening to Zhang Yang's analysis, Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian couldn't help but look at each other again, with a hint of surprise and disbelief in each other's eyes. But I have to say that Zhang Yang's analysis is absolutely correct. In that case, Officer Zhang, let's find this woman as soon as possible. Yes. Find her quickly, then we can rescue Yao Yao. Zhang Yang said, don't worry. I just took a photo and sent it to a colleague on duty at the institute, asking him to help with the portrait matching. It won't be long before he has a result. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Yang answered the call decisively. The voice of a colleague from the institute came over the phone immediately. Hello, Zhang Yang. I found the woman you asked me to help you find. This woman's name is Zheng Chanru. She's from Luhai County, Rongcheng. She's 25 years old and currently an employee of the Huanya Group. She lives in room 1022, Building 1, Fenghuang Residential Complex, next to the Huanya Group building. I just contacted the Huanya Group and her colleagues immediately. They all said that Zheng Chanru has been on leave for the past 2 days. She is very likely the person you mentioned who kidnapped Song Yao. Also, I checked the car she was driving and it had a fake license plate. Zhang Yang nodded and said, could you please contact the traffic police and have them retrieve the road surveillance footage outside Chunjiang Huayuan community and track the car's trajectory after it left the community? The colleague on the other end of the phone immediately said, okay, I'll contact him now, wait for me 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Zhang Yang's cell phone rang on time. After the call was connected, the colleague on the other end immediately said, Zhang Yang, I found it. This car with cloned license plates is currently parked in front of a residential building in Wushan County. I've sent its location to your phone. In addition, the license plate of this car has also been changed. The current license plate number is Rong A2336. Okay, thanks. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. After saying that, Zhang Yang hung up the phone. Then he looked at Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian and said, wait here for me, I'll go rescue them. Finished. Zhang Yang also turned around and left the community and got in the car to drive towards the location sent to you by your colleague. Wushan County is a small county under the jurisdiction of Rongqing City, more than 30 kilometers away from the urban area. The drive takes at least 40 minutes, but after all, he is an expert driver and he is worried about Song Yao's safety. So Zhang Yang drove all the way and arrived in Wushan County in less than half an hour and found the house he had Located, seeing what his colleague said about the clone car with license plate number Rome 2336, Zhang Yang immediately turned on the crime radar. Suddenly, a light red dot appeared on the crime radar. Name, Zhang Chanru, female, 25 years old, suspected of kidnapping, illegal imprisonment, and intentional injury. After seeing this message, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel relieved from this information. We can see that Song Yao's current situation is still relatively safe. Maybe he was injured, but at least he was alive. At this moment, Zhang Yang was not going to waste any more time, just follow the direction of the light spot indicated on the crime radar and rush in. It was a small room with simple furnishings. A girl covered in bruises was tied to the bed, her mouth was wrapped in tape, and her eyes were full of fear. If Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian were here, they would recognize at a glance that the woman tied to the bed was Song Yao. Beside the bed was a woman with bloodshot eyes and a haggard appearance. She is Zhang Chanru, who kidnapped Song Yao. Zhang Chanru held the scissors in her hand, raised them high, and stabbed down hard. But at the moment when he was about to pierce the girl's throat, she stopped again, her eyes full of struggle and pain. Song Yao was extremely scared. Her face turned pale and she whimpered with difficulty, trying to beg for mercy, but Zhang Chanru turned a deaf ear. There was a struggle and confusion in her eyes. Finally, a fierce look flashed in her eyes, and she raised the scissors in her hand high again, then stabbed down suddenly. However, at this moment, the door of the room was kicked open with a bang. Chapter 110. The world is unfair. The sudden change startled both people in the room. Zhang Chanru turned around and looked, and at that moment, Zhang Yang kicked her in the chest. He kicked her directly against the wall behind the bed. As Zhang Chanru realized something, and her eyes became even more fierce. She took a pair of scissors and wanted to kill Song Yao, but what she didn't know was that the moment Zhang Yang arrived, she no longer had any chance. When the scissors in her hand were less than 10 centimeters away from stabbing Song Yao's throat, her hand was firmly grasped by Zhang Yang. Just a slight turn, with a click, her entire arm, along with her entire body, was turned into the air by Zhang Yang. Then he fell to his knees. Zhang Chanru didn't know whether it was because of the pain or because Zhang Yang had ruined her plan. She gritted her teeth, her eyes were fierce, and she took the scissors with her other hand and stabbed Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang dodged it easily. Zhang Yang kicked her legs as she tried to stand up, instantly making her lose the ability to resist. Then, Zhang Yang pressed his knee against her back and forcibly handcuffed her hands behind her back. The moment the handcuffs were put on her, Zhang Chanru knew that she had no room to resist. She looked painful, but the pain was more of bitterness. "How did you find me?" Zhang Yang did not answer, but said righteously, "Zhang Chanru, you are suspected of kidnapping, illegal imprisonment, and intentional injury. I am arresting you according to the law." At this point, the kidnapping case was successfully solved. Zhang Yang sent Song Yao to the nearest hospital for examination. Fortunately, apart from some minor skin injuries, she had no other problems. The wound will be fine as long as it is treated simply. Compared with these superficial injuries, the doctor said that Song Yao was greatly frightened because of the kidnapping, and the psychological problems were more serious than the physical ones. Zhang Yang had no choice but to send her to the psychology department of a larger hospital, and called Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian to accompany her and help her. Zhang Yang took Zhang Chanru back to the station. Inside the interrogation room, Zhang Chanru was handcuffed on the interrogation chair. Her face was pale, expressionless, and her eyes were empty. No one knew what she was thinking. A moment later, the door of the interrogation room was opened, and Zhang Yang and another police officer walked in, sat at the interrogation table. Before Zhang Yang and the others could even speak, Zhang Chanru looked at Zhang Yang. A faint smile appeared on her face. "Hello, Officer Jiang." Hearing this, Zhang Yang smiled faintly and said, "Do you recognize me?" Zhang Chanru nodded. "Criminal killing machine, huh? Who on the internet wouldn't recognize you now? I'm your fan too. I didn't expect that I would fall into your hands this time." Zhang Yang was a little surprised that Zhang Chanru was his fan. "I couldn't help but ask, since you're my fan, you know how much I hate criminals. Then why do you still commit crimes?" Zhang Chanru was silent for a second, her thoughts seemed to be drawn to a faraway place. A story slowly came out of her mouth. "My parents died in an accident a long time ago, and I have been dependent on my brother all this time. In order to allow me to finish college, my brother dropped out of school early. He sold everything he had, borrowed money from everywhere, and even worked as a cement shoveler at a construction site to earn money. He used this money to help me successfully complete my junior year. That day, I was reading in class when my classmate came in and called me, saying that a fellow villager was looking for me. I walked out of the classroom and saw my brother from a distance, wearing work clothes covered in cement and sand, wandering humbly at the door. I walked over and asked him, Why did you tell my classmates that you are from my hometown? He smiled and said, look at me dressed like this. If I say I'm your brother, won't your classmates laugh at you? My nose felt sore and tears started to fall. I brushed the dirt off his body and said with a sob, you are my brother after all. No matter how I dress in this life, I am not afraid of being laughed at by others. Then my brother took out a butterfly hairpin from his pocket and told me, I saw a lot of female students wearing this, so I bought one for you. I couldn't hold it back any longer and started crying outside while hugging my brother. That year, my brother was 19 and I was 23. I secretly vowed in my heart that after I finished college, I would find a good job to repay my brother. Later, I finished college as I wished. After graduation, I got an offer from a large company. I can earn more than 20,000 yuan a month, and there is a lot of room for advancement. I treated my brother to a buffet he had never had before, and imagined that things would get better and better in the future. But, speaking of this, Zhang Qianru was silent for a second, then her tone became heavy and angry. Just a week ago, my brother was beaten to death for saving a girl who was about to be raped. The bright future my brother and I imagined was shattered. A tear rolled down Zhang Qianru's cheek. From her eye socket. Zhang Yang and another police officer beside him remained silent. Although they only listened to Zhang Qianru telling her story, they could imagine how much harm this sudden change had caused her. I suffered for so long, everything was about to get better. But, Zhang Yang took a deep breath and asked, who beat your brother to death? When this was mentioned, Zhang Qianru's eyes flashed with fierceness. Song Hao. The son of the CEO of Rongqing Huanyu Technology. He's a typical rich second-generation bully who has no humanity. He bullies others and does whatever he wants. My brother happened to see him trying to assault a girl that day, so he stepped forward to stop him, but he ended up beating him to death. Zhang Yang's colleague was recording Zhang Qianru's words and asked, did you call the police afterwards? Zhang Qianru's face revealed a deep sense of resentment. I reported it, but what's the use? Song Hao, he's the son of the CEO of Huanyu Technology. His family is rich and powerful. After I called the police, his lawyer twisted the truth, saying my brother had committed malicious assault and Song Hao had merely acted in self-defense. Within 2 days, he was acquitted. Even the girl who was assaulted by Song Hao was unwilling to stand up and speak for my brother. A mocking smile appeared on Zhang Qianru's face, as if she was mocking the injustice of this world. Since the law can't punish such a scum, I will avenge my brother myself. Song Hao has bodyguards protecting him, but it doesn't matter. I found out that his sister, Song Yao, didn't have anyone to protect her, so I kidnapped Song Yao. Since Song Hao killed my brother, then I will kill his sister. A life for a life, let him also experience the feeling of losing a loved one. Unfortunately, until I was arrested by Officer Jiang, I was ultimately unable to bring myself to do it. If my brother knew about this, he would definitely not forgive me, right? Chapter 111, set up a special task force. After listening to Zhang Qianru's story, Zhang Yang and his colleagues were silent. Feeling depressed in their hearts, they could imagine Zhang Qianru's inner pain and struggle. His brother, who depended on him for survival, was beaten to death. Even seeking justice in the face of power was extremely difficult, so he was forced to turn to crime in the end. After a moment, Zhang Yang sighed and said to her, Zhang Qianru, you should be thankful that you didn't succeed in the end. Because you're wrong. Even if you kill Song Yao, it will be useless. Song Hao won't feel the same way as you. Because, in Song Hao's heart, there is no such thing as a sister named Song Yao. Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian had said this in the car before, that ever since Song Hao was born, Song Yao has not been welcomed at home at all. If Zhang Qianru really killed Song Yao, in Song Hao's opinion, he would not only not be sad, but would even be glad that there was one less person to share his property with, right? And I believe your brother, if he's still alive, wouldn't want you to take a life of crime just to avenge him, ruining the bright future he worked so hard to pave for you. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhang Qianru was stunned for a second, and then her face was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. Zhang Qianru did not hide anything about the crimes she committed. Therefore, the interrogation process went particularly smoothly. Zhang Qianru was suspected of kidnapping, illegal imprisonment and intentional injury to others. She will face a sentence of more than 5 years. From now on, this kidnapping case can be declared solved. It has to be said that from the morning Zhang Qingyan and Tang Tian found Zhang Yang until now, Only less than a morning has passed. This efficiency is simply too fast. After this case is reported, it will definitely add to Jiang Yang's merits. This is undoubtedly a good thing. However, after coming out of the interrogation room, Jiang Yang's face was still gloomy. Seeing this, a colleague beside him asked cautiously, "Jiang Yang, are you also thinking about Zhang Chanru's brother?" Jiang Yang glanced at him, then nodded non-committally. If what Zhang Chanru said is true, then Song Hao is taking human life lightly, and some people may be suspected of favoritism and abuse of power. The colleague laughed and said, "I knew that with your character, you would never tolerate such a thing. So I transferred the case file of Zhang Chanru's brother to you." Hearing this, Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. He immediately took the file handed to him by his colleague and took a look at it. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Wang, you understand me?" The police officer called Brother Wang patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Honestly, as a police officer, no one wants to see a false conviction or miscarriage of justice. But in this world, many things are not as we wish. Sometimes even the police can't do anything about it. That's all I can do. The rest depends on you." Jiang Yang naturally understood what he meant and nodded immediately. "Don't worry, Brother Wang, leave the rest to me." Finished, Jiang Yang found a workstation at random, sat down, and began to read the files carefully. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, Jiang Yang's brows immediately furrowed into a shape. The contents of this file may seem insignificant at first glance, but in fact it is very vague and has big problems in many places. For example, it says that Zhang Chanru's younger brother Zhang Hongyi fought with Song Hao for no reason. The word "without reason" is quite thought-provoking. Zhang Hongyi is not a mental patient nor a fool, so how could he hit someone for no reason? Obviously, there is a deliberate attempt to cover up some truth, and the truth may be what Zhang Chanru said, that the conflict broke out because Zhang Hongyi wanted to stop Song Hao from violating the girl. Continue reading below. It also states that Song Hao accidentally injured Zhang Hongyi in self-defense, causing Zhang Hongyi to die from a blow to the head. The description here seems to be fine, but in fact, it is extremely unreasonable. You know, reality is not a TV show. The human head is one of the hardest parts of the human body. It's completely unreasonable and unscientific to think that a slight bump or hit can kill someone, as shown in TV dramas. This can only be done if you have a tool that is strong enough and has a certain weight. The accident happened in a hotel room. Is there any tool in a hotel room that can kill someone with one blow? Obviously not. Then the self-defense written here does not hold true. The situation at that time must have been that Song Hao attacked Zhang Hongyi multiple times, which led to his death. In addition, Jiang Yang also found several unreasonable places. At this point, Jiang Yang was 80% sure that the case involving Song Hao and Zhang Hongyi had absolutely nothing to do with the so-called self-defense, but rather that Song Hao was suspected of intentional homicide. After reaching this conclusion, Jiang Yang didn't waste any more time and left the police station directly and drove straight to the municipal bureau. In the office of the municipal bureau director, Jiang Yang met Zhou Hongming. Zhou Hongming looked at Jiang Yang with some surprise, and couldn't help but said in surprise, "Oh, the sun is really rising from the west today. You actually came to me on your own initiative?" Jiang Yang said solemnly, "Director Zhou, I came to see you because I have something to report to you." Looking at Jiang Yang's solemn expression, Zhou Hongming immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He immediately asked Jiang Yang to sit down and explain the matter in detail. After Jiang Yang finished reporting everything he knew and discovered about the Song Hao and Zhang Hongyi case, Zhou Hongming slapped the table in front of him with a bang. There was anger visible on his face. "I never thought that in today's society ruled by law, someone under my command, Zhou Hongming, would dare to do such lawless and partial things." Lawless? It's absolutely lawless. As long as people have desires, illegal and criminal things will happen, which is inevitable. However, some of the police, who are the public servants of the people, dare to abuse their power for personal gain, pervert the law and shield criminals. If this is true, then it directly touches Zhou Hongming's bottom line. Zhou Hongming called 4 police officers from the municipal bureau and briefly explained to them what had happened. Zhou Hongming's face was serious and he said righteously, "Because this case is full of suspicious points and may even involve some police officers' dereliction of duty. A special task force has been officially established for Zhang Hongyi's death. Jiang Yang will be appointed as the team leader to reopen the case and conduct an investigation. The 4 of you will assist Jiang Yang and make sure to thoroughly investigate this case and get to the bottom of it. If anyone commits a crime, they will be brought to justice. If anyone sits idle and shields criminals, they will also be dealt with severely." Jiang Yang and the 4 police officers immediately straightened their postures and said in unison, "Yes." Chapter 112 The key to solving the case. After Zhou Hongming's permission and next, Zhang Yang can take drastic measures to get to the bottom of the case. Team leader, where should we start our investigation now? In the car, a police officer from the municipal bureau asked Xiang Jianyang, even though he is an old police officer who has worked in the municipal public security bureau for many years and is much older than Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's methods and abilities are obvious to all for a talent like Zhang Yang. Although he is currently just a police officer in a small prefecture-level police station, it is only a matter of time before he is promoted and transferred. Maybe in the future, Zhang Yang will become their immediate boss. This is not impossible at all. Therefore, none of them had any objection to letting Zhang Yang be the leader of this special task force. When facing Zhang Yang, he also respectfully called him team leader. Zhang Yang's goal was very clear, and he said bluntly, there is a place that is the key to solving the case. Walk. Go to the Forensic Identification Center. Zhang Yang absolutely didn't believe that Song Hao accidentally injured Zhang Hongyi in self-defense and caused his death, even with the autopsy report as proof. Zhang Yang still had doubts, therefore, seeing Zhang Hongyi's body with one's own eyes became the key to solving the entire case. Rongqing City is actually not very big, there are only 3 forensic identification centers, and the one Zhang Yang is going to is the Linjiang District Forensic Identification Center that performed the autopsy on Zhang Hongyi. In just 20 minutes, Zhang Yang and others arrived here. He walked straight into the Forensic Identification Center and came to the autopsy laboratory. The cold laboratory was filled with the smell of disinfectant and the stench of rotting corpses. In the laboratory, there were 4 autopsy tables. 2 forensic doctors, accompanied by 2 young men and women who looked like assistants, were pointing at the corpses, as if explaining something. When they saw Zhang Yang and others coming, they immediately stopped explaining and went to greet them. Hey everyone, what's up? Before Zhang Yang could speak, an assistant beside him suddenly said in surprise, You are Officer Jiang? Hearing this, the forensic doctor asked curiously, Xiao He, do you recognize this police officer? The assistant named Xiao He nodded excitedly, yes. Of course I do. Officer Jiang is a well-known criminal killing machine these days. In less than a month since joining the East Street Police Station, I've already apprehended over 1,000 criminals, including several Class A wanted criminals. Even the Ruthless A organization was eradicated thanks to Officer Jiang's efforts. No criminal can escape the sight of Officer Jiang. Officer Jiang, I'm your fan. I've watched every single one of your videos online. My dream is to become an excellent forensic scientist and be able to help you one day. After listening to Xiaoyi's introduction, the 2 forensic doctors couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. I couldn't help but re-examine this young man in front of me who looked extremely young but was full of righteousness. Then, one of the medical examiners became much more enthusiastic. Hello, Officer Jiang. I'm Yang Qingji, the person in charge here. Everyone calls me Old Yang. Excuse me, why are you here today? Zhang Yang smiled slightly, and then went straight to the point. I am currently representing the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Special Investigation Team, and we are reopening the investigation into Zhang Hongyi's death. Because I suspect someone has abused their power for personal gain, I came here to see if Zhang Hongyi's body is the same as described in the autopsy report. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the other forensic doctor's face froze for a second. His eyes also became a little vague, although he quickly concealed the expression on his face. Unfortunately, it was still caught by Zhang Yang, whose observation skills had improved. At this second, Zhang Yang's crime radar was turned on. Suddenly, a red dot of light appeared, displaying the forensic doctor's information. Frowny face name, Xia Donghai, male, 55 years old, employed forensic pathologist, suspected of accepting bribes and fabricating autopsies. The information displayed on the crime radar, combined with his guilty expression, Zhang Yang immediately understood that the forensic doctor in front of him named Xia Donghai must have falsified the results during the autopsy on Zhang Hongyi. As expected, after hearing that Zhang Yang wanted to see Zhang Hongyi's body, Yang Qingji immediately said that there was no problem. Instead, Xia Donghai showed a guilty smile on his face and said to Zhang Yang, Officer Jiang, I'm sorry. Zhang Hongyi's body was sent away yesterday. However, Xia Donghai had not finished speaking. There was a loud bang of thunder amidst everyone's stunned gazes. Xia Donghai flew out directly. No one has reacted yet. Zhang Yang had already walked over. He grabbed Xia Donghai by the collar and shouted, Xia Donghai, why do you think our task force came here for no reason? You know what you did. At this point, do you think you can still deceive us? After hearing this, The others still didn't know what had happened or what the current situation was. Only Xia Donghai revealed despair in his eyes after hearing Jiang Yang's words. I didn't expect you to know so quickly. Therefore, Xia Donghai, who thought he was exposed, no longer had any hope. He confessed everything about how he accepted bribes and falsified the autopsy. After hearing Xia Donghai's confession, everyone present was shocked. Yang Qingji pointed at Xia Donghai. Donghai, how could you do such a stupid thing? The assistant who claimed to be a fan of Jiang Yang couldn't believe that his master would do such a thing. He opened his mouth for a long time, but he, who was usually eloquent, couldn't say anything at this moment. Only Jiang Yang showed no mercy to this kind of person and asked his colleagues to handcuff him. Next, what awaits him will be the judgment of law. After arresting Xia Donghai, under the leadership of Yang Qingji, Zhang Yang finally saw Zhang Hongyi's body, and the moment they lifted the white cloth covering Zhang Hongyi's body and saw Zhang Hongyi's body. A fire of anger burned fiercely in the hearts of everyone, including Jiang Yang. At this moment, Zhang Hongyi's body was covered with bruises, contusions and dents, which were obvious signs of muscle dissolution. The most shocking thing was the wound on his head. It can only be described as a bloody mess.